Kwok Nhat Than lowered his face and said nothing. Kung Ba Ca Hired didn't feel well, and quickly closed his mouth. Listening to Dai Dai Wu's explanation, Yu Yang finally had nothing to say. Is what Kwok Nhat Than does for the good of the majority. For Yu Yang, this was like a joke. He was silent for a long time, suddenly remembered one thing, and hurriedly asked, Lord Dai Wu, I don't talk to Kwok Nhat Than with you anymore, he can be right or wrong, we are just guests, cross the street, there is nothing to say. But at this moment, my friend was hit by the poison of Kwok Nhat Than. He cautiously glanced at Trong Lap, saw that Trong Lap was still sleeping, then lowered his voice and whispered, I don't know if you can save him. Ha, Dai Dai Wu Tu Kiat said, tell me about the situation when he was hit by the poison in the neck. Yu Yang then detailed the entire process of Zhang Lap's poisoning. Having only told half of the story, Dai Dai Wu Tu Kiat was impatient to continue, and also said that there was nothing wrong with what Yu Yang saw. Seeing this, Yu Yang was overjoyed, thinking that this time Trong Lap was saved. Unexpectedly, Dai Dai Wu Tu Kiat finally exclaimed, unexpectedly. Unexpectedly, it's Tang and Uoi, this is a lost ancient poison art. The child Kwok Nhat Than did not expect it to find an ancient worm, even learn how to nurture it. In the end it did so. Which one? Yu Yang no longer cared to pay attention to the sentimental words of Dai Dai Wu Tu Kiat, impatiently urging, Dai Dai Wu, how are you? Is there any way to get rid of this ancient poison? Dai Dai Wu Tu Kiat slowly shook his head. Mang and Hua, the poisonous neck bites the heart, forgets the nature, the hands grow iron claws, both long and sharp, extremely sharp, the mind is confused, stabbed and slashed, thought to be dead, cold wind blows in, new flesh is born again, the circulation is revived. This is similar to the ancient Dai Than Lian, not to mention that it has been lost for many years, we have only heard of it, but never seen it, but in legend, it is also an ancient poison that cannot be solved. Yu Yang frantically said, Mister, think again, am I remembering wrong? Why is there no way to solve it? There is definitely a way. The worm isn't that big, so it's fine to kill it, isn't it? Dai Dai Wu Tu Kiat shook his head again. The worm you see, by itself, cannot do any great damage to the human body, in fact it is just a parasite that lives in the stomach, just I'm good at punching holes in people's internal organs and sticking to it. The true archaea, which are the spores that stick to the worm's body, will follow the way the worm has opened to run into the bloodstream. Once the spores have entered the bloodstream, there is no turning back. Yu Yang sat down on the ground, muttering, why is that? What about silkworms? Young Master Kwong Ba's poison neck is already in the blood, isn't it? Can't he cure it too? Dai Dai Wu Tu Kiat said, all things are incompatible with each other. Silkworms can only wash Dai Than Lian ancient, but it is completely ineffective with Tang spores. After entering the blood vessels, they will quickly gather in an area behind our eye socket. It is said that everything that a person who is hit by the poison sees, hears, and sees is an illusion created by those spores, making him or her as if living in hell, acting completely contrary to the law. Common sense, losing oneself, is like a wild animal. Yu Yang shouted loudly, impossible. No way. Yesterday I talked to Trong Lap. He is still very normal, very alert. Dai Dai Wu Tu Kiat said, yes, according to the records in ancient books, a period of time after being poisoned is still completely normal. That's because the spores are still moving in the blood, have not found the point yet, proper concentration. This period lasts from 12 to 36 hours. After that, the consciousness of the person hit by the poison in the neck will begin to blur, and the forehead will burn. You see, you talk so loudly and he won't wake up. Yu Yang did not have time to stand up, turned and dived towards Trong Lap, just touched Trong Lap's forehead, and immediately withdrew his hand because of the heat. Yu Yang trembled again and placed his hand on Zhang Li's forehead again, The hot temperature spread through his arm, burning his heart. A knot. There are tribulations together. Yue Yang didn't know what to do, tried to shake Zhang Lap's body, saying, "Zhang Lap, wake up quickly, don't sleep anymore." Zhang Lap mumbled, "Ignore me." Yue Yang shook too hard, as if in a dream he was startled by something, and suddenly shouted loudly, "Don't come here." Yue Yang was startled and quickly let go of his hand. Trong Lap again babbled in a dream, "Go." Yu Yang put his hand on Trong Lap's forehead, then touched his own forehead again, worriedly asked Dai Dai Wu Tu Kiat, "What's wrong with him?" Dai Dai Wu Tu Kiat replied, "The heat process of the person who is poisoned by the poison neck will last from 2 to 3 days. There are also records that say it takes more than 5 days. In fact, this is the process of him fighting with the worms inside his body. The poison started to affect his thinking, changing the circumstances inside his body, so that merged with his existence. Now, he will be like a dream, start constantly having hallucinations, then gradually will no longer distinguish between reality and a dream, until he is completely immersed in the world of my dreams. What happens after that? How? Of course, she lost her nature, completely turned into an organism controlled by those spores, leaving only the biological instincts, eating, and reproduction, but that was actually just a trick for the spores, in his body survive. At that time, he was already dead, just a puppet of the flesh. Legend has it that, at that time, the surface of the skin of the person hit by the poison neck will grow a nail-like cover, unusually tough. That's the hand with iron claws in the ancient bibliography. An animal that only needs to be lightly hooked by him will immediately tear its skin and flesh. So can he overcome the spores, let his consciousness recover on its own? Yu Yang still holds a last ray of hope. Impossible. Dai Dai Wu Tu Kiat coldly crushed that thought of his, saying, "You must know that these spores not only gather in the area behind the eyes of the poisoned person, changing the person's senses, but they also take the cerebrospinal part at the back as food, both gnawing and excreting poison. You say, based on will alone, is it possible to defeat them? No matter how strong the will is, it will eventually be worn out and exhausted. In the end it will only end up being invaded by them and then dying." Yue Yang still clutched the last fragile piece of hay. So what to do? What to do? It was as if he was asking Dai Dai and Tu Kiat, as if he was asking himself, asking Trong Lap. Dai Dai Wu Tu Kiat shook his head. "The bibliography that I have read only records the symptoms of the person who has been poisoned by the poison, not the method of elimination. Well, this must be a terrifying ancient poison, there's no way to reverse it." Reduce the temperature. Yu Yang suddenly thought of patients with high fever, and hurriedly said, lowering the temperature on his forehead, "Will it make the condition a bit better?" Dai Dai Wu Shuji shook his head. "I don't know, you can try. If those spores create the right conditions for you to survive, then make the patient's forehead so hot, maybe your way. It should also be effective." Yue Yang excitedly stood up, muttering, "Reduce the temperature, reduce the temperature." He twirled around in place twice, suddenly realizing, there's nothing to cool down here. In this hay-lined cell, not even a drop of water was available, much less hoping that the Marquis soldiers would come to help me. The more Yue Yang thought about it, the more anxious he became, going back and forth around the cramped cell but still couldn't think of a way. He angrily hugged a wooden pole in the cell, banged his head on it, in his heart overflowing with boundless regret. If I thought about the plot of this Gai Kwok Nhat Nim Than a little earlier. Where is this? Where is this? Come to think of it, aren't you normally sharp? You're quick-witted. Don't you have a lot of ways? Come up with something quick, Yu Yang. Yu Yang banged his head a few times in a row, emitting pop-pop sounds. Yu Yang suddenly stopped, blood stains. He touched his forehead, it was slippery and wet, feeling a little cold, quickly extended his hand to Dai Dai Wu Tu Kiat. "Look, see, is this okay?" Smelling the smell of blood, Dai Dawu Tukiat shook his head and replied, blood is inherently hot when it comes out. When it's cold, it will coagulate, very thick, and has no effect on reducing temperature. Moreover, those spores seem to like fishy blood too. Yu Yang's heart sank, but he suddenly asked, so, what about urine? Dai Dawu Tukiat still shook his head. No, there are some toxins in human urine, maybe even worse consequences. Yu Yang felt like his heart was cold. Right at that moment of extreme disappointment, he suddenly remembered, in addition to blood and urine, isn't there still a kind of fluid in humans? Trak Mok Kwong Ba slept until sunset. When he woke up to know that someone had come to Tukmao in the village, he was somewhat relieved. At dinner, he again told Ma Cat why he and his friends had returned here. Although he tried to tell it as briefly as possible, it still scared her to the point of turning pale. The person who went to Tukmao at the earliest had to come back tomorrow. After eating, Trak Mok Kwong Ba went out with Lu Kan Nam for a walk, climbed to a high place, and looked into the distance. Trak Mok Kwong Ba kept feeling that, during the day when he was fast asleep, he seemed to have hugged Man in his arms. When he woke up, he saw that his hands were empty, and his heart was extremely disappointed. Lu Kan Nam noticed his anxiety and insecurity, and comforted him. Min Man is not as weak as she looks. Besides, there is also the shaman Allah. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, I know, it's just, how should I put it, that feeling is very strange. When someone is next to her every day, maybe she doesn't feel anything, as if she's used to her existence, her breath, her voice. It was all so natural. However, if one day that person disappears, she will feel like she's lost something. Her heart is so empty. Lu Kan Nam sighed and said, I know, that's what it feels like to be in love. Do you feel this way too? Lu Kan Nam melancholy glanced at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba quickly turned his gaze to the distance, thinking in his heart, not only that, last time Min Man left, and this time too, I feel like I really lost something. Min, could it be that you stole my heart? Seeing Trak Mok Kwong Ba contemplating and not speaking, Lu Kan Nam also began to think alone. This time the person who came with Merkin was not Kafu, it was clearly the sorcerer Saws that Professor Fung Tan once had mentioned. With just the two of them, they dared to go to the temple of Bo Bala. It may seem very risky at first, but it must have been prepared very carefully. In this environment, the Taoist Beast Master is an extremely scary being. We need to have a way to deal with it. The information on this source is really too little. Are the people of the 30 Knights of the Round Table all that mysterious? Flat, a drop of water fell on Trong Lap's forehead. A finger carefully and evenly spread it, and was quickly evaporated by Trong Lap's body temperature. Yu Yang lowered his head again, making the swallowing gesture with difficulty, but he didn't really swallow, but only accumulated saliva. Yu Yang's lips were dry like a cracked field due to drought, but he still carefully kept every drop of saliva, accumulated, spit it down, and spread it evenly on Trong Lap's forehead. It's been a whole day, since Dai Dawu Tukiat said that this way can be done by luck. He has repeated these movements countless times already. Right from the beginning, Dai Dawu Tukiat warned Yu Yang, young man, it's useless, how much saliva do you have? Besides, don't think that saliva is an unimportant thing, it also has its own circulatory system. A person can't lose too much saliva, just like he can't lose too much blood. Yu Yang's answer is very simple, I'm alive, he's alive. After that, he did not open his mouth to say another sentence, because he knew that talking would lose a lot of water components in the body. At noon, someone brought rice, which Yu Yang could not have imagined. He immediately went to the outside of the wooden bars and shouted, water, I need water. But he kept shouting but no one noticed. He quickly understood, Kwok Nhat Neem Than did not have the kindness to bring rice, but this place is always under the supervision of the other party. Perhaps, Kwok Nhat Neem Than was somewhere observing, like watching the animals of a circus perform in an iron cage. He just wanted to see how long he and Trong Lap could last. Thinking through this point, Yu Yang immediately gave up shouting in vain, in the immediate future, trying to buy time, so that Trong Lap's will is not invaded is the most important thing. Lunch, then dinner, he eats very little, because the food will form residue. When excreting the residue, the body will also lose a large amount of water. But on the contrary, when people are hungry, they will produce a lot of saliva. Yu Yang put all the knowledge he remembered to reply. A small drop of saliva can also make Trong Lap's temperature drop a little. Even a little bit is fine, a little bit is fine. Yu Yang thought to himself. Trong Lap is still immersed in a semi-comatose state. In addition to talking nonsense, sometimes he also has extremely agitated movements. Yu Yang is often pushed hard to fall, or kicked for a strong kick. Sometimes a little sober, Trong Lap asked for water again, water. Water. Yu Yang thought of every possible way, trying to make Trong Lap last longer in the struggle with the evil spores. A day passed like that. When night fell, Yu Yang felt extreme pain. In fact, after starting to use saliva to reduce temperature for Trong Lap for about 2 hours, his eyes have flowered. Each time he eats a little, or rests for a while, this phenomenon will be somewhat reduced. However, after dinner, Kwok Nhat Than seemed no longer interested in observing him, nor did anyone bring food in. The feeling of extreme fatigue and hunger and thirst attacked. Yu Yang couldn't help it several times, forced to swallow again, but still felt his throat burning like a red-hot coal inside. The corner of his mouth was in pain as if someone had torn it. In front of him, he could only see the stars flying, and almost fell to the ground several times. But Yu Yang persisted. He knew, as long as he could endure, Trong Lap would last that long. If he couldn't stand it any more, then Trong Lap would be dead too. Idiot, this seems to be the first time I put all my strength into saving you, right? Surely you won't let me lose face. Try to spend the night, maybe. Early tomorrow morning, the Kwangba young masters will come to save us. Dai Dawu here doesn't understand the poison on him, but the West Tower Mage. West Tower Mage can certainly be detoxified. How many times have you saved me? No matter how many times, I'm still alive anyway. It's very difficult for me to have a chance to save you once. Surely you won't make me lose face. Yu Yang secretly said, unconsciously smiling, fresh blood seeping from the cracks on his lips. But in the end, he couldn't stand it until the arrival of Trak Mok Kwangba. Before dawn, the shining stars in front of his eyes suddenly lit up. Yu Yang only saw his eyes darken, then fainted. Early the next morning, Trak Mok Kwangba proposed to return to Tukmao. He said, I keep feeling insecure somehow. We have separated for a day and 2 nights. If something happens, now maybe it's still time to go back there. Lu Kan Nam said, what if we lose each other on the road? Trak Mok Kwangba asked Dai O and Katmao. From here to Tukmao, there's only one road, isn't it? Dawu and Katmao replied, that's right, only that road is the safest. Everyone in Tukmao goes that way. However, if they run into something unexpected, they can just like you, rush straight through the jungle here. Trak Mok Kwangba said, if the distance is not very far, our communication equipment can receive the signal. If we really lost each other, then at least we know this place is safe. I hope Daiwu-sama will pass the word on to them. They must stay here and wait for us to return. On the contrary, if something happens to them at the Marquis, we won't get any news if we wait here forever. Lu Kan Nam said, okay, we'll get to Tukmao as fast as we can. Sorcerer Thap Te said, then I will stay here to pass the word on to others. By the way, go see the sick people that Markat is taking care of. After discussing everything, Trak Mok Kwangba and Lu Kan Nam immediately went to Tukmao. On the way, Lu Kan Nam asked, what did you find out? Trak Mok Kwangba did not look back, still keeping the speed of shooting the hook rope swinging through the branches. When he stopped on a tree branch to gain momentum, he replied, Kwok Nhat Than. Lu Kan Nam said, Quo Nhat Than. This, it seems, has nothing to do with him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head. I don't know, it's just a feeling. Since we came to Tukmao, every event, there seems to be a shadow of that name Quoc Nhat Than. After that, we haven't had a day of peace. This encounter with the Merkin was really too unexpected. Now that I think about it, the marks are so obvious. It seems to have deliberately lured us closer to them. Lu Kan Nam said, but he has already been chased away by the Queen Mother, so there is nothing more to cause trouble. Duo Mok Kwong Ba flipped his wrist, shook his head and said, it's not that simple. Don't forget, Quoc Nhat Than has always been the leader of the Mommy army. He will not quietly disappear, lost like that. I've always had the feeling that his disappearance was like a trap. Lu Kan Nam glanced at Trak Mok Kwong Ba in surprise, thinking to himself, he slept for a day and a night. His thinking seemed to be much sharper than usual. Yu Yang was too tired. When he tried to get up, his whole body was in excruciating pain. His arms and thighs couldn't help but tremble and twitch. After a while, he was sure that he was finally here, alive or dead. The first thing Yu Yang did after waking up was to check on Zhang Li's condition. He was surprised to discover that the temperature on Trong Lap's forehead was no longer as hot as before. Yu Yang checked and rechecked his forehead and Zhang Lap's forehead, but after a while, he couldn't tell if his hand and forehead were hot, or Zhang's temperature had dropped. Yu Yang used his finger to detect Zhang Lap's breath, then took his pulse, put his ear to listen to the beating of his heart, then took a piece of dry grass and picked it up in his palm. The pain made him quickly regain consciousness. Yu Yang knelt on one knee, preparing to repeat yesterday's work. But this time, after a while of difficulty swallowing, from the throat to the tip of the tongue only felt a burning pain like fire. There was no saliva at all. Yu Yang sat motionless, hard to concentrate. Little by little, water in his mouth. 10 minutes later, he felt that Trong Lap seemed to move slightly, so he lowered his head and looked carefully to see if his feet were numb or not. He changed his position. Half an hour later, Zhang Lap's eyes began to move, and his arm moved slightly. Yu Yang was startled and delighted, then immediately felt frightened again. Hurriedly groping on Trong Lap's skin, it seemed that it did not become rough and hard, and his nails did not grow long. Then Yu Yang was real. Jubilati. 40 minutes later, Zhang Li opened his eyes, blinked, looked at Yu Yang's sitting posture, and asked, "What are you doing?" Zhang Li is awake. Zhang Li opened his mouth to talk. A great joy welled up in his heart. Yu Yang really didn't know whether to cry with joy, or in pain to the point of laughing, but he was actually smiling. The corners of his eyes were also wet. He reached out and grabbed Trong Lap's collar, as if he was about to lift his friend, but in the end, he only grabbed those two collars, laughing and scolding, "Fuck. I know you don't die that easily. Yay. Drool. Your drool is flowing into my mouth. Disgusting. Enlarged. Enlarged. Enlarged." Trong Lap shouted, get out, let me get up." Yu Yang let go of his hand, so excited that he didn't know where to put his hand. Trong Lap struggled a few times, but could not sit up, only said, "My whole body seems to have no strength at all." Yu Yang quickly said, "You lie there, don't move. You've been in a coma for 2 days and 2 nights, have a high fever, and haven't even eaten anything." While speaking, Yu Yang looked around and suddenly exclaimed, "That old man, you dare to deceive me." He turned towards the cell of Dai Dai, O Tu Kiat, and shouted, "Dai Dai, O Tu Kiat, Dai Dai, O Tu Kiat. He's awake. What's going on? Is it okay to be cured? Is it okay?" Dai Dai Wu Tu Kiat did not have the abundant energy of a young man like Yu Yang. At this time he was only a little short of breath. Yu Yang called for a long time. He vaguely regained some consciousness. In the royal palace, Quoc Nhat Than glared at Qbar Genhi. "Is your method effective?" Qbar Genhi laughed dryly and explained, "Well, this ancient method, When I used it, there was a time when a similar situation appeared. I guess it's probably because the spore's poison doesn't work on him, so that person's body can't become a suitable environment for them. Kwok Nhat Neem Than angrily asked, what was the result? Kung Ba Ca and Hyatt replied, that person cannot coexist with spores, so when the spores gnaw at his brain, he will be very awake, very painful, very scared, and soon die. Guo Yi Nianqing said, you mean, he will die? Kung Ba Ca and Hyatt affirmed, can't live beyond today. Guo Yi Nianqing thought for a moment, then angrily waved his sleeve, it's too easy for him. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion outside the palace. Note. First, Da. Chapter 64, Sound. Passion and Love. I have no father and mother, in this world I have only one body left, what can't I let go of? Master, please teach me martial arts, when I can unify Yaka and Langbu, I will definitely lead the army, pedal here, open a way to the outside world. Escape from prison. Kwok Nhat Neem Than did not bother to pay attention to the sounds outside the palace, and asked again, did the old man say anything? Kung Ba Ca and Hyatt shook his head and replied, he's not in a good mood, it seems that he will not be able to hold it anymore. I only saw Kwok Nhat Neem Than tilting his head to think for a moment, then said, pour him a little water, maintain life. When Kung Ba Ca and Hyatt thought that Kwok Nhat Neem Than was about to spare his master, he heard the other side ask, tell me, is there any other way to make him suffer even more? When Kwok Nhat Neem Than asked this question, his voice was nonchalant as if he was asking how to make the log smaller. Kung Ba Ca and Hyatt was chilled by his unusual calm. He also thought that he had considered human life like garbage, but, if he treated his master or loved one like a log, he could only admit that he had not reached that point. The old man carefully looked at Kwok Nhat Neem Than's round head, really couldn't guess what was inside that head. Could it be that Kwok Nhat Neem Than had completely given up on all his feelings? What about people? At this time, the commotion outside grew louder. Kwok Nhat Neem Than angrily shouted, what happened in the end? A soldier ran in to report, there is a group of rebels attacking our people. Rebellion, how many names are there? Kwok Nhat Neem Than narrowed his eyes. Although a major purge had been carried out, there was still a portion of the forces loyal to the previous Queen Mother that had hidden away. The soldier's face was wet with cold sweat. Yes, they are everywhere, they just assassinate our patrol captains. There are a lot of teams that are all messed up. In front of them, the vice captains are trying to command their subordinates. Guo Yi Nianqing seemed to have thought of something, and asked more carefully, can you see clearly? Did those captains end up being killed, or were they just knocked out? The soldier replied, killed, that's why the teams are so confused. Kwok Nhat Neem Than mused, could it be that the old man secretly concealed a force, intending to turn the tide again? Or, he doesn't intend to complete the transfer of power so easily, he also wants to test me. The other soldier said, the rebels seem to know our patrol route very well, and besides, the first wave of attacks all used bows and arrows. Kwok Nhat Neem Than no longer doubted anything, chuckled and stood up, it seems that we also have problems, old man, hiding very deeply. Follow me, I must personally rearrange the defense. After Kwok Nhat Neem Than left for a while, in the prison, Yu Yang was patiently describing Trong Lap's condition to Dai Wu Tu Kiat. He kept asking again and again, is it Trong Lap? It's all right, but in the end, after a long while, Dai Wu Tu Kiat only tiredly replied, no way. Yu Yang was so angry that he was weak, and angrily shouted, this old fraudster, I don't believe you anymore, didn't you say he won't wake up again? Why are you awake? He read the book just enough, sometimes the book is also wrong. Suddenly, he heard a heavy object fall to the ground, quickly moved to the cell door to look, only to see a figure gently tossing into the prison. It was Man. Yue Yang hurriedly called out, "Min Min, we are here." Min Min saw Yu Yang and shouted with joy, "That's good, it's really here. I'm afraid you guys are locked up somewhere else." Yue Yang looked behind her and asked again, "Where is young Master Kwong Ba?" Man Man replied, "They are in Kong Nhat Lap village. Now is not the time to talk about this, time is short, I have to quickly get everyone out of here." With that, Min Min took out the plastic explosives from her bag, chewed them, and then twisted them into long strands, carefully wrapping them around the iron chain on the door. Yu Yang muttered, "Young Master Kwong Ba and others have come to Kong Nhat Lap village and ran so far away, no wonder." Min Man planted dynamite while glancing at the ground. Trong Lap waved goodbye. She worriedly asked, "What's wrong with Zhang Li?" Yue Yang gritted his teeth. "That guy Guo Nhat Nyan Than deserves to die. Trong Lap has been in a coma for 2 days, but now he has recovered a bit. Will the West Tower magician come?" Man Man shook his head. "Tap Te Shaman is also in Kong Nhat Lap village. Only me, Arla Shaman and Ba Tang brother, step back." As it turned out, after Trong Lap and Yu Yang returned to Tuk Mao and were arrested, Min Min's group also returned here. Because they traveled further, they came after Trong Lap and Yu Yang, but unlike the two idiots, Ba Tang could smell the strong smell of blood from afar. After instructing Man Man to wait in a safe area, the shaman Arla went alone to investigate the situation, learned that Tuo Mao had a mutiny, and at the same time, they also guessed that someone in the group had fallen into his hands. Kwok Nhat Nim Than. The shaman Arla had visited the prison several times, but because the patrol was so strict, there was really no way to get inside without disturbing anyone. Three Tang also followed once, almost being discovered. Man Man was worried about Trak Mok Kwong Ba, anxious to go to the prison to check. The three of them discussed the countermeasures, then decided to let the shaman Arla explore the patrol route of the Tuk Mao soldiers, then he and Three Tangs will act at the same time, creating the phenomenon as if there are soldiers in the city who want to rebel, overthrow Kwok Nhat Nim Than, hoping to disturb the defense arrangement, and then Man Man will slay, silently infiltrate to find out the situation, if conditions allow, then rescue people, and if they can't find people, then come back and discuss further. The shaman Arla originally intended to knock him unconscious, but Ba Tang firmly disagreed, saying that if he didn't kill people, he couldn't cause chaos. The shaman Arla looked at the burning anger in Ba Tang's eyes, and couldn't suppress it, so he let him do it his way. Kwok Nhat Nim Than was indeed very talented in marching, arranging his patrols somewhere. The shaman Arla secretly hid in the dark to observe all day, returned to think all night, used some new modern equipment, found a loophole, devised a strategy to disrupt the entire defense system of the enemy in just one action. At the same time, people from Kong Nhat Lap village came to report that Ba Tang had been captured, so they knew about the situation of Trak Mok Kwong Ba's group. Thus, the person arrested in the prison can only be Trong Lap and Yu Yang. They discussed it well, then decided to act as soon as possible. A minute late, the people who were arrested would be in extra danger. After listening to Min Man's story, Yue Yang knew that it was not early morning but almost noon. Hearing that Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others were safe, he also felt somewhat reassured. After the slick sound, the light flashed, the chain was broken in both eyes, the speckled centipede crawled out from the keyhole and crawled on the ground, being trampled by Min Man with all his courage. The cell door opened, Min Min stepped in to help Trong Lap up. "Can I go?" Yu Yang said, "Let me carry him." As soon as he knelt down, the corner of his eyes caught a glimpse of Dai Dai Wu Tu Kiat in the cell next to him. Yu Yang recalled the words he had defended on behalf of Kwok Nhat Nianqing, but in the end, still unable to make up his mind, he asked Min Min, "Can you save him?" "Who is that?" Only then did Min Min know that there was another person in the dark cell next to her. Yu Yang said, "He is Dai Dai Wu Tu Kiat and was also imprisoned by Guo Yi Nianqing." Dai Dai Wu Tu Kiat said weakly, "I'm not done yet. Everyone hurry up. It's too late to make it. At this moment, another grey shadow slipped inside the cell, gliding beside them like a gust of wind. Yu Yang and Min Min were not scared at all, because this wind made them feel familiar, making them feel secure. Allah Shaman. As soon as Yu Yang saw the magician, he felt much more confident. The shaman Allah, dressed in the uniform of a soldier of the Mother of God, impatiently urged, "Don't go yet. He'll soon find out about our ruse." Min Min said, "Dai Dai Wutu Kiat is still in there." The shaman Allah saw Man swinging the plastic dynamite, shook his head and said, "Too slow." He gently pushed her away, pulled out the only pistol they had left, aimed at the iron chain and fired 3 clinking shots, then broke the chain with his foot, and rushed inside. Seeing Dai Dai O2 Kiat's body, the shaman Allah did not say a word, immediately pulled out his knife and cut the iron wire through his heel, waved his hand to knock the old Dio, quickly pressed a few times on his shoulder and the opponent's arm, then lifted it up with strength, took Dai Dai Wutu Kiat out of the 2 iron hooks, then tore off his shirt, both hands quickly. In the blink of an eye, he tied Dai Dai Wu's wound. The Kiat again. Finished, the magician immediately wrapped his arms and placed him on his back. When the shaman Allah finished all that, Yu Yang just put Trong Lap on his back. Man stood next to him and could only stare blankly. The shaman Allah rushed out first, left a sentence, "Follow me," then disappeared outside the prison door like a gust of wind. Yu Yang and Min Min looked at each other, then quickly followed him out. Kwok Nhat Neem Than changed his position of defense and sent his men to look for 2 or 3 times, but did not see a single shadow of the rebels. Kubar Genhi couldn't help but asked angrily, "Isn't it said that there are rebels everywhere? Where are you?" The soldier under Guo Nhat Nyan Than frowned and said sullenly, "Just now, there were really enemies everywhere. There were many captains who were injured and killed." Kwok Nhat Neem Than still leisurely completed the rearrangement of the defense, then slowly said, "No need to search any more. Why are there so many enemies? Why haven't you seen it yet? They took advantage of the bow and arrow's ability to attack from a distance, causing an artificial phenomenon, making us think that there are enemies everywhere. In fact, their range of action is only about 100 steps." Kung Ba Genhi said, "Within 100 steps, it is impossible to shoot down so many captains at once." Kwok Nhat Nyan Than shook his head. "Some people can do it, at most they only need 2 or 3 people." Kung Ba Genhi said in surprise, 2, 3 people, so it's not a rebel army, but... Kwok Nhat Nyan Than smiled and nodded. "That's right, the guest we've been waiting for 2 days has finally arrived. Let's go, we should come back. Actually, they helped us find loopholes in the patrol system, we should be thanking them too, right?" Kung Ba Genhi lowered his voice and said, "It's back now, isn't it a bit too early?" Kwok Nhat Neem Than sneered, "Early? It won't be soon, I've already given them enough time, and if they still don't save lives, they're not even worth thinking about." On the way, a soldier ran up to offer a scroll. Returning to the palace, Kwok Nhat Nyan Than opened it to see, and then someone ran in to report. A few guards were knocked unconscious. Based on the footprints left, discovered that 2 people broke in and saved escape, 3 people being held in prison. Guo Yi Nianqing opened the scroll again. His face seemed to be interested. "The 2 of you, that means, all of them are fine." Kung Ba Genhi took a peek behind him and wondered. "There are 3 people in Kong Nhat Lap village, we caught 2, 2 came to rescue, where is another?" Kwok Nhat Neem Than expressed his displeasure. "Things can't just be seen on the surface. 2 guys go to save people, at least one must leave one guy to continue harassing us when they are busy in the prison. I think they'll leave behind the one most sensitive to danger, that same bearded one. From the first time I saw him, I could feel the killing intent radiating from him. It was a killing intent honed on the battlefield, placed between life and death. Among those people, When it comes to murder, that guy must be in the first place. They want to return to Kong Nhat Lap village. It will take another day of travel. Qbarca and Hyatt asked again, why are you so sure that they will return to Kong Nhat Lap? Kwok Nhat Neem Than said, today, those people suddenly attacked, obviously knowing the route of our patrol, but it was not information revealed from the inside, it could only be results as self-observable. To see the flaws in this layout system, you have to observe at least for a day, which also means that the people who came here today have been around this Tuo Mao since the day before. Even I dare say, the place they originally planned to meet, was definitely the Marquis mother, just, the time they returned here was a bit later than I expected. Qbarca and Hyatt asked again, what does that have to do with Kong Nhat La? Kwok Nhat Neem Than pulled the curtain rope, and a topographic map appeared in front of his eyes. The two kingdoms of Yaka and Langbu are clearly demarcated, mountains, rivers and streams are all very sophisticated and clear. He pointed to the map and said, why did they come back later than we expected? Why did they act today, and not yesterday? You see, this is where they meet. The Lu Mo people's settlement area stretches around the Lake of Life. The west reaches Thak Nhat, the south reaches the edge of the cliff, the north is the foot of the mountain. After they failed, the nearest refuge was the Mother of God. If it weren't for Tuk Mao, Nhat waterfall would have been destroyed, and Jiangtu had high mountains. Dong Ma was also blocked by a big river. Their only way to escape was Kong Nhat Lap. Therefore, they chose to act today. There are only two reasons. First, from Kong Nhat Lap to come here, it has just taken a day's journey. Second, they split up into two groups, one near Tuk Mao, another group ran to Kong Nhat Lap. The people near Tuo Mao did not know how many accomplices were captured by us, so they had to plan carefully. From then on, they didn't dare to take action, until the accomplices in Kong Nhat Lap sent the message. They determined that the number of people we caught was not much, so they chose to take action. After that, naturally, we will meet in Kong Nhat Lap. This possibility is very high. Qbarca and Hyatt said, why is the second possibility so great? Kwok Nhat Nyan Than, softly, humans, not machines. I don't believe their spirit is stronger than steel. When Qbarca and Hyatt heard this, he stroked his tail to comfort his heart. The Queen Mother is indeed calculating like a god. Kwok Nhat Nyan Than said again, all these things, I have thought of before they clashed with that blonde guy. If you think about it now, it's too late, you need to look at things a little further. When Qbarca and Hyatt heard the mention of the blonde man, he immediately worried again. Do you think they will come back to find us to cause trouble? However, all of Trak Mok Kwong Ba are still alive. Could the blonde have been destroyed? Kwok Nhat Nyan Than scoffed. I really don't understand why you can make Yaka's die-dye umbrella anymore. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others are all alive and well, so the rest of them are definitely fine, although a little bit different from our expectations, but that's enough to hurt that guy Trak Mok Kwong Ba and his accomplices. Wounded Gas. As for the trouble coming back to us, don't forget that the destination is Bak Bala Temple on the 3rd floor. We have replaced him to keep Trak Mok Kwong Ba. He thanked him enough. More is. The 3rd floor, the forbidden land of the Kwei Ba tribe, the Bak Bala Temple. They find their own way to death. Qbarca and Hyatt tried to probe. Yes, I have heard that before the peace talks with us Yaka, you went to the 3rd floor alone. Before he finished his words, he was already glared at by Guo Nhat Nyan Than, so he was startled and did not dare to ask any more questions. Guo Nhat Nyan King didn't seem to have heard this question, muttering to himself, okay, the obstacle is finally going to be removed. Let's see if that old man is as powerful as you say. Quote. At the foot of the cliff of Tuk Mao Citadel, the shaman Ala and the Yuyang group joined with Ba Tang. The shaman introduced to Yuyang, this is the messenger from Kong Nhat Lap village, follow him. The young master Kwong Ba and the shaman Ala are there waiting for us. Yue Yang raised his ears, listened for a while, and wondered, strange, why is it so quiet up there? The shaman Ala said, ignore them, gather with the young master Kwong Ba first and calculate later. Min Min touched Trong Lap's forehead and asked, Zhang Lap, do you feel any better? Trong Lap mumbled, I don't feel anything, I just feel sleepy, He yawned loudly, just want to sleep a little longer. The spirit of Trong Lap seemed extremely depressed, the messenger in Kong Nhat Lap village, who had fought him once before, but he did not pay attention. Don't sleep, Zhang Li. Yu Yang's voice is hoarse. Don't sleep. Dai Dai's words are still ringing in his ears. Besides, he can also feel that Trong Lap on his back seems to be lighter. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Lu Kan Nam walked non-stop to the vicinity of the Muk relic site halfway up the cliff, occasionally encountering small groups of Lumo along the way, but they all avoided it. However, when shooting the swinging hook, it is necessary to concentrate highly, just a little bit inattentive and it will collide immediately. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's mind was very chaotic. When he arrived at the ruins, Lu Kan Nam saw that he couldn't stand it anymore, so he proposed to stop and rest for a while. Trak Mok Kwong Ba had to nod in agreement. When climbing the steep slope, Lu Kan Nam saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba's breathing heavy, so he asked, why are you breathing so heavily? Is there still no feeling there? Trak Mok Kwong Ba knew that Lu Kan Nam was talking about his Hai to Luan, so he shook his head, repeating the words of the West Tower magician to her. Lu Kan Nam looked at him with regretful eyes, and didn't know what to say, so the two quietly went up to the relic cave of the Mu people. As soon as he set foot on the last step, he heard Lu Kan Nam shouting, who? From inside came a panicky voice, over. Just cross the road. Trak Mok Kwong Ba heard the sound, suddenly felt that this sound seemed very familiar, so he and Lu Kan Nam entered the corner of the cave. Both of them were startled, exclaiming, Duke Mother King. The old man curled up in that dark corner, even though he used old ragged clothes to cover his body, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Lu Kan Nam still immediately recognized it, not to mention the Princess Lamau beside him, eye patch. As soon as the Queen Mother saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba, she immediately burst into tears and cried out in pain, meeting you here, really. So good. Trak Mok Kwong Ba quickly stepped forward, caught the old man who was about to faint, impatiently asked, why are you here? What happened to the Mother of God? Lu Kan Nam also held the princess's hand, gently patting and comforting. Ca Ma County Bark Dang said, I am no longer the Queen Mother, now the great king of Langbu is Kwok Nhat Nim Than. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was like lightning hitting his ears, his hands unconsciously strained, shouting loudly, what did you say? Ca Ma County Bark Dang looked like he was in a wedding ceremony and said sullenly, during the few years of holding the army of Tuk Mao, Kwok Nhat Nim Than soon arranged everything. The generals in the army were all replaced by his own people. There are also his people in my army, who are really loyal to me. There are only a few people, only a few. That day, he intentionally escaped. The part behind Trak Mok Kwong Ba could no longer be heard clearly. In his head only the words, now the great king of Langbu, is Kwok Nhat Nim Than, repeated over and over. He suddenly felt indescribably worried. Min Man's group members still haven't seen Kong Nhat Lap. Have they already come to Tuk Mao? At first, they all promised to gather in Tuk Mao, but they were the ones who exposed the plot of Kwok Nhat Nim Than. He certainly wouldn't let them go. How is Man now? And Trong Lap, Yu Yang, Shaman Ala and Ba Tang? How should this be calculated? Now how to calculate this? Trong Lap sent his mother. Listening to the story of the Mother King, Lu Kan Nam couldn't help but be startled and quickly asked. Kwok Nhat Nim Than was right next to him arbitrarily maneuvering his generals and arranging his identity, but he didn't care. Do you suspect him? The Queen Mother sadly shook her head. For the past few years, all of my energy has been focused on my daughter. In my heart I always thought, this throne will sooner or later belong to Guo Nh89 Than. Of course not, pay a lot of attention to it. Lu Kan Nam then suddenly thought, Kwok Nh89 Than devised a plan to blind the princess, not simply because he did not want to marry her. This man used an extremely deep, carefully calculated, complete scheme. Fully understand each person's weaknesses. Lu Kan Nam looked at the sloppy and pathetic appearance of the Queen Mother, then looked at the poor Princess Lamar beside him. It is true that the phoenix was not as wet as a chicken, and couldn't help but feel pity. But do you have any plans? Expected. The Queen Mother laughed bitterly. Run away, run as far as you can. Find a village where no one knows us, live a quiet life. I just hope that Kwok Nh89 Than doesn't fall in love and spare the lives of our father and son. Lu Kan Nam said, couldn't the people of Langbu follow you against Guo Nh89 Than? The Queen Mother lowered her head and said, the king is always in the palace, rarely goes out, and not many people can see his face. The last time was also 10 years ago. Most of them were old people of high virtue, now almost all old people. Besides, in the past 10 years, the king has changed a lot. As you know, most of our villages in Langbu are self-sufficient. Now it can be said that, besides the people of Tukmao City, no one recognizes the king anymore. The most unfortunate thing is that this time, he escaped too quickly, not even able to bring any items that could prove the identity of the king. Not only that, for many years, Kwok Nh89 Than has always been wandering around outside. There are many people who know and support it. As long as it can control the situation in Tukmao, try asking who else can object. At this time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba impatiently stood up and said to Lu Kan Nam, let's go, let's go. He really did not dare to imagine what the consequences would be if Min Min and the others fell into the hands of Kwok Nh89 Than. Lu Kan Nam looked at the last time father and son were chased down from the throne by Kwok Nh89 Than, but now they themselves are struggling in the vortex of Guo Nh89 Than's conspiracy, really not able to help, only to silently pray for them. Let's go. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stood outside the cave door urging him. He had no sympathy for the Queen Mother. It can be said that all these endings were brought about by the old king, who sowed the wind and reaped the storm. With his own hands, he cultivated the strength for Kwok Nh89 Than. Now, Kwok Nh89 Than uses that same power to overthrow him, and even goes one step further, threatening passersby like them. He suddenly remembered Min Min, and his heart was as tangled as silk. So, they couldn't rest at all at the ruins. Lu Kan Nam looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, staggered to shoot the hook, hurriedly threw himself several times, rushed in front of him, spoke to comfort, things are not as bad as you think. With such a big incident happening, they couldn't help but notice something, especially Ba Tang. He is very sensitive to blood and war. Trak Mok Kwong Ba loudly questioned, then why have they not returned to Kong Nhat Lap? What's the point of staying there? Lu Kan Nam patiently explained, that's where we meet. Even if they detect danger, they must stay to warn us. Another possibility is that, in our group, there are unfortunate people who have been captured, and they stay to think of ways to save lives. And yet you told me it was okay. At that moment, the two at the same time noticed someone in front of them, just hid in a tree, and heard Yu Yang's voice say, do your best, you will be fine. Seeing only the magicians Arla, Ba Tang, Yu Yang, and Man Man appeared in turn, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was overjoyed, cried out and jumped down. Music Twang, Zhang Lap. Glancing at Man Man okay, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was also somewhat reassured, immediately focusing his attention on Trong Lap, who was lying on Ba Tang's back. Yu Yang and the others saw the young master Kwong Ba and the official jumping down from the sky, and were also very happy, but their footsteps did not stop. Trak Mok Kwong Ba has not touched the ground, heard Yu Yang ask, Kwong Ba young master, where is the shaman of Thap Te? Trak Mok Kwong Ba touched the ground, flipped a circle to the end and stood up, still in Kong Nhat Lap village. What's wrong with Zhang Li? Yu Yang stamped his feet and said, hurry up, I'll tell you as I go, and then trudged forward. Lu Kan Nam directly reached out to take Trong Lap's pulse, only to see the Ala shaman shaking his head and saying, it's a kind of ancient poison whose name is unknown, now it's only left to see if the shaman of the West Tower has a way or not. After running away from Tuk Mao for a short distance, Yu Yang was mentally exhausted, plus his leg injury had not yet recovered, so he acted slowly. Ba Tang saw this and didn't say a word, grabbed Trong Lap and grabbed him, put it on my back. At first, Trong Lap's mind was still awake. On the way to escape, he still did not forget to joke with Yu Yang, but soon, he fell into a sleepy state. The shaman Ala checked the status of Trong Lap, then listened to Yu Yang describe the process, but he also did not know what to do. As for whether the shaman of the West Tower has any remedy for this ancient poison, the shaman Ala is not sure. But anyway, it is necessary to quickly go to the West Tower magician. Perhaps, at this moment he is Trong Lap's only hope. After a long and tiring journey, even though Ba Tang was physically amazing, he still had to breathe like a buffalo. Trak Mok Kwong Ba walked behind, lightly patted him on the shoulder. Ba Tang immediately twisted his body slightly, his back was tilted to the right. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately stretched out his hand to carry Trong Lap, slightly shrugged his shoulders, released his hand, then gave a strong shock, letting Trong Lap cling to his back. Kong Nhat Lap village. The West Tower mage hurriedly returned after hearing the news. He stayed in Trong Lap's room for half a day, while Trak Mok Kwong Ba watched over him. Yu Yang originally intended to work as an assistant for the magician, but he only glanced at him and immediately told him that his physical strength was not enough. In the room, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's job is very simple, just move the chair whenever the magician asks. The rest of the time, the magician of the West Tower hopes that he will not speak, do not move, do not sit on the chair to fall asleep, it is best to stand behind him, so that when necessary, he can immediately move the chair to the required location. According to Trak Mok Kwong Ba's observations, Thapte shaman didn't seem to be doing anything specific, only touching this place, manipulating that place, but after a while, he saw his forehead beaded with small sweat, so well, wiping the magician's sweat was part of his job. Trak Mok Kwong Ba saw Trong Lap lying there quietly, as if he was fast asleep, but the eyes of the Ala shaman were wide open, his eyebrows were tightly furrowed, his teeth gnashed, like a commander observing two opposing armies, face on the battlefield. The war was raging fiercely, not even daring to breathe. After a while, Trak Mok Kwong Ba finally understood why the West Tower magicians said Yu Yang was not physically fit. Just stood still in place, motionless, not talking or smiling, but surprisingly, it took so much effort. At first he still couldn't see anything, but as time went on, his legs from the knee down to the heel gradually became numb, and even more uncomfortable. The whole body seemed to be about to stop spinning, the upper half of the body, and the lower half of the body can't stay on a straight line, just need to be a little distracted, and immediately want to lean to the sides. But that alone is not enough to make Trak Mok Kwong Ba unable to understand. What really makes him feel uncomfortable is that the West Tower magician asks him to be like a machine that is always ready to wait for orders 24/24. He waved his hand to signal, and Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately had to react with the fastest speed, moving the chair to another position. Because of that, Trak Mok Kwong Ba always had to concentrate in high spirits, waiting for his arm to signal. But the mage of the West Tower never saw any movement. He had to stare at him expectantly, feeling it, as if he were in a purely mental battle. His nerves and muscles were taut like the strings of a guitar. Looking at the mountain-like sitting posture of the shaman of Thapte, Trak Mok Kwong Ba gradually realized that with just a simple standing movement like this, people also have a limit of endurance. Wanting to break through this limit requires specialized training. Secrets. Trak Mok Kwong Ba had about 2 meals passed, when he began to feel that he could hardly stand it anymore. he suddenly saw the body of the West Tower mage swaying as if he was about to fall from his chair. Trak Mok Kwong Ba hurriedly stepped up to help him, but he himself almost fell to the ground. The West Tower mage pressed his forehead with his fingertips a few times, saying, "Let's go out." His voice suddenly sounded noticeably older. Trak Mok Kwong Ba can't imagine, a master in the ranks of the secret monks, can go days and nights without eating or drinking, and his eyes are dizzy just because he stares at a person for a few hours. He quickly asked, "Trong Lap. Are you okay?" The West Tower magician's answer was, "It's scary." When Trak Mok Kwong Ba carried the shaman of Thap Te and staggered out of the room, Yu Yang and Min Man immediately rushed to surround him. The shaman Ala supported the shaman of Thap Te. Man Man took the bowl and gave it to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, saying, "Eat something." Yu Yang kept asking, "How's the magician, Zhang Lap? How is he now?" Diocese and Cat Mao and a group of villagers were also outside. The noise of the people was noisy. Lu Kan Nam had to speak up to maintain order. "Everyone, be quiet, step back." Trak Mok Kwong Ba gently took the bowl of food, was about to say that he just wanted to rest for a while, suddenly felt that the people around were silent. He also unconsciously fell silent, turning his head to look. I only saw the West Tower mage staring at Yu Yang. His face was extremely serious, then his eyes swept around, revealing a surprised look at Lu Kan Nam. Next, the eyes of the shaman of Thap Te in turn passed over the shaman Ala, Ba Tang, Man Man, Dai O and Cat Mao, Ma Cat, and the villagers. It was his sharp eyes, mixed with a bit of anger, that gave people that creepy feeling that made everyone immediately shut up and didn't make a sound. The West Tower shaman also observed Trak Mok Kwong Ba attentively for about a minute, then he raised his hand and looked at it closely for a long time, as if his palm had some mysterious secret. Finally, the mage closed his eyes, letting out a long breath. Yu Yang nervously asked, "What happened?" "Magician," the shaman of Thap Te calmly said, "you have been hit by a poison neck, so is Kan Nam, so is Ala, and Cat Mao too. All of us have been hit by poison necks." This one sentence from the shaman of the West Tower immediately shocked everyone present. Position. What does it mean? Could this ancient poison be contagious? Yu Yang stammered and asked. The shaman of the West Tower is also speculating in his heart, thinking to himself, "Not true, the type of poison that Trong Lap hit doesn't seem to be contagious, but people get poisoned in another way. In the country, no, according to the records in the old bibliography, this type of poison is very difficult to spread by water, and every person infected is not the same. Where did it get infected? Trak Mok Kwong Ba's symptoms are worse than mine. He must have infected me. He was infected while responding to Yu Yang's group. Among those people, Yu Yang's condition is the most serious, but he doesn't seem to be a direct carrier of the disease. Could it be?" The shaman of the West Tower suddenly exclaimed, "Take me to the great Dik O Tu Kiat." After examining the situation of Dai Dai Wu Tu Kiat, the magician of the West Tower shook his head, as expected. The shaman Ala asked softly, "What's the matter?" Shaman Thap Te said, "Dai Dai Wu Tu Kiat has clearly tested many types of ancient poisons on his body. Just like animals that regularly eat poisonous insects, the toxins inside his body neutralize themselves, each other, reaching a certain equilibrium. There is nothing out of the ordinary. But this time, when Kwok NH89 was examining him, in order to prolong his life and keep Tu Kiat awake, he used a different kind of ancient poison. On the other hand, Tu Kiat's vitality is now extremely weak. The balance of the environment inside the body has been completely disrupted. Because of that, the ancient poisons began to bite back, making him a great source of disease. Anyone who approached him, more or less infected with some poison, then spread again, infecting others, so everyone in this village is already infected. The shaman Ala asked again, "Can you still save him?" The West Tower mage shook his head. His life has come to an end. Now this body has turned into a battlefield for all kinds of ancient poisons to bite each other. We can't do anything anymore. so what do people in the village have to count? I'll do my best. I don't think their condition is obvious, but it's heavy or light, there doesn't seem to be any kind of deadly poison. And Trong Lap. Quote ellipsis quote. Trong Lap, can you still save it? Quote ellipsis quote. I've never seen such a poison goo, and there's no record of it in the books. The West Tower mage said the truth, the meridians in his body seem to have been reformed, now completely deviated, and his body temperature is also different from that of ordinary people. Obviously, this is a type of goo poison that affects the brain, and also the most complex and difficult to deal with. The shaman Allah asked, why can't we use surgery directly? It's like treating Princess Lamar. The similarity. Shaman Thapte shook his head and said, Princess Lamar, just need to surgically remove the cyst pressing on the optic nerve, just a simple craniotomy. As for Trong Lap's situation, it is clear that the central parts of the brain are damaged, opening the skull to intervene deeply, restoring brain organization. Even the most modern hospital in the world may not be able to do it. There's no point in discussing this now, I can only save the people that can be saved. The shaman Allah quietly lowered his head and said in a low voice, then, are you forced to abandon Trong Lap? After a long silence, the West Tower mage slowly spoke, let me try using needles, fix his meridians, and other things. I can only listen to the will of God. The shaman Allah sighed, then carried the shaman of the West Tower up, and stepped out heavily. As soon as the two magicians stepped outside, they were asked by a group of people. The West Tower magician told everyone his discovery, and at the same time expressed that he would do his best to treat it. The villagers were somewhat reassured. In their minds, the ancient poison of Dai Dai O Langbu, which was disarmed by Dai Dai O Yaka, should not be a problem, and besides, before that, through Dai O and Cat Mao, everyone also knew Thapte Shaman. How he treated Ma Cat's patients, everyone had great faith in him. That night, Dai Dawu Tu Kiat stopped breathing. The West Tower shaman asked everyone to dig around the old Dai's room a circular trench, and then cremate the whole stone house with his remains inside. The next day, in the royal palace of the Mother of God, Kwok Nhat Neem Than said to Kung Ba Cien Hiat, he is not dead yet. Kung Ba Genhi frowned, impossible, are they really capable of saving people? Not. Kwok Nhat Nien Than confidently raised the piece of paper in his hand and said, 3 Dai Dai Wu used needles, probably a special secret technique, causing the blood to temporarily stop circulating, so the reactions inside the body slow down, thereby prolonging the survival time for that Trong Lap. The old man is really powerful. Ba Cien Hiat still seems to be very afraid of the West Tower shaman. Then it's not certain, even if I use needles, I see that Zhang Lap will die sooner or later. Temporarily give them a few days to rest, to see what tricks old Dai Wu has to come from outside. Maybe he's just a guy who is good at talking but doesn't know how to do it. After saying that, Kwok Nhat Neem Than's eyes turned to the map again. Next, he will be very busy, need to continue to carry out the purification to ensure his position, in addition to need to devise a series of plans aimed at Yaka. But very soon, waiting for him to free his hands, the end of Trak Mok Kwong Ba's group will also come. Wait, come true. Kwok Nhat Neem Than thought to himself, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yu Yang noticed that, a few days later, Ma Cat did not shed any tears, sobbing all day like Man. She didn't cry, but stayed beside Trong Lap, with a loving gaze like a mother's intently watching her sleeping child. Since the shaman of Thapte used a needle to set the pulse for Trong Lap, Ma Cat has always been by his side, praying for God's blessing, waiting for miracles to appear. These days, the most tired person is the shaman of Thapte, although Dai O and Cat Mao also helps with some things, but the effect is not high, others don't even need to be mentioned. From testing drugs, testing needles, trying therapeutic methods, all the things that the West Tower magicians have to do by hand. The ancient poison on Dai Dai Wu Tu Kiat's body was extremely complex, with countless varieties, mixed with chaos, each of which made the West Tower mage have to think, and spent a lot of effort to find it resolved. In just a few short days, his hair had changed from jet black to mottled with grey, then from grey to silver white, and his face had aged considerably. As for Trong Lap, he has been very quiet these past few days. Even though he has symptoms of madness, he has been blocked by needles, unable to move. Every time he saw his muscles convulsing, his teeth clenched, Ma Cat gently lifted his hand, pressed it to his cheek, mumbling something. Yu Yang often stayed by his side to quietly observe. He knew that Trong Lap must be in extreme pain. There are countless poisonous worms gnawing in his brain. Every time, Yu Yang feels so useless. Kwok Nhat Neem Than's poison neck finally started to work. Trong Lap's skin gradually turned dull brown, and when he touched it, he saw a hard layer of peat, with the phenomenon of transforming into horny substance. When he opened his eyelids, he discovered that on the whites of the whites, blood filaments like animal tentacles were gathering towards the iris. And around the iris, there were blood spots, making his eyes look like a pink gem. At times, Trong Lap even shed light red tears. The West Tower shaman said it was the result when the pressure in the skull changed, causing Trong Lap to bleed under his eyes. Although the West Tower magician has tried his best, Trong Lap's body is still constantly changing every day. They don't have a life-sustaining system. Every day, Trong Lap can only drink a little bit of clean water. His body is forged from that iron, which is withering away more and more. Everyone knows, keep going like this, Zhang Lap is exhausted and dies sooner or later, but they can't think of any way. The West Tower magician can cure everyone in Kong Nhat Lap village, only Trong Lap is not. As for the Trak Mok Kwong Ba, who had worked together to find the Bakbala temple, they could only look at Trong Lap every day, emaciated, in pain, struggling. The whole slow process also torments the nervous system of each of them. Ba Tang became more and more quiet and quiet. Man sobbed all day, his helplessness and sadness imprinted on the face of the shaman Allah, and Lu Kan Nam, although his face was always cold as ice, but there is often a hint of pain in his eyes. Finally, when the shaman of Thap Te discovered that Trong Lap's drool had started to increase, and at the same time it had become silk, he told everyone that Trong Lap was secreting spores through his saliva. If careless bitten will also be poisoned. Tang's father thought that it should not be continued for so long, so he suggested that Trong Lap be allowed to die peacefully. For him, for Trong Lap to live with only pain and no other feelings like this, perhaps death is a release. But Yu Yang firmly disagreed. He did not give any reason, only told Trak Mok Kwong Ba one sentence, "Young Master Kwong Ba, don't abandon Trong Lap." That sentence, deeply embedded in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's heart, he closed his eyes, and immediately saw the scene 20 years ago. In that green ravine, laughter rang out as clear as silver bells. "Hey darling. Hey darling." His sister's words have not been said clearly. "Bro, don't leave me." The grey shadow, the last dive of the Wolf King. Smoke leaves behind the car. The howl of wolves. My father, Trak Mok Kwong, will not abandon anyone. Young Master Kwong Ba, if there really is such a day, I hope the one who takes action will be you. Remember, family, that is, no one is abandoned, no one is forgotten. If one day, that person turns to you, what will you do? How will you do it? How would you? Trak Mok Kwong Ba painfully closed his eyes. The scene of meeting Trong Lap for the first time when returning to the plateau, and the moment the two became acquainted in the ice cave at Kar Kar Talai, his expression of disbelief, surprise, or curiosity, all the face when he met Trong Lap for the first time, worry, fear, playtime. Each image flashed through his mind. Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned to ask the shaman of Thap Te whether Trong Lap would turn into a monster as the legend said. The West Tower shaman shook his head to deny this possibility. he said. Trong Lap's body was very weak, without nutrition. Of course, he couldn't get any active energy. Even if he completely became the puppet of the spores, can't even get up to hurt others. The mage sighed sadly and told him, this is the survival method of ancient poisonous spores. They are very similar to viruses, parasitizing the host, taking over the host, each cell, each part of the animal nutrition. The host's absorption becomes their food, the host's body turns into their battlefield, letting them invade bit by bit, so that when they achieve complete victory, then also with the host welcoming death. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at Trong Lap's thin, pale face, then looked at the rough skin again, telling him to pull out his knife. With that familiar face, he couldn't do it, let alone, next to him was an even thinner face, a pair of eyes so clear that it made one's heart tremble. Another 3 days passed. One afternoon when dusk was almost falling, Trong Lap suddenly woke up, without any warning symptoms. Even more surprising is that, unexpectedly, he still retains his sanity, without losing his human ego. The miracle that suddenly appeared made Yu Yang stiffen, forgetting to tell everyone. He and Ma Cat just stared blankly at Trong Lap, afraid that as soon as they turned away, Trong Lap would fall asleep again. Trong Lap looked at Yu Yang sitting on his left, then looked at Ma Cat on the right, smiled slightly. His voice was very weak. One is my best friend, the other is the girl I love. Best of all, when I opened my eyes, I could see the two of you. It was so good. Did you help a bit? Are you hungry? How do you feel? Does it hurt? Do you want to eat something? Older brother. A series of questions that had been pent up in Yue Yang's heart were able to come out, but the words that came out of his mouth were blocked, unable to speak out. Trong Lap has woken up. Trong Lap has opened his eyes. Trong Lap can speak. What's more important? Zhang Lap's finger moved slightly. Ma Cat gently knelt down on one knee, lifted Trong Lap's hand, and pressed it to his cheek, just like every other day. Trong Lap continued to say in a weak voice, I had a very long dream. In my dream, I returned to the old roof of my hometown, scattered green stones, covered with green tiles. The deep rain fell endlessly. I dreamed that I was lying in a woven bamboo crib. My mother gave the crib and held my hand while calling, my baby, my baby. Mom talked to me a lot, but I didn't hear anything. A feeling of bitterness and pain welled up in Yue Yang's mind. He suddenly choked, and it was difficult to say, stop talking. Trong Lap seemed to have not heard. The sound of floating light, the gain and loss still resounded. I dreamed that my mother was old. The wrinkles on her eyes were also more. Her back was hunched. Her hair was as white as lightning. I dreamed that I called home and told me that I was discharged from the army, about to change majors, about to go home. My mother was very happy. Mom wants to go to the train station to pick me up. You haven't been to my hometown, have you? It's dozens of miles from the train station. You have to cross 2 mountains, then 3 streams. It was not yet morning. My mother had woken up, put on canvas shoes, held an oil lamp, and walked low and high on the mountain road. I didn't see anyone along the way. There were only a few stars in the sky. I seemed to be right behind my mother, looking at her back, the yellow light shining on her face. Yue Yang couldn't hold back her tears and said as if pleading, brother, stop talking. Trong Lap's eyes looked up at the ceiling, almost recalling something, and continued to mutter. From childhood to adulthood, I questioned my conscience and realized that I don't owe anyone but my mother. I owe my mother all my life. From the day she was born, she made her mother feel pain. She was very sick when she was young, making her mother unable to sleep peacefully. When I went to school, I didn't try, or fought, skipped school. All my childhood, I never did anything that made my mother proud. Until I enlisted in the army, my mother sewed shoe linings for me. Every stitch was very tight, very tight. Yu Yang jumped up and gripped Trong Lap's arm, which was already as stiff as a dry branch, as if shouting, please, don't say it anymore. Zhang Lap slowly turned his head, used those deep sunken eyes, red like a ruby, staring at Yang, sighing. I think, I might not be able to go to Bo Bala temple anymore, if everyone else find it, if you can get out of here, you. Yue Yang burst into tears while gritting her teeth and said, what nonsense are you talking about? You're fine, merely, it only takes a few days to recover, we are all waiting for you to get well, we will continue on our way. Trong Lap showed a painful smile, shook his head and said, you don't know how to act, you can reason, but lying is really not good, why would anyone cry while telling people the good news like that? That's it. Yu Yang was still about to say something. Trong Lap continued, okay, I remember everything. Kwok Nhat Neem Than lowered his poison neck on me. That disgusting worm is already in my stomach, apparently, I will turn into a monster right. No, his face tensed. Yue Yang forced a smile and said, look, aren't you still doing fine right now, how can you turn into a monster? Trong Lap half closed his eyes, said, actually, I always feel that they are in my head, you can't understand that feeling, like. There's a nest of cockroaches in your brain, they're crawling all over me, I can even hear them eating, Boomly, I want to be brave, but, really, it hurts painful. That's no way. Yu Yang tried to keep that stiff smile on his lips, restrained his tears, and said again, the West Tower magician has already figured out a way, tell me, he has cured all diseases. Everyone in Kong Nhat Lap village. Trong Lap's dark red eyes seemed to have seen through Yu Yang's heart. He looked into the distance, his voice full of fatigue and disappointment. It seems, I can only bring regret. Before the words were finished, Yue Yang's hand, which was holding his arm, squeezed it, and decisively interrupted, listen to me. Zhang Lap's eyes seemed to shrink, staring at Yue Yang. Yue Yang also looked directly into his eyes, face to face for a long time, then he heard Yu Yang slowly say word by word, your mother is my mother. Bright red tears dyed Trong Lap's cheeks. He turned his hand over and grasped Yue Yang's hand. Yu Yang put his other hand on the back of Trong Lap's hand. Trong Lap also pulled his right hand out of Ma Cat's hand, and put it hard on the back of Yue Yang's hand. My good brother, my good brother. The two of them looked at each other with 4 eyes, 4 clenched fists, didn't say a word, 4 rows of tears slowly flowed down the cheeks. The fate of the West Tower shaman in the royal palace of the Mother of God. He's really bad, you're right, he's only good at talking. When he starts to work, he's like a child just learning to use poison neck. A little bit of 2 Kiat's poison spread before he died made him have to cover his forehead. That kind of infection, I don't need half a day to be able to completely neutralize it. Let's not talk about it for a moment. The matter that took him a few days has not been solved. Why do you have to think about all the money like that? At this level, is it worthy to be the Great Dipper? Qba and Hyatt said indignantly, spitting out, as soon as I knew that he was support at using and dissolving the ancient poison, I only needed to move my finger a little to strangle him. Let me go, Duke Mother. Glancing at Qba and Hyatt, who was staring at him, Kwok Nhat Neem Than slightly sneered. In the past few days, Qba and Hyatt has been demanding to go to war a few times. It seems that he really wants to take revenge on being defeated by the West Tower magician in Yaka. Shut, Quo Nhat King scolded. Before dying, the poison goo in Dai Dawu's body will bite back, and can even infect people around. Why have you never mentioned this? I didn't expect to have infected all of my Kong Nhat Lap villages. I haven't even punished you for that. Qba Genhi was shocked and said, I also only heard my master mention it once, but when my master died, that was not the case. Besides, I think that Langbu's poison neck and Ayaka's poison neck are more or less different. Actually, I didn't mean it. We didn't expect him to save Dai Wu 2 Kiat 2. Didn't you just plan to use the name Trong Lap to test the old man with a legless leg in the first place? Seeing that Kwok Nhat Neem Than's face had calmed down, Qba and Hyatt said, Now that old man with a leg amputee is exhausted, mentally exhausted, and weakest, I heard that he thought of a way to detox, but for 2 days and 2 nights without sleep, only at this time when he lowered his poison neck on his body, he could not be defended. Although his technique of using ancient poison is very poor, but normally, getting close to that old man is a much more difficult thing than going to heaven. Wait a bit longer, Guo Nh89 King said emphatically. I already told you, I don't have to use the ancient poison to deal with him, I just want to see if the old man knows a lot about the ancient poison or not. No matter how much damage he can cause us, now it seems that his destructive power is not very great. But, Kubar Cain Hayat was glared at by Guo Nh89 Than, and immediately shut his mouth, but the fire of hatred in his eyes was still burning. Looking at Kubar Cain Hayat's indignant appearance, Kwok Nh89 Than called a soldier to come, watch him closely. That day, Trong Lap suddenly woke up and talked to Yue Yang for a few sentences. After that, Yu Yang seemed to have something to say to Ma Kat, so he went out first, and immediately brought this news to Duo Mok Kwong Ba and the others. But when Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others ran over, Trong Lap fell into a deep sleep again. They only saw Ma Kat looking at him with loving eyes. No one knows what they said to each other. Ma Kat still did not shed tears for Trong Lap, but that calm face, those staring eyes and that smile on her lips, made people's hearts melt even more, broken. Ma Ji told everyone. Zhang Li said he wanted to stay here, then gave Yue Yang some hair, nails and a 6-digit combination. At the end Ma said, Zhang Li hoped everyone could quickly get out of here fast. After that, Ma Kat and De Wu and Cat Mao talked for a long time. It seemed that there was an argument about something, and then Ma Kat left De Wu and Cat Mao's room with a very resolute attitude. After the incident happened, Trak Mok Kwong Ba knew that Ma Kat wanted to share the same cauldron with Trong Lap. Dio and Cat Mao explained, it is the practice of cremation in this village. If a husband dies, his wife or a wife dies, but there are no heirs, anyone can make an offer to be reburied for the other person. Yu Yang asked and asked several times. They understood. Shared cauldron means using a large iron pot at the village gate to boil a pot of boiling water, put 2 people in it and boil it. For the people in Kong Nhat Lap village, it is the highest realm of the fusion of the soul and the body. After death, the 2 souls will merge, never separate. Hearing such a custom, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and others were both scared and scared. It seems that Ma Kat has accepted the truth and is ready. What about them? Up to this moment, they still cannot accept the fact that Trong Lap is about to leave the team. Especially Yu Yang. He repeatedly expressed to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, as long as Trong Lap had 1 breath left and his heart was still beating, he was still a member of the team, unable to abandon him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also saw it. Everyone was very sad. Everyone was holding a glimmer of hope and waiting. However, in a day or 2, the Tay Thap shaman will remove all the poisons on the villages of Kong Nhat Lap. At that time, how will they have to choose? In the heart of Trak Mok Kwong Ba was extremely conflicted. Not only that, since Trong Lap woke up, the West Tower mage discovered that his rate of exhaustion was much faster than before. It seemed that there was no longer any idea of reviving. Perhaps, before I finished curing the villages, the shaman of the West Tower was very worried. In the end, the West Tower magician also cured the last people. When he came out of the small house, his face was pale as if he had just been seriously ill. He sat on the chair and swayed as if he wanted to fall. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others wanted to let him rest for a while, but the shaman insisted on coming to check on Trong Lap again. At this time, Trong Lap's breath was as fragile as silk. His heart beat slowly and weakly, his skin had completely turned into horns, and the West Tower magician could not catch his pulse at all. After checking, the shaman of the West Tower sadly told everyone that, according to the most optimistic calculation, their teammate Trong Lap would leave the team early the next morning. The Tay Thap shaman struggled to finish his sentence, and then the shaman Allah took him on vacation. The rest of them were confused and didn't know what to do. They could only wait but couldn't resist the rotation of the cake, destiny car. In the royal palace, Kwok Nhat Than was listening to a soldier report. His face darkened. Kubar Ca Hyatt has disappeared. Perhaps he sneaked away from last night. Kwok Nhat Than knew what Kubar Ca Hyatt was going to do, and at the same time he also knew how he would do it. He's going to die, Kwok Nhat Than said to the soldier. In Yakka, he couldn't deal with the West Tower. In Langbu, he couldn't do it either. Although his death will not adversely affect my unification of Yakka, it is worthless to die now. There are still a lot of things I asked him to do that he hasn't completed. So, do we need to go after him? He's been gone for a night. It's too late to chase now. Kwok Nhat Than put his hand on his head and pondered. You have to think of a way to make his death more valuable. The West Tower shaman was really tired. Even though he had undergone rigorous tantric training, he eventually fell asleep quickly. In the middle of the night, the space was quiet. The villagers were all fast asleep. The shaman Allah, who was always watching outside the room where the West Tower shaman was resting, suddenly stood up and asked in a low voice, "Who?" Yu Yang softly said, "I'm here." Has the magician of the West Tower woken up? The shaman Allah shook his head. He's still sleeping. What's wrong? Yu Yang said, Zhang Lap seems to have changed again. I want to ask a magician. The shaman Allah said, I'll go check it out. Let the West Tower shaman sleep a little longer. Go get someone to come watch him. He's sleeping soundly now. The shaman Allah understands that, after being extremely tired, the tantric monks will fall into a deep sleep, completely cutting off all ties with the surrounding world. Even if there is a gun in their ear, they will not be startled. Outside the thunder rumbled and did not wake up. Let me call Bar Tang. 3 Tang stayed in the outer room guarding for about 10 minutes, suddenly clutching the sword in his hand, burst into the West Tower magician's room, swept his eyes around, and secretly said in horror, It's strange, the feeling just now, seems to be aimed at me. He crept gently around, didn't notice anything strange, and went back to the outer room. Kubar Ca Hyatt was hiding in a black cloak. He was angry and said to himself, It was very difficult to push that old man away. I didn't expect this bastard to be so vigilant, even this useless thing. This formless form is also avoided. While thinking about it, hearing Bar Tang's voice returning to the place where he was lying, Kubar Ca Hyatt couldn't help but rejoice. It turned out that he didn't discover anything, but only through intuition to avoid it. This time, there's a chance. West Tower, you took my position, sabotaged my plot, made me have no place to stay in Yakka. Old and new hatred, this time we will count it all together. In Trong Lap's room. Breathing faster, Allah Shaman just entered the room and discovered that there was something wrong with Trong Lap. How are you? Is it a sign of recovery? Yu Yang is still full of hope. No, the shaman Allah shook his head. Just as the West Tower mage said, this is a sign that his life has come to an end. Speaking, he recalled the advice of the West Tower shaman before falling asleep. If I am not mistaken, before Trong Lap dies, breathing will become rapid, heartbeat faster, exceeding the level of normal people can endure. This state from extremely slow to extremely fast is caused by overproduction of spores, a large amount of toxins entering the body. Breathing too fast will cause the body to not have enough oxygen. The acidic environment in the body will cause the muscles to contract, then all life energy will be consumed, all stops. Markat stood up, calmly walked over to the shaman Allah, and said, He's going to die, isn't he? The shaman Allah just, a voice, as if he had answered. Is he still awake? Markat asked again. The shaman Allah frowned, then remembered the words of the West Tower mage. Once his breathing rate increases, the oxygen is not enough, he is poisoned by acid, his consciousness will completely fall into a vague state, wanting to wake up, Apple is almost impossible. Seeing the answer on the shaman's face, Markat nodded in thanks. I know, thank you, thank you. Saying that, she walked out of that room. Min Min said, let me go see. After a while, she turned pale and said to everyone, Markat, Markat. She lit a fire under the big pot outside the village gate. Everyone bowed their heads in silence. The West Tower mage suddenly woke up from a deep sleep, and immediately discovered that there was a smell of insecurity in the room. He tried to move his finger, felt a little stiff, a little numb. He tried to adjust it again. I was angry, immediately understood, and quickly pulled a piece of blanket up to cover my nose and mouth. Ka ka. Kung Ba Ca and Hyatt's laughter sounded in a dark corner of the room. It's no use. I think you also understand, the toxin has already entered the marrow. There is nothing you can do no matter how talented you are. The West Tower shaman felt his eyes bloom, seeing only a vague shadow, then heard Kung Ba Ca and Hyatt step closer, saying, you must not be able to see clearly anymore, right? Tell me, ancient poison, is it used to kill people, or to save people? After checking the symptoms throughout his body, the West Tower mage was even more calm. He closed his eyes. Kung Ba Ca and Hyatt, I admit, my technique of using poison neck is not as good as yours, kind of guy. The ancient poison that Kwok Nhat Neem Than put on Trong Lap was also passed on by you, right? Kung Ba Ca and Hyatt proudly chuckled. Ka ka ka. That's right, you can't help but admit it, you've completely given up on that poison goo. The West Tower shaman said, that kind of ancient poison, which can't be neutralized, you can only nurture and transplant it on other people, but it can't be eliminated at all, right? Kung Ba Ca and Hyatt replied, you think I don't realize you're provoking a general. I also don't mind telling you, it is said that this ancient poison only needs to go through the ritual of the phoenix bathing in fire and being revived in ashes, it can be cured. That is, put that name on the pyre to burn, maybe it will go away on its own. Do you want to try it or not? Unfortunately, you don't have a chance anymore. He recalled the experiments he had done before. The skin of the person who was hit by the poison in the neck became rough and hard. At first glance, it did not seem to be afraid of high temperatures. It could be burned directly with fire, but when the test object was about to restore sanity, then even divine talent cannot save. If the other party really took that guy to the fire, maybe he would die faster. Thinking of this, the old man was even more proud. Can't you see? I deliberately talked to you. Let the poison go deeper. The tip of your tongue, is it starting to feel numb? The wizard of the West Tower said, you think you have won. What do you mean? Kung Ba Ca and Hyatt tensely took a step back, then immediately sneered and said, death to the point of death? You still want to scare people? Now your limbs are numb. You can't move anymore. What do you do to deal with it? With me, use your eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw a flash of white light in front of him, wondering, what did I see just now? Suddenly, the whole body was like an electric shock. After the contraction, it immediately froze. Kung Ba Ca and Hyatt frantically shouted in his mind, can't breathe, can't move. After all, what is it? How did the old man do it? Then he felt as if something had cut through the bones of his legs, fingers, chest. The terrible pain caused him to wail miserably, and as soon as he uttered a terrible scream, it was as if someone had pushed his head into the water, turning into gurgling sounds. The West Tower mage rolled the tip of his tongue, and on his tongue appeared a needle. Puff, the needle pierced his elbow. The finger, which was no longer conscious, moved a little. Then the shaman stirred again with his left hand, pulled out several needles and stabbed them in different acupuncture points, slowly propped himself up on the edge of the bed and sat up. The shaman put his hand on the temple of the sun, opened his eyes to look at Kung Ba Ca and Hyatt on the ground, and calmly said, do you know why you lost to me? You shouldn't have appeared within 50 steps around me. Kung Ba Ca and Hyatt's brief hiss was heard by another group of people, at the West Tower magician. The magician Arla turned and ran away. Lu Kan Nam quickly followed. Yue Yang glanced at Zhang Li, then said, "Brother Ba Tang is there." He looked up at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba decided, "Let's go there and see. Min Min watch over Zhang Lap. If there's anything, call out immediately." Man meekly nodded. When the shaman Arla ran over, the shaman of Thap Te had just pulled a few needles out of Ba Tang's body. His face showed a gentle smile. Indirectly hit by some kind of anesthetic, he was fine. Where? As soon as Lu Kan Nam entered the room, he saw Kukba Sian Hyatt curled up in the corner of the room, foaming at the mouth. She said, "Reject Ba Jian Hyatt." The West Tower mage said, "Don't touch him, I have already isolated him from this room with medicine." The shaman Arla stepped up and asked, "Are you okay?" West Tower mage. As he spoke, he was about to help the magician of the West Tower up. The West Tower magician quickly stopped. "Don't touch me, talk too close, there is a chance of being hit by a poison neck. Take him out." Saying that, he pointed at Ba Tang. The shaman Arla immediately pulled Ba Tang to the door, suddenly saw a trickle of blood seeping out of the corner of the West Tower magician's eyes, but unlike Trong Lap's red tears, the West Tower magician's eyes were bleeding, fresh. Lu Kan Nam exclaimed in horror, "Tap Te mage, you." The West Tower mage reluctantly smiled and said, "Looks like I can't hold it anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, his nose and mouth were also bleeding, like a group of red worms zigzagging out. Yu Yang, Trak Mok Kwong Ba just entered the door, immediately saw the shaman of the West Tower, bleeding, and then discovered Kuba Sian Hyatt lying on the ground. Suddenly, Yu Yang seemed to have grasped something, and his brain, which was immersed in pain, turned extremely fast. Since Trong Lap was hit by the poison neck, Dai Dai Wu Tukiat was detained, then they were rescued, there was no pursuit. All those things, he had grasped the invisible string that strung them together. Got it all, finally got it, he mumbled. West Tower mage. Is the mage of the West Tower. The shaman of the West Tower was slightly moved, and immediately understood what Yue Yang meant. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, bowed his head slightly, and calmly said, "Young Master Kwong Ba, in the shirt at my bedside, there is a map, which is the Yaka map I drew from memory. After I leave, everyone, do the same as Dai Dai and Tu Kiat, burn this whole house, then take the map and leave Tuo Mao immediately." Trak Mok Kwong Ba stared at the old magician, not answering him. Everyone was extremely angry. Yue Yang muttered to himself, "No, you can't go like this." The West Tower mage slowly advised, "Our goal is to find the temple of Bak Bala. If the village has been here for too long, we can't let the merchants get there first. After leaving here, everyone must try to have little contact with the tribes of Yaka. Our team can't take any more losses." Lu Kan Nam couldn't help but blurt out, "What about Kwok Nhat?" The West Tower mage sighed and said, "This is also the reason why everyone has to immediately leave the Mother of God. Everyone is not fighting against Guo Nhat Nianqing. All of us are not his opponents. He has abandoned the conscience of a human. He will take advantage of the weakness of humanity, defeating each of us in turn. It's a demon with the wisdom of the devil. Everyone is in his reckoning." Saying this, he turned his eyes to Yue Yang. Lu Kan Nam turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" Yu Yang bowed his head and said, "The person Guo Nhat Nin Than really wants to deal with is the shaman of the West Tower, not Trong Lap, nor the captain of the Ho Duong. Trong Lap was hit by poison neck and the death of Captain Ho Duong, both of which were chess pieces arranged by Kwok Nhat Nin Than. In fact, he planned to blind Princess Lamau, then secretly shook hands with Kukba Sian Hyatt. The purpose was not only to seize the throne in Tuk Mao, but his ambition was to unify the whole sanctuary. With Yaka's new identity as the Great Dick, the West Tower mage is the biggest obstacle on that path of unification. Maybe in the beginning, Kwok Nhat Nin Than just wanted to kill Trong Lap, but because he saw that we were a unity, and at that time, he didn't plan to take over the royal palace of the Mother of God, really. The force was still being restrained by the Mother King and Dai Wutukiat, so he used the trick to separate us, and then, after killing the captain, Hodwang, pretended to escape. Right after that, he took advantage of our angry, confused minds to set up a trap, while we were negligent to attack and take over the Mother of God, arresting me and Trong Lap. At that time, he must have known about the relationship between us and the West Tower Mage, so he did not kill Trong Lap immediately, but lowered his poison neck on him, and locked us together with Dai Wutukiat. From that moment on, he considered the possibility of us being rescued, but his real purpose was to see how Yakka's new newcomer Dai Wu finally knew about the ancient poison. For this purpose, he also risked using the lives of the entire village to test. He definitely has a very complete intelligence network. Our every move is under control, so when the West Tower Mage ran out of energy because of detoxifying the villages, he immediately dispatched Q. Barca and Hyatt came to kill. In the battle between these two, no matter who died or was injured, for him, there was only benefit and no harm. This is the trait of Kwok Nhat Neem Than's scheme. When he was with Captain Hodwang, it was the same. When he took advantage of Merkin, it was the same. When he locked me and Trong Lap, no matter what situation appeared, whatever the result, for him there is always only benefit, but no harm. Besides, all these schemes, devised by him in the blink of an eye, are based on the change of the whole without ever changing. Kwok Nhat Neem Than, the name is Kwok Nhat Neem Than. Really scary. I can't calculate like him, can't guess what he's thinking, but he knows our thoughts like the back of his hand. What we can think, he can think, even what we don't think, he has already calculated somewhere. He wants us to feel sorry for him, so we have to feel sorry for him. He wants us to be angry, so we become angry. Totally from beginning to end, we were all dragged by him by the nose. Quo Nhat King, he's a devil, not a human. See you soon, Trong Lap. Yu Yang's voice gradually became smaller and smaller. Only then did he recall what Dio and Katmao once said. To the enemy, he is the devil, but to us Langbu people, he is like a god. That's the guardian angel. In his heart, he cried out in anger, why? Why do we encounter a scary person like that named Kwok Nhat Neem Than? Is fate already predetermined? If Trong Lap didn't meet Ma Cat? If the mage of the West Tower is not Yakka's great DM umbrella? At this time, I heard the shaman of the West Tower continue. Think about it carefully. Even if we kill Kwok Nhat Neem Than, can we prove anything? Will justice definitely triumph over evil? Liberating the people of the Mother of God. They have lived here for more than 1,000 years. Without the invasion of foreign civilization, they will continue to live like that. Then they will have a new Queen Mother. We can't change anything. On the contrary, we will only lose and lose more. Go to the third platform. Where is our goal and hope? Hurry up, Q Barca and Hyatt has arrived. Someone will report the situation here to Kwok Nhat Neem Than. One step behind will not make it in time. Looking at the burning eyes of the West Tower shaman, Trak Mok Kwong Ba pondered over and over, finally nodded and said, I know, mage. The West Tower shaman nodded with satisfaction, then slowly closed his eyes, muttering a verse in his mouth. Everything in the world, like a dream bubble, like lightning falling dew, think again. 12. In the low, hard to hear sound, suddenly each person in the room had a strange feeling, as if some connection had just been severed from here. The shaman Allah clasped his hands in front of his chest, bowed deeply for a moment, then said, immerse yourself in the dream of birth and death, this life will never come out. 13. The magician of the West Tower has cut off his heart and left us. Everyone was shocked, but immediately after seeing the calm posture of the West Tower magician, the wave in his heart gradually subsided. Suddenly someone behind him said, everyone. Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned his head, saw Man with red eyes, and asked, what's wrong? Min said, Hurry up and see Trong Lap. He doesn't seem to be okay. And not. Yu Yang rushed out like a wind. Trak Mok Kwong Ba gathered up the robes of the West Tower shaman, then stepped out of that room last, suddenly saw a cold wind rushing back, looked up, the night sky was dark, no moon, no stars. The surface was as still as a sheet, everything did not speak, only a spark broke out in the distance. That's right, Ma Cat had lit the fire in that great cauldron, the flames flickering, like a spirit of the night dancing a lonely but tragic dance. After instructing Man Man to watch over Ba Tang, he, along with Lu Can Nam and the shaman Ala, went to the room where Trong Lap was lying, only to see Yu Yang standing next to him, muttering, 10 years. Fu then took a deep breath, raised his head, placed his hands on top of Trong Lap's chest, and began to count, 1, 2, 3. It turned out that from now on, he was still massaging Trong Lap's chest. Seeing Trak Mok Kwong Ba entering, Yue Yang looked up with anticipation, a smile on his lips and said, Young Master Kwong Ba, teacher, Trong Lap is not dead, he is still breathing. His mouth spoke, but his hand did not stop. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's arm trembled. A sharp pain from the unknown finger ran straight to the depths of his heart. Lu Can Nam and the shaman Ala separated and walked over to hold Trong Lap's left and right hands. Looking at their faces, it was clear that Trong Lap had stopped breathing, but Yu Yang still refused to admit it, refused to give up, only life. The air in the whole room seemed to be heavy, the cool breeze gently brushed each person's body, in the space there was only the sound of Yue Yang's heavy breathing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Ha, ha, the color of the dark night changed from dense to fading, Yu Yang kept repeating those movements mechanically. Trong Lap remained quietly lying still, the air in the room was thick, Trak Mok Kwong Ba also felt it. I'm about to stop breathing. At this time, the door of the room opened, and Man Man panicked and ran in. Brother Kwong Ba, Mr. Ba Tang, Mr. Ba Tang. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was startled. How is Father Tang? What happened to him? Man Man gasped and said, Brother Ba Tang, he ran away, me. Couldn't stop it. It turned out that Ba Tang woke up and asked Man Man what happened. After listening to her explain the main branch, Ba Tang was extremely angry, immediately rushed out to ask to find Guo Nhat Nim Than to risk his life. Man Man wanted to stop it, but she couldn't hold it, so she quickly ran to tell Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Although Ba Tang mastered the technique of killing people, but they ran out of ammunition. If faced with Kwok Nhat Nim Than's strict defensive army, many ants would even bite elephants to death, even the shaman Ala. Even Tuo Mao also had to be cautious step by step. This time Ba Tang went to find Kwok Nhat Nim Than for revenge, try to ask if it is different from crashing to death. With Ba Tang's speed, it would be difficult to catch up with him. Besides, what about Trong Lap here? Trak Mok Kwong Ba wanted to make a decision, but only saw the thoughts in his head mixed like a pile of flour, and felt a sharp pain. He was still thinking, suddenly saw Ba Tang come back. His face and hands were bloody, his eyes were red, under the candlelight he looked even more crazy and scary. He said in a low voice, someone released him. Bird at the top of the village, was caught by me, killed 2 guys. One of them has run away, and the bird has also flown away. The Wu and Cat Mao also ran over and said, you guys hurry up, if Kwok Nhat Nim Than comes here, no one will be able to go, I'm afraid it will involve the whole village of Kong Nhat Lap. Trak Mok Kwong Ba froze again. Lu Can Nam quickly reminded, it's time to make up your mind. When Kwok Nhat Nim Than received the news, he would definitely lead troops to attack, run away or escape. At this moment they need to have a definite target. Except for Yu Yang, the eyes of the rest of the people were all directed at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba recalled what the West Tower shaman said before his death, and finally decided, everyone pack up, we will leave here before dawn. Almost as if they had agreed in advance, they all walked in front of Trong Lap's bed, gathered in a circle, bowed their heads, mumbled or whispered a few sentences to Trong Lap, then stepped out one by one. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was the last person. He said to Yu Yang, we have to go. Yu Yang still looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba with those hopeful eyes, smiled and said, Young Master Kwong Ba, he is not dead, still breathing. Duo Mok Kwong Ba did not dare to look Yu Yang in the eye, slowly walked out the door and said, I will help you pack up. Suddenly, Yu Yang roared behind him, Young Master Kwong Ba, don't abandon Zhang Lap. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately felt his heart constrict, his throat was salty, he tried to suppress it, held his breath, patiently did not turn his head, a stream of resentment slowly accumulated on his arm. Suddenly, he punched the wall hard, and the whole stone room shook slightly. When we all packed up, returned to the room, Yu Yang still refused to give up, still focused on counting, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Breathe, river, breathe, river, breathe, river, 1 2 3 4. Lu Kan Nam was about to step up to stop Yu Yang, but suddenly felt a light breeze rushing in from the door, the scent floating in the air like a warm stream, enveloping each of the cold hearts. Turning her head, she immediately saw Ma Cat. Ma Cat wears white clothes, looks very polite, long hair covers her shoulders, bare feet, strangely dignified appearance. Everyone present there gave birth to an illusion, like Ma Cat was no longer a spirit in this world, but turned into a goddess in the sky, her body bathed in a milky white light, dignified and inviolable. They all voluntarily stepped back to make way for her. Ma Ji came to Yu Yang's side, just a glance made Yu Yang stop. She said slowly, let me go. Yu Yang panicked and said, Ma Ji, you see, he is still breathing, let me try again, he may wake up. Ma Cat's eyes were still so calm, Yu Yang was even more frantic, only to hear her repeat, let me go. The tone was gentle, yet exuding an irresistible majesty. Yu Yang did not answer. Ma Cat stretched out her arms, hugged Trong Lap from the bed, turned around, her body sank slightly, almost fell to the ground, but she still gritted her teeth, hugged Trong Lap tightly. It was difficult, stepped outside. Yu Yang stared blankly. She stretched out her hand, she hugged Trong Lap, she turned, she walked out of that door. The figure was getting farther and farther away. He seemed to be hit by a spell, he didn't blink, he didn't breathe, he just stood there stupidly. Lu Kan Nam stepped up and gently stroked Yu Yang's head. Yu Yang, you've done your best. Yu Yang was like a person who had just woke up from a dream, burst into tears, rushed into Lu Kan Nam's lap, whimpering like a child. Officials, didn't you say that you would live and die together? Why did he do that? Leave us. Why? Lu Kan Nam hugged the child who was even taller than her. For the first time, the corner of her eyes leaked out a line of glittering tears, and Ba Tang also slightly turned her head to the other direction. Early in the morning, Kong Nhat Lap village was still covered in the grey night. 2 bonfires burned like a warning to the world, the flames danced wildly. Trak Mok Kwong Ba, the shaman Arla, Lu Kan Nam, Man, Yu Yang, and Ba Tang, 6 people lined up in a horizontal row, carrying heavy backpacks on their backs, quietly gazing at the blazing fire, crackling sounds. Here we go, Trong Lap. Here we go, West Tower Mage. We will definitely find the Temple of Silver Bala. We will bring your blessings. The small house where the remains of the shaman Thap Te was completely engulfed by the fire. The villagers of Kong Nhat Lap, who were instructed by Dio and Katmao not to go out, were all behind the door, looking at the windows, just like that, like the first time they came to this small village. The tongue of fire below the large cauldron flickered uncertainly. Steam covered the top. It seemed that even the sound of boiling water was heard. Ma Cat hugged Trong Lap tightly, step by step inching up the wooden stairs. Stone, inside the thin and fragile body, it seems to contain infinite power. In the mist of steam, Ma Cat gently stripped off everything outside of himself and Trong Lap. returning to the most primitive form of mankind when he was born into this world. Like a newborn baby, her naked body is hidden among the spreading smoke, her eyes are looking straight ahead, her mouth is loud. Children. Ma Katami is Trong Lap's wife. Trong Lap is my only husband. I love him, respect him, obey him, he is my whole life. Now the heavens have sent a good omen, his soul has returned to the bardo, I vow to follow him, I hope the gods will have mercy, so that our souls can be united into one, and never separate. After saying that, Ma Kat hugged Trong Lap and jumped inside that giant cauldron, puffed, a sound, splashed water, in the faint smoke, faintly saw white skin like ivory. Her purity makes people not dare to look directly, the more they look, the more ashamed they feel in their hearts. Ma Kat stood in the cauldron of boiling water, revealing only his shoulders and head. Below, the fire was still burning hot, the steam rose more and more intensely. Standing in that cauldron of boiling water, she seemed to feel absolutely nothing. Trong Lap seems to be lying on the water, and Ma Kat is like a mother bathing her baby, with loving and gentle eyes, looking intently at her lover's face, attentively looking at her lover's skin. From the moment Ma Kat held Trong Lap across from the edge of the boiling water cauldron, everyone couldn't bear to look any further, everyone slowly averted their eyes. Along with Ma Kat's oath, they took their steps heavily, leaving the peaceful small village, only to hear the sound of smiling behind them. Both Trak Mok Kwong Ba and others were like bullets, who trembled slightly, but no one turned their head, they did not dare to turn their head. Everyone gritted their teeth, swallowed their tears, the farther they went, the further away they went. They couldn't see it either, the cauldron of boiling water gurgled, with countless bubbles, a pair of bloodshot eyes suddenly opened, it's so bright. When the bird sent the message to Kwok Nhat Neem Than, it was almost noon. Tangle, the loud crash made the messenger startled, only to see Kwok Nhat Neem Than's hands gripping the piece of paper tightly, constantly shaking. The soldier was very surprised, did not know what had happened, but even if the mountain fell right in front of him, he did not change this color. Prepare 10 horses immediately. Oh no, I will go by myself. Kwok Nhat Neem Than rushed out like the wind. The soldier was still dumbfounded, staring blankly at the broken teacup on the ground. It's not okay, one of Kwok Nhat Neem Than's bodyguards exclaimed in horror, Great King. The king has stormed straight into the forest inhabited by the Lu Mo. Iron Cavalry, hurry, chase, the captain immediately ordered, protect the king. Can you keep up? Your Majesty has brought the best horses. If you don't have time, you have to chase. Katma lights a fire, wants to be buried. Each word was as if stained with blood, constantly growing in front of Kwok Nhat Neem Than's eyes. Definitely stop her, definitely wait for me to come. Kwok Nhat Neem Than spurred his horse to rush like crazy. The branches and leaves in the forest got tangled up, causing all of his clothes to be covered with injuries. He couldn't stop the flood of emotions that welled up in his heart. Ma Kat, you are an idiot, why are you so stupid? Those who come from the outside, they are all evil scammers, you don't deserve to die for them. I took her to Kong Nhat Lap village, hoping she can live a peaceful and happy life. I can't wait to see her again. But God had mercy, did not expect us to be blessed again. Ma Kat, do you know how much I miss you in my heart? She has already taken over my whole heart. Do not die. Either way, I forgive her. 3 years have passed, I have been quietly hiding my patience, not daring to tell anyone, just afraid of revealing my voice, letting the opponent know, I can't let her get caught up in this vortex of struggle. I've always had my people covertly protect her. Do you know, I've always been in the dark, quietly protecting you. 10 years ago, since the day we parted, there isn't a night that I don't dream of her. When I was so hungry that I had to eat the roots of wild grass, when I was so sick that I couldn't sleep, when I was thrown into the pile of people to die of illness. Just thinking of her face, thinking of her smile. I have the courage to continue to live. Markat's wish has not come true. I must live. You are the only reason I continue to exist in this world. Where the horse's hooves go, the mud splashes up there. When Kwok Nhat Neem Than stormed into Kong Nhat Lap village, all 10 steeds had been abandoned by him along the way, leaving only one he was riding. Like him, the horse's body was also covered in fresh blood. The blood man jumped off the horse neighed for a long time, and collapsed tiredly. The bloodthirsty man ran straight to the village gate. It was hard to believe that such a body could run at such a fast speed. From a distance, he saw the blazing fire, shining brightly in the night sky, a hot air spreading all around. In front of the large cauldron, only one person was sitting. Kwok Nhat Neem Than didn't care who it was, roared, pointed and shouted, "Extinguish it now." Dawu and Katmao suddenly heard a loud roar, couldn't help but be startled, only to see in the late afternoon light, there seemed to be a seriously injured wild beast rushing towards him. When that shadow approached, he could clearly see that it was a person covered in fresh blood. Waiting to see clearly his height and physique, Dio and Katmao was even more terrified. From here to Tukmao, it takes more than half a day for birds to fly. If riding a horse, the time cannot be less than a day. This Marquis, could it be that he flew here? Before he had time to think, Kwok Nhat Neem Than rushed in front of that large cauldron, repeatedly shouting, "Quickly extinguish it! Extinguish quickly!" Quote. Seeing that there were no tools around to put out the fire, he immediately lifted a large rock, threw it directly into the middle of the fire, and the fire flowers splashed, almost burning the beard, hair and clothes of Dio and Katmao. Kwok Nhat Neem Than still didn't stop, picked up a larger rock, raised it over his head, directly facing the cauldron, emitting bang bang sounds. After 2 or 3 times like that, only heard splitting. An hour, the cauldron was cracked open, boiling water rushed out from the crack. Water poured into the fire, sizzling, white smoke rose up. Kwok Nhat Neem Than dodged to the side. His arm was hit by boiling water, but as if he didn't feel anything at all, he continued to throw stones, and then lifted up Dio and Katmao, still panicking. The voice asked, "Tell me, nothing happened. Nothing ever happened, right?" Dawu and Katmao looked at the newly appointed Queen Mother in front of her with sad eyes, bowed her head and replied, "Great King, you. It's too late. Bad talk." Kwok Nhat Neem Than roared loudly, lifted Dawu and Katmao, who was much taller than him, into the air, looking like he was about to throw the old man into the cauldron. But then he hesitated again, waved his hand and slammed Dawu and Katmao on the ground, pointed at him and shouted, "You deceived me." His eyes seemed to have bulged out. He took 2 steps to the cauldron, then turned his head again and shouted hoarsely, "You lied to me." Saying that, he walked straight to the big cauldron. At this time, the fire below was not completely extinguished, still smoldering, but the water in the cauldron had already flowed out. Kwok Nhat Neem Than did not say a word, hugged the cauldron. The smell of burned meat and blue smoke immediately rose up strongly. Dawu and Katmao loudly shouted, "Don't do that, Great King." Kwok Nhat Neem Than seemed to have not heard his call, as if he had forgotten the pain as well. His muscles curled up on his short body, pouring out amazing strength. Ah! With his shout, the unexpectedly large cauldron slowly tilted to one side. Kwok Nhat Neem Than's muscles tightened. The force changed from pushing to lifting, then from lifting to pushing, from pushing to lifting, finally knocking over the large cauldron. A boom sounded. The cauldron rolled a few times on the ground, slowly stopping. Kwok Nhat Neem Than trembled and took a few steps, then slowly stabilized his body and slowly approached. The contents of the cauldron had been boiled for a day. The flesh had soon melted into water. Now inside, only a pile of white bones remained. A knot. Kwok Nhat Neem Than's knees trembled, knelt down beside him. "No. A knot, a knot, a knot." He was like a man who had gone mad, suddenly banging his head on an iron cauldron. Daewoo and Katmao saw this and quickly stood up to stop Kwok Nhat Neem Than. Don't do that. King, don't do that. Kwok Nhat Neem Than stood up, only to see his face covered with blood, from his chest to his thighs burned black and burnt, and there was fresh blood oozing out. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. He pointed to the pile of white bones in the cauldron, shouting, "Where are Markat's bones? Filter them out for me." Diocese and Katmao showed an awkward look. Kwok Nhat Neem Than's eyes were bloodshot, the corners of his mouth were bleeding. "Even if we die, we can't keep them together, separate them for me." Without letting Daewoo and Katmao say anything, he continued, "You guys, you are very knowledgeable about human bones. Unable to distinguish, I will make you live worse than death." Saying that, he took off his torn shirt, covered with fresh blood, carefully spread it on the ground, and then forced Daewoo and Katmao to put Markat's bones on top. Daewoo and Katmao didn't know what to do, so he could only pick up each bone one by one, muttering, "This is a Mies. This is, by Trong Lap." Kwok Nhat Neem Than stood beside him, staring blankly. The darkness was about to cover the ground. A person with a dirty face ran over. It was Talang. The messenger to Tuk Mao was stopped by Bar Tang at the bottom of the heart, also the eyes and ears of Kwok Nhat Neem Than. "Come here." He dived in, knelt in front of Kwok Nhat Neem Than, crying and begging, "Great King, useless little person, can't stop Markat." Kwok Nhat Neem Than still stared blankly at the pile of white bones, indifferently asked, "Where did you go?" Talang stammered, "When the little people spread the news to the Great King, they were discovered by those people, and they got angry and killed the other two, young lady. Primary human, so you ran away, didn't you?" Kwok Nhat Neem Than's voice was as cold as ice. "The young man is guilty. The young lady, mortal lady, deserved to die." Talang banged his head furiously on the ground. "Then you die." Kwok Nhat Neem Than waved his hand, and fresh blood was splashed. Daewoo and Katmao was surprised to find that Talang's neck was as if it had just been passed by a sharp blade, leaving a flat cut, but, in the hands of the king, there is nothing. He was stunned for a moment. Kwok Nhat Neem Than's eyes swept over. "Who told you to stop? Continue for me." Diocese and Katmao did not dare to delay, obediently divided the pile of bones into two. Kwok Nhat Neem Than carefully lifted the bones of Markat, kicked his legs and kicked Trong Lap's bones, and then strode towards the east of the village. Daewoo and Katmao watched the back of Kwok Nhat Neem Than go away, picked up a skull with 89 parts like a human, rolled up at his feet, shook his head and sighed, "Great King, I'm not trying. I don't mean to deceive you. Please forgive this old body." Finally, he threw the skull aside and walked over to Talang's body. Daewoo and Katmao intends to bury him. After all, they have lived together in this village of Kong Nhat Lap for several years. The death of Kwok Nhat Neem Than. Kwok Nhat Neem Than carefully hugged the pile of bones and went straight to the lawn by the lake. At that time, the sky was turning dark, the snake-shaped sky of the Holy Realm twisted, flashing with enchanting colors. Kwok Nhat Neem Than took off his shirt, picked up the skull, kissed it deeply, then directed the skull's eye sockets towards the grass, gently said, "Markat, do you remember? When I was a child, I met her here. Well, there's a little girl. Is this girl going to die? Hey, nah, wake up. Why are you sleeping here? You will be bitten by the poisonous worm, and you will be eaten by the Lumo people." That little girl opened her eyes. Those pitiful eyes, that helpless lamentation, instantly made the boy's heart ache. "Come on, drink some water. What's your name?" "Ami, Markat Ami. Where are your parents?" "Ah, is it like you? Both parents died in the war." "Markat, from today on, I will be your brother, you will be my sister. No matter how many difficulties lie ahead, no matter how long the war lasts, we must have the courage to continue living. Our heavenly parents will watch over us and protect us. Markat, we have to continue to the east. Everyone in the village has run away. Yaka army can attack here at any time. Are you afraid? Don't be afraid. If you have a brother here, don't be afraid. Hee. Hey bro, look, what is that? It was a sound that appeared countless times in a dream, imprinted in the memory of Kwok Nhat Neem Than. At that time, this lawn was as golden as it is today. Those days were so beautiful. Every time at sunset, the silkworms in the reed grass will start to glow, the milky white halo flickers like pearls, gently touched with one hand, bunches of silkworms will fly up, like snowflakes swaying in the wind, dropping clear, humming sounds. Ah, so beautiful. It's the snow spirit, they're dancing. On the battlefield, children who have lost the parents, after they die, turn into snow spirits. They will protect and bless their friends who are lucky to survive. Little sister, do you know, when the snow spirit dances up and down, that year, the crops will definitely be bountiful. I know, bro. The eternal chant that remains unchanged when the silkworms mate, is the song of the spirits. One who hears it once will never forget it, is a chorus of praise to life, is the warmth of being held in a mother's arms. When the two children held hands, immersed in the dance of the snow spirit, that moment became eternal. In the palm of their hand, is their own little world. Walking in the middle of the battlefield of smoke and fire, walking on the ground trampled by iron hooves, through the piles of corpses, the two children were still holding hands, carrying the desire to live, going from this uninhabited village to the village no one else. Hey bro. Yes. Why fight like that? I don't know, it's an adult thing. I remember my father used to say, where there are people, there are disputes, disputes grow, then turn into wars. So wherever there are people, there will be war. So, is there a place where there is no war? Me doesn't need war, me hates war. When you grow up, you will definitely end the war, give Markat a holy land without war. That's great, brother, let's crochet. Kwok Nhat Than hugged that skull tightly to his heart, whispering in a low voice, Markat, do you know, I've always tried to end the war. As long as I unify the Holy Land, it won't, more war. Didn't she also agree? As long as I can make Langbu and Yaka no longer have war, she will wait for me, become my wife. Why did she forget? Kwok Nhat Neem Than raised his head. The snake-shaped sky was still struggling, the light refused to dissipate, the horizon shone with a blood-red patch, like the remnants of the moon, like the curved eyelashes. Kwok Nhat Neem Than seemed to be looking back at the past. At that time, there were two children shoulder to shoulder, watching the last light of a day. Hey darling. Why, the sky of the Holy Land is like that. Because there are mountains. The mountain god Nyanching Tang Countila has pulled the two sides of the great mountain range together to protect us, so other people won't be able to find us. Why let the others not find us? Legend has it that, long ago, there was more war out there, more fierce than here. Our ancestors came here because they fled the war, only now. This place has become like that, so the world out there, is there still war? Who knows? It's just a legend. After all, there is an outside world or not, no one knows. Brother, do you just need to cross the big mountain to get outside? Not. In the legend, outside the great mountain range, there are still mountains. These mountains are all very high, covered with white snow, like lotus petals, layers and layers cover this place. You have to cross countless high mountains to get out, and below that, is the vast and endless sea, must go to the end of the great sea to be the outside world. The place we live here is divided into 3 floors, upper, middle and lower. Each floor can be divided into 2 floors, a total of 6 heavens. The lowest, where it connects to the sea, is the Preta, A little bit more is the animal and the beast. The middle two floors are where we humans live. The top layer, which is adjacent to the snow mountain, is the place of the Holy Spirit. Going up, without the guidance and permission of the gods, it is impossible to find the way out. If you go down, you will be eaten by predator ghosts and beasts. Our ancestors have been coming to this place for countless years, yet no one has ever come out of here. Outside, what will it be like? Sure, probably not much different from where we are. There are mountains and rivers, there are sky, there are big seas. I really want to see that place. Maybe there won't be a war outside. Impossible. As long as there are people, there will be war. This is an eternal law that cannot be changed. Baby, you have to be patient. There is smoke in the kitchen ahead. There must be someone. We promised each other. We must have the courage to continue living together. Grandma, I beg you, save my sister. I bow my head to you. Pop, pop, pop. Who is that boy? It was the boy Track Ngoa adopted, and brought a little girl with him. Her sister is about to die. Come to Track Ngoa to treat her illness. She's very sick, doesn't seem to have much longer to live. During the chaos of war, Ngoa herself didn't have enough to eat, had to raise 2 more children, afraid that they would all starve. Who said? Yaka soldiers are here, everyone run away. Grandma, you take your sister to hide in the rocky forest on the right. Yaka soldiers ride horses, they will go by the main road, there are no wild animals there. I have come to check these days, safe, totally. What about you? I will lure the Yaka soldiers in the other direction. Grandma, if I don't come back, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back. Please tell my brother, his brother has to go to a faraway place, but one day, his brother will come back to pick him up. Please tell Markat that his brother will definitely fulfill his old promise. Dude, don't. Are you going to die? Whose hand is that, so warm? Don't move, stay still, let me get you some water. This voice, as soft as a fairy, could it be that the fairy in the sky came down to earth to save someone who just crawled out of hell like me? Come on, drink slowly, don't rush. Who is this girl, so friendly, that smile, it seems that only my mother has. Be careful, put your head on my leg, it'll help. Sorry, your left eye is broken. Girl, why should you grieve? Are you grieving for me? Who is she? Who is she? Can you tell me the name of hers? My name is Markat. The golden reed grass swayed with the wind, fluttering through Kwok Nhat Than's body like waves crashing against the shore. Letting that wave slip through his fingers, Kwok Nhat Than stroked the skull and said to himself, at that time, I still had a lot of things to say to her. I kept thinking. There will be a chance. Then he bent down, put his mouth close to the skull's ears, and asked softly, as if he had asked countless times in his dreams, will you marry me? Will you marry me? The rider on horseback suddenly let out a sentence. Markat, you are the most beautiful girl I have ever met in this world. She not only saved my life, but also took my heart. As the future ruler of the Marquis of the Throne, I swear, for the rest of my life, I will protect her like I protect the pupils of my eyes. Marry me, and I will satisfy any of your requests. Can you make this war stop? It doesn't matter, I will end this war. Can you make the Holy Land return to the prosperity of the legendary Sun dynasty? Can you take Markat out of this place and see what the world is like outside? When you do these things, go and find Markat. If at that time, Markat has not married anyone yet, I will think about it. For her sake, I will defy everything, wait for me. The horse galloped away, carrying a joyful heart, leaving behind a dreamy girl. Actually, can you do it? She shook her head in bewilderment. Markat, you're still the same as when you were a child, haven't changed at all. That dream of yours, let me do it for you. A gust of wind passed. Quoc Nh89 Than shivered slightly, as if feeling cold. Yes, there was too much blood, those burns were still oozing yellow water. This feeling was so familiar, it reminded him of the time in the third stage, the kingdom of white snow, that cold land. Suddenly, he remembered the voice of a person, looked down at the skull in his lap, and couldn't help but smile a pitiful smile. Master, this is something more precious than life you speak of, that. Dwarf boy, why did you come here? I want to find my way out, I want to go through the territory of the Montagnards. What if they stop you? Destroy them. Ha ha ha, very good, has the spirit. Dwarf kid, I'll tell you, this third floor of the platform doesn't have any Montagnards. Your thinking is so naive, you can't get past where they're guarding, with your forces, wanting to destroy them, basically. Is very difficult, especially now that they have their king, even me, can only stealthily hide from afar. If you want to get there, wait another 20 years, when it dies of old age. Maybe a new king is born, it still won't pass. Ko Nhat Nianxing, even if the corpses are piled up into mountains and blood flows into rivers, you still have to find a way out. Very well, I can give you the wisdom of the devil, but first, you must have the determination to let go of all human things, you must accept the loss of what is more precious than your life. Can I do it myself? I have no father and mother, in this world I have only one body left, what can't I let go of? Master, please teach me martial arts, when I can unify Yaka and Langbu, I will definitely lead the army, pedal here, open a way to the outside world. Speaking of which, until then. Okay, Kaka, let's start with human words. The dark night slowly invaded the space, like ink pouring into the water, the wind also stopped, the yellow lawn became still, only the silkworms were no longer dancing and the sound was clear, that anymore. Quoc Nhat Than constantly mumbled, mumbling to himself at the water's edge, sometimes laughing, sometimes tearing up. She wanted me to become the Queen Mother, I immediately became the Queen Mother, she wanted me to end the war, so I would unify the Holy Land for her, end the war. If you want to leave this place, I will lead all the soldiers in this holy realm, open a path of blood. Why are you so stupid? Why won't you wait for me? We're about to do it. Just because of her, there's nothing I can't do. But without her, what would all that mean? If it weren't for her, what would all this mean? Quoc Nhat Than's thunderous roar resounded in the quiet black night, reverberating in the middle of the deserted lawn. When the yellow color on the grass gradually receded, Quoc Nhat Than resolutely stood up, carefully lifted the package of bones, and walked step by step towards the middle of the lake. The cold water is as gentle as a lover's hand, wrapped around his feet, then his knees, then his waist, then his shoulders, then filled his head. A gurgling bubble of air emerged. Quoc Nhat Than and the package of bones did not emerge. The sky of the Holy Realm was finally swallowed up by the darkness, the surroundings were silent, everything was quiet. Chapter 65, War Between Man and Wolf. With absolutely no warning signs, Merkin suddenly felt chills, immediately feeling that every hair on his body stood up. It was definitely a wolf, fluffy, and at first glance appeared to be a little bigger than the North American gray wolf, but the wolf hadn't come close enough, causing both Merkin and Saws to feel the tension. Straight, both were extremely surprised at this reaction of their bodies. In Merkin's eyes, the figure of the wolf approaching that tendon could be considered tall and strong in knitting, but its eyes did not have any ferocity, on the contrary, exuded a look of contempt, as if such an assassin's gaze, but what Saws thought more about, was the species of this wolf. He flashed in his memory, even related to werewolves in old European legends. Wolf Messenger. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not know what happened. Tuk Mao seemed to be in a state of chaos, soldiers searched everywhere, but apparently not looking for them. Taking advantage of that troubled time, they traveled for a day and a night, then cut a tree and made a small wooden raft at Nhat Falls, crossed the Sea of Life, and set foot on the Yaka realm. Lu Kan Nam calculated, the three of Merkin and the others were light, and about a week ahead of them, but because Merkin was not familiar with the terrain here, nor did he have a map, the speed of advancing each day was only about equal to that of Lu Kan Nam, 2/3 of them, so, if nothing unexpected happens, they'll catch up to them in about 2 weeks. However, although there is no annotation on the map of the Western Tower Mage, based on what he said when he was alive, it would take about 2 weeks to go to all of Yaka's territory. That is to say, after catching up with the Merkins, the road behind is the third platform that both sides have never set foot on, so the side that finds the Bakbala temple first is due to bravery, decision. They returned to the secret barracks of Kukba in Hyatt and Neo Nhiwa, and took out the weapons hidden there. Because the number of people was significantly reduced, there was still quite a few weapons left. Looking at the newly arranged traps around, they suddenly remembered Trong Lap. After that was a long and arduous journey. According to the advice of the West Tower shaman, they did not go to places where many tents were gathered, nor did they interact too much with the people in Yaka, each every day keep the same pace moving forward. It's just that, the whole way, everyone had a feeling that something was missing. When the night fell, the cold wind blew, people's hearts overflowed with an unspeakable sadness. That's right, they lacked laughter. Since Trong Lap died, Yu Yang didn't laugh anymore. In the past, no matter how painful things happened, Trong Lap and Yu Yang could still make people temporarily forget the feeling of pain and sorrow. Trak Mok Kwong Ba secretly sighed. It turns out that an arduous journey without laughter is really an arduous journey. People are much less talkative, eating, sleeping, early the next morning wearing heavy backpacks hurrying to the road, all quiet and quiet, sometimes encountering natural miracles that make people have to admiring an exclamation. No one bothered to let out a cry of astonishment. In Yaka, the mountains of strange shapes due to the accumulation of lava gradually decreased, replaced by endless grasslands. The situation in Yaka was much worse than that of the Mother of God, although the war had long since ended, but 10 villages were 9 to be left empty, everywhere littered with rubble. Crossing the vast steppe of Yaka, the further forward, the colder it gets. The tyrannical cold wind raged, the thin yellow grass bowed its tops, revealing the bare rock veins. The 4 sides were even more wild and indescribable. According to the map left by the magicians of the West Tower, and the map they have in their hands, this second level is different from the first level. At the edge of the platform there is a gentle slope shaped like Chi 14 connecting with the third floor level. Of course, they can also choose to take a shortcut like the West Tower magician, climbing straight up the cliff in the shape of the tsunami outside, but even a body like the West Tower magician is forced to jump down. They don't need to, have to try again to do nothing. The strange thing is, along the way, they did not discover the whereabouts of the Merkins. Occasionally encountering intersections to pass, discovering the tents of wandering nomads, they also come to explore, but there is no news of Merkin. The 3 of them seem to have disappeared into silence. And not. That day, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others were near the edge of the platform. Sunset fell on a wilderness. Another day was about to pass. Trak Mok Kwong Ba found an uninhabited village, abandoned for a long time. The canvas tents, wooden racks, and ironwork were all rusted and worn out. Lu Kan Nam looked around, then assumed that this village had been abandoned for at least 10 years or more. After a tiring day of wandering, we decided to spend the night here. The bone-chilling cold wind made the grass on the rocky slopes tremble slightly. Ba Tang was still like every day, standing on a bare rock, indifferently gazing into a distant direction. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stepped forward and calmly said, "Ba Tang, did you find out?" Father Tang said, "Huh." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Something is following us. The further north you go, the stronger this feeling becomes." Ba Tang's voice sounded hoarse. "Are you afraid?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head. "It's not that I'm afraid, but it is necessary to clarify, we can't make any more selfless sacrifices. You found out long ago, didn't you? Tang's father licked his upper lip, still staring into the distance. Remember what I once said to you. That night in Kongbo village, I had a very familiar feeling, not familiarity with the surroundings, but fear when death was near. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, does that feeling appear again later? Ba Tang sneered, it didn't appear again, but it never disappeared. Pausing for a moment, Ba Tang continued, after the Yu Yang and the others returned to Kong Nhat Lap village, there was one night that my feeling was extremely strong, as if they could attack at any moment, entered the village, later for some unknown reason, slowly withdrew. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was surprised. It was only recently that he felt like something was following him, but listening to Ba Tang say, it seemed that the thing had always followed them from the beginning, immediately let go, mouth asking, what is that? Wolf, or the Lu Mo, or is it something else? Ba Tang's fingers involuntarily trembled slightly, and said in a low voice, it's them. After returning from the snowy mountains, while in the hospital, I remembered some events. Those orange lights were wolves. On the snowy mountain we encountered wolves, very similar to the ones I've met before, but there are still some of the most important things, I just can't remember. Trak Mok Kwong Ba sighed and said, don't force yourself too much, Ba Tang. If the third floor is a place you are familiar with, maybe you can remember something. Ba Tang's fingers trembled again. He said nothing, but in his heart he said, I don't understand at all, young Master Kwong Ba, although I have never seen the scene here, but the feeling of panic is familiar. Those familiars warn my body, they're driving us away from this place, there must be something, but no matter how hard I try, I don't want to remember. The more you go forward, the stronger the feeling becomes. At this time, Yu Yang stepped closer and loudly said, young Master Kwong Ba, I found this. His hand raised something high, flashing. Waiting for Yu Yang to step closer, Trak Mok Kwong Ba could see clearly. In his hand was a name tag attached to a small iron chain, very similar to the name tag they discovered on the skydiver when he just got to the second floor, just different sizes. Trak Mok Kwong Ba still did not say anything. Ba Tang took the card and put it on his palm. Yu Yang said, there's a sign above it. Letter, Ba Tang said coldly. What? The word Krishna is the word of the ancient Krishna civilization. Saying that, Ba Tang took out a card attached to the same size as a serpent string, which looked exactly like that. This is mine, Ma Long Kai. These namatags are to distinguish other spiders, each other on the team. Yue Yang took 2 name cards, raised them to compare. Indeed, apart from the symbols and numbers on the back, the materials, shapes, and manufacturing methods of both cards are identical. He said, so, this belongs to your old teammates. Also from the Blue Spiders team. What does this symbol mean? Red clam. Ba Tang received the metal card back. Was there a mistake? Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked. Ba Tang shook his head. For a soldier, name and identity are all things that are required to be forgotten. Only the nickname and number on this iron card is the only thing that proves the existence of the soldier. Surname, especially for soldiers of special operations like us, each of these name tags is unique, absolutely cannot be duplicated or confused. Yu Yang immediately said, so this person with the nickname Red Owl, is he? Ba Tang nodded, yes, also a member of our poaching group. Yue Yang couldn't help but let out a low cry of surprise. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also said, didn't you say, the other members have? Ba Tang said, at that time we were chased by wolves, divided into 2 groups, one group of 10 people, the other group only 4 or 5 people, our group was the only one left alive, based on the situation at the time. Well, I think the other group probably couldn't have anyone escape death. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked again, what about Tai Mi? Ba Tang shook his head, Tai Mi. He is no longer a member of the Blue Spider. Trak Mok Kwong Ba mused, so that means, you just assume that everyone else is already dead, but in fact, there's also a chance that there are other survivors. Yu Yang said, young Master Kwong Ba, this is not important, the key is that the owner of this name card used to go there with Ba Tang, and was chased here by wolves. Which also means, the direction we're going is where Ba Tang and the poachers used to go. Duo Mok Kwong Ba vaguely felt that Yue Yang's words were not very good. The question he wanted to ask just now was very important, but why it was important, he couldn't think of it for a moment, as if he suddenly forgot about it. What did I want to ask just now? Trak Mok Kwong Ba squeezed his brain to think. Ba Tang nodded, well, it can be almost confirmed, the front is where we used to go. The third floor of the platform, back Ba Temple. Yu Yang said, I'm going to report to the official. In the end, what was it that I wanted to ask just now? Trak Mok Kwong Ba is still thinking. Also in the middle of that deserted place, about half a day's journey from Trak Mok Kwong Ba's group, someone was lighting a bonfire. Merkin stirred the flames, saying to Saws, you claim, there are only 2 wolves. Saws said, according to the traces left, it is 2 wolves, but I can't say for sure. Merkin wondered, why? Saws raised his hand to touch the scar on his face, and said in a low voice, you know, almost from the beginning I felt as if there was an animal following behind us, the body is not small. I also used a lot of different methods to track them, but only recently, I discovered a few tracks. However, these traces were not discovered by me at all, but as if they were intentionally left behind. My methods don't seem to work at all. Do you know how I feel right now? Merkin stared at Saws, only to hear him continue. I feel that these 2 wolves are acting completely contrary to animal instinct. I have never seen a wolf follow the hunt for so long, moreover continue to track their prey even though they are almost incapable of hunting. They seem to be following us, purely for the sake of tracking. Merkin was puzzled, so he asked, what do you mean, after all? This behavior is unique to humans, Saws said. Merkin understood, nodded and said, you mean, someone trained these wolves, ordered them to watch us? Saws' expression was very complicated. If that's the case, that's great. What I'm worried about is, without anyone training or commanding, they can still behave like that. Merkin impatiently threw the last branch into the fire, clapping his hands to his feet. I can't understand the language of your biologists anymore, in short, as long as those wolves don't get in our way. Merkin thought for a moment, then said, think about how you can control those wolves. Wolves must be easy animals to manipulate, right? For you Taoist masters. Saws mused, then what is a wolf? Merkin was about to answer, suddenly saw Max holding a bunch of dry wood, running back in a panic. Before he could get close, he said, Mr. Boss, it seems, there's something following us. Finished, he threw the bundle of firewood to the ground, his hands on his knees, panting. It doesn't matter, why are you so scared? With a shout, Merkin raised his eyes and looked into the distance. On the horizon where the 2 colors of red and yellow mixed, slowly appeared a shadow, elongated, strong, tail swept, running quickly. In the gray sky that was about to go dark, its eyes shone with a lovely golden color. With absolutely no warning signs, Merkin suddenly felt a cold shiver, immediately feeling every hair on his body stand up. It was definitely a wolf, shiny fur, and at first glance a little bigger than the North American gray wolf, but the wolf hadn't even approached, causing both Merkin and Saws to feel nervous. Both were extremely surprised at this reaction of their bodies. In Merkin's eyes, the figure of the wolf approaching could be considered as tall and strong in the pack, but its eyes did not contain any ferociousness. On the contrary, there was a look of disdain, as if such an assassin's gaze. What Saws thought more about, was the species of this wolf. He rummaged through his memory, even thinking of werewolves in old European legends. The wolf stopped about 50 paces away from the 3 of them, shivering as if to shake off the lice from its fur. It did not advance, nor did it go around, but only tilted its head to watch them. As the wolf stared, Merkin felt a strange discomfort all over his body, couldn't help but feel the urge to wave his hand to pull out the gun, but was pressed by Saws. Saws said, "Leave it to me." Saying that, he began to rummage through his backpack, found a small box, opened it, and inside was what looked like high oil. Saws wiped it in his palm, rubbed it for a while, and then said, "The most developed organ of wolves is the sense of smell, their world is the world of smells." Saying that, he continued to rub his hands while walking towards the wolf. Saws had only moved 2 steps, the wolf seemed to have sensed something, shook his head slightly to the sides like a boxer, body arched, front limbs straightened, hind limbs bent, suddenly sped up towards Saws. The corner of Saws' eyes twitched, he spread 10 fingers over his chest, only to see the wolf run up to him about 4 or 5 meters away, then jumped up, unexpectedly flying over Saws' head. Saws couldn't help but secretly panic. A normal adult wolf can jump about 5 or 6 meters, but this wolf only bounced, unexpectedly. It gently crossed a distance of more than 8 meters. This, for an animal capturing Taoist, could almost be considered a fatal mistake. Fortunately, this wolf did not seem to have any intention of attacking Saws. It just passed Saws, directly facing Merkin. With Saws in front of him, Merkin couldn't see how the wolf was moving, and by the time he did, the wolf was less than 5 or 6 feet away from him, ready to pounce on him. Not only that, when faced with that gaze, Merkin unexpectedly froze for a moment, forgetting to pull out his gun. By the time he remembered, the wolf had already rotated its body, began to teleport horizontally. The incredible speed of movement was also completely beyond Merkin's expectations. When his hand touched the gun, the wolf was already out of his sight, rounding his back. Merkin quickly turned around, still not seeing that wolf, only heard Saws's voice reminding, "Behind you." Merkin spun around again, seeing it this time, but the wolf had run away 40 or 50 paces. He turned his head and looked up at Merkin once. Merkin didn't know if he was hallucinating, but he seemed to see that the wolf was looking at him with a mysterious smile, then only saw it describe the conflict between right and right, changing direction several times. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the murky grass. Merkin had a gun in his hand, yet not even a bullet could be fired. He stared blankly at Saws. The 2 of them hadn't even touched the wolf yet, but as if they had just experienced a great battle, both panting slightly, turned to look at Max, seeing him already limp and crouched down the ground, sweat pouring down his face. After the wolf disappeared for a long time, Merkin let out a sigh. "What monster is that?" And Saws said, "It turns out, they have the power to chase and kill those Trak Mok Kwong Ba." "What did you say?" Hearing Saws mention Trak Mok Kwong Ba's name, Merkin immediately demanded more. Saws said, "I would say, if there were 2 such wolves, they would be fully capable of ambushing and killing any member of that guide Trak Mok Kwong Ba's group. As long as someone lost his name from the team, he would surely die without a doubt. Only thing, why don't they take action?" Merkin looked at the gun in his hand, still not fully recovered. "That thing, is it really a wolf?" Saws said, "You see, besides wolves, what else can it be?" Merkin gave Max a kick, told him to go pick up more wood, then sat down by the fire, muttering to himself, "What do they mean? Warn us, or provoke us?" "No," said Saws, also walking up to him, saying, "My opinion is the opposite of yours. I think it is an act of goodwill." Gratuitous. Merkin grew more and more confused. Saws said, "Think about it, they've been tracking the Trak Mok Kwong Ba for so long, but have they never revealed their faces? It appears here, meaning to tell us, let you know, we are here, we are the owners of this place, we are watching you." Merkin was silent and said nothing, looked up at the 4 sides, only saw the surroundings were blurred and illusory, the plants and trees were agitated. For the first time, He felt that this place was more dangerous than he had imagined. The bonfire made a snap and crackle sound. Saws was silent for a moment, then said again, "Perhaps they will appear again, anywhere, anytime." How? Max dropped the firewood he had just picked up on the ground. The third floor. After leaving the uninhabited village, Trak Mok Kwongba and the others continued to move forward. Ba Tang surmised, they were now more than 4,000 meters above sea level. The immense green color gradually receded, the territory of white expanded day by day. The mysterious land that was always shrouded in the misty clouds was only a few inches away from them. Going for another 4 or 5 days, they discovered 2 large piles of stones on the side of the road, up to 10 meters high, at first glance like small pyramids. On the rocks were written full of warnings in ancient letters, strokes, bright red letters. The shaman Arla said, "It seems that this is the boundary between the Thuong Kwe Ba people and the inhabitants of the second floor." Min Min said, "Isn't this a bit too much? The second stage is not over yet. We have not seen any turning points to move to the upper platform, but we have already set the boundary here." Lu Kan Nam shook his head. "This is not a boundary marker set by the Montagnard Kwe Ba people, but a warning set by the people living on this second platform." Yu Yang asked, "What is written on these rocks?" The shaman Arla replied, "It is written on it, keep moving forward, you will enter the world of snow and ice, there is no way. The ice is stretched out endlessly, unless there is a god to guide the way, otherwise you will forever be lost in the midst of that ice and snow." After speaking, the shaman Arla suddenly looked around, then asked Yu Yang, "What's wrong? Haven't found any traces of the merkins yet?" Yu Yang shook his head and said, "Maybe it's because they are so few, only 3 people. If they carefully handle the traces after camping, it will be difficult to detect." Trak Mok Kwongba asked, "Are the magicians still not sure about the merkins?" "Yes," said the shaman Arla, anxiously, "among them there is a Taoist beastmaster, but we are not. It must be known that the strength of a beastmaster is not determined by the person himself, but must see if the surrounding environment has many wild beasts suitable for him to manipulate or control. This place is flat, the view is very open, even the weeds are sparse, which is extremely unfavorable for wild beasts to survive. If you want to deal with the beastmaster, this is the best place to do it. If we go into the thick forest, we are afraid that we will not be able to chase the merkins, but on the contrary, we will have to go around to avoid them." As soon as they mentioned the beastmaster Thal, they all remembered the tragic situation when they were chased by Lumo and the others in the forest. Ba Tang shouted indignantly, "Thal beastmaster! Finish him off." Mage Arla mused, "No, don't look down on Thal beastmaster, although their fighting ability is not strong, but the ability to dodge, run away, I'm afraid is beyond everyone's imagination. Remember, their players are all trained under very special circumstances, which they face in training, are not human." Hearing the shaman Arla say that, Trak Mok Kwongba suddenly remembered the snake blower in Putumayo. That extremely poisonous red coral snake is absolutely not kissing the snake blower, but it really wants to bite the opponent to death. The reason the snake blower was still unharmed is probably because the moment the red coral was about to hit, he dodged with a speed that is hard for the naked eye to recognize. Thinking of this, he almost remembered something. The incident seemed to be strange, there seemed to be something wrong, but every time Trak Mok Kwongba focused on thinking, he felt nothing. The more you arrange the thinking circuits, the more chaotic you are. In the end, he had to pat his forehead, give up searching for the hunch that had just flashed in a split second, and continued to move forward with his teammates. Hours later, Merkin walked around the large pile of rocks, eyes wide with suspicion. Max quickly asked, "Boss, what's wrong?" Merkin said, "The sign here is no longer visible." Saws stood beside him, his eyes shining, "Why can't I see? The sign is so clear, can't you two see it?" Merkin glanced at it, saw the sign Saws was referring to was nothing more than a wolf's claw on the rock, and shook his head. That's not what I'm looking for. Soz didn't seem to have heard Merkin, who suddenly crouched down, took a deep breath, then raised his head, looking around in bewilderment. Merkin asked, "What are you looking for?" "The new messenger, just around the corner," said Soz. "What?" As Merkin finished speaking, he suddenly felt a rush of cold air run through his body, from head to heel, raising his head almost at the same time as Soz. Only seeing on that haphazardly stacked pile of rocks, somehow, there were two more wolves, staring down from above. Max gasped, but no sound came out. Merkin was also shocked, not expecting these two wolves to come so close and still completely unaware. He silently calculated the time he drew his gun and the trajectory of the bullets, and at the same time pictured in his mind the scene of the wolf jumping in different angles and directions. Thinking of the wolf the day before, the old feelings reverberated again. In his mind, the image of a dead corner and a fatal corner appeared in his mind. Soz, on the other hand, his ghastly face twisted into a mysterious smile, as if he had grasped something, nodding incessantly at one of the wolves, while holding out his hand. In Max's trembling gaze, the wolf strode to the front of Soz, as tall as his outstretched hand without lifting its head. Only to see it take a small breath on Soz's palm. The triangular eyes no longer showed aggression, but stuck out the tongue to lick his hand. Soz slowly raised his hand, leaned forward slowly, then patted the wolf on the head. The wolf narrowed his eyes, not seeming to protest. Soz's hand stroked the wolf's head back and forth, brushing gently over its fur, and when he lifted it, the wolf opened his eyes, whirled around as if he'd thought of something, and ran back to the pile of rocks, touching the other wolf's head. His throat made a low hum. Only then did Merkin let out a sigh. Max grumbled, "Mr. Soz, you. It's true, having such a powerful trick without saying it early, scared me to the point of sweating." Soz wiped the sweat from his forehead, stared unblinkingly at the two wolves, growling at each other, muttering, "It's true. The result of natural evolution." The two wolves touched their heads for a moment, then descended from the pile of rocks one by one, running in front of the three. Merkin and Max both lost control, taking a half step back. The two wolves ran about 10 paces, then stopped, turned around like a horse, and continued forward. "What do they mean?" Merkin asked. Soz watched intently, saw the two wolves run for a distance, then turned around again, then said, "Looks like we don't need your other signs anymore. Follow them. The master of this land will personally guide us." Merkin asked suspiciously, "Really? Is this too dangerous?" "Maybe this is just their trick," Soz said. "In the wolf's dictionary, there is no such thing as lie." He pauses for a moment, then chuckles and asks, "I heard that foxes are born afraid of wolves. Maybe you also." Max made a series of sounds as if he wanted to laugh but didn't dare, and was glared at by Merkin. He said to himself, "Laugh, laugh, the boss glared at me, but the person he hated was not me. This little bit of resentment keeps accumulating, waiting for them to accumulate to a certain extent. Soz, you also have to be careful." Merkin gave Max a push and commanded in a loud voice, "You, follow me." Max forced out a reluctant smile, "Yes, boss." The next day, Yu Yang suddenly made a suggestion, hoping that everyone could stop for a moment. "I feel there is danger ahead. I want to stop for a while to scout carefully." I said. The Trak Mok Kwong Ba were all surprised. This place has a flat terrain, although there are also large rocks on the upper floor that are standing tall in the middle of the wilderness, but it is definitely not a dangerous land. Besides, only Yu Yang feels that there is no danger, and both Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ba Tang could not sense anything, which was strange. Min Min immediately protested. "What's so dangerous about this place? There are wild beasts that can be detected from afar, and the terrain is spacious, the view is very open. Even if the enemy wants to set up traps, they don't know which way we go. It's best to hurry up to the third platform. If you let the Merkins come first, I don't know what will happen to them." However, Lu Kan Nam supported Yu Yang. She said, because this place seems very safe at first glance, maybe the enemy will take advantage of our mentality of neglecting our vigilance. Yu Yang said that he feels dangerous, then he must have detected something. We can't have any more losses, let me and Yu Yang go and check again to be sure. The rest of you can't disperse any more, just stay in this hidden place and rest properly, waiting for our news. Lu Kan Nam and Yu Yang carried reconnaissance equipment and headed towards the edge of the platform. When Yu Yang was about to take off, the shaman Allah passed by his side, softly chanting, "Infernal hell, if you can't enter, don't enter." Yu Yang smiled bitterly and said to himself, "I'm not going to hell, who else is going to hell?" Watching the two people walk away, Trakmok Kwong Ba asked Ba Tang, "Do you feel anything?" Ba Tang shook his head. "If it's a trap or something like that, we can't feel it." The scout said he found a suspicious point, then let him go and investigate. Ba Tang said slowly, "Compared to yesterday, I feel a little more relaxed." Trakmok Kwong Ba quickly asked, "Did the feeling that something is following us disappear?" Ba Tang shook his head. "It's just faded." Trakmok Kwong Ba sighed. "When it comes to pitfalls, Trong Lap is the best." Ba Tang, softly. His feet stomped on the crushed stones on the ground. Yu Yang and Lu Kan Nam went on a trip for more than half a day. If not for keeping in touch, Trakmok Kwong Ba would have thought that something had happened to them. It was not until the afternoon that the two were tired again. Yu Yang looked very depressed. Lu Kan Nam informed them that dangerous situations that might appear around here were basically ruled out. Unreasonably delayed for a day, that night Man kept nagging. Trakmok Kwong Ba had to comfort him for a while, saying that safety first, and the merkin and the others could not sail smoothly, forever okay. About 10 days later, they finally reached the turning point at the boundary between the two platforms. At this moment, they seemed to be about to reach the horizon, only to see the snake-shaped sky lying in the clouds seemingly right in front of their eyes, almost reaching out to touch it. The snake's tail zigzags, turns into a ray of light and disappears without a trace. The cliffs on both sides rise up from below, forming a battle structure. 15. At first glance it looks like a pillar piercing the sky through the clouds, making people feel like they are walking in a magnificent palace. Humans are as small as ants. Even after a few days, they can't even get around that one pillar. The topography of this place is like a shaped road around the mountain. After each turn, the altitude increases by 1 step. Just the first part of the terrain is a bit narrow, the rocks at the foot are jagged, sometimes even slippery. Walking on it is like climbing a cliff. The further you go, the lower the temperature. On a few rocks, frost has formed, there is no wind but it is still cold and shivering. Worse still, the misty fog that had covered the third platform on the horizon was now drawing closer and closer to them. The second day after starting the turn, they entered the middle of the fog. The clouds are still not very thick, people can still be seen within 50 meters, only, beyond 50 meters, it is impossible to distinguish between people and rocks. In addition, the road is very bumpy and winding. The shaman Allah said that if the enemy ambushes here, it is difficult to avoid. Trakmok Kwong Ba could not help but be on high alert. Every time Yu Yang went up to find the way, Trakmok Kwong Ba advised him to be very careful. They walked like this for 2 days, the road underfoot began to become wider, and finally it was considered that they had reached the edge of the third platform. During these 2 days, there was still no threat from the enemy. Trakmok Kwong Ba had to speculate that the merkin and the others were anxious to find the temple of Bak Bala, so they either missed the best ambush point, or didn't even think about stopping the ambush at all. There is a much more terrible danger. The wolves had welcome to welcome the magicians of the West Tower. They had never encountered them. According to the preliminary speculation of the shaman Allah, they are about 10 days away from where the West Tower shaman directly climbed the cliff. In the next 10 days, there is also the possibility of events that are completely out of reach. Anticipate. Another thing that made Yu Yang even more worried was the fog. He originally thought that the fog covered the middle of the mountain. Through that area, the whole third stage would completely appear in front. Who would have thought that after going for 2 days, the fog still didn't show up, signs of dissipating. On the contrary, there is a tendency to become more and more dense. Yu Yang told everyone about this concern, and the shaman Allah made them all more scared. Have you forgotten the warning on the boundary marker? Those who set foot on this land will be lost in the snow. Ice and snow can hardly lead one astray, only this fog can. If I'm not mistaken, about a month or 2 from now, also, I'm afraid we'll still have to walk in this fog. Yu Yang was shocked, turned his head and asked, Brother Bartang. Bartang thoughtfully recalled, no, the place we used to go there was no fog, just on the snowy mountains surrounding with great fog. We struggled in the west wind corridor for half a month. Yu Yang sighed, fortunately, only half a month. Lu Kan Nam thought for a moment, shook his head and said, no, the west wind corridor is the wind blowing from the outside around the snow mountain, and we are in a space surrounded by mountains, 2 animals. This road is completely different. Min Min said, but it's also impossible that the entire third stage is covered in fog. Bartang said there is no fog there. Lu Kan Nam replied, this is a phenomenon of complementarity and bias in the movement of amorphous bodies. Surely everyone knows phenomena like hurricanes, or tornadoes, right? On the meteorological map, the location of the center of the storm does not have any clouds. Likewise, in the center of the tornado, there is no wind and other impurities. This fog, which can also be thought of as an amorphous fluid that coexists with wind and barometric pressure, at its center, can also appear to be similar to a hurricane or tornado. The shaman Allah said, this may also explain why for hundreds of years, the people in the second stage have tried to conquer Shangri-La countless times, but have not yet seen Shangri-La in the country. Where has failed, not even one can return. They use their eyes to observe this world, but the wolf warriors of the Quabar people mainly rely on their sense of smell to analyze the world. In the thick fog, we won't see anything, and the wolves won't be affected much. Trak Mok Kwong Ba pondered, said, using the dense fog, in coordination with the war wolf, this is truly a solid defense line that cannot be broken. How can we overcome this? Lu Kan Nam also seemed to be immersed in thought. Isn't there no way? Bartang and Tuang Tho didn't enter Shangri-La through the snowy mountain road. Besides, they weren't attacked by wolves in the first place, were they? Only if Tuang Tho survived and ran back out. Moreover, in the villages we passed through, there are also many legends about the warriors who have reached Shangri-La, so there must be a way to overcome this fog without being attacked by wolves. Bartang, do you remember that time? How did your group encounter the wolves? Yu Yang thought to himself, could it be that the wolves also choose to let someone pass through this dense fog? Young Master Kwong Ba is a holy envoy, although we still don't know where he is, saint, but his bloodline must be of the highest rank. Bartang seriously closed his eyes, began to dig into his memory, recalling their situation at that time. Lu Kan Nam was right, the first few times they were not in danger, until the last time. In the end, what happened? In Bartang's recollections, a group of men with cigarette mouths in their mouths, bloody swords in their hands, and laughing giggling antelope skins. At that time, they just thought this place was a windless ravine, and the Tibetan antelopes stopped here to hide from the cold on their way. Looking at the antelope skins piled up like a small mountain, the men seemed to see gold piled up before their eyes. That's right, they also searched to see if this ravine had any other way out. Only then discovered, this ravine is much larger than they imagined. Once, we went for a day and a night, but the sight that caught our eyes was still a vast step. The next time, they walked another 2 days, still not seeing the end. Besides, they also found that other than the place where they went down, they couldn't climb back out in other places. In order not to get lost on the endless steppe, they did not dare to continue, until the last time. Hunting Tibetan antelopes there is so easy, it's almost impossible to kill them, and besides, they just stand there, not knowing how to run away, absolutely no need to put all their manpower into catching and killing antelope, but human curiosity is never satisfied. Why is there such a place in the snow mountain? What is this, after all? How big is it? In the team of Green Spider, two opposing opinions began to appear. Only a few insist that, just focus on working, kill as many as possible, wait until you earn enough money, then give up this karma, live a comfortable life. Most of the rest want to go deep into the central steppe. The more times they went to the steppe in the middle of that snowy mountain, the more people who wanted to go deeper inside also increased. Finally, that time, they prepared enough food, leaving only a few people to locate, maintain contact and continue hunting antelope, while the strongest members all joined the long journey. Ba Tang still remembers, at the start, everyone was excited, laughing and joking, their faces were radiant and full of joy. With heavy luggage on their backs, wearing costumes to explore the ice and snow, everyone is majestic, they can all be among the most elite warriors in the world. What happened on the way, Ba Tang can't remember, but he still remembers, even though he has prepared very well, but 4 or 5 days later, there are still ideas in the team that want to return. The vast steppe seems to go on forever, even if it is a vast sunset, the scenery is beautiful, but every day, you will feel bored. There, apart from grass and antelope, there seemed to be nothing else. After all, how long has it been? Do they meet humans first, or do they meet wolves first? Why separate the team? Ba Tang struggled to rummage through his memory. Yes, the first thing they encountered was not a human, nor a wolf, but a heavily damaged ancient structure. That architecture, Ba Tang couldn't remember, rummaged around in his mind, only buildings like Hong Kong Island, or the Door of Life. Suddenly, he remembered something. Yes, that's where the nightmare begins. Important memories. In Ba Tang's memory, there were wolf cubs learning to walk. Kerr brought them back, he said cheerfully, shot dead a mother wolf, picked up the cubs. This wolf meat eats no different from dog meat, especially suckling wolf cubs, grilled to a new flavor called delicious. At that time, there was laka, nick and wool too. Father Tang remembers, when he was about to taste wolf meat, the knife was drawn and held in his hand. But Kerr said, he worked hard to bring the wolf cubs here alive, just to keep the meat fresh and soft, killing with a knife will lose the taste. Saying this, he submerged the wolf's head in the water, and a moment later, all the cubs died. Then he taught them all to sharpen a wooden stick through the wolf's body, and bake it on the fire. Grilled wolf meat is fragrant, making everyone's mouth water. Just when we were all about to have a drink but didn't have time to start, Santos turned around, his face was extremely panicked, he stuttered and said something very quickly. Ba Tang couldn't hear him very well, just remembered him constantly, repeating a saying, "The wolf is here. The wolf is here." He still remembers. Nick still chuckles and says, "There's nothing to be afraid of a wolf, just give it a shot, it's just a matter of lack of meat to share." Where is Santos going? Tang rummaged through the vague memory again. Yes, after arriving there, they divided into 2 groups, one to rest in place, the other to survey the surrounding situation. Santos belongs to the other scout group. By the time Laka asked, where were the others, and Santos replied in a voice of absolute terror, "Die." Damn it all, they all began to realize how serious this incident was. The wolves come, this is not scary. The horrible thing is, each wolf has a part of the human body, whose skull, limbs, chest and abdomen, bones and organs, from the ragged clothes and the color of the skin, are still dimly identifiable. Who is that? Don't know who fired first, only know, Ba Tang's group panicked and unleashed a long series of bullets. Then, they were shocked to realize, the wolves only left a bunch of scattered limbs, and then ran away. Looking at the bodies of their comrades being bitten and torn into countless pieces, some of the green spiders panicked, some cried loudly, some nervously looked around. At that time, Ba Tang and the others completely did not expect the wolves to be familiar with the psychology of war. The seeds of fear had been scattered and began to take root in each person's mind. Although this group of people who had undergone special training had been injured and killed before, they had never seen so many people die so tragically. However, all of that is just the beginning of a long nightmare. Wait, where did the wolves go? Ba Tang asked himself in his memory, thinking again, yes, that place is full of grass half a person's height, there are big rocks, there are tall trees and trees that block the sun like in a jungle. Tropic. Besides, many of these rocks, unlike naturally formed, are stone pillars, stone walls or collapsed stone statues. Ba Tang couldn't remember the shapes of those rocks anymore, but the image of the wolves was very clear in his mind: gray-yellow fur, blue eyes, tall build, speed, like lightning, hidden like ghosts. They couldn't feel pity for their teammates at all, only seeing the grass swaying once, someone disappeared as if they had just collapsed into a trap pit, followed by a pitiful howl. The screams resounded non-stop, but when the bullets came, there was no sound anymore, making the Ba Tangs unable to help but lean against each other, forming a circular defense line. But no one expected, above the head suddenly fell a pile of organs and body parts of the dead. All were incomprehensible. How did the wolves climb the tree? How do they even bring up bodies? Those corpses, some were torn apart, some were still alive, their internal organs were hollowed out, their eyes bulged out, their mouths opened and closed again, but they only spoiled, without emitting a cry. Yes, because there are no more lungs, clenched fists, trembling. When those who had only a few breaths left convulsively stretched out their arms, the nerves of the survivors finally succumbed to their exhaustion, completely collapsing. The green spiders were completely confused, with only one thought remaining in their mind: to run away. From that day on, Ba Tang and the others began to walk up a road drenched in blood. Tang's father couldn't remember how many days it took them to come to that dead land, and at the same time, he couldn't remember how many days it took to get out of that luxuriant forest. He could only remember, every day someone died, every day there was a pitiful howl resounding around him. The scariest thing was that, no matter how careful they were, the next morning, they still saw the remains of those who had died the day before appearing around them, as if to warn those who are still alive: no matter how you run, no matter how far you run, it will only end in death. The wolves attacked without choosing a time, without a location. Sometimes they did not kill anyone for a day or two, sometimes they suddenly killed several people. During the day, the wolves were nowhere to be seen, and when he saw them, he heard a pitiful cry, and a dead body. That also helps. When the night comes, looking from afar, those dead orange eyes are like ghosts wandering, especially after the Ba Tangs run out of ammunition, those flashes of light, closer to them. Since the day they started to flee, not one of them dared to sleep. Each of them was extremely tired. Some even had to stab a knife into their skin to keep from falling asleep. On the way, many people have completely collapsed. Even if they don't commit suicide, they will laugh stupidly and walk towards the wolves, unable to pull back. Ba Tang and a few others were the ones who persisted to the very end. Along the way there were some other members of the contact point who joined in, and then there were new deaths. They are like a bunch of pigs being herded into the slaughterhouse, surrounded by wolves like cats and mice, without the ability to resist. During that deserting journey, the people became less and less, and the wolves joined in the act of encircling them. It seemed to be more and more numerous. Now that Ba Tang recalled, every step of the action of that pack of wolves seemed to have been carefully calculated. No matter where he attacked, he was sure to get there. When they still had weapons in their hands and full energy, the wolves made full use of the surrounding trees and groves, especially taking advantage of the corpses of others in the group, planting seeds of fear in their hearts. Each person's mind, and at the same time constantly harassing day and night, making the prey extremely tired both physically and mentally, not daring to rest even for a moment. By the time they ran out of the woods, the ammunition had already been exhausted, and their physical and mental strength had reached the limit of endurance. At this time, the wolves completely hold the right to life and death in their hands, and will constantly hover around the people who have fallen into a state of extreme crisis. Chase, they will go; do not chase, they come again, then launch an attack at an unspecified time, causing the Bartangs to expend all their strength in running away. Whoever runs the slowest will be killed. Wolves kill. The members who mastered the killing arts of the Blue Spider Squad encountered this sly pack of wolves and were completely disintegrated like a pile of mushy mud. It is not clear who brought up the idea. Because they ate the wolf cubs, the wolves came to take revenge. They would kill slowly, killing them one by one, letting these people fall into a state of fear that could not be resisted. Bartang fully believes in this reason, because, during the chase, the most shocking thing is, the wolves bite and tear the bodies of the unfortunate people, take out all their organs, but do not eat the meat, but throw them back, those ravaged corpses for the living. They only kill people, and at the same time seem to enjoy the pleasure brought by killing. It's like the feeling of the Bartang when using a tree branch to pierce the wolf's body, sizzling, on the fire. Tang's father suddenly remembered a problem. Why can't the wolves be seen during the day, but at night can see their bright eyes? At that time, they had run out of the forest, surrounded by grasslands all around, and the grass there was not very high. How could they hide the bodies of the wolves? You worked hard digging through the chaotic memories, yes. Remember, that time, Bartang also saw a wolf, right in front of him. Santos was unsteady at that time, staggered as if he could fall at any moment, suddenly being carried away by a wolf. That wolf is very big. Holding Santos let go like a sheep. It bit his throat, Santos' body and head softened, and then dragged away. Tang's father was standing right next to him, but could only stare at him, unable to move, even forgetting to run away. But where did that wolf come from? In Bartang's mind, Santos' despairing eyes were constantly appearing as he was dragged away by that wolf. Where did it jump out from? At last, right, underground. Remember, before seeing that wolf, there was only a grassy mound on the ground. The wolf jumped up with the whole earth. When he saw it, Santos was already bitten by the neck and dragged away. Then, Bartang saw the surrounding grass move, 4 or 5 wolves staring at him. When they dispersed, each of them was covered with a carpet of grass, like a saddle covering the whole body. Those wolves, unexpectedly, can disguise themselves. It's not a wolf, it's clearly a pack of monsters. Finally, Bartang also recalled all those events. When he was startled awake from the fear of the past, he immediately discovered Trak Mok Kwangba and Yu Yang were holding tightly on top, while his whole body was trembling violently, sweating profusely. Trak Mok Kwangba and Yu Yang were both panting, but Bartang had absolutely no idea what he was doing. Bartang blinked twice. The shaman Allah pressed his hand to his forehead and slowly said, "Okay, he's awake." Trak Mok Kwangba was still not sure, and asked again, "Bartang, do you still recognize me?" Until Bartang asked back, "What have I done?" Young Master Kwangba, only Trak Mok Kwangba and Yue Duang dared to let go of their hands. It turned out that at first, Bartang just stood still and pondered, but soon after that, Yu Yang noticed that his eyes became panic, and then his teeth gnashed together. He knew that this was the symptom when Bartang's illness flared up, so he quickly called Trak Mok Kwangba and Lu Kan Nam. Lu Kan Nam immediately stripped Bartang of all weapons, but he was still completely unaware. Because their equipment had been completely exhausted after a few battles, and in Merkin's items, there was no specific medicine to treat Bartang's disease. Man had to find a tranquilizer, was about to inject when Bartang suddenly fell ill. He looked as if he was fighting a horde of invisible enemies, both defending very well, absolutely not letting anyone close, and was extremely nervous and panicked looking around. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Yu Yang were closest to Ba Tang, and immediately joined forces. It also took a lot of effort to subdue Ba Tang without causing him any damage. Looking at the bruises on Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Yu Wang, Ba Tang nodded slightly to show his guilt. Without waiting for others to ask, he said to himself, "I remember some things," finished speaking, and recounted the entire process of encountering the wolves to all of them. After listening to Ba Tang's story, Min Man said, "Is it because of eating wolf cubs that leads to revenge behavior of the whole pack of wolves?" Ba Tang nodded. But Yu Yang asked the opposite. If it is the revenge of the wolves, why not kill them all at once, but have to kill them one by one? Is there a kind of wolf who likes to enjoy the feeling of being in love? Killing. Ba Tang thought for a moment, then said, "At first, they weren't able to kill all of us, and on the way to escape, there were constantly new wolves joining the chase. Moreover, now that I think about it, in the whole process, the wolves suffered very few casualties. They paid the lowest price for the greatest victory." The one with the nickname Red Clam. Is that one of the group that was scouting around that Santos reported all dead? Lu Kan Nam suddenly asked. After hearing Ba Tang's reconfirmation, she said, "It's still not good. If because you guys ate wolf cubs, the wolves ambushed, then for what reason did the other scouting team get destroyed by them? Close. In the end, what did they find out? Besides, in such a situation, there are still survivors. How could this happen? Or, on the way to escape, that person fell from the third platform, that iron military card was picked up by the local people." Man said. "It cannot be." Lu Kan Nam protested. Assuming that the Ba Tangs were on the third platform at that time, they would fall from the third floor and can only fall straight into the sea. Yu Yang said, "It also means that there is only one possibility that Ba Tang's other teammate escaped by himself." Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at each other in confusion. In that situation, being able to run away from the wolves was a strange thing indeed. Ba Tang himself also said, "I know, there are still some most important points that I can't remember. If I remember why I survived, how I escaped, maybe I can explain it." There should be a reason why he escaped. In Ba Tang's mind, there was still many doubts. In those fragmentary recollections, there were times when the number of members of the group decreased extremely quickly, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't remember how those people disappeared. Ba Tang could only remember the minutiae. At first they didn't follow the original path, then, it seemed like they were cornered by wolves to somewhere. Every time he remembers that place, Ba Tang's memories are like a wall built from dried bloodstains, with countless white arms reaching out from the inside, waving, squirming wildly, outside the picture. When the picture came out, he couldn't remember anything. But at this moment, he could vaguely sense that the reason why his body resisted and didn't want to go forward was because of that place. There is also Western Mexico. Western Mexico, it's you. What did you do in the end? Captain, I have no other choice. You brought them here. We've all been killed by you. If I don't, I will be eaten by them. I'm not afraid to die. But I don't want to be like that. I don't want to go there. What happened before this dialogue? Where did the root of the grudge with Tammy come from, in the end? Yu Yang said, "In my opinion, the most important point, perhaps, is the words that the person named Santos said when he returned." Man clicked his tongue. Unfortunately, Ba Tang didn't hear clearly at that time. The shaman Allah said, "There is another very strange thing, those wolves, why don't they eat those corpses? Is it really just making Ba Tang's poachers panic and fear?" Everyone pondered, suddenly heard Yu Yang say, "Or is it the order of the Shang Kui Ba people?" The shaman Allah immediately said, "This is the most bizarre point. In the whole process, the Ba Tangs did not meet a single person from Thuong Kui Ba. Is it true?" Ba Tang Do you remember meeting anyone other than your comrades? A not. Ba Tang firmly shook his head. Suddenly, a voice jumped into his memory. What was that? Is it human? It seemed to be the voice of the captain, followed by countless people desperately shouting, no. A not. I want to return. I want to come back. In that desperate scream, Ba Tang heard his own voice. Yes, I was one of those screaming people. He gradually threaded that sound and, that place, together, the red wall glowing, arms white, thought line suddenly interrupted. Ba Tang painfully propped his hand on his forehead. Man asked again. Then, in the past, Ba Tang said that he once saw a Kuei bar. It was our second time here, I only saw one person over there. Ba Tang replied. For a moment, he recalled the expressions of that Kuei bar and Santos. Yes, both equally terrified, the same trembling from despair. That Kuei bar person, maybe that Kuei bar person also encountered something. Ba Tang hastily told this information to the rest. The shaman Allah frowned and said, impossible, if it's a Kuei bar, at least it can't be hurt by wolves, unless. Yue Yang quickly continued, unless those wolves, they wouldn't be able to control it anymore. The shaman Allah just shook his head slightly. After thinking about it for a while, Ba Tang finally decided to warn everyone. Just heard him say, there is a place ahead, very terrible, that really destroyed our spirit and our will, not the bodies of our comrades, nor the sudden attacks of the herd, wolf, but that's where a lot of people are in despair, I think. Me too. Yue Yang hurriedly asked, where is it? Where is that? What's there? After a long time, Ba Tang helplessly shook his head. I can't remember. Looking at Ba Tang's tired face, Trak Mok Kwong Ba could only comfort. Don't force yourself too much. If you can't remember, it's okay, no matter what lies ahead, we can't make it difficult for us. Okay. He turned his head, looked at the vast foggy area, picked up the backpack on his shoulder, and said nonchalantly, let's continue on our way. Although the shaman Allah had speculated that it would still take about 10 days to meet the wolves, after listening to Ba Tang recount his broken memories, everyone couldn't help but feel a little worried in their hearts. A wolf like that, a pack of wolves like that, can they handle it? Moreover, if Dio and Katmao said it right, when the Ba Tangs reached this third level, the Thuong Kuei Bar people still had their own territories, among which there were buffer zones that could can pass. Now, all the people of Thuong Kuei Bar have their own king and have been unified. How will they face the situation? The next day, the temperature dropped, the fog became denser, the visibility was less than 30 meters. Among the scattered large rocks, sometimes saw a few cold-resistant plants. The trunks of trees could not be seen, big, but in the fog it looks like a ghost looming, making people anxious. Seeing that they were all a bit tired, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suggested to rest for a while. Yu Yang said that the tree in front seemed quite large, can rest there. But as they approached, the tree seemed to have shifted sideways a bit. The second time he met Merkin, Yu Yang rubbed his eyes a few times, saying, am I mistaken, the tree just now seems to have moved. Min Man panicked and looked at Yu Yang, while Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, don't doubt that God is suspicious of ghosts, we will see clearly when we go there. They continued to move towards that direction, but gradually slowed down, because when the distance shortened, they immediately discovered, in front of that tree shadow, there seemed to be a person. Besides, next to a tall figure, big, there are other shadows moving. Just then, they heard a shadow in the mist exclaim, what is it? English. Almost at the same time, someone using English shouted loudly, you fool. This time they heard it clearly. It was Merkin's voice. Unexpectedly, the two sides met in this situation. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately pulled out handguns, but there was nowhere on either side of them to dodge. The nearest tree was also more than 10 meters away. On the contrary, the Merkins have taken over the land. Obviously these people also rest here. There are big rocks on both sides, trees behind them. Yue Yang also saw that in the hazy fog, there were many shadows on the ground. Just now, it was these shadows that were moving. At first glance, as if the soldiers were lying in hiding. Could it be that Merkin had more assistance here? Wow, well, young Master Kwong Ba. Merkin stepped out of the fog. His body slowly revealed to the eyes of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. He changed his winter clothes, but it was still difficult to hide the bulging muscles. Gradually, his face was revealed, the same fake smile. I think, between us there was a bit of a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding the fart. As soon as Father Tang saw that smiling face, he had an aversion to it and cursed out a sentence. Merkin's eyebrows raised slightly, and Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately held up Ba Tang's gun barrel, signaling him not to get too excited. Merkin chuckled and said, "That's right, you don't have to fight and kill when you just met, so why not calm down and sit down and talk?" At this point, that smile suddenly disappeared. His face became unusually serious. The road ahead will be extremely difficult, relying on you or us, wanting to go forward alone, fearing that hard to get over. It's not easy for us to get to this place. I still repeat that saying. I sincerely invite you, Kwong Ba young master, join us. Everyone is of the same mind. Synergies forward. As for the division of things in the Silver Bala Temple, we will negotiate after that. You lied, Min Min suddenly shouted. You are an infamous villain, sneaking behind us along the way, stealing the clues we find, hurting our comrades, and yet do you still want to talk about cooperation? What have you done to my brother? Why did you kidnap him? Where did you keep him? How is he now? Answer it. The last time she met Merkin, Man Min didn't have time to ask. The two sides opened fire. This time she saw him, and immediately released a series of questions that had been stored in her heart for a long time. Following you, after all, who researched back Bala Temple first? This is afraid that it is difficult to say right. I think, the official Lu Kan Nam here must know very well. I have spent a lot of effort for this temple. As for encountering dangerous traps in the process of searching for clues, it is normal to have any death or injury, right? My people died far more than you. At best, we can only consider fair competition. Also, little girl, you said we robbed the clue you found. Then I also want to ask one more question. The most important clue, after all, were the robbers from me, or did I rob from where you are? That goddamn clue is that you stole from me. Even your Guji gold book is also my loot. I didn't care about these things. What qualifications do you have to say? Merkin's Chinese is fine, but it's logically clear. Speaking of the Merkin family's history of researching Silver Bala Temple, I'm afraid there aren't many organizations that started earlier than them. Regarding the other clues, although the Golden Book of Guji was won at a fair auction, the other two important clues were indeed stolen from Merkin. As for mortalities, Merkin's men actually died far more than they did. Therefore, after hearing that, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and others felt very uncomfortable in their hearts, feeling that the name was clearly forcing the word, making excuses, but could not find any reason to refute it. Merkin argued loudly while silently motioning for Max to come over to him. While Trak Mok Kwong Ba and others were stunned for a moment, he quietly asked, "Is that girl's name Min, her brother?" Live. Andrea Hospital. Did we do anything to him? Max whispered, "Master, have you forgotten? Last year he told me to take someone to the hospital." The guy didn't say anything. I already reported this. Merkin signaled he knew, then told him to shut up and back off. Lu Kan Nam whispered into Trak Mok Kwong Ba's ear, "This person is not reliable." Trak Mok Kwong Ba gently nodded and said to Merkin, "You still haven't answered the question about Min Man's brother. You say you have good intentions, then tell us about Tang Shou's current situation and location. This shouldn't be difficult, right?" Merkin gave a wry smile again, the corners of his mouth quirking up. Only this person with the nickname, Firefox, rolled his eyes and said, "This, obviously, is another misunderstanding." As he spoke, he changed into a gentle face and looked at Min Min. Miss Man, your brother is very strong, I can assure you, believe me. Your guarantee? Who can believe it? Ba Tang shouted loudly. Merkin's expression changed slightly, knowing that he was about to fail. Sure enough, Ba Tang coldly pressed and continued, you also assured me, after finding Taimi, you will hand him over to me to handle. In return for compensation, I will supervise all your actions. Young Master Kwong Ba for you. Before, all of our actions were as clear as the palm of your hand, but as for Taimi, you let him sell your life. You're a scammer. Brother Ba Tang. Father Tang, Ba Tang. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others were all surprised, as if they couldn't believe what they had just heard. Everyone stared at Ba Tang. Father Tang still stared at Merkin, slowly said, after everyone came to the prison to look for me, he also followed. From the beginning, this guy has been following everyone. He used money to seduce me, wanted me to change my mind, join everyone, supervise everyone. At that time, I was a man who sold his life for money, so I accepted his offer. Merkin didn't wait for Ba Tang to finish speaking, pointed to his face and shouted, nonsense. You're spitting blood on people. Tang's father glared and said, if I didn't tell you the places where Western Mexico could hide, would you find him? If I hadn't told you our plan of action, would you have followed to Putumayo? Did you find the wolfskin scroll in the Maya dungeon? When I stopped contacting you, you turned around and said you wanted to expose me. Haha, it's really funny, you guys can do it, if you don't do it, don't do it, it's never been said by other people. Trak Mok Kwong Ba all coldly looked at Merkin. Ba Tang hasn't finished his words, he changed his face, restored his original coldness, and his voice also became cold as ice. I had the heart to invite you to join the party, but you are not. Think hard enough, then there's nothing more to say. Since there's nothing left to say, don't blame me. They were all thinking that Merkin would use the Czechoslovak killer technique again, when he suddenly shook himself, making way for the mysterious man in black, wearing a black scarf to cover his face. The Beast Master, Ba Tang roared, raised his gun and fired. At this time, they understood why the shaman Allah reminded him again and again to pay attention to the body of the Beastmaster, only to see the swords leaning slightly to dodge the main bullets, face, right hand firmly on the ground, the whole body does a flip in the air. The barrel of Ba Tang's gun panted horizontally, Saw's arm bent, pressing hard on the ground, unexpectedly pushing his whole body into the air. Unexpectedly, that thin, dry arm had the same rebounding power as the muscles in the legs. All the bullets Ba Tang fired fell into the air. Saws flipped a few times in the air like a wheel of wind, then dropped a few meters away, touched the ground, immediately reached out his left hand and placed it on his right cheek, 5 fingers spread. As soon as Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at him, they immediately knew that the other hand had thrown something. Yu Yang suddenly came to his senses at this moment. If the shadows lying on the ground were not Merkin's newly arrived soldiers, then it could only have been called by this Saws, but around here, it seemed that only. He quickly shouted, "Don't let him take action, he is controlling." "It's late," Saws said hoarsely. At this time, the shadows in the mist seemed to receive orders at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they turned into black lightning, surrounding Duo Mok Kwong Ba and the others. At this time, Yu Yang said the last words, "It's a wolf. Big head, wide mouth, cold triangular eyes. They have always been compared to humans, apart from humans, as the most successful hunters in the natural world. When these creatures slowly appeared in the mist, the corners of the mouth were slightly tilted back, revealing sharp teeth. That ferocious appearance made Min Man panic, quickly grasped the flap. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shirt. Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't believe that they would face the wolves at Shangri-La in this situation. They have 8 in total, all of them are much larger than normal grey wolves, 4 grey ones, 2 white ones, 2 black ones. Looking at the joint combat posture, it is clear that they belong to the same family. Wolves have lived together in this land for a long time. As soon as the wolves appeared, Ba Tang, who had shot at Saws just now, immediately stopped, and at the same time raised his hand to stop Yu Yang and Lu Kan Nam, who were raising the guns. "Don't shoot." For the first time, they heard Ba Tang's hoarse and trembling voice, "Open fire, you're dead." Yu Yang didn't understand, and whispered, "There are only 8 children." Lu Kan Nam suddenly understood. "So it is, wolves have a very developed sense of smell. Shoot these wolves, others will smell the death smell of their fellow human beings on us. It will be extremely difficult to keep going. This Taoist beast master is so crafty." Ba Tang smiled bitterly and said, "Fire a gun, it may not kill these wolves, on the contrary, we." At the same time, the shaman Allah also said to Trak Mok Kwongba and Lu Kan Nam, "I don't feel the killing intent of these wolves. It seems they are not ready to hunt yet." Saws let out a chuckle, his left hand resting on his right cheek suddenly clenched into a fist, then spread, shifting from left to right, slamming down hard. Apparently, they were still several tens of meters apart, but in the eyes of the shaman Allah, Saw's hand was like a giant sword slashing down. He hurriedly pushed Trak Mok Kwongba and Lu Kan Nam, himself also jumping up high. At the same time, his wrist jerked, the rope shot out. Unexpectedly, he was fast, the wolves were faster. In the moment when the shaman Allah pushed Trak Mok Kwongba away, there was a grey wolf that left the herd and jumped up. When the shaman Allah threw himself into the air, it also leaped onto the big rock in front of it, then tilted its body and bounced horizontally. That jump, drawing a beautiful rainbow line, at that time, the shaman Allah had just fired the hook rope, the end of the rope had not even reached the tree branch, his whole body was floating in the air, was go-red by that grey wolf, right, fell straight to the ground. The remaining 7 wolves did not move, as if with the body of the shaman Allah, being knocked down in the air and falling to the ground was a very normal thing. The Trak Mok Kwongba, even the Merkins, were all terrified. These are the wolves that forced the mage of the West Tower to jump off the cliff, the wolves that made the Green Spider Task Force completely unable to fight back. This is the wolf of the invincible army of light. The shaman Allah fell to the ground, and before he got up, he quickly shouted, "Run! Scamper!" Trak Mok Kwongba and the others looked at each other. Yu Yang and Man simultaneously threw out bright grenades. Trak Mok Kwongba and Ba Tang opened fire at the same time at Merkin and Saws. Lu Kan Nam jumped up and pulled the Asian magician, screaming, and then lying on the ground. After a dizzying explosion, the 6 quickly ran in the direction of Bak Bala Temple. No one expected, just ran a few steps, suddenly 2 wolves rushed out, interrupted the formation, and then 4 more wolves came from behind, and 2 more was still nowhere to be seen. No one knows how these wolves dodged the 2 bright grenades. Could it be that the loud bang and bright light didn't affect them at all? No one had time to think about those problems anymore. The 2 wolves that entered the middle of their formation could attack anyone at any time, but shooting at them was afraid of hurting the people, others. The defensive position of Trak Mok Kwongba and the others in the blink of an eye had completely disintegrated. The 2 people in charge of the rear, Trak Mok Kwongba and Ba Tang, if the wolves behind them catch up, they will be surrounded, so they have to run in another direction. The 4 wolves gathered their heads together, as if discussing something, and then split into 2 directions to continue pursuing. Merkin waved his hand to brush off the dust on his body, slowly stepped out from behind the big rock, smacked his tongue in praise, "Fantastic, Khan, at this rate, just the 3 of us can leisurely reach Silver Bala is the temple." Saws did not pay attention to that compliment, nonchalantly said, "If you don't hurry to call your men, you will see how powerful those wolves are." Merkin asked in surprise, "What do you mean by that? Those wolves are powerful, isn't it more convenient for us to use?" Saws sneered, For us to use. I tell you, the command I gave just now wasn't like that. Those wolves only acted on their own orders. It was really hard to understand. Besides, I just tried to control a small group of wolves. It was so difficult. On the way ahead, there are hundreds of thousands of wolves like that. If they attack us, think about the survival rate. What percentage is left of the three of us? Merkin was surprised, but just mused and said nothing. Just listening, Max stammered, Mr. Soers, you're not joking, are you? Soers coldly looked at Merkin and said, joking. Don't blame me for not saying it first. Besides, if you don't call them to come a little early, when you really need people, what do you think if they don't show up? Ben. Merkin nodded and replied, there's no need to worry about this, I completely trust Cafu. Besides, I've already installed the transmitter. They haven't arrived yet, maybe because the weather conditions don't allow it. Tonight, I will call again. Khan, don't worry, I won't let us fall into the same predicament as them. Soers heard that and nodded slightly. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ba Tang ran towards the edge of the third platform, while the shaman Ala and the rest ran in the opposite direction. Those 8 wolves were really adept at tactics, darting between the two groups, causing them to run further and further apart. In the distance, the sound of gunfire was scattered. It must have been Lu Kan Nam and Yu Yang who had opened fire on the wolves. But with the gunfire getting farther and farther away, Trak Mok Kwong Ba knew the effect was not great. Before, he had encountered wolves alone, although their eyes were very aggressive, but still had the nature of wolves, not yet hungry. They absolutely did not arbitrarily hunt and kill their prey, even they were a bit reserved, scared of him again, but this pack of wolves is completely different. They have been lost by that Beastmaster Thao. What did that guy do in the end? Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought while running. Ba Tang was also silent and didn't say anything. The sense of urgency when being chased by wolves made him remember more things. Looking at the monstrous rocks in the mist, many vague scenes in his memory became clear. The images flashed through his mind, being chased by wolves, fighting with them. Ba Tang's hand tightened even more. The shaman Ala couldn't understand. Is this the warrior of the Thuong Quay Ba people? Why did they let the wolf wander around like that? If it's a war wolf, why is it so easy for the Tao Beastmaster to control it? Could it be that the level of that Beastmaster Tao is already extremely high? Shaman Ala recalls that more than 10 years ago, he had heard his tantric predecessors talk. Their enemies divided those who had the ability to control animals into 5 classes. The Thao Beastmaster seemed to only is the lowest class. Most of the tantric masters were killed by some so-called Gu masters, and there were even more fearsome Gu masters. What rank is that person in the end? No, his strength doesn't seem to be very strong. The wolves here are really the strong ones. Yu Yang's heart is also secretly thinking, that Beastmaster Thao is really scary. Yes, like the magician Ala, the ability of Thao Beastmaster is determined by the ability of the creatures he can control. In this land of Quay Ba people everywhere, the power of that Beastmaster Thao is almost limitless. You must find a way to defeat him, otherwise, absolutely no one can compete with them. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also opened fire. Regardless of whether he was pursued by wolves later or not, the immediate situation was too pressing. But then, he quickly discovered, every time he fired, he could not hit the target. On the one hand, because the guys are moving at high speed, unable to aim. On the other hand, also because the movement patterns of the wolves chasing behind are too weird. It seems that they have the ability to prophesy, predictable bullet path. Each time can be dodged by a few inches. Behind him and Ba Tang were 3 wolves. The remaining 5 were obviously chasing Lu Kan Nam and the others. Trak Mok Kwong Ba involuntarily laughed coldly, thinking to yourself, you guys respect us too, don't you? Turning his eyes to Ba Tang, who had been running around, Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't help but worry. A man who was not afraid even in the face of death, even once a member of one of the world's most elite special forces troops, unexpectedly being completely paralyzed by the wolves' will to resist. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought for a moment, and finally decided to remind Ba Tang, it's not right for us to keep running like this. You have to know that wolves are animals that can run continuously all day at a speed of nearly 20 kilometers per hour. Once they start catching a siege net, their speed is even more amazing. These legs of ours, forever cannot run faster than the 4 legs of those wolves. If we continue like this, we'll end up being pushed to the point of exhaustion and exhaustion. Unexpectedly, Ba Tang turned his head. There was absolutely no fear in his eyes, but seemed to have returned to his usual cool and calm expression. Just listen to him calmly say, "These wolves can be killed." "What did you say?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba shot 2 shots behind him and ran a few steps faster. Ba Tang said, "I remember all of them. On the way to escape, we also killed a lot of wolves, not completely without resistance. It's just that, at that time they were too many, but now there are only 3, just me." Trak Mok Kwong Ba released 2 more bullets, saying, "But at this speed, it is difficult for us to aim. And if you stop, maybe they'll immediately jump over and crush you." Ba Tang nodded. "Yes, these wolves seem to have been specially trained or something. Within about 50 steps of the enemy, they will suddenly change direction. Most of them rush up along a chi trajectory, but the speed of change is extremely fast. When our gun muzzles pass, that's when they leave that position. Aim at it and shoot. Never hit, need to shoot at their next location." As he spoke, a large old tree appeared in front of him. Ba Tang suddenly ran towards that direction, jumped up high, shot the hook rope, and rushed forward with the momentum. He took the tree trunk as the center, drew a beautiful curve in the air, swinging back, and at the same time holding the gun in his right hand continuously fired bullets along that arc. Trak Mok Kwong Ba just saw the barrel of Ba Tang's gun drawn into a fan-shaped flame. Surprised, he ran beside Ba Tang, turning his head to look at the wolves. Of the 3 wolves that pursued them, there was a black one, a white one and a grey one. The 2 black wolves, the white wolf, jumped to the sides, and the grey wolf let out a long howl, folded its front legs, rolled 2 or 3 times on the ground, and did not move any more. At this time, Ba Tang's body also drew a complete curve in the air. He pulled the rope, landed on the ground, quickly ran after Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Great war between man and wolf. "Good job, Ba Tang, you've already killed one." Trak Mok Kwong Ba really appreciated. Ba Tang just coldly let out a sentence. "This is the life-changing experience of countless comrades." The 2 wolves that had lost the companions went into a frenzy. They howled tragically, suddenly accelerating. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also wanted to follow Ba Tang's footsteps, aiming at their movement trajectory and releasing bullets, but it was still difficult to achieve the desired effect. The black wolf sometimes jumped to the left, then quickly swerved to the right. In just a short moment, Trak Mok Kwong Ba stopped to raise his sniper rifle. It was already close to him. Ba Tang just put the muzzle of the gun to cover for Trak Mok Kwong Ba. The white wolf immediately took the opportunity to lunge at him. The other black wolf was also extremely agile. When Ba Tang's bullets locked the space between him and Trak Mok Kwong Ba, it suddenly grabbed its front legs to the ground, stopping like a car brake right in front of the bullets. Pan 2. When Ba Tang had to turn to protect himself, its hind legs had enough strength to jump up. The movement of stopping and then bouncing up was very rhythmic, while cleverly dodging another series of bullets from Trak Mok Kwong Ba. The wolf was close to the front. Trak Mok Kwong Ba could not pull the trigger to fire, had to raise his gun to support. The wolf kicked hard on the butt of the gun, seemingly intending to use the force to knock Trak Mok Kwong Ba, but his steps were very firm, and the wolf was pushed back. Trak Mok Kwong Ba took advantage of that opportunity, immediately raised his gun, followed the momentum to shoot, unexpectedly, pulled the trigger several times in a row. The gun still refused to release. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was stunned, not expecting that the wolf's kick coincidentally hit some part of the gun body, making his gun instantly turn into a useless poker. Seeing the wolf rolling around on the ground and then getting up again, Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not have time to see how the gun ended, so he threw the gun at it, and at the same time reached out and pulled out a USP-16, continued firing. The black wolf was also stunned for a moment, as if he did not expect that Trakmok Kwangba still had a gun, jumping up and down like an antelope on the ground, while avoiding his bullets and taking advantage of the free time between the two shots. Gun, grabbed the submachine gun Trakmok Kwangba, threw it on the ground, and then ran off into the distance. Trakmok Kwangba turned to Ba Tang, saw that the situation was not much different from himself, although Ba Tang still had a weapon in his hand, but the white wolf was too close, kept wrapping around, so the gun in his hand was tested. He is also not easy to release bullets, sometimes has to use like a knife or a stick. In addition, he also has to use his fist to hold it. Trakmok Kwangba was about to aid Ba Tang. Suddenly he was startled, and reluctantly had to focus his attention on the hazy fog around. That black wolf was always there, can come from any direction. He had just thought of turning around, when suddenly he heard a strange noise. The black wolf appeared in front of him. Trakmok Kwangba hastily raised his gun to shoot. In a flash, the wolf had retreated into the mist. From beginning to end he always kept a distance of 20 or 30 steps from him. "Are you going to consume all my ammo?" Trakmok Kwangba involuntarily reached out his hand to touch the ammo bag on his waist. The magazines were still full. He was also somewhat reassured. At that moment, he suddenly discovered, the black wolf appeared on the right side of his right hand without knowing when, its eyes, unexpectedly locked into the ammo bag he had just touched. Trakmok Kwangba couldn't help but be startled. Could it be, my move just now made that wolf know the importance of this ammo bag? Suddenly, he thought of another problem. The black wolf took away his gun, did not run away, did not continue to attack, but only kept a certain distance, forcing himself to be on guard. Just in case, can't clone to support Ba Tang. Perhaps, Ba Tang is in danger. Although he did not know how the white wolf would deal with Ba Tang, Trakmok Kwangba still decided, slowly moving towards him. Sure enough, as soon as Trakmok Kwangba moved, the black wolf rushed over. On the one hand, he carefully fired his sniper rifle, on the other hand, paying attention to observing the movement of the opponent, and at the same time continued to slowly approach Ba Tang. Although he still had not hit the black wolf, but Trakmok Kwangba felt that each bullet shot was getting closer and closer to its footing point, and he also discovered it, while jumping back and forth. The black wolf was not only watching him, but from that look, he had the feeling that the other party was thinking about something. Right at the moment Trakmok Kwangba fired one magazine, preparing to change another, the black wolf suddenly raised his head, his four legs accelerated. Trakmok Kwangba was very calm, loaded the bullet, set the bolt, changed the gun to his left hand, pulled the trigger, and at the same time pulled out another gun with his right hand. He had calculated carefully, this range is very suitable for supporting Ba Tang. Trakmok Kwangba raised his arms horizontally and attacked in both directions at the same time. The pressure on Ba Tang immediately decreased significantly, leaving him somewhat free, so he and Trakmok Kwangba coordinated to form a fire net, shooting for the other two wolves to jump like a game. But the worry in Trakmok Kwangba's heart still hasn't lessened one bit. If the black wolf had been hiding in the fog for a long time, why didn't they run now? What are they hiding? Before he could think much more, he and Ba Tang almost simultaneously felt that danger was only a few inches away. That sense of danger had just appeared, saw a grey shadow swoop on Ba Tang's back like a flash of lightning. Trakmok Kwangba opened his mouth to scream, but before he could make a sound, Ba Tang was crushed and fell to the ground. Ba Tang's reaction was also extremely quick. As soon as he was pressed down, he immediately raised his foot and kicked hard, and at the same time pulled out his knife, throwing his arm and jerking the backpack on his back. Of course, Ba Tang's kick and throw all missed. The sword swung up, almost cutting off a piece of the backpack. Trakmok Kwangba saw it clearly. That grey wolf suddenly whipped a claw on Ba Tang's neck, then immediately crouched, avoiding the cutting blade, and took that opportunity to bite at something worn on his belt, jerked his head to throw the thing away, then jumped up and jumped over Ba Tang's head, his hind leg hooked up and snatched the gun away. As soon as the pressure on his back was reduced, Ba Tang immediately raised his head, one hand covered the weak areas of the head and face, the other hand swung the knife, protecting the whole body, and then stood up. Trak Mok Kwong Ba just watched Ba Tang, shot at the black wolf, forcing it to stay away, wanting to help Ba Tang with a hand but powerless. Another magazine was fired. This time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't even have time to change another cartridge, but directly pulled out another USP, shot and recoiled backwards. Those three wolves gained the advantage, and did not want to fight, only gave a long, shrill howl, and then turned their heads and hid in the mist. Trak Mok Kwong Ba just called Ba Tang's name while running towards him, thinking in his mind, since when has that grey wolf been behind Ba Tang's back? Why is it always stalking us? Up to 4 wolves chasing us, and not, that shape, that color of fur, seems to be the grey wolf killed by Ba Tang. How come it fakes death? Thinking of this, Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately broke out in a cold sweat. If I'm not mistaken, then when Ba Tang shot the hook rope around the tree and then shot back, the bullet just grazed the grey wolf. That's it. Unexpectedly, it took the opportunity to fake death, making the guys let the guard down, letting 2 wolves, one black and one white, lure the enemy forward, while it took advantage of the fog to cover, holding its breath and moving forward quietly. When he and Ba Tang were busy dealing with the other 2 wolves, it suddenly launched an attack from an unexpected angle and position. This tactic caused Trak Mok Kwong Ba to develop a strange feeling of familiarity. He racked his brain to think, suddenly remembered that, on the ice plateau of Kar Kar Te Lai, the 3 grey wolf brothers had dealt with the child. Great golden sculpture in this way. Lure the enemy first, then attack from behind, wait until the enemy can no longer transform, only tired to cope, then deliver a fatal blow. And when the grey wolf pretended to be dead, lying dormant, the other 2 wolves also met with a change, but they did not panic, while cleverly expressing the grief and anger to Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others. All of these are unexpected tactics that arise during the pursuit, that ability to improvise. That way of thinking, that ability to cooperate. What kind of wolves are these wolves? Trak Mok Kwong Ba ran to Ba Tang, cautiously glanced around, then asked, "Are you okay, Ba Tang?" Enlarged. Tang's father spat out the mud in his mouth, reached out his hand to wipe the blood on the top of the temple, and said maliciously, "Mother, act just when I have fired the last bullet, we are also very lucky. There. Fire the last bullet." Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly felt a cold shiver. He remembered the movement of the black wolf to listen, perhaps, those wolves, counting the remaining bullets in the ice. If so, that also means, the assault on Ba Tang was not a coincidence, but that they already knew when they had run out of ammo. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly remembered a problem, quickly bent down to look at Ba Tang's waist. His heart immediately sank. That's right. That wolf has already taken Ba Tang's full bag of ammo. Ba Tang also just realized that he had lost his weapons and ammunition. He couldn't help but roar in anger. Without saying anything, he pulled out 2 pistols, and aggressively charged up to the wolves. Trak Mok Kwong Ba silently gave Ba Tang 2 magazines. Because there were too many weapons, it was extremely inconvenient to wear them on their bodies, so they only carried their main weapons, in addition to having 2 more pistols, and a submachine gun in their backpacks. Looking at the shadows rushing back and forth in the mist, it was obvious that the wolves would not let Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others have the opportunity to open their backpacks to get new weapons. Ba Tang glanced at Trak Mok Kwong Ba once, stuffed 2 magazines of ammunition into his hips. The 2 stood with their backs to each other and stopped running. They need to rest in place for a while to recover. The grey wolf just now. Trak Mok Kwong Ba doubted. Ba Tang asserted, "It was my son who thought he was hit. That bitch pretended to be dead. None of my bullets hit it. It was them. They were 100% the same wolves that I encountered 10 years ago. Absolutely do not treat them as wolves. They, being a special army, are the elite on the battlefield that we have never known. Their fighting method is enough to make those who have a reputation as special forces, weapons to their teeth, like me, to shame. They're the real warriors, and they're really scary assassins. Bartang's heart was still very restless. Although his brain constantly commanded himself not to be afraid, there was still another voice in his head saying, "Come, come." Just like before, they will deprive you of the weapon that has the most power on you, and then slowly turn you into an unarmed human. At that time, they will not distinguish day or night, constantly chasing, tormenting us, making us unable to sleep, not daring to stop, continuously until we only know death and fear. Stop. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also began to worry about the safety of the rest of the group. Fighting with such an enemy, what would they do? For some reason, at this moment, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly remembered Trong Lap's smile. He unintentionally smiled, secretly consoled himself that everything would be fine, then said to Bartang, "Never mind, nothing scary, no matter how powerful they are, they can't even stand up on their hind legs. Use their front legs to hold a gun and shoot us." Bartang did not react to Trak Mok Kwong Ba's joke. The surrounding areas fell into silence, only fog, shadows and wind. Quiet for a moment, the shadows in the mist suddenly disappeared. All three shadows in three different directions disappeared at the same time. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Where are they?" Bartang shook his head. "I don't know what they are doing again. It seems like they want to make us open up. They must be hiding somewhere watching our reaction." There were no wolves around. On the contrary, making him even more worried, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Bartang leaned back to rest, not daring to let the guard down at all. Trak Mok Kwong Ba pondered for a moment, then said, "According to me, that name Thou Beastmaster." Bartang shook his head. "I always communicate with them one-on-one, never directly contact them after that, so I don't know who the Beastmaster Thou is. After returning from the trip to Hyon Kong Island, I returned by myself. I have nothing to do with those people anymore." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "I know, I believe you. I mean, do you feel, what did the Taoist Beastmaster end up commanding the wolves? Why did he do that? Orders, definitely tearing us apart." Father Tang said, "He must have sprinkled some information on us, so that the wolves could smell it and attack like crazy." Crazy attack. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head. "Look at those wolves, does it seem crazy or not? They're more rational than the calmest people we've ever met." Maybe. Bartang also did not make any judgments. There was no one in the group who was a Tao Beastmaster, nor did they know what a Tao Beastmaster could do. But one thing could be affirmative, that guy in black just waved his hand and made it. They couldn't help but run away for their lives. They had already done so twice. After all, how did he do it? The two of them thought about the same problem, and fell into silence. Not long after that, a growl sounded ahead. A black shadow was rushing towards the two of them at lightning speed. Bartang raised his gun to shoot, and at the same time reminded Trak Mok Kwong Ba, "Pay attention to both sides." That black shadow was extremely fast, suddenly approaching him, but unexpectedly after Bartang's shots, that shadow still recklessly rushed forward. Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned his head and said, "Not good, that black shadow seems to be a bit big, right?" Three Tang frowned. The black shadow burst out of the mist to meet their eyes. The two of them changed color at the same time, shouting in unison, "Run!" It turned out that the three wolves did not know where they pushed a dry log, about 60 centimeters in diameter, about 4 or 5 meters long. The three wolves pushed the log down from the slope. The log itself was rolling faster and faster, and the three wolves were running behind to give more push. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Bartang both did not expect that the wolves found a car crash nearby, unable to confront directly, had to move sideways to dodge. The wolf's stamina recovered relatively quickly. When that log rolled over the place where Trak Mok Kwong Ba had just stopped to rest, The three shadows jumped up, continuing to chase them. The two of them could only continue to run away. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought as he ran, speculating over time, the distance between me and the other log is quite far. Based on what do the three wolves guess that I and Ba Tang will not take advantage of the time. That time run away, but then, he quickly recalled some of the knowledge he had learned the day before. In the lecture hall, Professor Fung Tan played a video for the whole class to see, a mother wolf with her cubs, leisurely walking through a large herd of bison. Some cows completely ignored them, continuing to graze, some just stared warily at the wolves. There were also some calves watching curiously. At that time, Professor Fung Tan asked, "Do you know why the wolves can leisurely pass through the herd of bison without fear of the cows attacking?" "Know that, when these cows get mad, the wolves won't be able to resist." When no one answered, the professor slowly explained, "Because the sense of smell in canines is extremely sensitive. We all know that the emotions expressed by humans such as joy, anger, sadness or joy are not just an expression, but are actually a biochemical transformation process inside the body. Take anger for example. When you are angry, many hormones in the body will spike, making the heart beat faster, blood vessels swell. This process is not only unique to humans, but many mammals and even other animals have it. As for canines, their special nasal cavity can be sensitive to the hormonal changes inside your body. In other words, in this case, they know which bison are curious, which are stressed, and which are completely unnoticed. Knowing these factors, when walking through the middle of the herd, they just need to avoid those that are stressed, easily excited, and naturally will be very safe. Remember, the world that canine animals see is completely different from the world seen by us humans. In the end, Trak Mok Kwong Ba understood that the reason why the three wolves dared to leave their position was because, on the one hand, with their sense of smell, they weren't afraid of losing track of them at all. On the other hand, they were I know that I and Ba Tang are stressed or not, how much physical strength is consumed, knowing for sure that they will temporarily have no thought of taking advantage of the opportunity to escape. So, they turned around a few times, making the two of them mesmerized, and then leisurely went away to look for something to block the bullets. An act that at first glance seems simple, but in fact is an extremely sophisticated psychological battle. Cover bullets. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly startled, just saw that Ba Tang changed the magazine again, fired a few more shots. He quickly exclaimed, "Father Tang, do you remember how many shots you fired?" Tang's father was dumbfounded, as if trying to remember, but while running and shooting, sometimes he stopped and sometimes didn't. How could he remember such details? He could only shake his head. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said to himself, "This is not good. We ourselves don't know how many shots we can still shoot, but the wolves know. They will aim at the moment when we have fired the last bullet to charge. Stop shooting, Ba Tang." Trak Mok Kwong Ba reminded, "It's impossible to hit those wolves. Their purpose is to lure us to shoot all the bullets." So what to do now? Trak Mok Kwong Ba recalled that during the recent melee combat, the wolves didn't really have a great advantage. It was just that at that time the guys held long guns and could not promote their full fighting ability. And now, both he and Ba Tang only had pistols left. Trak Mok Kwong Ba put a USP in his gun holster, pulled out his dagger, said to Ba Tang, "Just close combat with them." Ba Tang looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba holding a gun in one hand and a knife in the other. Both were short weapons, but daggers could cut the wolf skin when close to melee, despite the distance of a jump of the wolves. This is also quite far, but the pistol left on hand can completely make up for it. This fighting method is also worth a try. Thinking about it, Ba Tang also learned from Trak Mok Kwong Ba, put away a gun, pulled out his curved blade, then pressed his back to each other to continue fighting. The three wolves stopped and stood in the shape of the word, grade 17. They are not pressing close, but are probing, walking around. According to Trak Mok Kwong Ba's observations, These three cunning monsters are looking to see if their new fighting method has any loopholes. After a while, all three wolves suddenly sat down, glaring at him and Ba Tang, as if saying, "No more running. Take out the knife, then let's wait and see who is more persistent." This action was once again beyond the expectations of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. They were prepared for the worst-case scenario of having to fight them, but those three wolves were just outside the battle range. Fight, pretend you run, I chase, if you don't run, I stalk. Recalling the hunting techniques of the wolves, Trak Mok Kwong Ba lamented that it was not good. Having patience with these wolves was really not a good way. Tang's father clearly also tasted the pain, only to hear him say angrily, "It's not good to keep fighting like this. They can go days without eating or drinking. In this respect we are not rivals. Where's theirs?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba could only laugh bitterly. "I know." He thought for a moment, then said, "Then let's just move slowly, regaining our strength, and think of a way to find someplace where the wolves can't attack from all four directions." Ba Tang leaned back on Trak Mok Kwong Ba, asking, "Stay in this position." Trak Mok Kwong Ba nodded. "Just move slowly, can't let them have a chance." Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ba Tang leaned against each other like that, slowly moving like a crab. The three wolves, quality-shaped encirclement also slowly moved with them. It was just difficult to find an opportunity to attack. Trak Mok Kwong Ba saw clearly. The white wolf was frowning tightly, and in his heart was also comforted. Finally made you all impossible. Unexpectedly, the two people had not moved far. Suddenly all three wolves raised their heads, looking up at the sky, and howled a long voice, "Ah ho ho." The howl of a wolf, like a sharp sword, pierced through the illusory fog, echoed far away. Ba Tang's death. As soon as he heard that cry, Ba Tang immediately changed color. The sound that had been resounded countless times in horrible nightmares, now suddenly reappears, making him startle, and rush to panic, said, "Not good. Young Master Kwong Ba, they are calling for more accomplices." As soon as the words ended, I heard all four directions and 8 directions about the replies, the long and low howl of the wolf, as if the sound itself possessed a magic power to capture the soul, making people listen to it, trembling in fear. It is not that Trak Mok Kwong Ba does not know what this cry means. Professor Fung Tan once personally led him to investigate the sound of wolves. He remembered, the professor had systematically classified the howls of wolves, as the howl just now was the signal to summon his kind. Professor Fung Tan also taught him, based on the howl can predict how many wolves will join. In addition, the tone of the howl also tells us other important information such as location, distance. But when it came time to apply that knowledge, he was so stressed that he couldn't remember any more. In a place far away from Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ba Tang, Saw suddenly stood up. Merkin asked, "What are those wolves screaming? It seems like there are wolves howling everywhere, right?" "The howl summons," Saw said in an affirmative voice. "The wolves of the same pack who hear this howl will immediately react, showing their position. The other wolves will also respond, expressing their position, whether to join or not. Disturb me, do not set foot on my domain." Max said, "Could it be, the wolves felt they couldn't deal with them, so they had to call in more companions?" Merkin sneered, "Wow, it's boisterous now." Saws shook his head thoughtfully. "I don't know if this is good or bad." After saying that, he turned his head and asked, "When will your people come?" Merkin replied, "Don't be hot, they have to climb the mountain pass. It will take some time, won't it?" In the fog, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ba Tang no longer followed the style of crabs crawling sideways, but chose a direction to break through the encirclement. If the whole pack of wolves gathered and surrounded, the consequences would be unpredictable. Hard to say. A little bit, it would be dead without a burial ground. Trak Mok Kwong Ba ran on ice, still unable to explain. From the very beginning, these wolves cut off the connection between the two of them and the group of the Arla magician, forcing them to run in 2 different directions, together. After that, He approached again with the chi shape, pretending to be dead to ambush, count the number of bullets, steal the ammunition bag, and finally use howls to gather more accomplices to attack, regardless of the enemy. Psychological tactics or campaign tactics can be said to be one level higher than the guys. How could such a pack of wolves obediently obey the orders of that beastmaster Thao? After all, what did that name do? The three wolves only slowly pursued, not too close, nor let the distance stretch too far. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ba Tang did not dare to arbitrarily open fire. With that distance, plus the fog blocking the view, they were almost incapable of causing damage to the wolves. But both of them understood very well, just keep running like this, without waiting for the wolves to attack, they will also die from exhaustion. Having come to this point, it is impossible not to rely on Ba Tang's memories. Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't help but blurt out, "Ba Tang, do you remember how to get rid of them at that time?" Ba Tang growled, "Don't make noise, I'm thinking." Fog, rocks lying everywhere, fleeing for life. This situation is not like 10 years ago. Ba Tang reminisced about the time before he went to prison. Every day, the first thing he does when he opens his eyes is to run frantically, running for his life, as if there is always an invisible pressure behind him. He rolled down from the snowy mountain, then ferociously in the middle of the mud, did not dare to stop to rest even for a minute or a second, so he ran until his strength were exhausted before he collapsed and fell asleep. But as soon as they closed their eyes, those glowing love eyes were like ghosts that followed like shadows with pictures. He did not know how long he had run, nor did he know what force made his legs work continuously like a machine, even though he had come to the city, saw the houses close by, saw people pass by. Busy, clear, in the heart, there is still a voice that constantly resounds, "Find a safe place, find a safe place." Where did you run to then? The first city I saw. Tang's father pushed those memories aside, and continued to dig into the chaotic memory. Before escaping, the wolves had closed the siege, the comrades had all turned into piles of white bones, he himself was in the middle of the siege, but after all, how do you escape? Tang's father ran as fast as he could, gritting his teeth, reminiscing. But in his memory, there is still no image of how he escaped. In contrast, the blood-colored wall and countless outstretched white arms appeared over and over again. It was just the scene inside the city that he couldn't remember. He can't remember what they saw there, can't remember how he escaped, can't remember how he got to Lhasa. In his memory are all images of the process of escaping, from the comrades next to him falling in a pool of blood one by one, to the scene of running alone like crazy on the steppe, in the middle of the vast white snow. During that time, Ba Tang did not dare to look at the night sky, did not dare to look at the long river, did not dare to look back, just kept running, just like now, hearing his heavy breathing. Feel your heart beat fast, run, run fast. Trak Mok Kwong Ba ran while observing Ba Tang's face, couldn't help but regret a little, if at this time Ba Tang suddenly lost control, it would be extremely harmful. He was thinking whether he should speak up to remind Ba Tang and help him get rid of that dangerous memory, when Ba Tang suddenly accelerated. Trak Mok Kwong Ba hurriedly chased after him. Originally, if they kept a stable running speed, they could still hold out for a good amount of time, but running like this Ba Tang, just chasing and catching up is enough to make Trak Mok Kwong Ba tired people out. He ran behind Ba Tang, shouting, "Ba Tang, slow down, those wolves are not too hot." After saying that, he turned his head to look behind him. Cold sweat immediately broke out all over his body. It turned out that the faint shadows in the mist of the wolves chasing behind had changed from 3 to 4. This time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not see wrong. Those moving shadows cannot be wrong, are the 4 wolves. Ba Tang did not hear the call of Trak Mok Kwong Ba at all. He gradually sank back into distant memories. In his eyes, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was no longer there. In the middle of heaven and earth, he was alone. The sound that was suppressed to the bottom of his heart resounded, "Run. Running up, don't stop." Trak Mok Kwong Ba closely followed Ba Tang, occasionally turning his head back to observe. He saw very clearly, the wolves were chasing the two of them from 4 to 5, 6, 7. More and more, later, in the fog, only the shadow of wolves undulating, I can't count any more. Meanwhile, Ba Tang had rushed ahead of him for a few meters, running and running forever. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly discovered that the fog in front seemed to have thinned out. Maybe it was about to come out of the fog-covered area. Government already. But do we run back the old way to the lower floor? Trak Mok Kwong Ba was thinking so, suddenly saw a long line looming in front of him, not straight and flat, but extending forever to the sides, the cliff. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was startled awake. They kept plugging their heads and running. Now they have reached the edge of this third platform. But looking up at Ba Tang, he still didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. He continued to rush straight to the cliff. Ignore the wolves. Trak Mok Kwong Ba sped up, took 2 long steps, then jumped forward, stretched out both hands, finally caught a leg of Ba Tang. The two fell to the ground. At this time, the head of Trak Mok Kwong Ba was less than a meter from the edge of the cliff. But Ba Tang still didn't stop. His hands were constantly reaching out to squirm, his legs were pounding, and in the end, even Trak Mok Kwong Ba was dragged to the edge of the cliff by him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't know how many kicks he had been kicked by Ba Tang. Finally he managed to lift himself up, put one foot on the ground, find a point to gather strength, and drag Ba Tang back. He waved his hand and slapped Ba Tang twice hard, then grabbed the collar of his shirt and shook it, loudly shouting, Ba Tang. Ba Tang, wake up, Ba Tang. I don't know which trick is effective. Ba Tang's dull eyes gradually regained his vitality, but the first thing that caught his eye when he regained consciousness was more than 24 wolves were glaring furiously, encircling them in a semicircle and cornering them on the edge of a deep cliff. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also knew that this time he couldn't run any more. Behind his back was a steep cliff, although not as high as where the magicians of the West Tower climbed, but in this fog, no one knows the direction. How dare you jump down there? And in front of them were 20 well-built wolves. Daredevil. Not to mention the ammunition left is not much, but even if there are enough guns, there are so many wolves here. With their speed, even if they can shoot down 1 or 2, they will still be attacked by the wolves. Another tore the body. Could this be the end of their journey? How can that be? Trak Mok Kwong Ba could not understand. The wolves circled around, but still didn't seem to want to take action, as if they were enjoying the scene of Trak Mok Kwong Ba beating Ba Tang. Some of them were still sitting down, shaking their heads, as if they were fighting. Comment. Are those wolves really being controlled by that Beastmaster Tao? Or the Shang Kui Ba giving them orders? Why hasn't a Shang Kui Ba person appeared yet? In the end what happened? Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly used the ancient Tibetan language to say loudly, is it the Kui Ba tribe? We are not your enemies. We don't mean to offend you. Please come out. The sound sank into the mist and then disappeared. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shouted a few more times, but there was absolutely no response. Only the other wolves, curiously observing the tall, howling creature. Every now and then, 2 or 3 cubs clasped their heads together, as if discussing how to divide the food later. Surrounded by wolves, cornered and cornered, Ba Tang suddenly felt like he was touching an electric current. His whole body convulsed violently. Cramp. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is startled. This is a manifestation when the human body is overactive. Muscles are no longer under the control of the nervous system. Ba Tang's face also became extremely unsightly, his hands clenched, teeth gnashing. It was not an expression of fear. From Ba Tang's eyes, Trak Mok Kwong Ba realized that he seemed to have remembered something. That expression, as if Ba Tang was enduring a terrible humiliation. In a moment, Ba Tang's muscles no longer trembled. Ba Tang's eyes suddenly became indifferent. I only saw him roll his eyes and look at the wolves surrounding him, then calmly said, Young Master Kwong Ba, no matter what, we have to live, right? Of course, Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied. I said, we must return safely, no matter what, we can't do nothing, just bury ourselves in the belly of the wolf. Well then, Ba Tang's breath suddenly trembled, he tried his best to suppress the rising emotions, then said, Young Master Kwong Ba, no matter what I do, you must follow, perhaps, this is the way only to keep us alive. If the medicine of that beast Master Thao doesn't make these wolves lose their rationality. Ba Tang's voice trembled, as if trying to control and suppress the anger that was exploding in his heart. Trak Mok Kwong Ba happily said, Do you remember? Great. Father Tang didn't answer. The first thing he did next was throw his gun and knife away. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was shocked, throwing all his weapons away. How could he escape this encirclement? Seeing Ba Tang throw the rest of the gun away, Trak Mok Kwong Ba began to doubt. Ba Tang continued, Young Master Kwong Ba, you must do this, just follow me, they won't come back, near us. Could it be that, after they got close, there would be other measures? Trak Mok Kwong Ba sold trust and doubt, but also threw away the weapon in his hand. Next, Ba Tang's movements made him take a deep breath of cold air, only to see that Ba Tang slowly raised his hands, 10 fingers interlaced, hugged the back of his head, his knees trembled, knelt down on the ground, the waist slowly stooped, the arms and forehead pressed to the ground, the whole body prostrated, motionless. Surrender. Trak Mok Kwong Ba even dreamed in a dream. Could it be that 10 years ago Ba Tang also used this method to beg the wolves to spare his life? But how could the wolves understand the meaning of this pose? The wolves were still gazing at the two of them, as if they were watching a performance. Father, Ba Tang. Trak Mok Kwong Ba almost couldn't believe his eyes anymore. Ba Tang lay prostrate on the ground, only a voice answered, If you want to survive at any cost, then follow me, young Master Kwong Ba. His whole body was shaking, but he persisted in saying that sentence. This is what Ba Tang remembers in the last moment, in the cold fog, in the middle of that snow-covered sky, looking at the red snow because of blood and the scattered corpses of his comrades, looking at the shadowy beasts moving like shuttles in the mist, they were death. Can't resist. The nerves of steel of the Green Spider Special Forces soldier finally broke. He suddenly fell to the ground, holding his head in both hands, curled up, hoarsely shouting, No matter what, I have to live. Definitely live. I have people to kill. I still have someone to meet one last time. Please, please, please. In the cold wind in the vast snow field, bright red blood spots like apricot flowers, the space is still, only the body is shrinking and shivering among the crushed corpses. I don't know how long it took, the sound of the wind lessened, he dared to open his eyes, the fog was still thick, the wind and snow filled the sky, but he was surprised to realize that he was still alive. Those shadows in the mist, unexpectedly disappeared altogether. If it weren't for the surrounding piles of slimy flesh, bloody bones, this place would be as quiet as if nothing had happened. That person, who was extremely tired both physically and mentally, walked tremblingly towards the corpses of his comrades, familiar faces that could no longer distinguish one from another. As he was about to collect the corpses, he suddenly discovered, out of the mist, a wolf leaping out, staring at him, and then gave him a ghastly smile, as if to say to him, Start running, if we chase you, we'll eat you. Ah, that terrified young man was once again possessed by fear, not even able to distinguish clearly, whether the wolf was real or an illusion. Chaotic but horrifying memories, stop replaying in my mind, after a severe headache, run. Run, run. He could only remember that one thing, then, without looking back once at his comrade's corpse, he ran for his life in the midst of the vast sea of snow. A member of the Blue Spider team, the army deserves to be considered the standard model in the world's special forces, a cold-hearted, arrogant soldier who unexpectedly surrenders to a pack of wolves. Crying and begging for their lives, begging them to have mercy. This is an insult, an indelible humiliation. Ba Tang's subconscious ordered me to delete this memory, never to recall it again. But when he was once again on this line of life and death, he finally had to dig up those humiliating memories, not only that, but also repeat it once more. Trak Mok Kwong Ba still hesitated. He did not feel that this act of kneeling in front of the wolves was an insult at all, he doubted the effectiveness of this method. Not to mention that the wolves did not understand the meaning of this position, but even if they did, on what basis would they say that just surrendering and they would spare their lives? Suspicious, doubtful, but the situation forced people. Trak Mok Kwong Ba still knelt down with Ba Tang, but he did not bend down, but still straightened. He wanted to see the reaction of the wolves. If he crouched down like that, wouldn't he be a fish lying on a chopping board, no matter what the wolves wanted to do? The two men knelt not long ago, and a wolf left the pack and approached them. Trak Mok Kwong Ba already had an intention in mind. As long as the wolf made any invasive actions, he would immediately rush to protect Ba Tang. Approaching, for the first time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba observed these wolves at close range when not in a combat state. They are completely different from wolves in other places, taller and more muscular, with a larger head and mouth than normal grey wolves. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked directly into that wolf's eyes. In those eyes, he did not see the ferocity of wildness, but a look of contempt. Those indifferent and calm eyes made Trak Mok Kwong Ba itch his whole body. These wolves didn't even bother to face them face to face, they only looked at the enemy with their eyes, scornfully glancing at him and Ba Tang. That wolf went straight in front of Ba Tang. The muscles of Trak Mok Kwong Ba's whole body were tense, waiting to be activated, only to see it raise its front paw and place it on Ba Tang's head. Ba Tang's whole body trembled. Trak Mok Kwong Ba could not help but shivered a little. Next, he saw that wolf seemed to smile once, then put his nose in front of Ba Tang and snorted, as if snorting again. Trak Mok Kwong Ba breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, is this considered surrender? At that moment, Ba Tang suddenly attacked again. He suddenly raised his head, both hands pushed hard, causing the wolf in front of him to fall to the ground, and at the same time roared, "You can't stand it." He jumped to his feet, aimed at the wolf that had just risen up, still standing there, with a powerful kick. The kick put all its strength, sending its large body several meters away. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not expect it. The wolf in front of Ba Tang also did not expect it, but the wolves around him never let the guard down. Ba Tang's feet had just launched the kick, and immediately there were two wolves rushing from both sides, two grey shadows like two intertwined scissors gliding past in front of Ba Tang. He quickly raised his hand to block their attack, but was a step behind. The grey shadow passed by, and then a jet of fresh blood shot out like an arrow. A knot. Trak Mok Kwong Ba got up, but it couldn't be faster than the wolves. He roared, unleashed a punch, just cleverly stopped a grey shadow. Only hearing a pop sound, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's fist hit the wolf's head bone. That grey wolf was also not to be outdone, while doing a somersault in the air, kicking hard on his hind legs. Although Trak Mok Kwong Ba retreated very quickly, the wolf claws still scratched all 3 layers of his clothes, leaving 3 deep marks on his chest. For a brief moment, a grey shadow touched the ground, turned to look, another shadow changed direction in the air, and the wolf kicked by Ba Tang was still rolling on the ground. Trak Mok Kwong Ba leaned back, the scratch on his chest was bleeding, the small package in his chest flew into the air, the photograph, the small sword, the pearls scattered. The other wolves were all eager to rush. 2 of them started to speed up. Ba Tang held his neck with one hand. A fountain of blood splashed through his fingers. In that decisive moment of life and death, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly recalled a scene as if he had seen somewhere. When leaning back, he suddenly reached out his hand and accurately grabbed the bone flute among the scattered objects, then, without hesitation, brought it to his mouth and blew it hard. Fortunately, during that frenzy, the flute was not held upside down, emitting a lonely sad sound. That screeching sound, as if there was some kind of magic power, The wolves that had started to speed up and all stopped. The fastest wolf jumped up, heard the sound of the flute, and immediately retracted its sharp claws, gently brushed past Trak Mok Kwong Ba's throat, then turned his head to look at him with cold and indifferent eyes. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stiffened his whole body, only seeing the cold air around him seeping into the wound on his chest, spreading all over his limbs. The call of the wolf leader, he had completely forgotten. The wolves here were not like the wolves he had encountered in the snowy mountains. Unexpectedly, these wolves all understood the call of the leader wolf. As soon as the bone flute sounded, all of them stopped, even the two wolves that were knocked away by Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ba Tang, just wiggled up, then did not protest anymore. Instantly, more than 24 wolves had disappeared in the mist. The strongest wolves walked last, like a policeman driving away. A crowd gathered to watch something, constantly heading towards the ones that refused to leave, emitting a menacing roar, like they were fighting, said, "Go, go, there's nothing to see, go, hurry." A wolf even glanced at Trak Mok Kwong Ba with meaningful eyes, as if saying, "You have that, why didn't you take it out earlier?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not think so much. The wolves had not gone. He rushed to Ba Tang. Ba Tang's face was pale, his hands were covered with his throat, fresh blood soaked the ground. Seeing Trak Mok Kwong Ba step forward, his face revealed a tragic smile. "These wolves are really scary, one hit is fatal." Although Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not understand the medical profession, he realized at a glance that Ba Tang's neck artery had been scratched by the wolf's claws, basically unable to stop the bleeding. With a trembling voice, he shouted, "Why?" Chapter 66, B.A. Morning Sacrifices. Under the guidance of Lu Kan Nam, Trak Mok Kwong Ba slowly closed his eyes. For tantric practice, he understood a step further. Tantric practitioners not only rely on breathing methods to change the environment inside their body, making themselves strong, but also establish a close relationship between the body and the environment, helping people we can perceive the feeling of the wind moving, the plants growing, the moon and stars moving. Very similar to the feeling he felt when he had just released the poison neck. The air moved, a leaf drifted down, small grains of sand slid gently in the direction of the wind. Divided into 3 lines. Ba Tang's eyes revealed a fierce look, and said firmly, "Absolutely, never, surrender to the same enemy, twice." Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not know that Ba Tang knelt down and bowed like that just to show him and tell him what to do when he had to survive at all costs. The moment his knees touched the ground, he had given up all intentions of seeking a life. Trak Mok Kwong Ba frantically helped Ba Tang to close the wound on the neck artery, but the blood was still flowing like a stream. The source of life was still rushing through the barrier of the fingers, spilling out of the body. Ba Tang's eyes began to scatter. Trak Mok Kwong Ba frantically used one hand to dig through the first aid box in his backpack, loudly shouting, Ba Tang, don't sleep. Be patient." Unexpectedly, Ba Tang pushed his hand away, staggered to the side. The blood spurted out even more. Wherever he went, the blood crimson came there. "Where are you going?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba hurriedly caught Ba Tang. Ba Tang pointed at the tall rock next to him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately supported him to lean on it. The foot of the rock was dyed bright red in just a moment. "What do you have to worry about for me? I sold everyone out myself. Don't say bad words." Trak Mok Kwong Ba shivered, took out a cloth, gauze, cotton, and said, "All the way here, what you have done, I have not forgotten. In my eyes, he has never done anything wrong to anyone. You are the best soldier I know. You can't fall here, we're almost done, just one step away from the temple of Bo Bala. Try your best." The cotton ball applied to the wound, immediately turned red. The bandage was pressed, and it was immediately dyed red. Ba Tang's cold eyes finally showed a hint of warmth. He smiled and said, "Young Master Kwong Ba, do you really forgive me?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba nodded strongly. "Yes, that's right, I forgive you. You have to get up." Trak Mok Kwong Ba's hand clearly felt, less blood had flowed out, but not because he stopped the bleeding effectively, but rather, the blood in Ba Tang's body was not much anymore. Ba Tang did not stare at Trak Mok Kwong Ba anymore, his whole body leaned on the rock, his legs trembled but still stood firm and upright, refusing to lie down. He looked up into the deep mist, calmly said, 10 years ago, I should have died in the mouth of the wolf. Carrying the humiliation of living to this day, I have completed what I needed to do. Now that I die here, it is considered to have returned to my place of departure. Young Master Kwong Ba, from now on, you have to rely on yourself. Ba Tang can only go here with you. Trak Mok Kwong Ba trembled and reproached, Ba Tang, don't give up so easily. Didn't you promise your brother that you would go all the way with me? Don't desert like that. Ba Tang smiled bitterly and said, Young Master Kwong, people live in this world, they must definitely rely on themselves. This place has buried the bodies of all my comrades, can come back here, can be with them. I'm very happy, really enjoyed. In front of his eyes suddenly appeared those familiar faces, they were smiling, in birth and death. It is a blessing to get to know you. Young Master Kwong Ba, himself, has given me the most meaningful journey in my life. Ba Tang turned his head and smiled at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, as if he wanted to say something more, but could not speak. His breathing weakened, his pulse also slowly stopped, but he still stubbornly stood leaning against the rock, stone, refused to lie down. The blood sticking through the fingers stopped flowing. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at Ba Tang in surprise, only to see Ba Tang smiling at him. Father Tang, Ba Tang, he called softly twice, then suddenly roared, Ba Tang. But Ba Tang did not answer any more, as silent as a statue carved into the rock of the mountain. Trak Mok Kwong Ba propped his hand on the rock, the cold wind blew through, the fog was hazy, in the midst of the vast sky and earth, he was alone. He looked at the face that was no longer cold, looked at the warm smile like the spring breeze on Ba Tang's lips, slowly, as if he understood, then he lowered his head and said quietly, I found your happiness. It's me, isn't it? Ba Tang. In the faint wind, there was still a voice echoing, Young Master Kwong Ba, people live in this world, they must rely on themselves. In the cold wind, Ba Tang's body quickly stiffened, as if it had turned into a part of that rock. Trak Mok Kwong Ba carried a pile of rubble, remained in that position, and buried Ba Tang's body. There was not much time to mourn and miss, and even more unable to stop, he still had to find Min Min and Yu Yang. Trak Mok Kwong Ba rearranged the things in his backpack and Ba Tang looked at the pile of stones one last time. The blood stain was the tombstone. Then, he strode straight into the middle of the fog. The wind gently blew behind him. Ba Tang's cool voice was still ringing in his ears. People live in this world, they must definitely rely on themselves. Must rely on myself. Certain. Have to rely on yourself. When he was chased, it was clear that he had something on his body that could repel wolves, but he couldn't remember, causing Ba Tang to die because of that. The cold wind hit his face, the fog covered his eyes. Trak Mok Kwong Ba carried the two people's backpacks, walking alone. A feeling of regret surged in his heart. Along the way, he also took the bone flute of the three Grey Wolf brothers to give him a try to play a few times, but unlike in the legend, the wolves did not run to help, but on the contrary, no wolf would accept it, all revealed. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was not discouraged, because of the sound he blew. He was always low and melancholy, not as high as that time when Kwong Nhat far back blew. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also did not expect. The flute looked simple at first glance, but it also took special skills to play it. If you knew it, then you would have learned from Kwong Nhat far back. He was sure that, as long as he could blow out a sound like that of Kwong Nhat far back that time, emitting the true call of the dominant wolf, those fearsome wolves would be on his side. Just like that, Trak Mok Kwong Ba played the strange bone flute while walking. About 20 minutes later, Trak Mok Kwong Ba tried blowing over and over again. and in the mist, there was finally a reaction. There is sound coming from an object moving at high speed. He seemed to see a strong wolf running through the mist to him. The faint mist showed graceful lines. Trakmok Kwangba stared intently at the shadow approaching him at a rather high speed. Before completely emerging from the mist, the shadow rose high, then stretched out its arms like an eagle spreading its wings, turned around, and landed on the ground. Trakmok Kwangba was very happy, because it was not a wolf. After a few undulating turns, the other person stopped in front of Trakmok Kwangba. It was Lu Kan Nam. At this time, Lu Kan Nam was not wearing a backpack, his luggage was light, his hair was loose, his face was alert. In that moment, Trakmok Kwangba suddenly remembered the feeling when he first met her. It was a mighty falcon on his territory. A female leopard was hiding its movements before coming towards her bait. After making sure that there were no wolves around Trakmok Kwangba, Lu Kan Nam let out a small sigh. She looked at the two backpacks behind Trakmok Kwangba, asked, "Ba Tang?" Trakmok Kwangba lowered his head sullenly, "Sacrifice." Lu Kan Nam was not too surprised by his answer. After a moment of silence, Trakmok Kwangba asked again, "Is your side okay?" Lu Kan Nam shook his head and replied, "The wolves are very active. We were forced to separate. Min Min is fine. There's the shaman Allah with her." Trakmok Kwangba glanced at Lu Kan Nam once. In addition to the blood-stained clothes and slightly messy hair, there was nothing else on her body, let alone a gun, not even a dagger. He wondered, "Where's your backpack?" "Leave it," Lu Kan Nam calmly replied. "Before I dispersed, I heard a wolf howling endlessly. Allah Shaman was afraid that something would change. After separating, I ran over there to check it out. The attack speed of these wolves is terrible. In order to dodge easily, I had to throw away my backpack, and later encountered wolves on the road, using up all weapons and ammunition." Trakmok Kwangba understood everything. As it turned out, they heard the howls of the wolves gathered, worried for their safety, and Ba Tang and Lu Kan Nam immediately separated and went to the rescue alone. Because of the rush of time, and had to dodge the attack of wolves, she had to throw away her backpack. It must be known that, in this situation, throwing away the backpack is almost synonymous with throwing away the most powerful weapon to save his life. If Lu Kan Nam does not find himself in this fog, then she has only one way to die. At the same time, they also let the strongest person in the team, the shaman Allah, stay to protect Man. Looking at Lu Kan Nam, Trakmok Kwangba really didn't know what to say. However, the urgent situation in front of him did not let him say anything. Lu Kan Nam grabbed his hand and said, "Go, we must quickly gather with the magician. This place is really too dangerous." For some reason, when Lu Kan Nam's hand grabbed his wrist, Trakmok Kwangba suddenly felt very safe. Feeling is feeling, but Trakmok Kwangba still put some equipment for Lu Kan Nam to bring on. This place is the territory of wolves. If you go barehanded, even an iron woman like her will be torn to pieces by their claws and fangs. Especially the blood stains on Lu Kan Nam's clothes. It was clear that she had already poisoned the wolves. They absolutely would not be easily ignored. Unexpectedly from Trakmok Kwangba, Lu Kan Nam also chose the same weapons as him and Ba Tang, holding a pistol in one hand and a knife in the other. She picked up Ba Tang's curved blade to estimate, swung it back and forth, feeling not very good, so she returned it to Trakmok Kwangba, then took his dagger, stroked his hair, smiled, walked away. "Lead the way." But in that fog, not to mention finding people, it was extremely difficult to find the exact direction. After a while, Lu Kan Nam quickly discovered that they were going around and couldn't be sure, determined the direction of gathering with the shaman Allah. Seeing that the sky seemed to be getting darker, the fog was getting thicker every time, so the two were forced to temporarily put off finding the way, changing the goal to find a place where they could temporarily hide for the night. After a while, Lu Kan Nam found a good place, two large rocks next to each other. The stone block behind the back is about 10 meters high. Probably the wolves can't get up. There are no big obstacles on the left and right sides, but most importantly, there are a few dry trees not far ahead, which can be used as firewood. The two decided to stop to rest, light a bonfire. At first, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was worried that the light of the fire would reveal their location, but Lu Kan Nam said that in this fog, if you don't come within 100 meters, you can't see the fire. After that, Trak Mok Kwong Ba recounted the plight of him and Ba Tang. Lu Kan Nam also briefly talked about the situation on his side, about the cause was also quite similar, not apart from being cornered by wolves, then fall for their cowardice. Finally, Trak Mok Kwong Ba told the story of the bone flute that the three Grey Wolf brothers told him. Lu Kan Nam said, she knew that it was she who followed the sound of the flute that she found him. But when Trak Mok Kwong Ba said that playing the flute could make the wolves retreat, Lu Kan Nam immediately pondered for a long time, then confirmed to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, so, those wolves, isn't it completely acting on the instructions of that Beastmaster Tao? Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't pay much attention to this matter. Regardless of whether the wolves followed the instructions of the other Taoist Beastmaster or not, Ba Tang was already dead. Lu Kan Nam saw that Trak Mok Kwong Ba had not understood his intentions, and immediately instructed, if the wolves don't obey the orders of that Beastmaster Thao, then there must be a special reason inside. It doesn't matter if that Beastmaster Tao hasn't found the right information, all the wolves are completely unaffected by his tricks. In short, if the Tao Beastmaster can't control the wolves, then the merkins are only three, not very strong. This time Trak Mok Kwong Ba understood, that's right, the power of that Beastmaster lies in the wolves. If the wolves don't listen to him, then that guy becomes useless. Besides, the Tao Beastmaster himself is a very vague concept. Is he sure that he can control all animals? Surely he must fail at some point. In order to successfully control an animal, he would have to constantly experiment, and in the immediate future, it was obvious that the Thao Beastmaster had not yet found an effective way to control it. So the merkins are not invincible, they are safe for the time being. At the same time, the merkins were also sitting around a fire. Saws stared into the murky fog, unable to find an answer to the question that popped into his head at the moment. Merkin beside him said, looks like the wolves aren't as strong as you think, maybe they'd all be exterminated. Max also added, not even, those Trak Mok Kwong Ba even picked up our weapons. Saws shook his head, but don't forget, if the legend is true, this is the kingdom of wolves. The wolves here, not only a pack of wolves that we encounter, but thousands of thousands. Even though these wolves are not scary, there are still Kuei Ba people behind them controlling them, isn't it? Saw's voice couldn't hide his excitement. He really wanted to see the origin of this beast talisman job. Kuei Ba tribe, even if they do not meet the Kuei Ba people in the legend, it is also very good to find their writings left behind and study them once. Max suddenly asked with interest, that's right, Mr. Saws, if the Kuei Ba's Beastmaster were to fight you, who would the wolves listen to? This question is not easy to answer. Saws thought for a moment and then said, each side has its own unique characteristics, perhaps. Their winnings are a bit bigger. However, even if those wolves don't listen to me, I have a way to keep them from coming near us. In this respect you can rest assured. Saw's voice was filled with confidence. Merkin also stood up and confidently said, don't worry, there are no Kuei Ba people. Khan, if you can control the wolves, then on this platform, we have no opponents. As soon as the words finished, in the fog suddenly heard a whirring sound. Two wolves, one grey and one black, ran straight up. The three of them weren't too tense. As usual, the two wolves stopped away from the fire, curled up and lay down. Merkin muttered, only two came back, are the others all butchered? Saws shook his head, no, they weren't hurt. Someone, in the fog, an English user said, here I am. Max suddenly stood up with a gun and stood in front of Merkin. looking as if he wanted to risk his life to protect his boss. Merkin angrily pushed him aside. Who doesn't know who the newcomer is? What is your little brat holding up a gun pretending to be? Then, he changed to a smiling face, stepped up and said, "It's coming." The other slowly emerged from the mist, nodded at Merkin, then turned to look at Saul's with hatred. "What you gave me doesn't seem to work at all. I almost got ripped apart by wolves. You're still unharmed." Saul's grinned and replied in English. Max pouted, puffed, put the gun away, then flashed a bright smile again. "You worked so hard, Yu Yang. Come on, come over, show us, what did you bring back?" Yu Yang leisurely threw his backpack over. "Catch it." The first thing Max took out of his backpack was Professor Feng Tan's computer. Merkin's eyes lit up, only to hear him say, "Very well, I have long wanted to see what secrets this computer contains." In a place far away, in front of another bonfire, the shaman Ala sat quietly like an old monk in samadhi, and Min Man used a tree branch to stir the fire, muttering, "Magician, you say see, Kanam can find Kwangba. What's wrong with them? Are you sure Yu Yang is okay?" The shaman Ala closed his eyes and replied, "The wolves withdrew, there must be a reason. In this place, as long as the wolves don't actively attack us, the hope of survival is great. So, let's go find Kwangba tomorrow." "Impossible," the shaman Ala said, like cutting nails and cutting iron. "In this place where the fog covers the whole place, those who go looking for people will only find dead people. Besides, it's possible that we can't find young Master Kwangba, but rather the Merkins. So are we here waiting for them?" "Neither," the shaman Ala shook his head. "In this land of fog, people are like grains of sand in the open sea, and we do not have long-range communication equipment. Even if we stay here and wait, the chances of them finding us are very slim." Quote, So what to do now? Man's eyes turned red. The shaman Ala gently said, "Don't be impatient, fate has its own magical charm, I'll see them again in the end." Women and the devil. After telling each other what they had encountered since being separated, Trakmok Kwangba and Lu Kan Nam did not meet but fell into a state of silence. Their movements and facial expressions were almost identical. If not blankly looking at the fire, they would also look up at each other and then quickly lower their heads. Only the fire flickered and bounced up, making the two faces red. Just like that, until midnight, Lu Kan Nam spoke up. "You rest a bit, I'll take care of it tonight." "And not," Trakmok Kwangba immediately said. "You've been running around all day today, you go on vacation, I'll be fine." Lu Kan Nam shook his head. "No need to argue, just do as I say. The first 3 hours I stayed awake, he slept. Then I'll wake you up, we'll change shifts." Trakmok Kwangba was about to say something, but Lu Kan Nam continued, "Speaking in the way of us false monks, before the time of the rat, belonged to M. During this time, the false tantric nuns will be on high alert." Lu Kan Nam said that Trakmok Kwangba also had no reason to object, because he didn't know anything about tantric practice. He did not use the sleeping bag, but directly put his head on the backpack, lying on the ground. In the flickering firelight, he glanced at Lu Kan Nam sitting neatly in front of the fire, his face smeared with dirt, but it made him feel indescribably secure. A moment later, he fell asleep. That night, Trakmok Kwangba dreamed. In his dream, he remembered the trifles of Ba Tang when he was alive. The last scene that appeared was a conversation in the moonlight in Moscow. Ba Tang hugged him tightly, gave him a rare smile, said, "Go, take care." Trakmok Kwangba exclaimed, "Where are you going?" Ba Tang only smiled and did not answer. His body gradually disappeared. Trakmok Kwangba was startled awake, opened his eyes, only saw the color of the sky as white as the belly of a fish. Last night's bonfire had gone out, leaving only a faint smoke spreading around. Trakmok Kwangba was very angry, did not expect Lu Kan Nam to not wake him up, but as soon as he stood up, he saw her leaning against a large rock, her eyes closed, her face red. For some reason, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly felt his heart tighten, as if he had discovered something was wrong, hurriedly crawled up to her side. Lu Can Nam, Trak Mok Kwong Ba called. Seeing no response, he raised his voice again, Lu Can Nam. Still no response, he put his hand on her forehead. It was too hot. A cold wind rushed over and made Trak Mok Kwong Ba shiver. Only then did he discover that his sleeping place was located in a hollow between two giant rocks, while Lu Can Nam was sitting at the head of the wind. All night long, she used her body to shield herself from the cold wind from entering the hollow. Lu Can Nam fell ill, although Trak Mok Kwong Ba's first reaction was, it couldn't be, but the hot temperature passed through his palm, making him unable to hide the panic in his heart. Perhaps, because she was too tired yesterday, she was hit by the wind at night. In short, Lu Can Nam is really sick. Trak Mok Kwong Ba hugged Lu Can Nam in his arms, thinking to himself, stupid, why should you sit so far away from me? Changed position, Lu Can Nam woke up startled. She seemed to want to push Trak Mok Kwong Ba away, but her limbs were soft and weak. She pushed and tried her best to say, you're awake. Let's go. It's just that the body is weak. The intonation is no longer resounding as strongly as before, but on the contrary, there is an unusual tenderness. Trak Mok Kwong Ba just put some strength into his arm, making Lu Can Nam unable to move. He quietly looked at the woman lying in his lap. Yes, that woman was lying in his lap, a girl with rosy cheeks, phoenix eyes, her breath was as fragrant as a lily, and her body was as soft as a lily kitten. At that moment, she removed all the armor covering her body. She was no longer a woman of steel, nor was she Shi Guanyin. She was just a woman, that's all. No, we're not going anywhere today. Trak Mok Kwong Ba resolutely said. Lu Can Nam fidgeted a few times, but after finding out that he couldn't escape Trak Mok Kwong Ba's arms anyway, he didn't move anymore, just quietly looked up at his resolute face, familiar with that. In her heart right now was a mixture of joy and sorrow. Over 30 years, this was the first time she had seen a face at such a close distance, so clearly. Young Master Kwong Ba, did you know, in a hidden corner where he never looked, there was a person who was always watching him closely. Trak Mok Kwong Ba hugged Lu Can Nam with one hand, the other hand searched for medicine in his backpack. He very carefully picked up the instructions for use of the drug, read it carefully, then selected the appropriate injections and oral drugs, what was uncertain, and asked Lu Can Nam to personally check one more time. Trak Mok Kwong Ba injected and fertilized Lu Can Nam. There was no ice, but in the middle of the fog, the air was both cold and humid. Just taking a piece of cloth wrapped around the stone can also cool down very effectively. Fruit. These are all the knowledge Lu Can Nam taught him in the past. Trak Mok Kwong Ba himself did not expect that one day he would use what he learned to help Lu Can Nam. The patient's appetite was not good. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was afraid that Lu Can Nam could not swallow the compressed food, so he used the little water they had left to dissolve the food pellets into a paste, then fed them. She eats. Busy all morning, seeing that half of the day was almost over, Trak Mok Kwong Ba began to prepare firewood for the evening. He was afraid that Lu Can Nam would be attacked by wolves, so he placed the bone food right next to her, then arranged a few simple pitfalls around. Just cut a few sticks of wood each time and then come back. It doesn't matter how many times you turn around, as long as Lu Can Nam is safe. Looking at the pile of firewood piled up like a small mountain, Trak Mok Kwong Ba wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking to himself, that's enough for tonight. He turned his head and saw Lu Can Nam opening his eyes, smiling without looking at him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stepped closer and asked, do you feel better? Lu Can Nam closed his eyes, gently shook his head, waiting for that warm hand to cover his forehead. That was the feeling, a little rough, but with a strange strength and warmth that was hard to find, described, like the hand of her father as a child. The fever is much less than in the morning. In the evening one more injection. Tomorrow will be fine. Trak Mok Kwong Ba startled. did not expect Lu Kan Nam to sometimes make a low voice like a mosquito. Compared to normal, it is really two completely different people. However, after hearing that one voice, his heart suddenly wanted to hear it again. The ground was damp and cold. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately laid Lu Kan Nam on a field bed, assembled from two backpacks, but whenever he was next to him, he always let Lu Kan Nam rest his head, my thighs. In the past, my sister used to lie like that, and later, Man also used to lie like that. Lu Kan Nam was the third woman to lay her head on his lap. His ex-wife also never did, because their marriage was very serious. He and his wife always kept a moderate attitude towards each other. Neither did his daughter, because he was so busy at the time that even for him, the fact that his daughter grew up became a miracle. Trak Mok Kwong Ba twirled around from morning to night, busy all day, until Lu Kan Nam calmly lay on his lap. He felt as if he had forgotten something, but that was only an impression, ambiguity. What have you forgotten? Until Lu Kan Nam reminded, I don't know how is Min Man. Right, Man Min. Only then did Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly remember that all day he was busy taking care of the people in front of him, but he forgot about the safety of Man. Why is that? No way, he quickly asked. Kan Nam, yesterday when you separated from the group, how was it? Lu Kan Nam said, yesterday you asked. Looking at Trak Mok Kwong Ba's worried expression, the smile on her face slowly subsided. She sighed and said, you don't have to worry about them. When we separated, I and the shaman Allah made an appointment. Whether we find someone or not, we will not stop waiting or searching. You also know, in this foggy environment, the chance of finding someone is almost non-existent. We promised to meet at the Back Bala temple. As long as we can get out of this place alive and find the Back Bala temple, we will definitely meet them again. That's great. Wait a day or two for your illness to improve, and we'll be on our way. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's happy expression showed on his face. At least he knew a general direction, and then he just needed to cross the foggy area. With Lu Kan Nam accompanying him, he was full of hope that he could overcome everything and find the temple of Back Bala. Lu Kan Nam saw him so happy, couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in his heart, muttering in a low voice that was almost inaudible, perhaps, there is no need to wait so long. The fire was lit again. All night that night, Trak Mok Kwong Ba hugged Lu Kan Nam in his arms. I don't understand why. As long as he let go of Lu Kan Nam and put her on the cold sleeping bag, he would panic in his heart, because Lu Kan Nam didn't move, even saw almost no sign of him, breathing, like it's dead. Only when hugging her in his arms, feeling the heat radiating from her body and her regular breathing, did Trak Mok Kwong Ba feel somewhat reassured. However, in his head, there were absolutely no other thoughts. When hugging Lu Kan Nam, he felt as if he were hugging his sister. Only in the past, his sister always liked to stir in his lap, rubs her forehead, sometimes wiggles her braids, and this girl is extremely docile and quiet. Even so, Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not dare to look into Lu Kan Nam's eyes. Every time his eyes met, the fire burning from those deep eyes made his whole body change, as if just look at it for another minute, and everything he's still trying to control will be jerked away like a horse without a bridle. Therefore, all that night, he did not look at the fire, but kept his eyes on the night, and even when he talked, he still looked up into the distance. So, most of the time, the two of them were just silent, feeling the warmth from their bodies passing through each other. I don't know if it's because chopping firewood is too tired, or because holding a person in my arms, feeling very peaceful, Trak Mok Kwong Ba has fallen asleep all the time. The next morning when I woke up, my heart was empty. I looked up. He could only gasp in surprise. Just saw Lu Kan Nam yesterday still sick, soft as a rabbit, now resting his legs on a rock, doing push-ups in an inverted banana tree position. The lines under those clothes are like forged from iron and steel. Trak Mok Kwong Ba rubbed his eyes, feeling that everything that happened the day before was just a dream that followed the dream of saying goodbye to Bar Tang the night before. How come I just woke up now? Lu Kan Nam also seemed to realize that Trak Mok Kwong Ba was awake, so he raised his head to face him. Her gaze was no longer tender and earnest, but cold as ice. If it's a dream, then it's really over, Trak Mok Kwong Ba mumbled as if saying to himself, illness. Your illness. Lu Kan Nam bent his arms and stretched them out, jumped up in the air, turned around and then gently lowered, sweat on his hair and neck. She twisted her mouth into a serious smile, nodded and replied, it's almost over, I'm in therapy. Trak Mok Kwong Ba feels that the Steel Woman has returned, but that's also good. Yesterday was not a dream, it all really happened. He asked curiously, Miss, are you training? Lu Kan Nam took off his shirt, wiped the sweat from his skin, sat cross-legged. Suddenly his hands were folded, rubbing together, and then his palms pressed some parts of the body. Trak Mok Kwong Ba knows that these are the clear points in tantric practice, a concept quite similar to the acupuncture points of Eastern medicine. Lu Kan Nam rubbed the points with his palm while saying, this is the treatment method of our tantric monks, collectively known as physical therapy. There is a saying, can include inside and outside, real qi is damaged, human disease, is due to the qi circuit not open, inside and outside not airy. Medicine uses drugs, cures the inside, turns needles, jellies, herbs, and herbs into blood qi, strengthens the body, nourishes the root cause. If you use other techniques, you can treat externally. If you have a boil, you will use a knife. If you have a blockage, you will need to use needles, and if you have a bruise, you will use heat. Also referred to as material. This is a very broad category, but for us tantric practitioners, physical therapy is about regulating our own meridians, using circulating qi, breaking through stagnant places, and wanting to achieve the most specific effects, determined, then some additional vigorous intensity exercise is needed. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought about it, then asked again, so that means physiotherapy? Lu Kan Nam replied, the ancients called it material, that's right. People today call it physiotherapist, not wrong. However, for us tantric monks, kan is a noun that refers to the method of using Tai Chi to self-medicate, mainly by massaging acupuncture points throughout the body, and then performing other movements, each other to open up the meridians, to communicate with the meridians. In fact, the Wu Chi Hui 19 in Eastern medicine or the exercises in martial arts, both have the same effect as this technique of the secret monk. Lu Kan Nam did the physical exercises again for about half an hour. Trak Mok Kwong Ba observed that she rubbed her palms hot and then placed them on the points on her body. The body performed movements like creating the image of a bodhisattva in Buddhism, either standing or sitting, sometimes standing with one leg, sometimes planting a banana tree, even bending his back, putting his head through his groin. At first glance, it looks like a flexible actor performing. Lu Kan Nam finished the treatment process. Seeing that Trak Mok Kwong Ba also finished packing his backpack, he immediately said, my illness is caused by not being able to eliminate the evil energy from the outside, in order to infiltrate the internal body. Now it is also the trunk. The box is ready, we can go today. Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't say a word, immediately put his backpack on his back. Lu Kan Nam said, however, before we go, we need to clearly analyze the situation in front of us. She squatted down, picked up a piece of coal from the extinguished fire, and drew a rectangle on the ground. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also sat down next to him. Lu Kan Nam said, this is the third platform. Then she put 3 dots above, below, in the middle at one end of the rectangle, and continued, that day, after being forced to separate by wolves, the situation was roughly like this, above, along with the magicians Arla and Manman, Merkin in the middle, we are close to the edge of the platform. Trak Mok Kwong Ba nodded in agreement. Lu Kan Nam continued, in this dense fog, it is difficult for us and the shaman Arla to know the direction. Most definitely, nothing is better than walking along the wall, mountains and the edge of the platform, but. She erased the two long sides of the rectangle, painted a wavy line, then continued, whether it's along the cliff or the edge of the platform, it's a line formed in nature, cannot be straight, which means, we'll have to go around a lot, and the merkins are in the middle. Lu Kan Nam drew a long straight line from the black dot in the center of the rectangle, saying, they have wolves to guide them. The worst case scenario is, they will find a straight path to Bak Bala temple. And best of all, in the middle of this stratosphere there are countless high and low undulating strips of land formed by volcanic lava, so the opponent will have to go around and around like us. But since we missed a whole day yesterday, even the best case scenario might not have caught up with the merkins. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, what do you mean? Lu Kan Nam said, we're near the edge of the platform, but we won't completely detour around the terrain, we'll go straight. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, but the road ahead is not necessarily flat, how can there be no obstacles? Lu Kan Nam said, this is exactly what I am trying to tell you, if you meet a mountain, climb a mountain, and if you meet an abyss, swing over, only then can we catch up with the magicians Ala and Merkin at speed, the fastest. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is very vague, temporarily not to mention whether they have the ability to meet mountains, climb mountains, meet cliffs, or not, in the middle of this dense fog, want to not be lost, the most stable way, is to go along the edge of the platform. This is quite similar to the law of non-duplicating mazes that Lu Kan Nam taught them before, but now that they want to go straight, how can they make sure they won't go around in the fog? Lu Kan Nam seemed to have seen through his worries, and explained, there is no need to worry about directions, I am preparing to teach you a method of discerning directions in the fog, the method of fake tantrics. Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't help but be excited. Anything related to Tantric Buddhism was very mysterious and powerful. He immediately focused on listening to her continue. The birds migrate every year. They all fly thousands of kilometers along a fixed route. The American butterflies, after returning from flying across the Pacific Ocean, can even rest on the same tree. What do they rely on to judge? Azimuth. Obviously not with the eyes. Magnetic. These basic knowledge, Trak Mok Kwong Ba also has some understanding. Yes, Lu Kan Nam said, the two poles of the Earth emit magnetic lines, precisely distributed throughout the globe, just like the longitude lines on the globe. These magnetic lines guide these migratory species even more accurately than satellite navigation systems. The fake tantric, which can not only tell time by breathing and pulse, but sensing circadian rhythms and omnipresent magnetic fields are also the most basic applications. Now, I will tell you how I feel, and teach you how to find your feelings towards the magnetic field. Under the guidance of Lu Kan Nam, Trak Mok Kwong Ba slowly closed his eyes. For tantric practice, he understood a step further. Tantric practitioners not only rely on breathing methods to change the environment inside their body, making themselves strong, but also establish a close relationship between the body and the environment, helping people we can perceive the feeling of the wind moving, the plants growing, the moon and stars moving. Very similar to the feeling he felt when he had just released the poison neck. The air moved, a leaf drifted down, small grains of sand slid gently in the direction of the wind. The feeling at this moment, compared to when he had just woken up after removing the poison neck, was even more pronounced, but the sense of direction sometimes didn't, making Trak Mok Kwong Ba still unable to determine for sure. Guided by Lu Kan Nam wholeheartedly, he tried to point out a direction. Lu Kan Nam smiled and said, not bad, just started, it's very magical. After all, the magnetic field is something you can't see, can't touch, you can't even identify yourself in the end. I don't feel anything anymore. So this has to be done while in motion. From now on you need to remember, you are not following me, but following the feeling. Always keep feeling like yes or no. This feeling is not always saying yes, but the longer it takes, the clearer they will be. In short, one day you will find them. They're as easy to recognize as a wide and straight road. There's more. Lu Kan Nam looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba and said seriously, "During this time, I have to conduct further training for you." Train. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not understand. What other training? Killing. Lu Kan Nam said coldly. Seeing that Trak Mok Kwong Ba seemed very surprised, she slowly explained, "That means increasing your training in terms of combat." Undeniably, out of this entire team, he is arguably the most powerful. If we talk about the winning and losing contest, besides the magician Arla and me, he is also much stronger than the others. But if he wanted to fight to the death, he couldn't kill Ba Tang. Not only that, if the circumstances and tools are not limited, even Trong Lap and Yu Yang can't kill him. The two of them are good at scouting, can detect his movements, the other is good at camouflage, can set up traps. In the middle of this deep forest wilderness, the possibility that you will be assassinated by them is very high. Even if you have not seen their faces, you have already fallen. Trak Mok Kwong Ba frowned. He couldn't help but admit it. Lu Kan Nam said it made some sense. If the two sides faced each other, using fists, he wouldn't lose, but if there were no conditions, he wished. Just kill the other party. I'm afraid he's only slightly better than Man Man and Professor Fung Tan. No, most likely, not even Professor Fung Tan anymore. Especially in the last 1 or 2 years, his memory, observation ability, and judgment have all decreased significantly. Maybe even Man Man is stronger than him. Lu Kan Nam continued, teaching me how to recognize the enemy's tricks and disguises, and then take advantage of the opposite to deal with them, is just so that I can survive in this place. Honestly, Lu Kan Nam sighed. At first, I really didn't know how strong the people of the ancient Kui Ba tribe were. I just thought that our main opponent was the Merkins, and they weren't very numerous, just was a mixed baguette. So in the beginning, I just aimed to train you and the others to be a group of experts qualified to operate in the wilderness. Later, when I witnessed the pitfalls of the Kui Ba people, I changed my training strategy, changed my goals, and hoped that people could recognize the pitfalls and competent agencies, avoid them. I hope everyone can become qualified adventurers. And now, I can't help but admit, the Arla shaman's warning before was correct. The Kui Ba people and their wolves are much harder to deal with than we imagined. Wolves, they were absolutely no ordinary animals, but more like assassins in a special forces army. Because of that, I can't help but train you to be a true adventurer, although the time is short, but as much as you can, it's good. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, how to train. Lu Kan Nam stuffed all the necessities for survival that Trak Mok Kwong Ba had divided into 2 parts into his backpack, saying, starting with you in charge of carrying all the luggage. Trak Mok Kwong Ba can't say anything, so it turns out that since a while ago, it's just so that I have to carry my backpack. Melee gun technique. Hurry up. Lu Kan Nam led the way. Trak Mok Kwong Ba carried a large backpack on his back, starting a new training session at her constant urging. He quickly discovered, Lu Kan Nam said it was not wrong. Due to geographical influence, the edge of this third stratosphere had a lot of places that protruded or collapsed. The whole edge of the platform was undulating and falling, like cogs. If they followed the edge, they would have to travel 3 to 5 times as long as they do now. But going straight is not easy. The first 2 days only have to climb over small rocky slopes formed by accumulated lava, but on the 3rd day, in front of them appeared the fault zone is very large. This was originally a fairly flat area of lava accumulation, but during the solidification process, suddenly met with heavy rain or snowfall, the temperature dropped suddenly, and then split into countless small successive pots, as if on this third platform grow countless giant tree stumps. The top is flat, the bottom is a high vertical wall, the height is about 10 meters to several tens of meters. According to Lu Kan Nam's motto of going straight, they were forced to climb over these cliffs. Logically, that would be much faster than taking a detour, and climbing the cliff like this doesn't take much effort, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba is carrying 2 heavy backpacks, and Lu the south wing that goes first is always urging. No need to say how fast Lu Kan Nam's speed is, so even though Trak Mok Kwong Ba's physical strength is very good, He is so tired that he can't breathe. During the training process, Trak Mok Kwong Ba finally realized the full power of the demonic magistrate that Trong Lap and Yue Duang feared like chickens were afraid of foxes. At first, she sometimes stopped to urge a few sentences, then gradually, she didn't even bother to keep an eye on him anymore. She just kept walking in a straight line, meaning as if she wanted to say, follow if you can, if you can't, think for yourself. Several times, Lu Kan Nam disappeared in the mist. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was forced to follow her instructions, follow his feelings, and finally, after constant efforts, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was also somewhat get that special feeling. In one day, they passed no less than 20 stone walls, blocking the road. Especially Lu Kan Nam constantly changed speed, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, making Trak Mok Kwong Ba gasp for breath. It feels like even more tired than having to carry an axe to cut trees for 10 days and 10 nights continuously. When Lu Kan Nam stopped and said, "Stay here," he was so tired that he didn't even bother to take off his backpack, sat down on the ground and didn't want to get up. Unexpectedly, as soon as his butt touched the ground, he heard Lu Kan Nam say, "Hurry up, your training has only just begun." Trak Mok Kwong Ba constantly breathed and waved his hands, even speechless. Lu Kan Nam smiled and said, "Follow my postures, it will heal a little faster." Saying that, she immediately sat cross-legged in the standard Zazen posture, palms facing up, closed her eyes, and at the same time said to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, asking him to relax the joints in both shoulders, feel the lumbar vertebrae lined up in a straight line like dominoes, the muscles of the waist and hips are also relaxed. Trak Mok Kwong Ba put down his backpack, half-heartedly followed, slowly inhaled and exhaled at Lu Kan Nam's command. Sure enough, his breathing quickly returned to normal, the feeling of pain also gradually disappeared. Sweat poured out like a bath, but the whole body felt comfortable as if it had just been massaged. Lu Kan Nam continued to guide Trak Mok Kwong Ba, his arms hanging loosely, his fingertips touching the ground, using the concept of imagining that the scum in his body flowed out from his fingertips, his legs stretched out, then slowly released. Trak Mok Kwong Ba quickly realized that this breathing method was the breathing method of the tantric monk that he had practiced for a long time. It was just that Lu Kan Nam had not taught him these movements. Obviously, different methods of respiration correspond to different movements. When performing these movements in combination with respiratory rhythms, he can clearly feel the rapid loss of physical strength. Re-add. Lu Kan Nam guided Trak Mok Kwong Ba step by step, so that his breathing rhythm and movements became seamless. Complete one round, repeat 3 times in a row, before stopping. Trak Mok Kwong Ba felt that the pain had decreased significantly, but his stomach started to growl and rumbling, thinking to himself, "I should be able to eat now." Unexpectedly, Lu Kan Nam saw that Trak Mok Kwong Ba had recovered quite a bit of physical strength, stood up, waved his left hand, saw a USP in her hand. Tuo Mok Kwong Ba frowned and said, "Officer, what are you going to do?" Lu Kan Nam said, "Before that, I kept the gun in my sleeve," imitating Merkin's Czechoslovak killer technique, but the actual combat effectiveness was far from his. However, today I mainly just wanted you to have a basic understanding of melee gun techniques. Saying that, her right hand was raised again, and Trak Mok Kwong Ba's dagger immediately appeared. One hand holding a gun, the other holding a knife, is the method that Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ba Tang used when they were cornered, only to hear Lu Kan Nam say, "I think you also understand, I have not never really trained you to become special forces, but mainly train how to survive in the wilderness and mechanics to recognize, avoid, and solve all kinds of traps. But now, facing the wolves here, what everyone has learned is clearly not enough." She waved the knife in her right hand, continued, "The technique of using a gun in close combat, you can hold a gun in one hand, you can also have 2 guns in your hands. Of course, the best method is to hold a gun in one hand, knife in one hand. Usually, the right hand is stronger, most people choose the right hand to hold the knife, but you can also choose according to your habits. Lu Kan Nam waved the dagger in his hand, the blade whistling in the wind, continued, the technique of using a gun in close combat is a kind of real combat technique developed during the war. It must be known that guns are widespread, because they have power, to be more precise, powerful at long distances, but at the same time, since the invention of guns, have always existed, at one problem, that is when the enemy despite life and death close to you, what to count. From the most primitive gun that fires only one shot and then has to be loaded, to automatic guns now cannot help but face this problem. In the beginning, people could only use a gun that had fired all bullets as a stick. Later, the bayonet was invented. When the enemy rushed to him, he used the bayonet to stab the opponent. This can be said to be the most primitive form of melee gun technique. Nowadays, automatic guns that fire in succession have replaced the traditional single-shot guns, which also means that, before the enemy closes close, it is completely possible to fire an entire magazine, but then start. Lu Kan Nam waved the gun again in his left hand, saying, "The gun is no longer useful. Throw it away like scrap metal. Or keep it, use the butt of the gun to hit the opponent." Not at all. This common sense you must know, the performance of a gun is inversely proportional to the distance and size of the target, that is to say, the smaller the target, the farther the distance, the lower the accuracy level, the smaller the chance of hitting the target. If you want to hit the target 100%, there's nothing like shooting at close range. When the gun barrel is aimed at the target, the accuracy is the highest, the power is also the greatest, and can even shoot through bulletproof vests. However, after coming out of the barrel, the bullet needs an extremely short distance to continue accelerating. Because the hot air generated in the barrel can also produce some of the thrust, when this thrust is greater than the resistance of the air, the bullet will continue to accelerate. Although this distance is only a few centimeters, it can make the bullet achieve the greatest power and at the same time the most accurate. This position we call the tipping point. Of course, these ballistics theories are not universally understood by every soldier. Only those who master the theory of ballistics, the theory of gunnery, can be called a master gunner. Trak Mok Kwong Ba listened to her speak for a long time, half understood and half did not, but he knew one thing well, he himself was not a sniper at all, neither Trong Lap, nor Yue Duong, neither did Ba Tang. Everyone only knows how to shoot at enemies with guns, but there are problems like at what distance can bullets leave the barrel the most powerful, or at what range is the easiest to kill enemies. They have never studied it carefully, never even thought about it, and Lu Kan Nam never mentioned it. Thinking of this, Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't help but get a little annoyed. Why teach these things now? Why not teach everyone on the team from the get-go? Who knows, they won't have to die in vain, at least Ba Tang. Lu Kan Nam continued, also, when there are enemies in all four directions, who will you shoot first? How to move with the smallest amplitude to hit the enemy in the widest range? How could Merkin shoot all 8 of us in a split second? How to suddenly open fire to achieve the highest efficiency? When the enemy rushes in front of you, how can you block the attack and shoot back at the same time? To solve a wide range of these problems, the US police were the first to devise a system of reasoning, called the pistol shooting positions without aim at close range, which was later developed into dynamics, gunnery in close combat. Finally, a complete melee gun technique was formed. In short, this was a technique that perfectly fused close-quarter combat and gunfire, the purpose of which was to achieve the strongest offensive effect. If you master this technique. Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't wait for her to finish, and blurted out, "Why didn't you teach us before?" Lu Kan Nam solemnly bowed his head and said, "I told you, I just wanted to train everyone to be adventurers, but never intended to turn the team into assassination machines. Of course, I didn't expect our enemy to be so strong. Both Merkin and the Beastmaster's strength exceeded my expectations. The material that we have the most, mainly about his men and the Ho Lang, I train everyone to fight, just to target them." Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked again, "Then why, now you teach me. Lu Kan Nam smiled bitterly. Extraordinary moment, must be used in an extraordinary way. I have said before, all I teach people, has only one purpose, is so that everyone can survive, in any situation. But now, if you want to win, no, if you want to have enough strength to avoid wolves and merkin, if you want to leave this place alive, then you have to become stronger. Any more questions? Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head heavily, thinking to himself, if everyone is gone, I'm the only one left alive, then what's the point? He suddenly remembered something, and quickly asked, why don't Ba Tang and Trong Lap know? Lu Kan Nam said, that's right, Ba Tang doesn't know, neither does Trong Lap. Although they were all from the special forces, Trong Lap was still on the border guard, not a combat unit, so he didn't know. As for Ba Tang, he should theoretically know this technique. Unfortunately, this theory was made around the 70s of the last century, and when it first appeared, it was hardly recognized. On the contrary, they were ridiculed, so when the Ba Tangs were in the army, they were not trained in this technique. Okay, I don't have much time to explain to you the origin and development of melee gun techniques. Lu Kan Nam suddenly changed his voice and said sternly, in the shortest time, I will teach you the basic movements and how to perfectly combine the power of a gun with close-quarter combat techniques. This is the key to deciding whether he can continue to survive in this land or not. Since we mainly have to deal with enemies in the wilderness, in the past I only taught people the basic shooting methods. His talent is also very good. In particular circumstances he has realized the technique of assault, and recently, together with Ba Tang, he realized the basic posture of the technique of using a melee gun. But that is not enough, we need to start from scratch. First, I will introduce you to CQS close-range sniper. The first is the position of holding the gun. After saying that, Lu Kan Nam put the gun into Trak Mok Kwong Ba's hand and said, take the aim and shoot pose. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately followed her instructions, raised his gun and aimed. Lu Kan Nam's hand was placed on the body of the gun, pulled it out sharply, took the gun back to his hand, and returned it to Trak Mok Kwong Ba. If it's a normal pistol holding posture, then there's nothing wrong with it. Use moderate strength, wrist and arm are also in the most comfortable state, arm muscles support the pistol grip, can reduce recoil. However, what if the enemy did not give him enough time to aim? How can he just pull out his gun and shoot, and achieve the highest speed and accuracy? If he kept this position of holding the gun, when he swung his hand vigorously, it would most likely throw the gun away. Try to remember, how does Merkin shoot? Trak Mok Kwong Ba was dumbfounded. Merkin shot the gun like he was performing a magic trick. He didn't have time to see where the gun was, he had already shot it. At that time, if it wasn't for Lu Kan Nam pushing for a shot, he would also got hit. Lu Kan Nam said, shooting a gun is a complicated process, since there is an optical signal. i.e. vision captures the target, converts it into a chemical signal, information from the sight is transmitted to the brain, and then the brain responds and sends commands to the muscles. The whole process, it takes 0.325 seconds. But this is only a theoretical number, and must also include the emotional state, mental state of the person, and environmental factors. Usually, soldiers have been trained, in a state of high stress, from detection of the target to the moment the bullet leaves the barrel, a total of about 0.4 to 0.5 seconds. But if he encountered someone like Merkin, before he had half a second to react, he would have been hit. Let's not talk about the Czechoslovak killer technique, just his shooting technique. I can't help but tell you, before I saw him open a gun, I had never met anyone who shot so fast, like that. The scariest thing is, the range of shooting is very wide, even among the most elite group of elites. I am afraid that there will not be many like him. Speaking of which, Lu Kan Nam seemed to remember something. In his mind, an image of Merkin firing 8 shots at 8 people in a row. The more he thought about it, the more chilling he got. Shooting 8 shots a second is not scary, his gun is automatic. There are theoretical speeds that can reach 800 rounds a minute. A gun can fire dozens of times, bullets per second, but the problem is, how can he shoot in 8 different directions at once? Such a fast speed, the shooter basically can't control the muscles to adjust the target, which also means that Merkin takes advantage of the gun's own recoil and only adjusts a little more, causing the bullet to shoot out, in the shape of a fan, creating a miracle at the same time shooting in 8 different directions. But in order to do this, it is necessary to calculate the distance the barrel moves under the effect of recoil before firing, which cannot be done by ordinary special forces. Not only that, it was a fully automatic gun, yet he was able to control it precisely so that each gun fired exactly 4 times. These things, before Merkin fired those 8 bullets, Lu Kan Nam had also never heard of. Moments later, Lu Kan Nam saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba looking at him in a daze, and quickly said, "For the time being, don't say such things. Now, I will teach you the gun-holding posture of melee gun techniques." Quote, just like when dancing classically, Lu Kan Nam moved close to Trak Mok Kwong Ba's back, holding hands to teach him each move, making Trak Mok Kwong Ba very embarrassed. Even more awkward was that Trak Mok Kwong Ba followed Lu Kan Nam for a whole day, not even a piece of water, although she taught him how to breathe and recover somewhat physically, but sitting couldn't cure his hunger. He had listened to her explain a bunch of logic, but his stomach was still empty, so when Lu Kan Nam showed him the postures, his stomach kept saying, gurgling, "Cease." In the end, Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't help but ask, "Can I eat something and then continue to practice?" "Impossible," Lu Kan Nam said in a very affirmative voice. She meant that he wanted him to practice in a state of hunger. If he couldn't remember, he couldn't eat. She then told him that this was a training method called physical memory. Trak Mok Kwong Ba listens to Lu Kan Nam's explanation, implying that when the human body is in extreme emotional or physical extremes, such as extreme fear, extreme hunger, extreme fatigue, memory will become extremely sensitive. At that time, if you remember something, it will never be forgotten for the rest of your life, or maybe the brain forgets, but the body instinctively remembers. Many people were trapped in the rubble for decades after the earthquake and were later rescued, but because they had experienced extreme hunger and fear, they still kept the habit of hiding food and moving around, claustrophobia of tight spaces. That is a very common case of physical memory. Although Lu Kan Nam said, "If you can't remember, don't feed," is just a joke, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba can also understand her heartache, also knows that she hopes he can survive here like how. He secretly made up his mind to cooperate with Lu Kan Nam to train well, and at the same time, he was also really aware of what the concept of the demonic body was that Yu Yang and Trong Lap kept talking about. Recalling the famous quote Trong Lap, Yu Yang once uttered no less than once, Trak Mok Kwong Ba also silently repeated once in his head, "This aunt is not a human." It's just that Trak Mok Kwong Ba is still a bit confused, not understanding why Lu Kan Nam seems so impatient to impart everything she knows to herself. Lu Kan Nam pressed close to Trak Mok Kwong Ba's back, guided him every small move, while inhaling the male scent emanating from him, silently said, "Young Master Kwong Ba, whatever you can teach, I will do it," taught him everything. Although this is something the Elder Guild won't allow, in this place, I just hope you can survive. I had a hunch, maybe I couldn't protect him all this way. If there's one of us who can get out of here in the end, I hope it's you. It doesn't matter if you don't understand this heart, as long as you live, you must get out of here alive. So, under the guidance of the evil teacher, Trak Mok Kwong Ba began his most arduous journey since setting foot on the land of Shangri-La. Every day, he had to wear a heavy backpack to climb cliffs, cross precipices, not rest, stop immediately to perform extremely difficult movements, then still could not eat, but had to starve a knife and a gunman to continue training. Lu Kan Nam taught Trak Mok Kwong Ba all 8 postures in coordination with breathing, the technique of using a gun in close combat, starting from the way of holding the gun and the knife, then the posture of the arms, footsteps, and how to turn around in motion, and then finally show him 24 basic hand-drawn movements. These basic movements are actually very simple. In addition to the movements that require relatively high elbows and waist joints, the rest are very easy, a bit like some stretching exercises, chest, down, leaning to the sides. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was just exposed to melee gun techniques and felt it was not as effective as Lu Kan Nam praised. Lu Kan Nam told him never to underestimate those movements. These basic movements are all aimed at making the bullet spread reach the greatest extent while the barrel moves in the smallest range. Each movement is a scientific conclusion drawn after thousands of times against the enemy. According to the comparison of ballistics research experts at the State Academy of Sciences, with this simple move, the government would have to spend at least several million or even tens of millions of yuan in research funding. Already. However, with these simple movements alone, it took Trak Mok Kwong Ba for 3 days to reluctantly reach an acceptable level. 3 days later, he gradually discovered that the direction seemed to have changed slightly, but in the dense fog, his sense of direction was still very poor, so he could only follow Lu Kan Nam. Follow the trail. Seeing that Trak Mok Kwong Ba was gradually able to perform standard gun positions in his most hungry state, Lu Kan Nam began to teach him how to combine the use of a gun and a knife at the same time. Because these movements are extremely complicated and need to be understood in real combat, Lu Kan Nam must both instruct and serve as an opponent for Trak Mok Kwong Ba to practice. Originally Trak Mok Kwong Ba dominated in terms of physical strength, but after having to climb cliffs with heavy backpacks and run around all day, and had to starve and thirst, he was really not Lu's opponent. Kan Nam, every time he practiced fighting, was a little careless and was beaten by this devilish teacher. He was very frustrated, and at the same time wondered, could it be that Lu Kan Nam didn't eat or drink, but also did not feel hungry or thirsty? Another 2 days like that passed, both of them felt very clearly, we had entered another height, the fog became thick and cold, and the ground was covered in many places as a layer of ice, thin. Climbing the cliff is also unusually arduous. Calculating, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Man have been separated for about a week, but still have not seen all the fog-covered area. However, I don't know because of the hell training in the state of extreme hunger, or because Lu Kan Nam is always by my side, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba was surprised to find out, did not expect Man in his heart. He fades away again, at least not because of her worry and anxiety all day like before. Trak Mok Kwong Ba comforted himself that it was because Man had become resilient, so I wasn't too worried about her anymore, she was able to take care of herself very well. But what really makes Trak Mok Kwong Ba doubt is that he feels worried about Lu Kan Nam, the strong woman who is always by his side. He himself did not know where that anxiety came from, only had the feeling that Lu Kan Nam was hiding something from her, her eyes every time she looked at him, it was like she was about to part forever, that's where. Today, after finishing training, Trak Mok Kwong Ba replenished his energy with 2 compressed nutritional food tablets, then gulped water, turned his head to look at Lu Kan Nam, and saw her staring blankly at a woman. The pile of stones was arranged indiscriminately. He walked up to him and asked, "What's wrong, teacher? Is it because you didn't hit me today that you're unhappy?" Lu Kan Nam grinned, a rare gentleness appeared on his face, making Trak Mok Kwong Ba also bewildered. She glanced at Trak Mok Kwong Ba's purple left cheek, which was a vestige of yesterday, and said, "It's okay, rest early." After saying that, she went straight to the side of the cliff, closed her eyes and rested. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at the place where Lu Kan Nam had just stopped, piles of rocks like that could be found anywhere, nothing special, but what was Lu Kan Nam looking at here? The next day, Trak Mok Kwong Ba finally knew what Lu Kan Nam was looking at. It happened very randomly. In the morning he got up to urinate, naturally went around behind the pile of rocks, suddenly felt something very familiar underneath the pile of stones, so he bent down to look, immediately smelled it. "I feel a smell in my nose. Wolf urine." Trak Mok Kwong Ba reached out his feet to knock out a few crushed stones. The smell of urine immediately rose stronger. Apparently, there were wolves passing through this place, and also marked it. In fact, these days, what makes Trak Mok Kwong Ba the most strange is that, along the way, they did not meet a wolf at all. At first, it could even be said that the sound of the flute scared the wolves, but later on, he also stopped playing, and still did not see any wolves. He had made countless different theories, in which, the best explanation is that Taoist Beastmaster gathered all the wolves here and followed him. They needed to replenish their strength. This place has traces of wolves left, maybe there are other clues. Thinking about it, Trak Mok Kwong Ba crouched low, carefully searched. Not long after, he discovered a black streak under a large rock, indicating that there was a fire here. Trak Mok Kwong Ba put all his strength to push the rock aside, dug down. It was not wrong. Under the rock was a pile of coal ash, plastic and unburnt fabric. He raised his head in surprise, thinking to himself, could it be that the place where we stopped for the night is the same place the merchants camped before? Yesterday, Lu Can Nam kept staring at this. Did she already know? Did you find out? Not knowing when, Lu Can Nam appeared behind him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, you already know that, right? Did the merchants pass through this place? He knew for sure that Arla Shaman's group was still a long way from him and Lu Can Nam, and besides, the other party was also accompanied by wolves. He had never seen the Arla mage with this ability before. Lu Can Nam nodded. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, when did you find out? From the moment you changed the route, I sensed something was wrong. Could it be that from that point on, she had planned to change direction to cut through the route of the merchants? How did she do that? Lu Can Nam did not answer, but instead asked, from these traces, what can you see? Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought for a moment, then replied, the trace is still very new, no more than 2 days. Strangely enough, if you judge based on the urine marks left by the wolves, the number of wolves will also be the same, not very much. Lu Can Nam nodded affirmatively. There are 3 people, 2 wolves, staying here one night before us. The direction of advance is about 15 degrees to the east. According to my observations in the last few days, this area has a lot of magma. Usually the wolves will not choose to climb the cliff straight like us, but they have to ask the wolves to guide them, so the speed can't be as fast as the 2 of us. Impossible, Trak Mok Kwong Ba firmly said. There can't be only 2 wolves. There were so many wolves that attacked us that day. Where did they all go? Even though they belonged to other wolf clans, in the beginning the Beastmaster Tao was able to control 8 wolves. Lu Can Nam said, this is really difficult to understand, but the traces do not lie. This place is really only 2 wolves passing by. Tuo Mok Kwong Ba suddenly remembered something, and quickly asked, then what do you mean by following them? Lu Can Nam said, if the legend is true, then, the closer we get to Bak Bala Temple, the more wolves will come. At that time, even if we arrive at the same time as the merchants, just there's the Beastmaster Tao there, we won't have any chance of winning. So I think, before that, while we still haven't reached the area where the wolves live, it is necessary to consume as much of the enemy's forces as possible, at least to deal with that Thou Beastmaster. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, so what can be done? I disagree. They outnumber us, and there are wolves to help. Even if we attack secretly, we are not sure to gain the advantage. How can you not discuss this with me? I have already decided on my own. Am I still the captain? Lu Can Nam smiled and shook his head. Actually, I didn't intend to tell you. Trak Mok Kwong Ba seemed to understand something. His mind immediately became confused, panicked, grabbed Lu Can Nam's shoulders, loudly exclaiming, Miss, are you going to go alone? Lu Can Nam only smiled but did not answer, as if he had admitted. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's hand used more strength, only seeing his heart like fire, his heart confused. I don't agree. I won't let you go. Of course, Lu Kannam shrugged, lowered his shoulders, and did not see her using any force to gently escape from Trak Mok Kwong Ba's hands. I have changed my mind. Trak Mok Kwong Ba breathed a sigh of relief. They are more numerous than us, there are wolves again, their equipment is also more complete, and in this fog, our observation ability is also significantly reduced. Not to mention the fact that all of this equipment was originally theirs. Lu Kannam slightly raised his head. Are you afraid? Trak Mok Kwong Ba was dumbfounded. Right, could he be afraid? He thought for a moment, then was surprised to discover that he was not afraid of Merkin, but only afraid that Lu Kannam would go find Merkin alone to attack. How could he be so afraid of losing Lu Kannam? Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at the woman in front of him, speechless. Lu Kannam also seemed to remember something, slightly bowed his head and turned around. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at her and took a step forward. Lu Kannam seemed to be startled for a moment, hurriedly walked quickly, then said, "We have discovered their whereabouts. This is an opportunity, we must make good use of it. I see, we can continue to follow, look for opportunities to have someone break out of the group, whether human or wolf, we also have the ability to cope." Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not answer. Lu Kannam continued, "I feel that this place is already very close to the frozen plateau, although the Merkins have compressed food, but the wolves cannot eat it. Now is the best chance to deal with them. An opportunity like this, if you miss it, you will never get it again." Trak Mok Kwong Ba wondered, if we go to the frozen area, how can the wolves survive there? Lu Kannam shook his head. "I don't know, if the legend is true, then when approaching Bo Bala Temple, there will definitely be a change, becoming." She and Trak Mok Kwong Ba said in unison, "Where Ba Tang talked about." Trak Mok Kwong Ba also added a sentence, "Geothermal. This is the issue Yu Yang and Zhang Li discussed when they were in the Amazon forest." Now, when he was nearing the real Shangri-La, there was still a vast fog in his sight. The places he passed were mostly barren and full of stones. He could not imagine, after all, how the place that Ba Tang talked about was formed. Lu Kannam turned his head and said, "Maybe we can catch them today." Seeing that Trak Mok Kwong Ba hesitated, she immediately said decisively, "Put your backpack on, let's go." Sunset, by the fire, in the tent, a field desk full of electronic devices, Merkin stared at the computer screen, on which was showing 3D images of the terrain ahead, the vases, radio, river, mountainside, forest all appear very clearly. He angrily growled, "Mother, how far do you have to go to finish this road? It's not just a matter of roads, you see." Yu Yang is controlling the computer with a slight click. The geomorphological image immediately appears with yellow, orange, blue bands and contour lines. Just listen to Yu Yang say, "The area that is colored in blue means that the temperature has dropped below 0 degrees. Tomorrow we will have to go through the raw ice. And the computer's meteorological analysis shows that tomorrow there will be a big snowfall." Max, standing next to him, could not help but feel, unexpectedly, "You also have such high-class goods." Merkin was about to say something, when Saws suddenly lifted the curtain of the tent door and entered. Merkin turned his head and asked, "What is it?" Saws said, "Our wolf friends feel very insecure, they seem to have discovered something." Merkin glanced at Yu Yang. Seeing that Yu Yang was still indifferent, he asked, "Has an old friend found you?" Saws replied, "The wolves don't give any warning, so that means the opponent is still a long way from us. Wolves can smell strange odor molecules from a distance of 10 kilometers. I'm going to take these wolf friends for a tour and see how it goes." Merkin rolled his eyes, nodded and said, "Let's go." "I'm going too." Yu Yang and Max spoke in unison. No. Merkin flashed a gentle smile. "You two stay here. I hope when we get back we can see a complete map." "Ah, that's right, Yu Yang. You also show Max how to use that software." "It's true, such good software. Why is it all in Chinese?" After saying that, he patted Saws on the shoulder and walked out together. Max pulled Yue Yang's hand and asked, "What is this button for?" Outside the tent, Saul said, "There's no need to be so overprotective. Are you afraid we won't be able to deal with them?" Merkins said, "True card masters never let their opponents see all of their cards in the first place. Leaving the two of them alone will make our old friends scared. Be careful, do not dare to give all your strength." Saul added, "Besides, you don't have to worry about that Yuyang kid, do you?" Merkin laughed. "Yes, speaking of Yuyang, he seems to be quite close to you these days, isn't he?" A smug look appeared on Saul's face. "That kid has the potential to become a Taoist Beastmaster." Merkin glanced curiously at Saul and said, "Why do you say that?" Saul said, "It must be known that the Taoist Master is essentially a profession that specializes in communicating with animals. The reason this profession is so mysterious, is because a person communicates with animals in time, long, must endure solitude, and always have to be on the lookout for those animals that will suddenly lose control. The mind is always in a state of prolonged stress. Therefore, wanting to become a Taoist Beastmaster requires not only determination and patience, but also an open-minded personality. A person, if he becomes the opposite of the opposite, has a strange temperament just because he is lonely and suppresses himself for a long time. He cannot become a Taoist Beastmaster, but can only become a madman. In addition, the Tao Beastmaster must have the ability to observe more than humans, and be agile. The most important thing is to always have curiosity, curiosity, curiosity. These conditions, I see that the kid has almost all of them, Ka." But Merkin couldn't help smiling. He warned Saws, "Even if you have a good feeling for that kid, it's okay. I don't want to suddenly appear on our team a Taoist Beastmaster all of a sudden, bit back somewhere in the middle of the night and half of the night, suddenly being infected with poisonous insects or evil beasts who don't know where to go to make meat is unfair." Saul said, "If you are so suspicious of Yuyang, why give him something as important as a laser emitter?" Merkin smiled proudly and replied, "This is called a dangerous move to win. Of course, I have never done anything without being sure." Saul also said, "Don't worry, I'm not causing any trouble for myself. What I tell him is just the most basic common sense." The two of them talked while walking. The tent receded, finally disappearing into the mist. Before the sky was completely dark, Trakmok Kwangba raised his infrared binoculars to scan the fog. "Here we go." He suddenly signaled to Lu Kan Nam. Lu Kan Nam also raised the binoculars in his hand, seeing two red dots carefully approaching the traps they set up. These two red dots seemed to have detected something, but still did not come close, but just circled around. Lu Kan Nam said a little worriedly, "These wolves are so clever, they're always out of the grenade's range." Trakmok Kwangba said, "Why don't we wrap enough clothes? Or can't our smell cover up the smell of gunpowder? Was it discovered?" Lu Kan Nam decisively said, "This trap is no longer usable, let's go now." "Where are you going, my old friend?" As soon as he heard that voice, Trakmok Kwangba was startled, stopped, so he was discovered. Lu Kan Nam's reaction was unusually quick, immediately pulled out a knife and rushed towards the source of the sound, and turned around to see Merkin smiling mischievously standing next to a man in black. Merkin was very relaxed, arms outstretched, gun at hand. But then Lu Kan Nam was close. Before he could fire the gun, the blade had pierced straight into the big chest. Merkin's arms raised to stop him, using the stock of his gun to block the mighty knife. At this time, Lu Kan Nam only raised his left hand, the arm just moved, the gun in the sleeve slipped out, banging, a shot at an extremely close distance. Not only that, the momentum of the arm did not decrease. The gun in Lu Kan Nam's hand seemed to turn into an iron fist, chasing the bullet that hit Merkin's forehead. At such a close distance, it seemed that Merkin could not dodge, but he seemed to have prepared in advance. Leisurely tilting his head to the side, the bullet grazed his cheek, and even the incoming gun fell into space. At the same time, the two hands raised to support Merkin's knife slightly pinned his wrists down, The barrel of the gun pointed directly at Lu Kan Nam's waist and hips. Only heard, pong bang, two sounds, but when Merkin lowered his wrist, Lu Kan Nam also changed his position. The weight of his whole body was on his right arm holding the knife, and at the same time, his feet stomped down and jumped up. Using Merkin as a fulcrum, the whole person flipped in the air and flew over Merkin's head. If Merkin dropped the gun at this time, when he lowered his hand, the gun in Lu Kan Nam's left hand could shoot from the top of his head down to his lower abdomen, but Merkin did not let go. On the contrary, he pushed up, high, took Lu Kan Nam a bit more, until Lu Kan Nam's body was completely in the air. He let go of the two guns that were crossed. His hands were picked up at the same time, pointing back. Pang pong, pong pong pam. Merkin's two guns continuously fired bullets in pursuit of Lu Kan Nam, who was somersaulting in the air. Sparks traced in the mist with two complete fan blades. At the same time, while in the air, Lu Kan Nam also stretched out his hand. The bullets seemed to have eyes aimed directly at Merkin. Trak Mok Kwong Ba has never seen a fight like this before. The two are clearly in close combat, close to each other, yet can shoot the enemy as if hit, at the same time can still dodge. Avoid the blade, as well as the opponent's fist. Lu Kan Nam flipped down, the dagger went straight out, the gun barrel rose up from the bottom. Merkin used a gun to block the knife, the other hand took a gun to fight the gun. In the blink of an eye, the two of them changed into countless different poses in succession. Trak Mok Kwong Ba even saw that, when he could not dodge, Lu Kan Nam also reversed the blade, unexpectedly blocking the incoming bullet. This is the first time Lu Kan Nam and Merkin have fought each other, only merging for a moment and then immediately separating. The two glared at each other, then exclaimed in unison, "Melee shooting technique. Melee sniper shooting. Special Forces training officer to fight." Lu Kan Nam and Merkin stopped, less than a meter apart, arms hanging naturally, legs slightly spread, eyes fixed on each other's hands, knife and gun in hand, steady as a rock. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was about to rush to help, but suddenly heard Lu Kan Nam loudly say, "Don't come here. Chuo Mok Kwong Ba, please take a good look at me." He didn't know if she meant telling him to watch out for Saws, or telling him to watch her every move. Saws stood to one side, raising his eyebrows at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, a black hole in his terrible face, uttering a word he didn't understand. Trak Mok Kwong Ba glanced at Lu Kan Nam and Merkin while staring at the terrifying black-robed Taoist beast. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Lu Kan Nam have calculated carefully when choosing this place. The distance between the wolves and them must be several hundred meters, and there is a fault between them and the wolves. Naturally, the distance exceeded the maximum that the wolves could jump over. So it took the wolves at least 10 minutes to get here. Chuo Mok Kwong Ba was thinking about whether to take advantage of this good opportunity to eliminate the Thou Beast Master. Suddenly saw flowers in front of his eyes, like Saws suddenly disappeared into the air, right away. After that, he reappeared at a distance of more than a meter from the original position, his body, his movements, as if he hadn't moved. Saws spread his hands out, shrugging, his meaning was clear, "Don't want to fight you, my wolves are not here, but you don't touch me either, you can't do anything to me." The two adversaries could only watch each other warily from a distance, then focus their attention on Merkin and Lu Kan Nam. The second attack launched by Merkin, the gun in his hand seemed to turn into a living thing, the gun in his left hand hooked on his middle finger whirled, and at the same time, the flashlight mounted under the barrel also turned on, the beam spinning, swept towards Lu Kan Nam's eyes. Meanwhile, the gun in his right hand also raised, the same posture as Lu Kan Nam just used, the gun turned into an extension of the arm, directly facing Lu Kan Nam like an iron fist. Before entering the optimal range, he absolutely does not open fire indiscriminately. Lu Kan Nam didn't notice the blinding light emanating from Merkin's gun, swinging his hand to shoot a bullet, but the gun in his right hand, she couldn't help but raise the knife to block it. In the moment when the knife and gun met, Merkin's wrist sank, the barrel also dropped down, bang, with a sound. Lu Kan Nam gracefully slid away, rounding outside, Merkin's bullet grazing her left thigh. At the same time, Merkin's left hand was slightly raised, avoiding Lu Kan Nam's bullet just now. His fist clenched, the spinning gun suddenly stopped and pointed directly at Lu Kan Nam's face. At this time, the knife in Lu Kan Nam's right hand was blocking the incoming gun, and the left hand had not yet raised. Seeing that she was about to hit the spot, she did not retreat, but instead moved forward, turning around, shoved Merkin with his back, at the same time throwing his right hand out. Bang! Merkin's second bullet also fell into the air. Merkin at this time did not have time to collect the gun. From a distance it looked as if Lu Kan Nam was being hugged by Merkin's arms, but Merkin was crying silently. Both of his arms were being held by Lu Kan Nam pinned tightly. No matter how his wrist rotated, he could not hit the opponent, and Lu Kan Nam was already close to her. At any time she could push her elbow backwards, attacking the lower abdomen, or bend the leg to throw it back. This move is relatively cruel, called ball kick. A man who is hit by a kick, even if he doesn't faint on the spot, he is basically disabled. And if he wants to counterattack himself, he only has two moves. One is to use the opportunity to exert force, use his arm strength to squeeze the opponent, or use his forehead to hit the opponent's neck. The second move is almost unusable. What about arm strength? Merkin also knew that Lu Kan Nam's arm strength absolutely could not be determined by women's standards, not to mention her body was as flexible as a fish in water. Fearing that he was not physically active, maybe he had been injured, she slipped out. After all, it was still this woman who had the upper hand. Lu Kan Nam did not give him much time to think. His legs raised and then turned backwards. Merkin was shocked, quickly let go of his hand and stepped back. Unexpectedly, it was all in Lu Kan Nam's calculations. She did not intend to kick Merkin's crotch, only seeing her upper hip slightly bent, the whole leg stretched out. At this point, Merkin was leaning back, just to give her enough space to kick, only hearing a click sound. Lu Kan Nam's one pillar of the sky move penetrated the narrow gap between the two, kicking Merkin's lower chin. That click was the sound of his teeth slamming together. Generate. So it's still not over. The reason Lu Kan Nam bends down, one is to put all his full strength into that kick, on the other hand is to clearly see Merkin's body and dodge position. When the kick hit Merkin, the gun in her hand changed direction. Pong bang bang, 3 consecutive shots rang out, locking all 3 of his retreats. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought that this time Merkin was dead for sure, but Merkin borrowed the force from Lu Kan Nam's kick and jumped back. His legs separated, and immediately evaded 2 bullets in the low position of Lu Kan Nam, and the top bullet, right at the most critical moment, he still managed to sweep the gun in his hand horizontally. Almost exactly the same as Lu Kan Nam's bulletproof knife swing just now. At such a close distance, in that situation, Merkin could not expect that Merkin could still use the body of the gun to knock the bullet away, then gently land. The 2 of them broke away from the tension. As soon as Merkin touched the ground, he raised the back of his hand to rub his lower chin, looking very painful, about to say something. Lu Kan Nam did not say anything and rushed up. Merkin groaned inwardly, looking at such a frenzied attack. It was clear that this woman wanted to risk her life, and he had never thought of risking his life with Lu Kan Nam. His people still haven't come enough. His target is the Bakbala temple. His family has been searching for this place for many generations. Now it is almost close to that real goal. If this mad woman killed in the middle of this place where dogs eat stones and chickens eat gravel, what else is there to do? Besides, in the immediate future, Trak Mok Kwong Ba is still being restrained by Saws. If the opponent finds out that there are no animals, and Saws is almost unable to attack, if Trak Mok Kwong Ba also joins the fight, then he will be very passive. Without thinking much, Lu Kan Nam swung his knife across, and at the same time unleashed a whistling punch. Merkin raised his hand to block it. At that moment, Lu Kan Nam suddenly shot into the air, using the recoil of the gun to accelerate the arm that had already reached the limit of human speed. Merkin's right hand was raised in the air. and he had to use his left hand to save it to block Liu Kan-nam's attack. Liu Kan-nam's wrist turned down again, banging, a shot. Merkin pressed down hard on her wrist, and the bullet that had been aimed at his stomach went through his groin. Only then did Merkin find an opportunity to say, "Are you crazy? With your physical strength, risking your life to fight me with a gun, do you think you have a chance of winning?" Liu Kan-nam's answer was a knife cut to the wrist. Just as Merkin retracted her wrist, her left hand was raised. Bang, again. Merkin tilted her cheek to the left to dodge. The air burned when the bullet passed, leaving a burning sensation on his face. Merkin yelled angrily, "Damn it," and then sank to his knees, two guns firing at the same time. The two of them glided back and forth in the net made of countless bullets whirring, usually bullets that glided close to the floor and passed by their sides. Without a doubt, this was the most dangerous battle that Trakmok Kwangba had ever witnessed, both sides evading bullets at close range, almost face to face, but also had to block and then counterattack. Daggers, guns, fists, elbows, thighs, knees. Any position that can be used to attack is maximized. The moves they used, Trakmok Kwangba had never even thought of. He couldn't believe that the movements Liu Kan-nam taught him when combined was so effective. At the same time, he also knew that Liu Kan-nam was using this fight to show him what a real melee gun technique was. Although looking at the two people entering and then separating, it was extremely scary, but in fact, the time Liu Kan-nam and Merkin fought was very short. Only about half a minute later, the two were separated again, stood staring. Merkin stared at Liu Kan-nam and said, "You only have 3 bullets left, you're out of ammo, what are you going to use to fight me?" Liu Kan-nam remained silent and said nothing. If she counted correctly, Merkin also had only 5 bullets left, 3 on the left gun and 2 on the right, although from the beginning until now, she has almost always dominated wind, but Merkin was able to evade a fatal attack every time at the most critical moment. Could it be that he had already seen through her line of attack? Impossible. This guy is too dangerous. My physical strength can't match him. I need to kill him right here. Liu Kan-nam thought to himself, then looked at Trakmok Kwangba, thinking to himself, "Young Master Kwangba, in the future, you have to rely on me." "Where are you looking?" Merkin saw Liu Kan-nam's distraction, immediately took advantage of the opportunity, actively attacked, stretched out his hand, banged, a shot. Liu Kan-nam didn't need to think, turned to dodge the bullet, and at the same time one foot followed the momentum of the swing and released a kick. Merkin's right hand defends the face, the gun in his left hand, pang pong, fires 3 times in a row. If Liu Kan-nam was standing on one leg, it would be impossible to dodge the bullets. Only, when the first leg was raised, Liu Kan-nam's second leg was also thrown up, the whole body rotated in the air, horizontal. This is a very famous move in wrestling, called the scissor move. The body flies into the air, grabs the opponent's neck with both legs, and then uses the force of twisting to knock the opponent to the ground. Merkin's 3 shots all fell into the air, and Liu Kan-nam, when he launched the scissor attack, did not forget to aim at the place where Merkin was trimming 2 more shots, one bullet aimed at the body, the other shot in the side of the hip, in case he dodges the first bullet. Bump. Merkin was hit by a bullet. Right after that, Liu Kan-nam's legs used a scissor to clamp his neck, using all his strength to twist his body, knocking Merkin's tall body to the ground. Liu Kan-nam and Merkin fell down at the same time, but as soon as they hit the ground, Liu Kan-nam suddenly felt something was wrong, so he put his hands on the ground and jumped up. Right at the moment her hand touched the ground, she saw countless sparks like lasers shooting through the space between her arms. If she hadn't jumped up in time, she would have been shot through the hole like a sieve by the bullet. Liu Kan-nam didn't hesitate, his arm jerked sharply, turned a circle more than a meter away, and at the same time wondered, obviously he only has 5 bullets left, just now he fired 3 bullets, could it be? In the blink of an eye I turned him around, he changed the magazine with a new one. That amount of time, couldn't be more than 0.3 seconds, could it be? When Lu Kan Nam touched the ground, Merkin also stood up. Lu Kan Nam coldly said, "Replacement is quick. It is certainly not a shame that you're a senior advisor of the Special Forces, but your lungs." Merkin looked down at the spot where Lu Kan Nam had just been hit, and when he raised his head, a smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. Where Lu Kan Nam had just hit, it didn't matter. Only then did Lu Kan Nam really feel the fear of the enemy in front of him, the bulletproof vest. This guy was unexpectedly wearing a bulletproof vest. From the beginning until now he has always shown panic dodging bullets. The whole thing is just a disguise, just a psychological tactic. Where does such a fearsome enemy appear? Merkin raised his right hand, stretched out his index finger resting on the trigger, and then held the two guns gently waving, as if to say, "You only have one bullet left, you run out of ammo, I have, want to play again." Trak Mok Kwong Ba also discovered that something was wrong. He suddenly remembered that Lu Kan Nam did not have a spare magazine, if the gun ran out of ammunition. He rushed towards the two. Saws just stood by, watching. He couldn't help it anyway. And besides, in his eyes, Merkin was more than enough to deal with these two. Faced with Merkin's provocation, Lu Kan Nam still held a gun with only one bullet left and charged. Merkin wondered, could this woman really be crazy? She knew that he had a bulletproof vest, both arms and guns were full of bullets, compared to her strength, and when it came to body. Martial arts are also absolutely no less, but still rushing forward, so is it the same as stabbing yourself to death? What Merkin didn't know was that, in the moment Lu Kan Nam rushed forward, and he avoided that hesitation, he lost. Lose in terms of atmosphere. Lu Kan Nam, of course, understands very well, even if the equipment is similar, the win-loss ratio between her and Merkin is only a year and a half, and now her equipment is completely inferior to the opponent, the probability of winning is very low. But she absolutely won't back down, even if the equipment isn't as good as a human's, so what? Even if the strength is decreasing day by day, so what? I have the determination to protect the holy temple. I have the determination to protect him. This you will never understand. This is the meaning of my life. Lu Kan Nam swung the knife forward. Merkin quickly raised his gun to stop him. Unexpectedly Lu Kan Nam suddenly threw the knife up high, reached out to grab Merkin's wrist. Merkin withdrew his hand, but Lu Kan Nam grabbed at the tip of the gun. His fingers stuck to the trigger, making it impossible for Merkin to fire. At the same time, the gun in her left hand released its last bullet. A flash of fire flashed between the two. Merkin tilted his head to avoid the bullet. Almost at the same time as the bullet was fired, Lu Kan Nam also threw the gun at the position where Merkin tilted his head to avoid the bullet, causing him to tilt even more to dodge. This was the opportunity Lu Kan Nam had been waiting for, and when Merkin's vision was blocked by his own movements, Lu Kan Nam pulled out the last grenade from his belt and held it in his hand, lightly flicking his thumb. The safety pin has fallen. As Merkin turned his head, he caught sight of Lu Kan Nam using his thumb to knock off the safety pin of the grenade, which Lu Kan Nam's other hand was now clasping with one of his hands on the trigger, though he was "I can't escape even if I want to run." Merkin was shocked and broke out in cold sweat, quickly let go of the gun in his right hand, and his big hand grabbed Lu Kan Nam's fist, preventing her from throwing a grenade. The situation at that time was, Lu Kan Nam's right hand was hooked onto Merkin's left hand, making it impossible for him to shoot at him, and Merkin's right hand was wrapped around Lu Kan Nam's left hand, so that she could not throw the grenade. Go out. The two struggled for a while, and Merkin opened his mouth in anger and cursed loudly, "Dog shit. Rotten whore." His mother. Lu Kan Nam casually smiled. His right hand was strong, his left hand was pulled back. At the same time, Merkin's large hand was also pinned, preventing her from pulling her hand away. The two sides were fighting, when suddenly the corner of Merkin's eyes glanced up. His face could not help but turn pale, loudly cursing, knife-throwing art. As it turned out, Lu Kan Nam soon calculated everything that could happen. The act of throwing the dagger into the air at first was not just arbitrary. Now, the dagger is falling at an amazing speed. The place it plugged down was Merkin's right hand. If Merkin let go, then the grenade would surely explode immediately. And if he doesn't let go, the blade will pierce his arm. When injured, the strength of the arm will certainly decrease. At that time Liu Kannam can easily pull out his hand. The grenade still explodes as usual. Seemingly impossible, Merkin suddenly let out a loud scream, using all his strength to pull Liu Kannam's arm out of the place where the knife had fallen, the cold blade of ice slicing through the mantle on his arm. Unexpectedly, Liu Kannam had also calculated this situation. The knife passed through the two's arms. Before touching the ground, she threw her feet up. The tip of the knife rotated in the air, shooting straight at Merkin's shoulder like an arrow. This time, Merkin couldn't dodge any more. The place where the knife was hit was a joint. Without a bulletproof vest to protect it, blood spurted out. Merkin let go, Liu Kannam let go. Trakmok Kwangba was about 10 steps away from the two of them. Swords rolled his eyes and looked at. Merkin was extremely unwilling. One hand had just let go. The other hand put all his strength to pull the gun out of Liu Kannam's hand and then fired consecutively, then kicked Liu Kannam with a cross, intending to knock Liu Kannam out, as far as possible. Liu Kannam is now floating in the air, flying towards Trakmok Kwangba, throwing grenades back at Merkin. Merkin aimed for the grenade's flight path, raised his left hand, and threw the other gun at the oncoming grenade. Unexpectedly, at that crucial moment, his right shoulder ached again. His left hand was no longer accurate. The gun flew out and didn't hit the target. The other grenade traced a parabolic line in the air, falling into Merkin's line of sight. In that moment, Merkin's mind had completely cooled down, and could only turn over and face the ground, hoping to preserve his face and not explode. On the other side, Trakmok Kwangba picked up Liu Kannam, lying face down at the same time. Half a second passed, a second passed. Trakmok Kwangba and Liu Kannam both tilted their heads back to take a look. Merkin also raised his head slightly, only to see the black grenade lying quietly right next to his face. No one could have imagined that a grenade made in the US, selected by Merkin himself, could be dead. This rare thing that only has a 1 in 10,000 chance of happening, did not expect it to fall on Merkin's head like that. Merkin was overjoyed, of course, thinking to himself, it's an American product, the quality is guaranteed. He hastily rolled a few times, away from the grenade, then jumped up, jumping even further. Liu Kannam also quickly reminded Trakmok Kwangba, get out of here. When Trakmok Kwangba just picked up Liu Kannam's body and flew towards him, he felt that his hand was wet, raised it to check it out, and in the weak light, he also realized that his hand was full of blood. He said frantically, you've been hit by a bullet. Liu Kannam nodded. Merkin's last shot did not miss, and hit her thigh. Besides, this wound was definitely worse than Merkin's. Now it's impossible to want the jade to melt with the opponent. More importantly, the other Max doesn't know where he is now, and the wolves are also very close. She can hear them howl, need to withdraw immediately. Trakmok Kwangba didn't say a word, quickly carried Liu Kannam on his back, leaving the backpack. But Liu Kannam hunched over to pick up his backpack, the contents of which, now impossible to lose, also raised his hand towards Merkin, showing a sign that only the special forces could understand, we will meet again. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared into the mist. Merkin thought he was out of the grenade's explosive range. Then he straightened up, his left hand covering the wound on his right shoulder, his eyes filled with indescribable ferocity. You're injured. Unexpectedly, he was injured by a woman's hand, in terms of strength and equipment, was not equal to me, and almost lost his life here. But at the same time, he also understood, these people, once they want to risk their lives, are really scared. Seeing Liu Kannam and Trakmok Kwangba disappear into the mist, he did not pursue immediately, but gritted his teeth and pulled the knife from his shoulder, observing carefully, to see if it was poisonous or not. After making sure that there was no poison, he tore off his shirt and bandaged it, and at the same time roared, "Saws!" Saws was still pondering. The woman's move just now was not bad. Changing the move 4 or 5 times in a row, even Merkin couldn't avoid it. As soon as he heard Merkin shout his name, he suddenly remembered, yes, the other wolf friends are almost there. Only 2 shadows appeared in the mist. Saw's arm swung, and the 2 wolves rushed in the direction he was pointing. "Emergency," Merkin said bitterly. "Tear them to pieces for me." Saws, knowing that Merkin wasn't suddenly injured, must have been very upset in his heart, so he softened his voice and said, "I'll do as you please." Merkin thought for a moment, then suddenly changed his mind. "No, I want to be captured." Saw's face changed slightly, wanting to tell his wolf friends to rip apart Lucan Nam and Trak Mok Kwangba very easily, but wanting them to capture them alive, it was actually a very difficult control technique. Hi! Saws was not sure how to respond to Merkin when suddenly heard a deafening hiss in the mist, and before long the other 2 wolves were running back with their heads and tails. Surprised, Merkin glared at Saws and asked, "What is this?" Saws mused. "The sound just now is the whistle calling the wolf in the legend. Besides, the authority is higher than the orders I give." Wolf whistle. What is that? The wolf whistle is an ancient Indian sonar weapon, used to summon wolves, order them to attack the target. It is said that this thing is made of animal bones. Apparently in the Mexican Museum, the Argentine Museum all have them. Saws explained. "What is authority?" Saws said, "If 2 beastmasters encounter the same wild animal, and they simultaneously order the beast to attack the other, what will the beast do? Here regarding the issue of attack power, that beast will judge for himself, of the 2 beastmasters, which one's orders are more accurate, which one it has more sympathy for, the consequences of doing something wrong. Whose orders are scarier. Eventually, it will submit to the orders of the higher authority thou beastmaster." My werewolf friends thought that the sound just now had a higher power than my command, so they automatically returned. Merkin said smugly, "Go back and ask Yang, where did they get that damn thing?" The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, turning to reprimand Saws. "Can't you issue an even higher command to attack?" The smile on Saws's face disappeared. "It's not impossible, but before it becomes clear what the other party is using, and rudely issue a death order, it will bend the autonomy of these wolf friends. At the same time, if my orders still haven't reached the required level of authority, they will turn back and attack. Are you prepared to accept the consequences?" Merkin couldn't help but chill, looking nervously at Saw's 2 wolf friends, thinking to himself, even if he wasn't injured, it was a matter of whether he could defeat these 2 wolves or not. At this moment, the wound on his arm was bleeding again, but looking at the eyes of those 2 wolves, it was clear that they were very expectant. Without Saw's command, or if Saws left him for a bit, they should come right away. He hastily said, "Tell your wolf friends to go back first. They keep staring at me like this, it freaks me out a bit." Saws waved his hand, and the 2 wolves disappeared into the mist. When it was over, he turned to Merkin again and asked, "When will your men finally arrive?" Merkin bandaged the wound, hesitantly replied, "This. It also takes some time." He raised his head and pointed to the sky. "I also know, how is the weather like this?" After using the whistle to call the wolves to drive the 2 wolves away, Trak Mok Kwangba put Lucan Nam in an airtight place, then turned his head to look at the drops of blood dripping down the road like bright red apricots blooming on the background, cold ground. He frantically searched for Lucan Nam's wound, but only found her left thigh soaked in blood. Lucan Nam said, unexpectedly, "This flute is more powerful than the order of the Beastmaster Thou. If it doesn't work 2 more shots at that time, you won't be able to hit Merkin." The sky was already dark. Trak Mok Kwangba touched Lucan Nam from thigh to knee, seeing that she was still muttering to herself, as if not paying attention to the wound. He couldn't help but loudly said, Where did you end up injured? Lu Kan Nam took Trak Mok Kwong Ba's hand, pulled it back and pressed it to the edge of the wound, saying, "Here." Next, she took off her backpack and gave it to him, saying, "Turn on the emergency lights, there are 2 boxes of medical supplies on the last floor of the backpack." Lu Kan Nam was injured in the inner thigh. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's finger only felt that blood was still pouring out like a stream. It seemed that he had to bandage it tightly to increase the pressure to stop the bleeding. His bloody hand hurriedly opened his backpack, put the emergency light on his head, then flipped the medical box over again, looking for it. He grumbled, "Why? Why you have to do that? Even if we can't defeat Merkin this time, should we still be able to safely retreat? After all, what are you thinking?" Lu Kan Nam said, "Merkin is their leader. If Merkin dies, they will automatically disband. I think, if I take a risk, even if I exchange my life for his life, it will be worth it. It's just that he was lucky this time." "Worth what? Not worth it at all." Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly scolded loudly. "You think you sacrifice yourself, kill Merkin, fulfill our wishes, then you are very noble, very great, right? Have you ever thought about how we feel? Did you forget before we set off? What kind of agreement did we have? Have you forgotten your promise to Professor Fung Tan? We have gone through so many hardships together, faced many dangers and deaths. How many people have survived until now? At this moment, in this place, how could she give up so easily? How can you give up on us so easily? Do you know that your behavior is very irresponsible? Don't say 1 Merkin, even 10 Merkins, using your life in exchange for it is not worth it. Unworthy." Hearing Trak Mok Kwong Ba's angry scolding, Lu Kan Nam's eyes suddenly flashed a tear of joy, but the corner of her mouth was slightly raised, stubbornly avoiding his fierce gaze, looking into the distance. Trak Mok Kwong Ba pulled out a first aid kit, but did not open it, but used his blood-stained hands to turn Lu Kan Nam's face, forcing her to look directly into his eyes, and growled loudly, "Promise me. Me. You won't do such foolish things again." Lu Kan Nam did not speak. Trak Mok Kwong Ba roared again, "Promise me." Lu Kan Nam still didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. Only then did Trak Mok Kwong Ba let go. Surprised to find that both his hands were shaking violently, he gritted his teeth, ripped the first aid kit, looked for scissors, bandages, and then took the cyst to cut it along the leg of his pants, by Lu Kan Nam, using antiseptic to clean the wound. Blood continued to seep out. Lu Kan Nam said, "The bullet penetrated between the 3 muscles, the fascia 20, the thigh muscle and the adductor muscle, not penetrating the femur, but pinned it very deeply, close to the motion, femoral vein, has penetrated the saphenous vein, has not caused nerve damage. You gouge it out, go a little deeper." Trak Mok Kwong Ba held tweezers and pliers, looked at the blood that kept pouring out like a stream, gritted his teeth and said, "I've never done it." Lu Kan Nam calmly said, "Don't panic, take it easy, there will be a first time for everything." He bandaged it up to increase the pressure, then waited 10 minutes, then injected the anesthetic. "I taught you, from deep to shallow, then use a surgical knife and pin to open the wound. Let's do it step by step." When Merkin and Sauls returned to the tent, Yu Yang and Max lit a bonfire and waited for the 2 of them. "Oh, boss." Seeing Merkin's figure in the distance, Max hurriedly stood up to meet him, grinning, "What's wrong, boss? Can you butcher them?" Merkin sneered, threw Trak Mok Kwong Ba's knife out and hit it with a WH sound, and slammed it down right in front of Yue Yang. Yue Yang pulled out a knife and said, "This is young Master Kwong Ba's knife." "Really, Lu Kan Nam used this knife to hurt me," Merkin said nonchalantly. "Oh, boss, you're injured," Max yelped, frantically running around Merkin, looking at his appearance as if he couldn't help but immediately stick his tongue out and lick the wound on his boss. Yu Yang calmly raised the knife and said to himself, "The official and Kwong Ba young master lived together, and Ba Tang. Could it have been?" Merkin took a few steps closer, stared at Yu Yang, and said, "You don't seem surprised, do you?" Yu Yang smiled and said, "Why be surprised? Lu teacher and young master Kwong Ba lived together, which is what I expected." "Well then, tell me," Yu Yang said. "That day when we split up to run away, 3 wolves chased the 2 of them, and 5 chased the 4 of us. Our side was actually quite relaxed. The wolves' attack was quickly disturbed by Lu teacher and the shaman Ala, so I also had the opportunity to take advantage of the chaos to run away alone, come here, get together with some people. I am sure, after eliminating the threat of wolves, they will not let young master Kwong Ba and Ba Tang face the other 3 wolves alone, will definitely send people to help, or go find me. But Min Man's strength is a bit poor, taking her with her, I'm afraid I can't find the Kwong Ba young masters, so someone needs to stay and protect her. But the official Lu Kan Nam and Man Man usually have a little bit of friction every day, and she is not the best person among them, so the one who stays to protect Min Man must be a mage. Alas, and the person looking for the young master Kwong Ba can only be Lu Kan Nam. Besides, the official's strength is comparable to his. If he was injured, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to withdraw safely either. In addition, it is possible that Mr. Ba Tang also had an accident." Hearing Yu Yang's last words, Merkin asked curiously, "Why do you say that?" Yu Yang replied, "With the character of young master Kwong Ba, he absolutely will not let Ba Tang separate and go alone. And they can track us here, they must have discovered the traces we left when we were camping. At the same time, with Lu Kan Nam's observation ability, she can rely on those tracks to understand the direction, multiply and even the number of wolves following us. Today they dared to ambush the 2, but absolutely not to challenge them face to face, but they would set traps to target the wolves, then deal with him and Saws alone. Having experienced the fierce battle with the wolves the day before, believe that they also understood the wolves quite well in this place. If both he, Saws and the other 2 wolves were in the same place, even if they were 3 people, it would still be possible, temporarily withdraw. They dare to take the initiative to attack, so it proves that the wolves are not there. And he and Saws always go together, but only Lu Kan Nam fights him. If Mr. Ba Tang is also there, forgive me for being blunt, Mr. Ba Tang and Mr. Kwong Ba, the 2 of you left one to deal with Saws, the other to help the Lu teacher, then you won't. This is only a minor injury. From that, the people who followed them here were only Lu Kan Nam and young master Kwong Ba. At first there were no wolves, so Lu Kan Nam challenged him, while young master Kwong Ba and Saws restrained each other. Both he and Lu Kan Nam were injured, but the Lu teacher's wound was more severe, so before the wolves came, young master Kwong Ba took her and retreated. Brother Ba Tang did not come, absolutely could not because of injury or being chased by wolves, but had to disperse, because with his personality, even if he died, he would not give up. As for the young master Kwong Ba, unless he dies, he will definitely refuse to separate, so there is only one conclusion, he is no longer in this world. After listening to Yu Yang's analysis, Merkin only had one feeling, that is, I didn't expect there would be such a person in this world. Saws was also surprised. With just a few simple sentences and a few clues that are easily overlooked by others, he was able to deduce every detail as if he had experienced it himself and told it. What's even more important is that this is not the result of a brooding process, but rather relying almost exclusively on intuition and conclusions at a glance. This kid is a genius. Seeing that Merkin and Saws both showed their eyes of praise, Max couldn't help but pour a bucket of cold water. Hey, Yu Yang, why do you still call what Lu teacher, what Kwong Ba young master, what is it, Mr. Ba Tang, what do you mean? Yu Yang nonchalantly replied, it's just a way of calling. After a long time, I've gotten used to it, why should I pay attention? Merkin was about to say something to Yu Yang, just raised his right hand, he couldn't help but let out a soft cry of pain. Max's grinning face immediately appeared in front of him, behind his smile there was a trace of sadness. Infinite worry. Boss, is your wound okay, do you need me to check it for you? Come in and rest for a while. Merkin waved his hand in exasperation as if chasing ants, and said, "Get out of the way." Max forced a smile back. When Max disappeared from his sight, Merkin smiled and said to Yu Yang, "The inference is correct, I'm glad you chose to side with us." Yu Yang also smiled and replied with a hint, "Let's cooperate, each person has what he wants." Saws standing next to him said, "How can you be sure it's Lu Can Nam and Trak Mok Kwong Ba? Can't it be Lu Can Nam and Ba Tang?" Yu Yang said, "It's very simple. If Lu Teacher and Brother Ba Tang are together, then the official will absolutely not choose to ambush us. According to each person's personality traits to come up with different tactics, this is her forte." At this point, Yu Yang glanced at Saws again. Even Merkin was injured, but Saws and his wolves were not harmed. "Beastmaster, is it really that scary?" Merkin said again, "That's right, the name Kwong Ba Young Master. Was it during the expedition? Was. Have you been injured here?" Merkin said as he pointed at the temple on his head. Yue Yang was surprised and asked, "Why do you have it? Why do you ask?" Merkin said, "When Lu Can Nam and I fought, he both wanted to help, hesitated, wanted to deal with Saws, was also very hesitant, in the end did not take action, standing next to the war officer, his eyes confused, don't know what to think, like an idiot." "Idiot," Yue Yang repeated in surprise. Unexpectedly, Merkin would judge Kwong Ba Young Master like that. Not wrong." Merkin pointed to his eyes flamboyantly. "I felt that his eyes were glazed, like he was high on drugs, his mind was very unfocused, his thoughts were chaotic. I still remember, Trak Mok Kwong Ba that I met before, was not like that. The first time I met him, although I was in the dark, I could still see clearly that Trak Mok Kwong Ba was a man of fierce integrity, quick thinking, hating evil like an enemy. Later in Tibet, we also met a few times. At that time he was still very decisive and sensitive, demonstrating a genius leadership ability, making those around him admire. After that, the number of encounters is not much, only randomly once or twice, each time in a battle state. Until this time, meeting him again at Shangri-La, I immediately discovered that today's Trak Mok Kwong Ba is no longer the same as before, very different, usually, only when the brain is stimulated or disturbed, just like that." That's right, he hasn't won before. Is it some kind of poison neck or something?" Yue Yang shook his head. "Isn't the poison on young Master Kwong Ba's body already solved? Moreover, listening to him say that, I feel very normal. Young Master Kwong Ba has always been like that, his memory is very poor, and besides, every time he argues with the official, he doesn't understand, gets the point, she's always told that she can't refute. However, young Master Kwong Ba's energy is amazing. If he can't remember it once, he will reread it 100 times, 1,000 times, until he remembers it clearly." Not true, said Merkin. Yu Yang secretly said, "It can't be, I'm always beside young Master Kwong Ba every day, I don't feel anything. Is it possible that he goes with the official, suffers from trampling, even his brain becomes numb? So it's slow to react." "Ah, right," Saws suddenly remembered, asked, "Do you know, Trak Mok Kwong Ba or Lu Can Nam have a whistle to call wolves?" Yue Yang nodded. "It's from young Master Kwong Ba." "Where did he get it?" "This story, I heard very coincidentally, when the young Master Kwong Ba was in Kar Te Lai. Under the direction of Lu Can Nam, Trak Mok Kwong Ba bandaged her wound, then gave local anesthesia, enlarged the wound, separated muscle tissue and flesh, and stopped bleeding. This is really a very monstrous surgery. The person doing the surgery is sweaty, extremely stressed, and the person being operated on is very relaxed and comfortable, both instructing the surgeon how to do it, and chatting. Remember the first time I did this type of field surgery, it was to sew a wound for a teammate. He also injured his thigh, but it was due to a fall from a height. A sharp stone slit a large wound. At that time, there were only 2 people. we participated in a long-distance cross-country marching competition organized by several countries. That's the real blood flowing like a stream, but we only have the usual first aid equipment. The dressing is almost ineffective. I have washed the wound several times, trying to find a broken blood vessel. The result is when I cut off the necrotic flesh, it broke another artery, causing the blood to flow out faster than my heartbeat. There was no one around at that time. I could only say to myself, it will definitely work, Lu Can Nam. You must not panic. Before the rescue team arrives, only you can save him. Okay, now use the ball to separate that meat. The pint is the third one in the second row to his left. Choose medium size. In the wilderness, we run into such problems all the time, with no one around to help you, no ambulance, no police, no kind passersby. You will find that you are not in the middle of a social group, but like suddenly jumping out of that circle, from the most basic things like eating and drinking, to all diseases, illnesses, and even the anger that anyone lost in his heart, no one could feel it, only him. He had to learn how to talk to the trees, to interact with the sand and rocks, to let them share his joys and sorrows, and at the same time to learn from them how to survive in the wilderness. Have you seen? Looks like you've seen where the bullet is. I saw something pinkish. It seemed to be very hard, not muscle, but it didn't look like a bullet either. That pink color is periosteum. You have to split it. The bullet is stuck in the muscle on the left side, a little deeper. Right, don't be so tense. Come on, let me wipe your sweat for you. You have to pay attention to soak up the dirty blood in time, or the blood will leak out quickly and cover your vision. Found it. No, don't use a vascular clamp. You can't clamp it. Is there an egg-shaped clamp? The bullet was taken out, fell to the ground and cried, how? Trak Mok Kwongba just ran a marathon, breathing heavily, puffing like a buffalo. Lu Can Nam again told him, don't be too tense, don't relax too much. Taking out the bullet is only the first step. After that, you have to clean the wound and stop the bleeding. Be very careful. The shock force of the bullet has made all the muscle tissue around the bullet's path necrotic. You have to gouge it out. Suddenly, Lu Can Nam's whole body trembled for a moment. Trak Mok Kwongba cried out in panic, what's wrong? Lu Can Nam showed a calm smile, shook his head and said, nothing. You have touched my nerve, directly stimulated the nerve, which will cause the muscles of the whole body to suddenly contract. Be careful. Your knuckles are not too stiff. Relax a little, tighten the blood vessels, clean the wound. You're so tense, let me sing you a song. Impressive snowy mountains stretching to the horizon, lions are heaven's treasures. Her weak voice softly resounded, wrapped in tangerine. This voice is so familiar. Since childhood when lying on her mother's back, Trak Mok Kwongba has listened to it until adulthood. And then, countless times, his sister was in his lap, humming softly. While listening to that Tibetan folk song, Trak Mok Kwongba adjusted his breathing, relaxed his mind, and tried to recall every step and trick Lu Can Nam taught him. Clean and open the wound, cut off the necrotic parts of the flesh. Chapter 67. Meet the Three-Wolf Brotherhood. Gray. For thousands of years, our humanity, no one really listens to the voice of wolves. No one listens to the grief, anger and hatred. No one listens to the gratitude, the joy and admiration. My teacher once said, before the founding of China, there was a canine expert in Tibet who could not only hear the voice of wolves, but also speak the language of the wolf. Of wolves directly interact with them too. Although I am not as brave as that expert, but after many years of research, I and my foreign colleagues have also summarized 13 different types of tones expressing different emotions of the poet. Wolves. Goodbye kiss. It is an obvious fact that Lu Can Nam appreciated Trak Mok Kwongba's ability to relax. After a long time in a tense state, suddenly relaxed, his whole arm trembled slightly. Lightly, when cutting the necrotic flesh, the scalpel was brought down, only to hear, smack, a jet of liquid shot up to Trak Mok Kwongba's face. Before he had time to react, there was another, smack, sound, but the familiar smell of blood made him immediately aware of what stupid thing he had done. Lu Kan Nam also said, "Ha! You cut my artery." Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately became tense again, frantically using his arm to wipe the blood stains on his face, panicking to get bandages, clamps to stop bleeding. How many procedures, how many steps were taken, all were forgotten. Even worse, the time to use this method of pressure dressing cannot be too long. If the anemia is long-term, it is likely that Lu Kan Nam's leg will be necrotic. In a panic, Trak Mok Kwong Ba glanced at Lu Kan Nam's face. Her face was pale, sweat dripped from her sideburns to her cheeks, the corners of her mouth trembled slightly, but she still managed to smile. It was then that he suddenly remembered, the effect of the anesthetic had long since ended, which means that, during almost half of the process of removing the necrotic muscle tissue, Lu Kan Nam was always awake, absolute apple. She could feel it every time the blade in his hand cut, every time his hand touched the wound, and yet she not only didn't let out any groans, but kept her body still to coordinate with him. Just now, when he touched the nerve, Lu Kan Nam's whole body trembled for a moment. It was not a response to any stimulation of the body, but because she really couldn't control her body before the attack, such intense pain. "Oh my God, what am I doing?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba said to himself. Lu Kan Nam saw that Trak Mok Kwong Ba was so panicky that he was almost ready to cover the wound with his finger, so he spoke in a weak voice to comfort, "I haven't cut the largest artery, I can still manage. If the pressure bandage cannot stop the bleeding, use another method. The wall of the artery is very thick, you find it first, then use the artery clamp to stop the bleeding, take the needle and sew it in. If it can't work anymore, then the bridging suture. If it really doesn't work, the tourniquet." Quote. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said dully, I can't do it, I've never done it." "You can do it, where has your confidence gone?" "I'm Trak Mok Kwong Ba, I can definitely do it." Pausing for a moment, Lu Kan Nam continued, "Talk to me, don't let me sleep." "Speak, what should I say?" "Whatever you want to talk about, or you ask, I answer. What do you want to know?" "How do you know that song? Did you forget I'm a fake tantric? I also grew up in Tibet. That song, since I was a child, I have often heard it, often hummed, of course I know it." "Why did you become a fake tantric?" "This is actually about my father. My father is an extremely devout tantric man. He is a tantric devotee, with all his heart wants to become a tantric monk, and has also practiced in Japan for thousands of days, achieving the title of A. But the orthodox tantrics in Tibet did not accept him, saying that he was not qualified and could hardly become a tantric monk. At that time, my father was outside the great Buddha himself seeking the Dharma, but the monks in the temple would not allow. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was surprised and asked, "Where is the great Buddha?" Lu Kan Nam said, "There are many temples practicing the tantric method built in deep mountains with rare human footprints, like Hainan Kong Island itself, very few people know about." That year, my father also relied on himself to have some martial arts. After a few words with the monks in the temple, he immediately hit people. The results need not be said, just a few moves, my father was killed by a monk. The way the ball flies out the door. From then on, he became more and more passionate about Tantric Buddhism. Perhaps because his sincerity touched the heavens, on a chance occasion, a great Tantric master discovered that I was very gifted, so I immediately became a Tantric monk. Lu Kan Nam's voice began to become smaller and smaller. "You shouldn't think that I'm very powerful, a fake Tantric monk in the Western realm, only equivalent to a beginner. If it were me, I'd probably do better." Hey, Lu Kan Nam, Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Don't sleep." He held the surgical instrument in his hand, but he did not dare to move. Seeing Lu Kan Nam's voice, he hurriedly reminded him loudly. Moments later, Lu Kan Nam seemed to have recovered a little, slowly opened his eyes and said, apparently, "I'm too tired, let me rest for a while." "Impossible, she can't sleep." "I'm not." His words were not finished, only to see Lu Kan Nam, who did not know where to get his strength, suddenly raised his head slightly, both hands holding Trak Mok Kwong Ba's face just inches away from himself, then his pale pink lips cover his mouth. Trak Mok Kwong Ba clearly felt that those cold ice-cold hands and icy lips were trembling slightly. The vitality might be fading away, but it couldn't take away the intense desire there. In that moment, time seemed to stop. Countless white spirits gently fell from the sky, perched on their hair, perched on their shoulders, surrounded them, hugged them, as if I also want to feel that hot love. Young Master Kwong Ba, this is the moment when I can be closest to you. My mind is satisfied, there is no regret in this life. That kiss seemed to have consumed all of Lu Kan Nam's strength, and at the same time also sucked away all the impurities in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's mind. Lu Kan Nam softly whispered in his ear, I believe you, you will definitely do it. You are Trak Mok Kwong Ba, young Master Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba felt like heaven and earth were dyed a pure white color. The four sides were quiet, did not understand what happened, until Lu Kan Nam limped back to the cliff, looked up and exclaimed, it's snowing, it's beautiful. Then it went out. He was startled awake. How many thoughts, how many emotions were pushed out of his mind, hurriedly continued the unfinished work. I believe you, you can definitely do it. Time doesn't wait for people. There's no time to hesitate anymore. Trak Mok Kwong Ba gritted his teeth and determined. When training, how to practice, just follow it, no one helps, no one, instructions, all of them, can only rely on themselves. Snowflakes fell silently. As soon as they touched the ground, they immediately disappeared. Time was also quietly passing. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was completely unaware, only listening to the tools in his hands, clacking. It was not clear how long it took before he joyfully shouted, stop bleeding, stop bleeding. Looking up, I only saw Lu Kan Nam lying there, his skin white as snow, his face as cold as dew, his lips pale, his limbs cold. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's heart almost wanted to jump up in the air. He quickly put his finger on her neck. There must be a pulse, there must be a pulse. Trak Mok Kwong Ba had almost silently prayed to all the Buddha gods he knew. His finger was only less than a centimeter from her neck artery, but he did not dare to move. He closed his eyes tightly and slowly put his hand on his box, drawer. Trak Mok Kwong Ba opened his mouth to gasp, as if even the last surgery was not as tiring as putting those two fingers on Lu Kan Nam's neck. Still having a pulse, Lu Kan Nam couldn't die so easily. He leaned close to Lu Kan Nam's ear, whispering softly, Kan Nam, you scared me to death. Lu Kan Nam did not move, like a sleeping snow-white princess. Trak Mok Kwong Ba continued, I can do it, thank you. He was about to get up, suddenly felt a strange feeling on his cheek, suddenly remembered something, quickly put his hand on Lu Kan Nam's forehead. It was too hot. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's heart felt like it was constricted, broken. This was a reaction due to too much blood loss, just like Man at Hyon Kong Island. The best way is a blood transfusion, but he rummaged through his backpack and found no artificial blood, only intravenous fluids. Lu Kan Nam's blood vessels were all flattened. Trak Mok Kwong Ba tried to prick a few needles and found no blood flowing back into the IV tube. He had to work very hard to infuse the fluid into her body, but the condition still did not improve. How much reduction? In the midst of that cold world, Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought over and over again, seeing that there was still a way, which was to give blood through the mouth. Although it is not a direct blood transfusion, there are many nutrients in the blood, which are easily absorbed by the body, so it is also very effective. When he took action against himself, Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not hesitate. He swung his knife and drew a line. Blood flowed into small rays into Lu Kan Nam's mouth. Trak Mok Kwong Ba lay down on his stomach, hugged Lu Kan Nam in his lap, raised the IV bag high with one hand, and put the other hand over her mouth, using her chest and shoulders to support her head slightly up to prevent choking. I don't know how long after, the blood slowly stopped flowing. Trak Mok Kwong Ba changed hands, cut another knife, repeated it a few times. Lu Kan Nam's face slowly became rosy. At the same time, the snow was also falling harder and harder. Listening to Lu Kan Nam's heartbeat, Lu Kan Nam's heartbeat gradually became stronger. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was then somewhat relieved, so he went back to do some things like drainage, antiseptic, dressing. Then opened the sleeping bag, hugged Lu Kan Nam tightly, and went inside together, as if returning to the ice cave on the snowy mountain outside, only this time, it was only him and Lu Kan Nam. After losing a lot of blood, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's body also couldn't bear it, his mind was dizzy and just wanted to sleep. Finally, he gave a satisfied smile and fell asleep. Is it really snowing? What kind of software is perfect? Max pulled open the tent door, exclaiming loudly. According to this cloud map, it will snow for a few more days. Yu Yang said. In the distance, Merkin and Saws stood in the snow for a long time. Saws looked at the hazy fog around him, then reached out and caught a snowflake that had fallen casually in the air. This weather is extremely unfavorable for most animals, which he also hates. Merkin noticed Saws' discomfort, and loudly called to Max, "Pick up your things quickly, we have to go." Max turned and grumbled to Yu Yang, "This damn fog is already annoying, now it's snowing, time and time are not the same, damn it. Hey, give me a hand, Yu Yang." Yu Yang came back into the tent from outside, and suddenly said, "Wait, the computer seems to have a response, this is." Max glanced at the screen, rushed out to call Merkin. Merkin looked at the results displayed on the computer screen again, but there was no response, just telling Max, "Pull up, we're going." Blue sky and white clouds, on the grass by the stream, the younger sister wearing the traditional white shirt of the Tibetan people, wearing a wreath on her head, is running and jumping. Trak Mok Kwong Ba chases after him. He hugs his sister tightly, growing up, cheers, caught it, caught. His sister burst out laughing. Trak Mok Kwong Ba held his sister in his arms lying on his back on the grass watching the white clouds drift by. Suddenly his sister put her small hand on his chest, sat up straight, then took a step back, her eyes melancholy said, "Have you forgotten me?" That dreary look as if about to shed tears, made Trak Mok Kwong Ba jump in surprise, quickly stood up, minimum. Man, no, I don't, how could I forget you? Man stood in front of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, suddenly split into two, the one on the left is Man, the one on the right. Lonely and lonely look as if looking at people feels sorry for him, but there is no lack of that independent pride, if not Lu Kan Nam, who else can come here? Wing, south wing, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's eyes moved between Man and Lu Kan Nam, finally stopping on Man, she rushed into his lap. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not dare to raise his eyes to look at Lu Kan Nam. Suddenly he heard her standing next to her singing softly, an old song that An, his ex-wife at that time liked very much. "Let youth blow your hair away, the wind takes my dreams away. Just look at me once, don't let your rosy cheeks hug your pillow, my eternal lover, youth has no regrets." The sound was clear, in a dream, as if someone really was whispering in his ear. How can Nam sing this song? Am I dreaming? When Trak Mok Kwong Ba began to have that thought, the song also became more and more distant, as if Lu Kan Nam, whom he did not dare to look directly at, was also gradually going away, while Man's body was in his heart. He, too, turned into a shadow, growing paler by the day. A knot, gone backward T go. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was startled awake, in his heart was empty, there was nothing left, not as soft as jade, not as cold as iron, nothing at all. As if the dream a few days ago had reappeared, instinctively, Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at the surrounding rocks, subconsciously only hoping to see the scene of a few days ago. Lu Kan Nam is in. Besides physical exercise, the wound has almost completely healed. But this time, he looked around and saw only the burning fire, the fog was foggy, The snow had not stopped falling, and the people were nowhere to be seen. The four sides were empty, except for the bare rock. What else? An unnamed fear instantly invaded Trak Mok Kwong Ba's whole body. Sweat poured out on his forehead and back of his neck. A gust of wind blew, making his limbs shiver. Trak Mok Kwong Ba jumped up, put his hand on his chest. There was still warmth and that familiar scent on his chest. His voice flickered as if it were not there, as if it was fluttering in his ears. Definitely. That she hasn't gone far. Trak Mok Kwong Ba strode with long strides, loudly calling Lu Kan Nam's name while walking around in all four directions looking for him. After circling around for a few times without any harvest, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's mind began to panic, not knowing what to do. Only one thought remained in his mind. Her leg is injured, maybe it's possible. Where can go? Why not just disappear? Why disappeared? Trak Mok Kwong Ba called out with all his strength, not knowing how to get tired. Until he was exhausted and exhausted, there was still no response. As for the man who was tired of shouting, was in a hidden place not far away. Hearing the call of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, looking at the confused figure wandering around in the white snow, Lu Kan Nam's heart suddenly surged up with a feeling of bitterness mixed with compassion. She just felt as if layers of her disguise were peeling off, quickly pressing her fingers into the wound, only that intense pain was enough to wake her up from her trance. Forgive me, I can't go with you anymore. I'm afraid I'll lose my sense. South Wing, don't go. Suddenly, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's voice sounded behind her. Lu Kan Nam's heart beat fast. She took a deep breath, almost choking. If those two strong arms pulled her to hug her, afraid that she would not be able to do anything. But a moment later, she did not feel the heavy, hysterical breathing behind her, nor did she see the tall shadow blocking the sun. Suddenly, in the distance came an angry shout. Lu Kan Nam. Where are you at? Sound away, gradually farther away. Sorry, young Master Kwong Ba, my leg is seriously injured. I can't recover in a short time. You have to go alone to have any hope of being one step ahead of the Merkins. Lu Kan Nam thought to himself, tears slowly flowing down his cheeks. Trak Mok Kwong Ba clearly saw a swaying figure in the fog, hurriedly ran over, but only saw a dry tree swaying in the wind, as if mocking him, as if he was sighing in pity. Harmful. The man growled angrily, continuing to search further. Just like that, the two passed each other in the mist, getting farther and farther away. Not knowing how long later, Trak Mok Kwong Ba sullenly returned to the fire. The fire has gone out. The smoke is slowly rising up, mixing with the fog. In the air, the snow is still falling. A cold feeling covers the whole space. He wearily leaned against the cliff, only to see the bones in his body as if it had been stripped, the scent still lingering. Yes, the night before, she was here, just like he was now. Recalling the few days she spent with Lu Kan Nam, she tried her best to teach him how to navigate in the fog, teach him how to survive alone in the wilderness, teach him fighting skills. Especially, she seemed to have foreseen this day. She won't do anything foolish again, will she? Trak Mok Kwong Ba was startled, remembering Lu Kan Nam's way of risking his life for his life the day before. He thought it was not good, hastily packed his backpack, and went alone deep into the mist. Yu Yang followed Merkin and them for more than half a day, suddenly heard Merkin tell him to stop. In his heart doubted, every time it was until the sky turned dark. Merkin stopped to find a place to camp, and today. It's still early, and besides, this place is both open and wide, not a good choice for an overnight camping place. Why stop here? He thought so he raised his voice and asked. Merkin flashed a mysterious smile and said, aren't you good at guessing? Guess. Max, standing next to him, said cheerfully, you certainly won't guess it this time. Yu Yang said seriously, then let me guess. Looking at your happy expressions, it's clear that something will happen to us. But this place is still far from Bak Bala Temple. According to this journey, it will take at least another month or two to reach it, and the topography around here I have researched thoroughly. Near this area there are no ancient relics at all. It's even more unlikely that there's a problem with young Master Kwangba. If they followed me here, I would have discovered it long ago. We haven't reached the finish line, we haven't had any surprises, and our opponent hasn't suffered any losses, so there's only one possibility, and that's for us to have more helpers. Yu Yang hasn't finished speaking yet. Max has clapped his hands, constantly praising him. Do you think Bo Bala Temple is so easy to get in and out of? With just the 4 of us rushing in. I'm not that stupid. Saying that, Merkin gave Max a slight nod. Max immediately took out a small box from his backpack. The red light bulb attached to it kept flashing. The signal back was so strong, they've already started parachuting, said Merkin. Yue Yang understood. Do you really have an assistant? No wonder stopping in such an open place. He raised his head to look at the sky. This terrain was not suitable for camping, but extremely suitable for parachuting down. Yue Yang searched through the documents he had grasped in his memory, and exclaimed in surprise, Kafu's people. Russian mercenaries. This time, it was the Merkin's turn to be surprised. Just heard Merkin say, I didn't expect you to find this clue as well. Max shouted loudly, impossible. Merkin glared at him maliciously, shouting, you fool, you must have been noticed while communicating. He paused for a moment, then continued, however, it doesn't seem to get much attention from that side, does it? Yu Yang sighed secretly, yes, in the documents Lu Kan Nam gave them from the beginning there was mention of Kafu and the Russian mercenaries. Only later, they discovered that Merkin used a group of soldiers, because the money for selling his life was recruited by him, including the other Ho Lang poachers, and also had nothing to do with Kafu, so this lead was also cut off from there. Unexpectedly, they still keep in touch. Yue Yang couldn't help but blurt out and asked, could it be that you are not afraid of people who talk too much and reveal information? Merkin said, do you have a lot of mouths? Not. No, very few people know about my relationship with Kafu. He is someone I can completely trust. This time, Kafu brought along a group of mercenaries who he personally trained, absolutely obeying orders. They did not know where to go, what to do, but only needed to know that there was an order to walk, only according to Kafu. Besides, even Kafu, just based on the coordinates I gave him to come here to meet, he didn't know what I was looking for, revealing information. No one knows what information, how can it be revealed? Yue Yang was secretly terrified, and finally understood Merkin's scheme. On the surface, he brought along a bunch of people who sold their lives for money to negotiate with them, but in reality, his real force was still Russian mercenaries, so at the last minute, those subordinates was destined to be abandoned. What about those mercenaries? Merkin only needs to secretly communicate with the leader of their organization, and besides, use his relationship with Kafu, win the enemy's absolute trust, convince the other party, just need to assemble at the right time, and the place as determined by him is fine. Those mercenaries, before coming to this place, even after coming here, didn't know where to go, what to do. No one knows the information, so there is no need to worry about the information being leaked. In the end, Yu Yang just asked, why didn't you tell me? The pupils in Merkin's eyes suddenly narrowed, those snake-like eyes stared at Yue Yang's face, saying, let me repeat it again, between us is just a partnership, what is needed? I'll tell you, of course, if I feel there's something you don't need to know for the time being. You're a smart guy, you probably know what to do. Max, standing beside him, proudly said to himself, in the end, the boss still trusts me more. Then, Merkin said again, but, every expression of yours, I can see clearly. I'm not someone who doesn't know what to do, naturally, based on your expression, I give you a certain amount of credibility, although it is not absolute, but it will change gradually over time. I believe our trust in each other will gradually increase. I like to be friends with smart people. After saying that, he put his hands on Yue Yang's shoulders in a friendly manner, his face very gentle and approachable. Yu Yang nodded, I know what to do. The two looked at each other and smiled. The smug look immediately turned to anger, and Max raised his head to look at the sky. Mercenary. 10 minutes later, Max wriggled his neck, which had been numb from looking up for so long, grumbling, "Why can't I see it?" Merkin said, "Don't rush, the altitude is more than 2,000 meters, even skydiving takes time." Source said, "It's foggy here, by the time you see them, they're very close to us." As soon as the words finished, a small black dot appeared in the mist, rapidly growing in front of their eyes, and soon Yue Yang could clearly see it. It was a specially assembled box that could be disassembled from the set. The task force is slowly flying this way as directed by the control signal. After the first assembled box appeared, then the second and third one. In just a moment, nearly a dozen such assembled boxes appeared in the air. Yue Yang was secretly shocked. Such a assembled box can be split into 8 small boxes containing equipment for 8 people to use. No, this type is bigger than the one they saw before. It should be enough for 10 users. Finally, he couldn't help but blurt out, "How many people are there?" "If there were no casualties on the way, maybe 500 or so," Merkin said. "Yeah, 500 people." Yue Yang smiled and raised his hand to wipe the sweat from the side that Merkin couldn't see from his face. "Then it won't be a problem to clean up the Silver Bala temple." Merkin shook his head in displeasure, and said, "No, if you want to wipe out the Silver Bala temple, let alone 500 people, even 5,000 people is not enough. Take as much as you can." After the assembled crates, the first skydiver appeared in the mist. Yue Yang raised his binoculars, and as soon as he took a look, he couldn't help but be surprised. That person wears a snow-white jumpsuit, an anti-electromagnetic helmet like that of astronauts, dark glasses and an electronic screen covering both eyes, and a soft tube under the chin, to breathe, proving that this suit has an automatic air circulation system. Even saying this is a spacesuit is not too much. Besides, it is not as heavy and entangled as a flight suit, but tight to the body, making that parachutist look very majestic and strong, not much lower in physique than Merkin. Paratroopers after paratroopers appeared in the field of vision. Yu Yang secretly estimated that the average height of these people was over 1.85 meters, their weight must be more than 100 pounds, their arm strength was terrible, that even 200 pounds is less. Such a group of people, in an instant, 500 people appeared here. Those paratroopers landed, quickly folded their parachutes, used the electronic lock to take their backpacks and equipment in the assembled boxes, lined up in a neat, extremely neat line. From their movements, Yu Yang realized that the fighting strength of these people was completely different from the people who had sold their lives for money and clashed with them a few times before. These guys. Unexpectedly, all of them are soldiers with similar abilities to Ba Tang or Taimi, especially when they gather in formation. The fighting power is even more terrifying. Yu Yang looked at the soldiers who had lined up, their hands behind their backs, only to see uniform white uniforms, metal helmets, electronic screens covering their eyes, and an air-circulating flexible tube system. The air reaches out, the same height, the body is big and muscular, making them look less like soldiers, more like killing machines manufactured from the same factory. This is clearly a bunch of monsters. Hundreds of people lined up in formation, occupying a large area. Even Max could not help but exclaim, "Great, this is called a soldier." Among those paratroopers, there was one person who didn't immediately take out his backpack after landing, but quickly walked over, pressed a small button in his ear, and the black screen covering his eyes immediately lifted. He laughed, hugging Merkin tightly. Yue Yang stared intently at the gray hairs hanging loosely on his forehead, deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, sunken eye sockets, light blue eyes, slightly hooked nose bridge, and then compared it with the picture in his memory. This is Kafu. He was a little shorter than Merkin, but his body seemed more muscular, his eyes had experienced many killings, and even when he smiled, he exuded murderous intent. Kafu enthusiastically hugged Merkin, and asked, "Old man, now can you tell me, where are we going?" Merkin laughed, "Remember what I said to you a few years ago?" Kafu's eyes lowered slightly, then immediately brightened. "The temple. Silver Bala Temple." Merkin smiled, nodded and said, "Now, let me introduce." But Kafu, who seemed to have known ahead of time, without waiting for Merkin's introduction, spat out a flurry of English, first saying to Saws, "Saws, I know you, you and Merkin used to be on the same team." Then, turning to Max, he smiled and said, "Hi Max, you didn't cause any harm this time." "Ah, and this young fellow is," Merkin immediately introduced, "Yu Yang, the best scout in the Chinese army." After learning about Yu Yang's identity, Kafu was very close, hugging his shoulders and shaking lightly. Very good, I am also from a scout, Kafu Ansky." Yu Yang nodded. Kafu pointed at the beasts again, asking, "How do you see my soldiers are equipped?" The latest stereoscopic imaging system. There are 3 modes of switching: night vision, infrared and ultrasonic probes. No matter in any condition, still keep the view, including the head. The whole all sets are designed to be bulletproof, and also use ultra-light fiber materials. The thigh part has a protective plate. The gloves also have metal thread, heat-retaining fiber, and a separate air circulation system. In addition, all are seamless, waterproof design, isolated from all biochemical hazards. It can be said that these soldiers of mine can survive in any environment, whether buried under mud or avalanche, without air, in 24 hours, still no loss. Go fight. Yu Yang was once more secretly terrified. These equipment were clearly aimed at the traps and poisons of the Bandao. He couldn't help but blurt out, "This is really armed. It's all the way to the teeth, but isn't it troublesome to put it on and take it off?" Kafu chuckled and said, "Why take it off? Before the end of the mission, they will not take off this costume. Don't make the mistake of looking at the outside. Actually you will know when you put it on. It's much more comfortable than you think. It can even be said, it's like getting into a sleeping bag. Wearing this suit, you can sleep in any situation, in any position." So what about P? Max had never worn this type of clothing before. Kafu couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Max, the main designer of this outfit, is your boss. Have you never tried it on? Even though it's a tight-fitting bodysuit, it still has its own excretory line." Merkin stood beside him, estimating the number of people, frowning and asked, "Kafu, how many people have been lost?" Kafu shook his head and said, "About half of it, Ben. The weather on this mountain top is probably the worst I've ever had. A year of 4 seasons of fog and high winds without interruption. I saw him send out the signal twice a day, knew it was an urgent matter, so the weather was a little better, so I immediately ordered them to rush forward. Those lost people were all blown away by the strong wind, or leave, lost in the misty snow." Seeing Merkin's awkward expression, Kafu said, "But these remaining guys are all elites among elites. Most of them are veterans returning from the battlefield, and there are also quite a few members of the elite groups, more special forces. They are all yours now, I guarantee. Their fighting prowess can absolutely satisfy you." Yu Yang stood beside him and asked softly, "Are they all Russians?" "Oh number, Kafu, although they are called Russian mercenaries, they actually come from all over the world, but they are trained uniformly by me, and perform the duties in a unified manner, and there are quite a few many veterans used to follow Ben in the past. The combat ability is very strong." While Kafu and Yu Yang were talking, only Merkin had stepped in front of the mercenary army. Kafu raised one hand, and the formation automatically changed into a semicircle, ensuring that most people could see Merkin and everyone could hear him clearly. Merkin loudly said, "I am Merkin. Ben Merkin. Maybe there are some of you who already know my name, or many of you don't, but that's okay. From today on, I will command you to carry out this mission. Kafu, my dearest comrade, has entrusted the supreme command of this action to me. I hope you, too, will be able to obey my orders completely, just like obeying your orders. That's Kaffu. Before we start acting, I want to ask you a few questions. We are born and die, for what? Who doesn't want to live comfortably? During the bloodbath of killing on the battlefield, have you ever thought of ending your life on top of that gun? Now, there is a chance. There is no need to live the days of risking your life to kill. Being able to have all the things you ever wanted. Trak Mok Kwong Ba walked through the fog, observing the surrounding environment. He began to follow the trail from where Merkin camped the night before, based on that inferring the route Merkin might take, then did not stop chase. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said that he started half a day later than Merkin, but he went straight, and the Merkin group would definitely stop and camp. As long as they could chase around day and night, they would definitely be arrested, catch up with the opponent, or promptly stopped Lu Kan Nam. She was injured in the leg, certainly couldn't walk as fast as him. As long as the direction is correct, Merkin will be found as soon as possible tonight. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was thinking to himself, suddenly heard a loud roar ahead, like the cry of some wild animal, and not just one, but a whole herd. Immediately after, he discovered two more shadows in the fog, approaching him from left and right, one grey, the other black, wolves, two wolves led by the Thou Beastmaster, control. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not understand why he was able to confirm at a glance that these were Saul's wolves. It was almost an instinctive intuition. Intuition also told him, those two wolves did not seem to be, had no intention of fighting. At this time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba had traveled a long way. His physical strength was also exhausted. In the past days, Lu Kan Nam would ask him to perform a series of strange movements at dusk, with breathing to restore physical energy. But the enemy was in front of him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not dare to take a risk to rest. The wolves were here, proving that the Merkins were not far away. His whole body was drenched with sweat. The cold wind blew and felt even colder than. The two wolves didn't seem to want to fight, nor did they growl a warning, just approached him carefully, cocking their noses to sniff something. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was surprised. He had fought with these wolves. Could they forget the smell of his body? Or encounter other wolves, and not, it's them? What do they want to do? The two wolves stopped about 10 steps away from Trak Mok Kwong Ba and then did not move forward. The grey wolf snarled something at the black wolf. The black wolf looked behind, then shook his head. The grey wolf looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba again, snorted twice at the black wolf. The black wolf coughed in response with a threatening nasal sound. The grey wolf seemed to want to get a little closer, but the black wolf raised his front paw to stop him, then rammed him with his head, making a snort sound in his throat. Grey wolf had to lower his head, nervously scratching the ground with his front paw. Seeing the strange actions of the two wolves, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly thought, these two wolves are very likely to have not received the orders of the Beastmaster Thou, but just patrolled their territory out of habit. Just ran into him by chance. If it weren't for the orders of that Taoist Beastmaster, Trak Mok Kwong Ba decided to take a risk, try to interact with these two wolves. He squatted down slowly, keeping his eye level with the wolves' heads, peering into their eyes, and said softly, "You won't hurt me, will you?" The grey wolf looked warily at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, while the black wolf bared his teeth and let out a soft growl. Duo Mok Kwong Ba raised his hands, spread his hands wide, showing that he had nothing in his hand and could not pose any threat to them, then said, "You don't need to listen to the orders of the Taoist Beastmaster. There, we are not enemies. I will not rob you of your food, nor will I invade your territory." The grey wolf turned his head away, as if snickering. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought for a moment, then used the ancient Tibetan language to repeat it once, only to say half a sentence, and in the distance came a loud howl again. This time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba heard more clearly. The sound was not like that of a wild beast, but more like the cheers of many people gathered in one place. However, in order to make such a sound, How many people must be there? The two wolves, also attracted by the sound, turned their heads in that direction. Trak Mok Kwong Ba took the opportunity to stand up and try to get closer to the wolf. His movement immediately startled them. The black wolf turned around, accelerated in an instant, rushed towards Trak Mok Kwong Ba. The grey wolf also followed closely behind. At this close distance, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was almost unable to dodge. In that moment, Lu Kan Nam's special training a few days ago proved to be effective. Almost unconsciously, Trak Mok Kwong Ba promptly raised his hand to cover important positions such as the face and face, head, throat. The other hand pulled out a knife and struck a crack sound. But the speed of the wolves was also amazing. He raised his hand. The black wolf had already rammed him. The charge was so strong that Trak Mok Kwong Ba staggered back a few steps. Then the grey wolf threw another butt, causing him to lose focus and fall to the ground. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's wrist turned sharply. Ba Tang's curved blade left a perfect parabolic line in the air. The two wolves immediately separated from each other, as if wanting to bite him on the shoulder. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought to himself, if I hit this blow, my arm won't be able to lift any more. Seeing that the blade could not reach the wolves, he immediately put strength into both arms and legs. His body shrank forward. The two wolves bit him at the same time, tearing two large pieces of his shirt. Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned upside down, only to see two wolves staring at him. Even he felt like a black wolf was frowning. His eyes exuded an indescribable melancholy. Then it tilted his head slightly, growling at the grey wolf. Trak Mok Kwong Ba could not help but feel sad in his heart. Why? Why must you attack me? Could that beast Master Thao's medicine still work? Thinking of this, he involuntarily raised his arms to smell, but in the end, he did not find anything strange. The two wolves turned around, then returned to block the direction of the sound, face to face with Trak Mok Kwong Ba, as if warning him, don't go forward. The black wolf also slowly advanced, forcing Trak Mok Kwong Ba to step back, his mouth constantly growling, sticking out his red tongue and sharp teeth, as if threatening, turn around, turn back. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was even more confused. What happened before? Just took a step forward. The other two wolves suddenly attacked. What are they hiding? Prevent me, then we definitely have to see. He waved the sword in his hand and said in a low voice, get out of the way. The black wolf was determined not to give in. The growl grew more and more urgent. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's eyes slowly became cold, filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and shouted, get out of the way. One man and one wolf glared at each other. He took a step forward. The wolf's hind legs folded, as if ready to rush at him at any moment. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at it without blinking. His hand clenched the hilt of the blade. The blade pointed directly at the tip of the wolf's nose. The other hand clenched into a fist, also turned to the other grey wolf, then, forward again. One more step up. The grey wolf seems to be a little scared. His body slightly retreats, his nose snorts a few times, but the black wolf is determined not to retreat. The growl becomes lower and longer. The threatening attitude is also clear, more pronounced. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was not afraid. He took another step towards the black wolf. His feet were firmly on the ground. He believed that the black wolf would feel the ground shaking. So, the distance between Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the black wolf now became very close. The two sides stared at each other with eyes as cold as ice, determined not to back down, but did not intend to launch attack. Trak Mok Kwong Ba slowly moved his body, continuing to get closer to the black wolf. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's tall physique, plus the huge backpack on his back, the total weight should be more than 4 times that of the black wolf. In the end, the black wolf couldn't stand his momentum, so he jumped. Move aside to avoid right before Trak Mok Kwong Ba prepares to launch an attack. Immediately after, it let out a cry, and with the grey wolf disappeared into the mist, and ran towards Merkin. Trak Mok Kwong Ba secretly said, going to report the news. What did that beast Master Tao do? Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't think much of it. although it was not clear why the Merkins stopped here, but they still caught up with the enemy anyway, maybe Lu Kan Nam also. Although Lu Kan Nam was seriously injured yesterday, but he absolutely did not dare to compare that steel woman with ordinary people. He needed to find out whether Lu Kan Nam was at the front or not. In addition, Trak Mok Kwong Ba also wondered what that sound was. After all, even if he was discovered, he was confident that he could escape. The only thing that could keep up with him were the wolves, and there was not much of a threat when he had the bone flute in his hand. Trak Mok Kwong Ba quickly ran in the direction of the wolves. The sound was getting closer and closer. The fog gradually faded, but when he really saw the scene behind the fog, he couldn't believe his eyes. Again. On that wide open space, there was a group of soldiers, fully armed to the teeth, lined up neatly. The formation stretched out forever and then disappeared in the mist. Merkin's tall figure was standing in front of that group. He was pointing to the sky, not knowing what promise, and the other soldiers raised their arms from time to time, cheering in unison, bouncing. The sound he heard earlier was the cheers of these people. Only then did Trak Mok Kwong Ba notice that, closer to him, the Thao Beastmaster was still covered in a black robe. Next to him was a soldier in a white jumpsuit, with a hat on his head, shooting, with a flexible tube for breathing. Max is grinning and talking to that soldier, and on Max's left. That person was also wearing the same camouflage as him. That smiling face is as bright as the familiar sun. Music Dwang. That person is Yu Yang. Trak Mok Kwong Ba still didn't believe it, so he put his hand on his eyes. Couldn't be wrong. That person was Yu Yang. He not only stood beside Max, but also participated in discussions with him, from time to time smiling. It's still that sunny smile. It's just that Trak Mok Kwong Ba's mood is getting more and more confused. Why is that? In the end, what happened? Am I dreaming or not? If that's the case, then that dream is really scary. Trak Mok Kwong Ba punched the big rock nearby, hoping to get himself out of this nightmare. Why Yu Yang? Why is it him? Isn't he on his team? But in the end, he still could not wake up from that nightmare. On the contrary, the punch also attracted the attention of the soldier standing next to the Beastmaster saws. Those well-dressed soldiers also seemed to share the same information system. The other soldier turned his head. All of them turned their heads without appointment, and then, Merkin also turned his head, and saw it. Trak Mok Kwong Ba, fix. Merkin grinned, thinking to himself, young Master Kwong Ba, still won't give up. Wow, looking at that angry face, could it be that Lu Kan Nam is already dead? Seeing that Max and Kafu both wanted to rush to capture Trak Mok Kwong Ba alive, Merkin immediately raised his hand to stop the two, walked up to them, smiled and asked, wow, isn't this Kwong Ba young master? What? Have you thought about it? Want to join us? Trak Mok Kwong Ba tried to control the rising anger, coldly said, where is Lu Kan Nam? Merkin's hand waved, pointing to the team standing behind him, smiling but not smiling, can you tell? Trak Mok Kwong Ba's whole body was cold, shaking his voice and exclaiming, Is she dead? Merkin just smiled and said nothing, his face showing a look of satisfaction. The special respiratory rhythm that Trak Mok Kwong Ba had gradually become familiar with was immediately disturbed. He opened his mouth to gasp for a few breaths, stared at Yu Yang for a moment, then burst into laughter, reaching out his hand to point at Merkin. Yu Yang and the others stood behind them, shouting, okay. Okay, I will come back, remember that, remember everything you do, prepare to bear the consequences. After saying that, he quickly retreated backwards, disappearing in the blink of an eye in the dense fog. Yu Yang was stared at by Trak Mok Kwong Ba, unable to raise his head, and Max at this time was enthusiastic about attacking, quickly flirting with Merkin, boss, let me lead people to chase him. This name is so annoying. He doesn't care about us at all. Merkin thought for a moment, then nodded. Max immediately excitedly ran to find people and equipment. Yu Yang walked up to Merkin and said, you promised me. Merkin smiled and nodded. Rest assured, I will keep him alive. However, I still don't feel secure letting him stay in the dark to disturb us like that. I'm going to invite your young master Kwong Ba to come with us." After saying that, he glanced at Yu Yang, then continued, "So, it's like you don't owe him anything anymore." Nearby, Max took a new weapon. Laughing, Kafu picked out dozens of mercenaries to follow him. Saws howled for a long time. The other two wolves heard the sound and ran over, only to see Saws pointing towards Trakmok Kwong Ba, who had just escaped. The two wolves growled a few times and then ran away. Max shouted, "Follow me, follow those wolves, hurry. Tear that guy up." Merkin sneered to the side, watching, but didn't give any instructions. Seeing that Max had led the mercenaries far away, but Merkin seemed to have forgotten his promise, Yu Yang calmly walked in front of him, saying, "Let me follow." Merkin neither agreed nor objected, just turned around and walked over to Kafu's side. Yu Yang knew what Merkin was thinking, but that dreary smile of young Master Kwong Ba was imprinted in his mind, unable to be erased. He gritted his teeth, then decided to run after Max and the other mercenaries. The snow seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Trakmok Kwong Ba was running like crazy in the middle of the thick fog. His cold heart bounced with restless beats, like drifting snowflakes being trampled by heavy heels, crushed over and over again, emitting a crackling sound. Lu Kan Nam is dead. Yu Yang is an insider. What about the magicians Arla and Man Man? They go together. No matter how sophisticated and powerful the shaman Arla is, no one dares to guarantee that he can avoid his side's covert action. If the shaman Arla was harmed, Min Man absolutely could not survive in this place. The howls of wolves and the screams of people behind him got closer and closer. It was not clear if there were hundreds or thousands of people chasing him. Didn't expect him to have so many people. What about the guy left alone? Trakmok Kwong Ba's heart began to beat erratic. At the same time, he was completely unaware. His breathing had become disordered, urgent like a person with a serious illness. He did not even notice. He just wanted to run. Run a little farther, leave this place full of nightmares as far as possible. In that extreme panic, he seemed to catch a glimpse of Lu Kan Nam's expectant eyes. Finally, he decided not to follow the old route and go back, but around the place where the Merkins gathered, continued, advance. Only, the sound of chasing behind, was getting closer and closer. All four directions were the enemy. In the grove, behind the dry tree, behind the big rocks, there were the silhouettes of wolves. Running to the point of exhaustion, Trakmok Kwong Ba slipped and fell to the stone floor, then slipped a few more meters away. The fall wasn't too heavy, but he suddenly felt his heart beat wildly as if it was about to jump out of his chest. He wanted to try to stand up, but his body suddenly trembled. His whole body was like being struck by lightning. Paralyzed, can't move anymore. Trakmok Kwong Ba painfully pressed his hand to his chest, then fell down again. Suddenly, a feeling of mad anger rose in his heart. He suddenly punched his chest hard. Even you want to betray me too? Why? Only the scattered, cold snowflakes answered his indignant question. After that punch, Trakmok Kwong Ba's heart rate seemed to gradually stabilize again, but he was completely unaware. He had just circled around the door of hell and returned. Mi's breathing method, too, is not something that can be used indiscriminately. Trakmok Kwong Ba struggled against his hands to get up and continue running, only to see that the bones of his whole body were exhausted. All four limbs were trembling. A whole day of non-stop running had exhausted his physical strength. Just now, the fire of anger rushed up to dull his mind. He only knew if he could run and run. Now stop. How much strength have all disappeared into the void. The roar of the wolf soon approached. The mercenaries were indeed very well trained. Trakmok Kwong Ba tried so hard to run like that but couldn't escape them. Max panted like a buffalo, rushed forward first, angrily cursing loudly. Run, why not run? Lying on the ground like a dog. Max took a gun and walked behind Trakmok Kwong Ba. When he was only about a meter away, Trakmok Kwong Ba suddenly stood up, turned around and swung his knife. the curved blade flashed like lightning. Unexpectedly, Max, who was panting, suddenly became a completely different person, in danger but not chaotic. The gun barrel shifted sideways, blocking Trak Mok Kwong Ba's blade. Trak Mok Kwong Ba borrowed the momentum of that slash to stand up, then turn in the opposite direction, kicking, aiming for both the body and the gun to cross a sharp blow. The anger that was rising up in his head was converted into the last bit of strength and then poured into the fight. Max didn't panic, raised his right arm to cover his ears, tilted his body slightly, leisurely neutralized Trak Mok Kwong Ba's kick, and at the same time the gun changed to his left hand, both supporting and shooting with a hand. But Trak Mok Kwong Ba's movements followed very seamlessly, first turning to the left, then to the right, then to the left. Max's bullets, all of them stuck in the backpack behind him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba just waved his sword, and Max met with any move to continue that move. The mercenaries behind him gathered, but because the two were tightly entwined, it was not convenient for them to open fire. Max wanted to show his strength in front of these newly arrived mercenaries, so every punch and kick he made was feigned, showing a very relaxed demeanor. The gun barrel aimed at Trak Mok Kwong Ba's chest. The gun exploded, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba promptly punched the muzzle of the gun to the other side. Sparks flashed and swept around the outside. A few mercenaries rushed back. Avoid. Then, the light of Trak Mok Kwong Ba's blade flashed again. Max suddenly loosened his grip, one hand holding the gun, the other quickly pulled out a military dagger, used the knife to fight the knife, and at the same time turned the right hand up. The submachine gun rotated half a circle on his palm. Max clenched his fist and grabbed the barrel of the gun, using it as a stick to slam down on Trak Mok Kwong Ba's wrist. Trak Mok Kwong Ba quickly withdrew his hand. The gun turned half a circle again, the barrel pointed at him. Max fires bullets continuously. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not have time to take precautions, almost got hit by a bullet. While in a panic, he was lucky anyway, only saw his palm shake. It turned out that he used a knife to knock a bullet. The two of them were together for a while. Max suddenly dropped the dagger, then grabbed Trak Mok Kwong Ba's knife wrist. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also held onto his gun barrel. The two struggled back and forth, but no one pulled away. Max sneered, "Melee sniper technique, thought you were the only one who knew." Trak Mok Kwong Ba put all his strength, tilted his body, intending to throw Max away like a sandbag. Max immediately let go of the gun, one hand pressed on Trak Mok Kwong Ba's hip. Trak Mok Kwong Ba only saw that the chi force was stagnant, unable to use his strength anymore. Not only could he not lift Max, on the contrary, he was also kicked in the knee joint by him, and fell to the ground. As for the other gun, which he was not sure about, was thrown into the air. Meanwhile, Max grabbed Trak Mok Kwong Ba with one hand, the other hand raised high to take a shot. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was about to struggle to stand up, when he pressed a gun to his forehead and pressed it to the ground. In that moment, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's mind completely cooled down. I didn't expect even this slanderous, deceitful little person to fight back. Everything before seemed like flowers in glass, moon in water. Everything is over. He closed his eyes, then heard someone shouting, "Max." Max's finger is on the trigger, about to squeeze in and then let go and then try to squeeze again. In the blink of an eye has changed several times, suspicious eyes moving around, looking around. Finally, also he still let go of the trigger, looked at the person who had just spoken, and asked at the same time, "Yue Yang. Why are you here?" Yue Yang panted and stooped down, but still didn't stop, hurriedly said, "The boss said, spare him." Max looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, then looked at Yue Yang again, suspiciously asking, "Really? Didn't the boss say that when I left?" Yue Yang straightened up, took out his communication device, and said to Max, "Do you need to listen to the boss personally?" Max hesitated. Of course he understood very well. His boss often changed unpredictably. No one could see through what he was thinking in his head. Thinking to himself, he immediately pulled his gun back, chuckling, said, "Then there's no need, shouldn't I believe you?" Next, he knocked on Trak Mok Kwong Ba's face again with the butt of a gun, changing his tone with sarcasm. Young Master Kwong Ba, you are very lucky, my boss is compassionate, this time spared you a life. If you dare to confront us again, don't blame me for fighting like a dog. I really don't know how to measure myself. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's whole body trembled, his teeth gnashed, but his muscles from top to bottom were stiff, even trying to turn his body up could not do it. Max was extremely pleased, put the gun on his shoulder, and walked over to the mercenaries. How were the last few moves? Well, let's talk a little bit. Don't dare say study, don't dare, don't dare. It's all the boss who teaches that, this, like this. Yue Yang looked at the mercenaries waving their arms and legs, laughing and joking, then looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, who was alone struggling to get up on the snow-covered ground, without hesitation walking towards him. Max pretended to be quiet with the mercenaries for a few words, then tilted his head and smiled at Yue Yang. Yue Yang came to Trak Mok Kwong Ba's side, stretched out his hand and said, Young Master Kwong Ba. But then, he was surprised to realize that Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't even bother to look at him at all. His dull eyes just looked at the distant sky. Between his clenched teeth, 2 words hissed, get out. Yu Yang couldn't help but be startled. He had never heard Kwong Ba make such a scary sound before, hoarse like an evil beast growling, as cold as ice. That sound, as if it came from a demon king from the 9 uprising hell, was so calm that there was no emotional nuance left, making people feel cold to the heart after listening to it. Yu Yang's hand froze in midair, letting the snowflakes fall, then melted in the palm of his hand. Max and the mercenaries looked like they were watching a good play, each one of them staring intently at the 2 of them. Yu Yang withdrew his hand, but still kept a smile on his lips, softly said, if you put the burden on your back, you will be able to stand up. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was stunned for a moment. Put down the burden, will you be able to stand up? What does Yu Yang mean by saying that? What does he want to say? Tai Max, who is very good at hearing, understands this Chinese sentence well, and quickly joins in, yes, yes. You can let go, but leave your backpack behind. Yue Yang, you're really thoughtful when you think about it, huh? Trak Mok Kwong Ba understood, immediately pulled the hook rope, took off his backpack, stood up, staggered a few steps to stabilize his body, looked at Yu Yang, and a cold smile appeared on his lips, cold. Yue Yang was stared at by Jiu Mok Kwong Ba's gaze. He couldn't help but take a half step back in panic, just as he was about to turn around, when he bumped into a tall person. Max stepped forward from behind, and cleverly blocked Yu Yang's back, making him unable to retreat any further. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at Yu Yang standing shoulder to shoulder with Max and the mercenaries, turned to leave, suddenly heard Max say, wait, the clothes must also be left. Yu Yang cried out in a low voice, Max. Max smiled and looked at Yu Yang and said, the boss just said to let him go, didn't he? Didn't say he let go of his body and clothes. I think, the boss also doesn't expect this guy to keep a pistol or a dagger in the dark to sabotage our actions, right? Are you saying yes, Yu Yang? Yue Yang was about to say something, but suddenly saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba froze, began to unbutton his shirt, unbutton one thing, and threw it away, as if carrying extreme resentment. Yue Yang's fingers clenched tightly on his pants leg, couldn't help but tremble, staring blankly at Trak Mok Kwong Ba taking off each and every item of his body, throwing it away, until only his underwear was left, standing tall in the middle, misty snowy place like a stone statue. That's enough, Max. Music Twang's voice changed slightly. Max was amused, glared at him, cheerfully said, the body is also good, well, those shorts are so special, like those of a woman. The surrounding mercenaries all laughed. Max waved the gun in his hand again and said, put all your things away, let's go back. Seeing a mercenary walking over to pick up Trak Mok Kwong Ba's backpack, Yu Yang coldly shouted, get out of the way, let me. He carefully picked up each piece of clothes that Trak Mok Kwong Ba threw away, folded them neatly. When he raised his head, his tall body began to move. His naked body caught the cold wind and snow. Slowly, go far. Max in the back urged, let's go, Yu Yang. He can't die. Can't he see how strong he is? Yu Yang recalled that when he first joined the army, Lu Kan Nam gave his first lecture, once instructing their recruits like this: remember, what you are about to do, ordinary people will not be able to understand. You will have to endure what ordinary people cannot endure. You will have to face situations that ordinary people cannot imagine. You will have to give up your dignity. You will have to sign a contract with the devil, when necessary, may have to sell everything except your soul, and at the same time have to control your mind against the overwhelming desire to enjoy. There are many people before you who have perverted, but no one blames them. In the same way, I won't blame you. I just hope you can keep a righteous heart. When you can't help but immerse yourself in the pool of wine, in the forest of meat, when you take drugs and fall into hallucinations, when you have to swing your knives in the street, spill blood in the arena, I hope you guys don't forget that you guys used to be a real person. Forever, never forget. Yu Yang was silent, glanced at the figure that was about to disappear in the mist for the last time, then warned himself, don't cry, don't redden your eyes. You can do it, you need to do it. Quote, almost as if emotions had turned into food, from the depths of his heart billowed up and out of his throat. Yu Yang crushed it with his 2 teeth, mixed with saliva, then swallowed again, just silent. Perhaps watching Trak Mok Kwong Ba's shadow fade away, in his heart he prayed, Kwong Ba young master, on the road, peace. Max brought Trak Mok Kwong Ba's backpack, excitedly waving his arms and legs, boasting to his teammates that he only needed 2 or 3 moves to beat Trak Mok Kwong Ba, bowing and begging for forgiveness, while Yu Yang remained silent. Maybe go to Merkin's tent. Merkin seemed to be discussing with Kafu how to arrange the mercenaries. When he saw Yu Yang enter, just indifferently asked, release. Yu Yang nodded. Merkin said again, so now, you and him, you must not have a relationship anymore. Yu Yang nodded again. Merkin added, if young Master Kwong Ba continues to pursue and cause trouble for us, what do you think? Yu Yang was dumbfounded, thinking that if such a thing happened, he would inevitably die. Suddenly heard Merkin ask such a question, he immediately reacted, sternly replied, I will arrest it myself, kill him. Good. Merkin laughed loudly, stood up, patted Yu Yang's shoulder and said, my favorite are enthusiastic, respectful men like you. You are willing to help your young master Kwong Ba like that. Surely in the future, you will not do anything bad to me. Speaking of this, he suddenly changed his voice to exclaim, actually, to search for relics and treasures in these uninhabited wilderness areas, there is nothing to distinguish between nation and nation. Combined, the 2 sides mutually beneficial. If separated, both will lose. Your young master Kwong Ba really shouldn't take a stand against us at all. Next, Merkin asked about every detail of this action. Yu Yang didn't dare to hide it. Everything was told in detail, just didn't mention that there was an underground pocket in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's bra. Merkin heard that Trak Mok Kwong Ba's belongings and clothes were all brought here, and hurriedly said, you go out and bring all those clothes and backpacks here, remember not to lack anything, and more. Told those mercenaries, anything, just the things in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's backpack or clothes, must be returned. Yu Yang came out of the tent, saw Max waving his lips and drooling, suddenly heard Saws standing next to him and asked, Max, where are my wolf friends? Max suddenly opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. It was true that they chased after the howl of wolves, but after reaching Trak Mok Kwong Ba, where did the other 2 wolves go? Was it already killed by Trak Mok Kwong Ba? Apparently they didn't notice that they and Trak Mok Kwong Ba were fighting. After finishing the job, he proudly forgot everything in the world, thinking that the 2 wolves had returned first. Now hearing Saws ask, he suddenly remembered, maybe the wolves have disappeared. Max was about to find some mercenaries who were with him at that time to ask, But all the mercenaries were wearing hats with their heads covered, standing in the formation. It was impossible to distinguish one from another. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, sweat pouring down his forehead. Yue Yang brought a bunch of things into the tent. Merkin immediately rummaged through the search, only to see him flipping the backpack of Trak Mok Kwong Ba's clothes, but still couldn't seem to find what he was looking for. He raised his hand to massage the area in front of his chest, muttering, "No. Impossible. I clearly remember he did. How come?" Merkin raised his head, pointed to the pile of things, and said, "It's over, you can go out." Yu Yang quietly left the tent, still did not believe that Merkin would let him go so easily, secretly coming to a new conclusion about this person, this Merkin. First of all, he is not as cruel as he is, I imagine, or, he's a lot more evil than I imagined. In the white mist and snow, whether it was the reddish-brown rocks, or the rotten branches, were covered with a silvery white layer. Snow dancing in the sky adorns the whole world. The bone-chilling wind freely roams in the middle of the mist. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was only wearing underwear, wearing the wind and snow, walking forward. That wind, really cold, but not as cold as his heart. Is Lu Kan Nam dead? Was the whole body eaten by wolves? Yu Yang, we trust you so, why you? Has your heart been eaten by wolves? No wonder the insider didn't discover the insider. So the person who went to investigate the insider was an insider, ha ha. What a wonderful irony. Am I the stupidest person in the world? Tang's father is also dead, Trong Lap is also dead, Captain Ho Duong, the magician of Thap Te are all dead. Shaman Ayla and Man Man, are they still alive? Why are we still alive? Why do we have to be alone? Alone, where can we go? What can be done? Merkin brought an army of thousands of people. What about me? I have nothing left, only this flesh and blood body, in the middle of the vast snow. How far can I go? But why? Why do we have to keep going like this? Feng Shine. Trak Mok Kwong Ba kept walking like that, with no purpose, no direction. It seemed that his thinking was frozen by frost and snow, only a little survival instinct remained. He kept walking. His body knew that, could not stop, just stop, would not be able to move any more. At first, he could still walk unsteadily, then when the night gradually fell, the air was getting colder and colder. Trak Mok Kwong Ba only felt that his blood vessels and muscles in his body were frozen, hardened into ice cubes. Lifting his feet to take stiff steps became an extremely difficult task for him. Do you still have to go on like this? Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not know how many times he asked himself that question, but his body seemed to be no longer under the control of consciousness, still stubbornly moving forward. Why is that? He faintly heard a voice in the bottom of his heart. Perhaps Min Min is still alive, perhaps the unicorn is just not far ahead, maybe I still have a chance to see the temple of Bo Bala. I promised the teacher, I must return. He moved his neck stiffly, shoving the sounds out of his head as if popping a soap bubble. Then he heard behind all the other sounds, even deeper in his subconscious. At the bottom of his heart, in a corner that had been deliberately forgotten, echoed a voice that had been sealed for so long, sister, perhaps, still alive. That sound directly entered consciousness, controlling his body, controlling his steps. Can't die here, can't disappear silently in this unknown corner. I still have a reason to live. After a moment of confusion, Trak Mok Kwong Ba finally awakened the will to live in him. He gradually recovered the special breathing rhythm of the tantric monk. He must accumulate all the power he can accumulate, just to survive, must survive. Only thing, human strength can't compete with heaven. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's body continues to freeze. At first, the whole body was still shaking. Later, the limbs were so numb that there was no feeling. At first, the teeth were still chattering against each other. Later, the two teeth seemed to have frozen, unable to open the mouth anymore. Continuing to move forward, Trak Mok Kwong Ba unexpectedly lost the feeling of walking, just seeing the surrounding scenery change, knowing that he was walking. The snowflakes that fell on his shoulders, his chest, his head, didn't melt either. Trak Mok Kwong Ba could not turn, he could only roll his eyes, looking for a place to avoid the wind in the range of his eyes, but in front of him, there was only the vast sky, the rocks lying on the ground, scattered everywhere, let alone shelter from the wind. Trying to find a place where snow can't fall is also impossible. The color of the sky is getting darker and darker. He also knows that after the night falls, there will be no more light in this place. At that time, he could only wait to die. Time and time again disappointment, causing the fire of enthusiasm that had just ignited in his heart, was slowly cooled by the wind and snow. Trak Mok Kwong Ba knew that his strength had reached the limit of endurance. He even clearly felt that his heart rate was becoming slower. Reason told him, even if he could find shelter from the wind and snow, with the current state of his body, he would not be able to survive here. Once he lay down, he would sleep for a long time, never wake up. Want to live, unless a miracle occurs. It's just, in this place, in the midst of this, can there still be a miracle? Trak Mok Kwong Ba hugged that feeling of unwillingness, still stubbornly inching forward, searching. As long as his body was not completely frozen, he would not stop. Like before, the darkness completely invaded the sky of Shangri-La. The atmosphere also refused to give in, still emitting a few last faint rays. Then, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly saw right in front of him, above a huge rock, a snow lotus was blooming in the middle of the flying snow. At first glance, it seems very weak, that branch, as if even a gentle breeze could break it, but it still steadfastly rooted on the hard rock, embraced the wind and snow, proudly blossoming fragrant pistils. Looking at that snowflake, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly remembered the agreement with the teacher and couldn't help but feel pity. Teacher, sorry, I can't complete the agreement with you. It's not that I don't want to do good, but it's really the irony of God that I'm no longer able to undo things. The people who came here with me, one by one, left right in front of my eyes, and I could only stare blankly, unable to do anything. Now, I am about to leave you too, teacher. Thank you for doing so many things for me, but I can only leave you with infinite regret and pain. I have conquered the snowy mountains and the great sea, but I have not been able to defeat the complicated hearts of people. It turns out that in this world, the scariest thing is people. Trak Mok Kwong Ba moved a few steps to the front of that big rock, intending to raise his hand to gently stroke the snow lotus, but tried a few times but still couldn't lift his arm. He could only stare blankly. He completely forgot about the snow and the cold wind. That snowball swayed in the wind, like a fire in his heart that could be blown out at any moment, but it still burned fiercely, carrying it with him, warm, small, gentle. At that moment, in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's mind appeared the faces of all the important people in his life, first very clearly, then gradually fading away, as if he heard someone in the distance singing, "Let my youth blow my long hair, bring my dreams." Then, his train of thought suddenly broke. That lovely fragile snowflake, finally unable to withstand the wind and snow, broke, fell, and rotated a few times with the wind. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at the white flower. Right at the last second before the light completely disappeared, he suddenly discovered that there was a cave in front. Several large rocks piled on top of each other, the rock crevices formed a natural passage or grave, about half a person high, not sure how deep. Could it be, this is the grave God arranged for me? Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought so, and finally moved closer to that cave. It was just that his body was frozen, just stood in front of the snow for a while, but now he can't move anymore. Trak Mok Kwong Ba used all his body strength and could not lift his feet off the ground even an inch. Put his strength into his waist and hips, his body immediately lost balance. After swaying and swaying for 2 steps like penguin, he immediately fell to the ground, unable to move anymore. At this time, the sky was completely dark. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not know how far he was from that cave. Maybe only a step, maybe not even a step. In short, it all didn't matter. Dying inside or outside the cave, what difference does it make? He heard his blood constricted in his veins, jostling hard, making an hourglass-like crunch. He could hear his heart struggling, but it was like an asthmatic who couldn't breathe, getting weaker and weaker, the beat slowing down, slowing down. Fuck. Thick. Thump. Shush. Thump. Thick. Right at the last moment before Trak Mok Kwongba lost consciousness, he saw a bright orange-yellow eyes. Am I dead? Trak Mok Kwongba felt he was floating in mid-air. He vaguely remembered, his father once said, that after death, the soul will go to a place that is neither the human world nor the underworld. After death, everyone must come to this place first, waiting for summoning or judgment. In the underworld, there are lords, who will rely on the good and evil deeds of that person in the previous life, to decide whether the soul after death will go to the world of bliss or to the 18 levels of hell. When people die, do they have a soul or not? Ha ha, who can say for sure? The living are not dead yet, so it is impossible to be certain, and the dead, unable to tell the situation after the death to the living, think these things, seem to make no sense at all. Then, where will a wild spirit like me drift to? Next, Trak Mok Kwongba seemed to see his body lying calmly there. That's me, isn't it? So I'm that old, huh? How long has it been since you looked in the mirror? A year, 2 years, or much longer. Looks like I haven't flown very far yet. Looks like I've just left my body. Huh, what is that? Wolf. That's right, I still remember before I died, I seem to have seen a pair of wolf eyes. Why didn't I think of it? A cave like this, more than half of which was inhabited by wolves. A good swimmer drowns again. I spend half my life studying canine animals, and in the end, I die in the stomach of a wolf, still intact, dead in the right place. No, if I died in the belly of a wolf, how could my body still be like that? He couldn't help but wonder, glanced at his body again, only to see the body in front of his eyes getting bigger and bigger, finally fading. The surrounding space was dark. Trak Mok Kwongba fell into unconsciousness again. I don't know how long it took. Trak Mok Kwongba's consciousness gradually restored its sanity. So warm, like lying in a mother's womb, surrounded by warm water, floating in the air, without gravity, the whole body has a strange sense of freedom and comfort. It turns out, before the formation, people own the most free, most comfortable space. Later, when people have limbs, they are bound by their own actions. When they have 5 senses, they are bound by their senses. When they are conscious, they are motivated by their own thoughts. Only in the absence of all these, is a person in a state of pure soul, a free form of existence. No wonder, every person born, facing this world, cries out in pain. Because they all know that, once they come to this world, they will lose their freedom. Throughout life, people are clamped down by tangible or intangible things. There are people who have released some bonds, so they live happily and comfortably. But there are also people who can't get rid of their constraints, so they suffer. Some people see through those constraints, so they are melancholy, sad. Some people can't see the bonds around them, so they are happy, carefree. Strange. Who told me these things? It's the father, isn't it? That's right. When I was a child, my father told me that, unexpectedly I still remember. Why think about these things? Because of that warm, comforting feeling. Where is this feeling? Is this what it feels like to be in paradise? Trak Mok Kwongba thought so, opened his eyes, and saw only darkness above his head, but there was light from his feet. Then, he slowly regained consciousness, feeling that he was lying on a hard rock surface. His whole body was pressed by something. The warmth was caused by that thing. This thing is soft, has a breathing rhythm, has a heartbeat. Next, he also felt the rock next to him, then the rhythmic breathing, the resounding heartbeat, the sound of the wind outside pouring into the cave, making buzzing sounds. Am I still alive? Trak Mok Kwongba finally understood his current state. Next, he raised his head, wanting to see clearly what the living thing that gave him warmth was. He saw 3 wolves, two sharing his arms, their front legs crossed, resting on his thighs, from his calves to his toes were held tightly by them, and the largest wolf, curled up on his chest in a round heap, his head buried in his tail, wagging his tail every now and then, as if to ward off mosquitoes from his face. The three wolves were breathing softly and rhythmically. The heat like fire was flowing from their bodies to warm him. As soon as Trak Mok Kwong Ba moved, the wolf curled up on him woke up first, opened his blurry eyes, and turned his head to look at him. The fur is ash gray, the ears are erect, the mouth is long, the tip of the nose is black and black, the eyes are bright, emitting lovely golden rays in the backlit cave. Almost without thinking, Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately realized that these were the three grey wolf brothers he had met in Kar Kar Te Lai. Yes, it was them. The dusty memories seemed to come to life again. He seemed to recall a lot of old stories that had faded from memory. One man and one wolf stared at each other, just like when they were in the Kar Kar Te Lai plateau. Just a glimpse from 3 years ago, but both sides have remembered each other's eyes, as if long ago, they were close friends. Now they meet again. On the path of destiny, there is no need to ask each other where they come from, where are they going now. Not knowing where Trak Mok Kwong Ba got the courage, as if the animal curled up on his chest was not a wolf, but a familiar Tibetan clam in his training facility, he stretched out his arms and held them out, under the wolf's neck, gently scratching its white fur, then asked softly, "Hey, man, why are you here?" But the wolf suddenly jumped up. His front paws pressed down on Trak Mok Kwong Ba's shoulders, sticking his tongue out and licking his lips. That's right, this is the tradition of the wolf family. When the stray wolf returns to the family members will embrace it, kiss it to acknowledge and welcome the return of the stray. At the same time, this is also an indispensable condition to recognize each other's taste. Remember, these are the knowledge that Professor Fung Tan taught him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba remembered it all, this grey wolf, using body language to tell him, "Welcome back, our friend." The other two wolves were also awake, staggered in front of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, three big wolf heads gathered in one place, three pairs of eyes looking at him curiously. They sniffed, kissed and kissed, grouched, coughed, whispering to each other. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also hugged and kissed them, patting them on the head. For a moment, it seemed that he was surrounded by happiness, that feeling of long absence. All had returned. People deceive each other, always plotting to harm each other, but you have never abandoned me. Do you still remember me? Remember the taste of me, wolf friends? Trak Mok Kwong Ba sat up, hugging three wolf heads that were bigger than his own, obviously smiling happily, but couldn't hold back the tears. The three wolves licked his tears, rubbed their heads against his arms, making his armpits both itchy and sad, and couldn't help laughing. Joking around for a while, Trak Mok Kwong Ba saw the bright light outside the cave, and immediately said to the three wolf friends, okay, stop joking, I want to go out for a bit." He only spoke in a normal tone, did not think that the wolves could understand his words, did not expect these three wolf friends to see Trak Mok Kwong Ba's eyes towards the cave entrance, immediately guessing his thoughts, of the guy. The largest wolf thought for a moment, then, with a sound, lifted his front paw and patted Trak Mok Kwong Ba's thigh gently. The other wolf bared his teeth and bit into his bra, twitching, then opened his mouth, tongue at him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought blankly, thinking, could it be that they are reminding me? It's very cold outside, it's not good to wear clothes like this. It's okay, I'm just going out to have a look. After Trak Mok Kwong Ba finished speaking, he couldn't help but laugh. How can he use human thinking to guess the wolf's mind? Maybe what these wolf friends want to express. It's not like that at all, he thinks so. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words ended, the wolf in the head immediately let out a soft growl sound. The three wolves immediately came out of the cave, making way for him. The cave door is very small. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was forced to stoop to crawl out. It was still foggy outside like the day before, but the sky was bright, the snow had stopped falling, Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't know how long he slept, but he could feel that his body had changed something. The breathing method that Lu Kan Nam taught him seemed to have been harmonized with the natural rhythm of breathing. Without any effort, each inhalation and exhalation of his breath was in harmony with his heartbeat, pulse, and flow direction, the blood in his body, and with the strange feeling slowly swirling around him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba spread his hand, looked down at that palm. His eyes seemed to have pierced through the skin, seeing the blood, the meridians beneath the rough skin. He also saw in it energy flows in motion. He joyfully raised his head and looked around. This sky, this earth, this air, it seemed that all had changed. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was only wearing thin clothes and stood in the cold wind, although he could feel the cold air coming, but the cold was not as cold to the bone as before he fell into that long sleep. Now he could distinctly feel the currents billowing through the air, feeling them round the great rocks, through the crevices, over the vast earth. He felt that the space in front of him was full of life, with countless animals and plants growing happily. To his right was a clearing, billowing from below, the ocean currents billowed in. On his left hand was a high mountain circuit, thin air crossing the snowy mountains, bringing cold news from afar. The information that flew in this wind, he had never noticed before. He could also feel the steady, strong, steady heartbeat and breathing of the three grey wolf brothers behind him, an unnamed blade of grass, hiding behind a large rock, where vision could not be reached, struggling to rise. Somewhere on his body, something unknown was slowly moving, making the energy in the body move along, exchanging continuously and balancing with the outside world. He could feel every breath of air he breathed into his body, driven by his blood vessels, flowing to every nook and cranny of his body, bringing energy to each place, and then carrying exhausted waste with him again, in another way, pushed to the outside. Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned his gaze to the wolf cave that saved his life, suddenly seeing a familiar shadow rolling back and forth in the wind in front of the cave entrance. He raised his eyebrows and took a closer look. It was that snowflake. Now the flower has withered, but still hangs around in front of the cave door, refusing to leave. Looking at the degree of withering of the petals, he is clearly asleep, not just one day. Trak Mok Kwong Ba walked over to the snow lotus, softly said, "Thank you." The snow lotus seemed to hear his words, and as soon as the wind blew, it fluttered away. Ouch! A long bark sounded. Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned his head, only to see the smallest wolf lying on his back. In front of his mouth was a piece of white. The wolf was looking up at him with expectant eyes. Trak Mok Kwong Ba bent down to take a closer look. Isn't this the young goat skin he gave to these three grey wolf brothers in Kar Kar Te Lai? Unexpectedly, now that it was worn down, only a small piece the size of a rabbit's tail remained, but they still kept it with them. He glanced at his wolf friend's expectant eyes, immediately understood, took out the wolf whistle that had saved his life several times from his pocket, brought it to him and said, "I too, always keep it." The smallest wolf, Wow, let out a joyful cry, swooped over to Trak Mok Kwong Ba's body, rolled to the ground, and then snuggled up to him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba always said, "Hey, don't do that. So cold, okay, Yen, quiet, what's wrong with you?" While joking, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly discovered that the wolf had a wound on his body. The wound was closed, but it was terrifyingly long, running along the wolf's spine. Only then did he realize that this wolf's tail was cut off in half, and his left ear was also missing a piece. Only then did Trak Mok Kwong Ba pay attention to observe the other two wolves, these three grey wolf brothers. Unexpectedly they were all covered with wounds. The biggest wolf was the worst injured. Its left hind leg has been severed, leaving only a coiled piece hanging under its belly. Now it can only walk on 3 legs. The other wolf was not much better. On its head there was a huge scar. If it were to go down a little, it would be considered an eye loss. Although these wounds had all healed, it was still possible to imagine how dire the situation of the war at that time was. Trak Mok Kwong Ba carefully examined the wounds. unexpectedly seeing that they were very similar to the wounds caused by wolves, he suddenly came to his senses, quickly asked the three grey wolf brothers, "You deported, living with wolves?" 1. Trak Mok Kwong Ba knows, in the wolf pack, if a wolf is away from the pack for too long, when returning, it is necessary to consult the other members, because the time of separation is too long, the wolf on his body is infected. Not many other flavors, members of the old family considered them unsafe elements. Only when accepted by the leader and family members can the wandering wolf return safely. If not accepted, it will be sent away. The wolves of the past who were members of the same family as him would mercilessly chase the poor wolf out of the pack territory, even biting him to death if he still refused to leave. These three grey wolf brothers, how did they cross the vast Karkar-Talai plateau, and then how did they travel 3,000 miles to the Tibetan plateau? How to overcome that terrible cold snow mountain? All the things they do, just to get back to their pack, but they vanished again, vanished. Their bodies are full of wounds, they can only hang around in this wilderness made of ice and snow, have homes and can't return, absolutely nothing, only relying on each other to survive. Thinking about the plight of the three grey wolf brothers so similar to him, Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't help but feel a bitter feeling. He raised the smallest wolf's face, muttering, We are all abandoned people." The smallest wolf saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba touching the wounds on his body, like a child who was unjustly wronged, looked up at him with teary eyes, choked on groans, then leaned over, letting Trak Mok Kwong Dad saw other wounds, then wagged his stump again before his eyes. It twirled, tried to grab half of the dead tail with its mouth, but could not bite its own tail no matter how hard it was. After that, it hesitantly looked up at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Its muzzle snorted non-stop. Trak Mok Kwong Ba grabbed the wolf's front leg and said softly, I know it all." He knew that the wolf was telling him his frustrations, but unfortunately, Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not know what it was saying. He recalls, when giving a lecture to him, Professor Fung Tan once said, "The vocal cords of wolves are V-shaped, they can emit more than 80 different types of calls, and we humans also can emit only more than 100 different monosyllabic sounds. The hearing range of wolves is about 12-80,000 Hz, and the range of human hearing is from 20-20,000 Hz. Guys, have you noticed that the wolf's hearing range covers the range of our human hearing? Thus, it means that what we hear, they can also hear. In addition, the wolf's voice is quite similar to that of humans. The number of syllables of the howl of a wolf is also relatively close to the number of monosyllables humans can emit, through different syllables, with the same variation and the length of the howl, which can create an infinite number of combinations. Therefore, wolves, it is quite possible to use only sound to express their feelings. Wolves have their own language, and just like us humans, wolves in different places have different languages. This language is passed down from generation to generation, not only used to communicate with fellow human beings, express their intentions, but also to educate the next generation and teach their children survival skills. Unfortunately, for thousands of years, our humanity, no one really listens to the voice of wolves, no one listens to the grief, anger and hatred, no one listens, their appreciation, joy, and admiration. My teacher once said, before the founding of China, there was a canine expert in Tibet who could not only hear the voice of wolves, but also speak the language of the wolf, of wolves directly interact with them too. Although I am not as brave as that expert, but after many years of research, I and my foreign colleagues have also summarized 13 different types of tones expressing different emotions of the poet. Wolves. Trak Mok Kwong Ba rummaged through his memory. The sounds the wolf made clearly did not belong to the 13 types of tones that Professor Fung Tan summarized. Its pronunciation is very short, very fast, only a syllable or two changes intonation. At first it sounds a lot like some black Americans singing rap music. Trak Mok Kwong Ba heard it for a moment, then saw the biggest wolf approaching, ramming the little wolf with his head, glaring at it, his throat emitting low and low sounds, as if he was saying, "What is it? But must weep, being a wolf, only bleeding and not shedding tears, don't lose your dignity." The little wolf changed his tune, only hearing the humpback sounds in his throat, as if he was very dissatisfied. The leader wolf did not pay attention to it, raised one front paw to press on Trak Mok Kwangba's stomach, growling 2 times, as if asking something. Trak Mok Kwangba's stomach was pressed by the wolf, and immediately let out a ah. Long. The leader wolf seemed to be smiling and laughing at him, then raised his head. His mouth was open, emitting rhythmic, gross sounds in a certain rhythm. This time, Trak Mok Kwangba understood. This is the order to gather before the meal, in the 13 basic tones that Professor Fung Tan has summarized. Normally only the leader wolf can emit, meaning, let's gather, let's go hunting. The other 2 wolves heard this sound, stopped joking, immediately approached the leader of the pack seriously, posing as if they could be ready to fight at any moment. The 3 wolves lined up in the shape of an arrow entered the dense fog. Just a few steps, the leader of the pack turned his head again, baring his teeth at Trak Mok Kwangba, as if saying, "Let's go, why are you still standing there?" After walking for a while, Trak Mok Kwangba immediately discovered that the smallest wolf kept raising his head and looking up at himself. His eyes seemed a bit annoyed, as if he wanted to say, "Why are you standing so tall? Reveal it now." Trak Mok Kwangba had to withdraw his head and neck, stealthily following behind them. It is also not known if this place is close to the area with active creatures, or because in the fog, human senses are inferior to animals. Along the way, except for wolves, Trak Mok Kwangba did not meet any animals, any living thing. But the 3 grey wolf brothers, not far from going, stopped, at the same time pricking their ears, pressing their bodies to the ground. Looking at their appearance, it was clear that the hunting object was very close. The 3 grey wolf brothers adjusted their fighting posture, but the leader wolf still seemed to feel that something was wrong, turned his head back, and immediately saw Trak Mok Kwangba standing there. No wonder today. Hunting can't hide its behavior. Thinking for a moment, it immediately turned its head, stepped in front of Trak Mok Kwangba, and used its claws to draw a horizontal line on the ground. Trak Mok Kwangba, no matter how smart, must be dumbfounded, unable to guess the meaning of this wolf. Seeing the wolf turn around, Trak Mok Kwangba immediately lifted his leg to prepare to follow, but it tilted his head and pushed his leg back behind the line. Trak Mok Kwangba was dumbfounded, only to hear that the leader of the pack snarled a few times in a low voice. In what he had learned, this was a warning sound during battle, short tones that would not travel too far, serving to remind his companions to be alert. Trak Mok Kwangba immediately understood, guessing that the wolf was going to say, "You stay here and watch, don't go forward." He waited for a long time. His whole body began to feel cold. He involuntarily stood with his legs crossed, his arms clasped in front of his chest, suddenly feeling a warm air rising from his left hand, overflowing over his shoulder, then running to the right hand, then back to the left hand through the intersection of the 2 arms, so the circulation does not stop. The upper body begins to not feel cold anymore. Trak Mok Kwangba was surprised to realize that this cold move, both clever and clever, was one of the strange moves Lu Kan Nam taught him in the last days. It was just that he had never felt this feeling before. This weird. Not long after, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard in front. The smallest wolf ran out of the mist, growling 2 times, telling Trak Mok Kwangba to follow. Trak Mok Kwangba followed the wolf to a canyon. Startled, he thought that these 3 grey wolf brothers were just catching some small animals, did not expect their prey to be this terrible. This was probably a deer, but even without the huge horns, this animal must be more than 2 meters tall, thick skin, long hair. Trak Mok Kwangba is really hard to imagine. In a place like this, there is such a beast living. I don't understand what it eats. However, after examining the giant deer's body, Trak Mok Kwangba seems to have understood. This deer seems to have wandered from a very far place to here. it was soon covered with bruises and black marks on its body. How unlucky! Was stopped here by 3 grey wolf brothers. The grey wolves did not immediately attack, but fought with the beast until it was barely breathing, no longer able to resist. They took action. The big deer's throat was torn by the wolf's teeth and died a long time ago, but the 3 grey wolf brothers did not immediately rush to bite and tear, but waited for Trak Mok Kwong Ba to arrive. Trak Mok Kwong Ba knew that, according to the custom of the wolf family, after each hunt, they had to wait for all members participating in the hunt to have enough, before the leader of the pack began to share. The wolves of different status will eat different parts of the prey, and at the same time, the order of eating first is also very noticeable. For thousands of years, wolves have still used this method to demonstrate the power and position of the leader, and ensure fairness and justice in a pack of wolves. It's just that, Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not expect, seeing the intentions of the other leader wolf, it seems that he wanted him to take advantage of his prey first. Could this be a special treatment for a precious friend? Trak Mok Kwong Ba was a little skeptical and stepped forward. The leader wolf patted the skin of the giant deer's belly, his eyes flashed, his claws traced a line, just like when he drew a line in the ground. Next, the wolf looked up at Trak Mok Kwong Ba again, emitting a few different long and short tones. Trak Mok Kwong Ba hesitated, completely not understanding anything. The smallest wolf did not know when to take the young goatskin and put it in front of him, then pressed his face to it with great satisfaction, then turned towards him and groaned, and then also caught before the wolf. The leader of the pack, looking at the carcass of the deer, raised its claws and swung it in the air. Its movement, very similar to the cutthroat movement that generals in war movies often do when ordering their subordinates to carry out assassination missions. Seeing that Trak Mok Kwong Ba was still dumbfounded, the other wolf started to panic. It jumped to gnaw at the deer's thigh and pulled a few times, then bared his sharp teeth at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba still didn't understand. It shook and bit the deer's thigh, shook and pulled a few more times, then bared its teeth. A cold wind blew. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shivered slightly, suddenly stringing the movements of the 3 wolves together, suddenly understanding. These 3 grey wolf brothers wanted him to skin the deer. The smallest wolf said that animal skins are very warm, and the other one meant to say, if they tear it apart with their teeth, the animal skins won't be of any use. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at his wolf friends with grateful eyes. He was looking for a tool to fit his hand, suddenly remembered that Professor Fung Tan once gave him a very sharp Swiss military knife. Because the knife was very small, he had stuffed it with a bronze sword at that time, and did not use it during the whole journey to this mountain of Sumeru. Right now, this was the only weapon he had left. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately went to skinning the giant deer. For the first time doing this job, it was inevitable to cut many places, but overall, it can also be considered a complete skin. He got into the skin, his hands just skimmed through the deer's front legs, but his legs couldn't get into the hind legs, and the deer's body was too long, making him look like he was carrying one huge bag of water, dragging on the ground. After letting Trak Mok Kwong Ba skin the deer, the leader wolf started its delicious meal. The other one stood by and waited. The smallest wolf temporarily did not have his turn, so he turned his head, walked around Trak Mok Kwong Ba's new leather jacket, sniffed it, then looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba grinning, pounced on him and rolled to the ground, biting lightly on his thigh, on his shoulder, up his throat. Trak Mok Kwong Ba of course understood. The wolf just wanted to play with him. In the pack, wolves often play like this. They can regulate the bite force very accurately. Sometimes at first glance it seems that they are biting each other very violently. In fact, the two do not hurt each other at all. Their fighting skills were all trained in such pranks. This movement of the smallest wolf clearly means, put on the deer skin, then you turn into a deer, bite him, bite him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't stand it anymore. He also bared his teeth and bit back. In the wolf's eyes, a smile appeared, shaking from the right to the left, easily dodging. The mouth emitted a growl. You, provocative. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also imitated that sound in response to it. The wolf was even happier. Trak Mok Kwong Ba just played with the wolf, thinking to himself, the wolves here are really strong, physically like him, but they also dive to knock them down at the first blow, no longer able to react every time. Resistance. Looks like we have to learn some fighting techniques from them. Then he thought of some other question. Did these three Grey Wolf brothers belong here? They have already returned here. This point can clearly be confirmed. However, as well as the conclusion he drew when observing these three wolves in Karkatelai, their fur was not very thick, so where they lived, at least it could not be in the middle of the cloudy sky and earth, ice and snow like this. Also, how did they get back here? Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly recalled the time in the snowy mountain to Tat Kiat Mak, remembered the first time Kwong Nhat far back played a bone flute. Could it be that only wolves here can understand the meaning of that sound? The wolves at that time, was it them? Trak Mok Kwong Ba hugged the smallest wolf, one hand pointed to the sky as if through the clouds, asked it, are you guys up there and down here? Then nodded again, said, we came back here, it was from up there, right? The wolf seemed to understand what he meant, narrowed his eyes and nodded, and then let out a long series of sounds that Duo Mok Kwong Ba did not understand. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought to himself, that's right, they gathered yak cows and wolves, just because they wanted to survive in an environment beyond their tolerance, cross the snowy mountains, find their way back. However, now, only the three of them remained, which also means, the wolves and the other yak cows, have all died along the way. After all, how much pain and hardship did they have to endure to come back here? Trak Mok Kwong Ba could not help but feel the sympathy rising in his heart, the tribulations that these three Grey Wolf brothers had to go through, afraid that it was no less than himself. Thinking about the plight of the three wolves, Trak Mok Kwong Ba again remembered his plight. At this time, the wolf saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly come out, so he stuck his tongue out and licked his face. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also put his hand around its neck. It licked his hand again, its throat making soft sounds. That warm, sticky but slightly wet feeling immediately made the melancholy in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's heart decrease significantly. He looked at the wolf's face, suddenly recalling the knowledge that Professor Fung Tan had taught him in the past. The sense of smell of canine animals is 10,000 times more sensitive than that of humans. They can grasp even information we humans have no way of finding out. For example, when a person's emotions change, it will lead to a change in hormones in the body. Humans cannot detect this hormone change, but canine animals can, very clearly understood. That means canine animals can easily know the emotional state of people, know whether we are angry, happy, sad, or scared. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at the wolf he was holding in his arms with loving eyes, softly said, you are comforting me, right? Thank you, thank you. After the three wolves finished eating, it was Trak Mok Kwong Ba's turn. The deer was too big, so there was still quite a bit of meat left. The Grey Wolf brothers left him with two hind legs and a spine. Looking at the leader's intentions, it seems that, if you can't eat it all, pull it back. Looking at the big deer carcass and the pieces of red meat, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was a little hesitant. He was still not used to eating raw. It was just that now he was so hungry that he couldn't stand it anymore. He hesitated for a moment, then took a knife and cut a piece into his mouth to chew. Unexpectedly, eating raw meat also had an indescribable delicious taste. The wolves looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, smiling but not laughing, as if mocking his claws and fangs for not being sharp enough. While munching on meat, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly recalled a time when he came home. His father once said, if you want to really understand another species of creature, then let go of the thought that you are a human being. Use the most primitive form of life, meet them with sincerity, so that you can be recognized by them. What kind of relationship do you think the Kwai Ba people have with wolves? Only when you really understand what it means to live with wolves, will you understand the meaning of what I am saying. Living with wolves. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought to himself, putting the piece of meat on the tip of the knife into his mouth. His father's quote, "Throw away the thought that you are a human being, use the most primitive form of life, use your heart to meet them, so that you can be recognized by them, in the end, how should I explain it?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba at this time has gradually formed his own understanding. Does his father want to say, want to really understand wolves? Then give up your human status, son, become a wolf. After eating, especially with this method of chewing raw meat, the heat has been significantly added. In fact, compared to the three Grey Wolf brothers, Trak Mok Kwong Ba ate very little. Wolves can eat 1/3 of their body weight at a time, then depending on the circumstances, they may not need to eat anything for the next few days or even decades. After eating and drinking, it was time to rest and play. All the way back to the cave, the smallest wolf and the little wolf kept jumping and playing. Returning to the cave, Trak Mok Kwong Ba brought all the remaining things on his body, lined up in a horizontal line on the ground. Each item here has a different meaning: teacher, da cat, family, wolves, sister. This is all he can keep. Looking at those jewels, he can't help but feel sad and depressed. Based on these things alone, he couldn't stand up to Merkin's entire legion. What should I do? Stay here, become a wolf, live with the Grey Wolf brothers? Looking around in the dark cave, Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled bitterly and thought, this time, I'm afraid that I have to live with a real wolf. The leader of the pack was injured in the leg, so he did not play with the other two wolves but entered the cave, curled up next to Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was also idle with nothing to do, so he pointed to the items in front of him, recounting the background and story behind each item to him. For some reason, he felt that the wolf was bound to understand, for in the whole process of his telling the story, it was always quiet and listened very attentively. Living with wolves, too. Trak Mok Kwong Ba put his hand on the wolf's spine, stroking along its long fur. The reunion with the three Grey Wolf brothers made him extremely happy. He knew, these three wolves had not only saved his life. For some reason, apart from the wolves controlled by the Taoist Beastmaster, his wolf companions seemed to trust him completely, since he was a child. He didn't even need to go through the initial reticence that lasted days or months like strange wolves making contact for the first time. He remembered when he was a child, usually the second or third time when he would bring food to the wolves, just confirm it was harmless, they would eat it on his hand. Each time, he took advantage of caressing the wolves a little. Their fur was soft and smooth like silk, feeling extremely comfortable. Thinking of this, Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Perhaps himself, being a wolf is more appropriate than being a human. In the sticky fog of moisture, the boy Trak Mok Kwong Ba was alone, scared, and walked bewilderedly. In the forest ahead, suddenly a pair of orange-yellow eyes flashed. The boy Kwong Ba panicked, jumped back, and immediately touched a tall, solid leg. The boy didn't think about it, hugged that leg tightly. Father, in front. The old man Dukenon was still young then, lightly patting Trak Mok Kwong Ba's head said, "Son, don't be afraid, it's a wolf friend, their house is in the deep forest, they are my neighbors." The boy Trak Mok Kwong Ba watched the tall grey wolves come out of the woods, hugging his father's legs even tighter. "Father, I'm scared." The father crouched down and said softly, "Don't be afraid, they are just like us. The mother wolf takes care of the cubs, the father wolf goes out to find food." After that, the boy Trak Mok Kwong Ba was no longer afraid. He saw those wolf friends sticking out the tongues, licking and licking their father's palms. Another wolf friend even licked his face, feeling the hoarse, sad itch, making him chuckle. A mother wolf, carrying an unweaned cub, also came before his father. The old man Dukenon stretched out his hand, gently pressed the little wolf's forehead with his thumb, and said to the mother wolf, "He will become a strong man." Looking at the wolf cub just holding his father's hand, the boy Kwong Ba was no longer afraid. He asked, "Can I stroke it?" His father replied, then let's see if the mother wolf agrees. The boy Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked the mother wolf again, "Can I touch it for a bit?" "It won't hurt it." The mother wolf gently placed the cub in the palm of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. The boy used both hands to lift the cub. The little wolf narrowed his eyes, moving in his hand, his body soft and warm. His father said, "Son, this is life. Every life comes into the world in such a way. This is life." Trak Mok Kwong Ba, startled awake from the dream, discovered that his whole body was covered in sweat. Was it a dream just now, or was it something he really experienced? However, even if it happened in the real past, it was a story from when he was 4 or 5 years old, and now it has become vague and can't remember anymore. But as soon as I closed my eyes, the dream just now appeared as clear as in the movie. It was impossible to get rid of it. When his consciousness slowly awakened a little more, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was surprised to realize that, according to his knowledge, the scene in that dream was an almost impossible thing in reality. During the lactation period, the mother wolf will absolutely protect her cubs, even if the male wolves of the same pack are strictly forbidden to approach the cubs. If it is willing to let a stranger come into contact with the wolf cub, and even put its baby in human hands, it can only be called a miracle, not a miracle. Trak Mok Kwong Ba believes that he just dreamed, but why is his whole body sweating like this? He glanced at the 3 grey wolf brothers. They were clearly awake, but refused to open their eyes, still lazily rolling their tails, continued to lie close to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, feeling each other's warmth. Trak Mok Kwong Ba very carefully lifted his hand. His heart became more and more suspicious. Was it a dream or? Why does it feel so real? The appearance of his father's youth, even if he recalled it now, might not have been as clear as in that dream. Could it be that his body was really different from that of a normal person? A few days later, Trak Mok Kwong Ba continuously dreamed, all of which were childhood dreams that he had long forgotten. Each time he woke up, his body was sweaty, his strength seemed to have gone nowhere. It's like fighting a wild beast in an earthquake. He used to think it was because of the 3 grey wolf brothers lying on top of him, but if so, why did he wake up on the first day? He felt refreshed, his eyes and ears were also more sensitive than usual. Besides, every time I wake up, Trak Mok Kwong Ba feels uncomfortable, but I can't describe that feeling. I just feel empty in my body, like I'm missing something. It is not the same as saying hunger and thirst, but saying that it is a melancholy mood is not the same. At such times, he immediately adjusted his breathing according to the tantric method taught by Lu Kan Nam. Combined with those strange movements, that feeling of disappointment was reduced somewhat. More and more times like this, the 3 grey wolf brothers who saw, especially the smallest wolf, also began to learn his movements. Once, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was doing a movement, just saw the smallest wolf lying on his back on the ground, his 4 legs propped up in the sky, trying to curl himself up, intending to put his head through his hind legs to grab his tail. He was amused. The feeling of frustration immediately decreased significantly. From then on, that uncomfortable feeling gradually decreased day by day, and at the same time, the feeling of a flow of air slowly circulating inside the body became stronger every day. Trak Mok Kwong Ba discovered that his movements were becoming more and more agile. His physical strength also slowly recovered, tending to be even better than before. After his stamina was completely restored, the 3 grey wolf brothers did not need to lie on him to sleep anymore, but they were still in the cave, hugging each other and sleeping. One day, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly remembered. The elder of Kong Bo village once said that he had not woken up yet, so he thought to himself, could it be that the strange feeling a few days ago is a sign that we are about to wake up or what? These days, Trak Mok Kwong Ba is very familiar with the 3 grey wolf brothers. The leading wolf, the most obvious sign is the broken right rear leg, and at the same time, the hair under its chin is also a little longer, looks like a beard. Above the mane there is a star-shaped scar. Being together for a while, Trak Mok Kwong Ba always had the feeling that this wolf's eyes were not round like the smallest wolf, but the upper eyelid was slightly sagging, like a person always frowning in thought. The medium-sized wolf was the most scarred, so much so that its grey fur was patchy like a zebra, with lots of raised flesh. Its mouth seems to be a little shorter, but it is wider to the sides. Its lips are also thicker than its two brothers, the corners of its eyes are lowered. Looking at the front, its face exudes a very worthy aggression, scared. In comparison, the wounds on the little wolf's body are almost insignificant. Its fur is an ash-grey color. There are no spots, 4 legs are regular, there is not a scar on the face, and the eyes are extremely intelligent. Every time it stared at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, he always felt as if those eyes could speak. The only downside is the tail is half amputated. Trak Mok Kwong Ba knows that for wolves, the tail is actually an important part to show off the beauty. The wolf has lost its tail. No matter how beautiful it is, it cannot be listed in the beautiful man of the wolf family. Moreover, its ear is also chipped, but if you don't get close, it is very difficult to detect. In addition, he also observed the teeth, fur, claws of wolves. Preliminary guessing, the oldest one is about 12 to 13 years old. According to the age of wolves, he has entered middle age. The scarred wolf was about 10 years old, of the middle-aged type, and the youngest is probably about 7 or 8 years old. His physique is actually not much different from the other 2 wolves. It's just that when they first met 3 years ago, he was the thinnest wolf, so the impression of Trak Mok Kwong Ba is especially profound. Based on their age, Trak Mok Kwong Ba in turn gave them 3 names: Big Wolf, 2 Wolf, 3 Wolf for convenience. The 3 grey wolf brothers each have their own unique characteristics. The elder wolf is cautious, the second wolf is brave and aggressive, and the third wolf is extremely intelligent. On the day of naming, Trak Mok Kwong Ba pointed at the foreheads of 3 grey wolf brothers in turn, and repeated, Big Wolf, 2 Wolf, 3 Wolf. Big Wolf, Wolf 2, Wolf 3. Only repeated about 5 or 6 times. The 3 wolves did not make an appointment, but they both knew that the 3 pronunciations above were the way to call the names, but their eyes were full of disdain. Each of them was like, squishy squishy. As soon as Trak Mok Kwong Ba called his name, they immediately looked away. The obvious meaning was, just smell the smell and know who it is, no need to pronounce it for trouble. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was helpless, but he could not use taste to distinguish the 3 grey wolf brothers. Wolf 3 is the most disgruntled. When Trak Mok Kwong Ba calls Big Wolf's name, he can casually follow along, Ka Chang Dai Lang, calling Wolf 2. Wolf 2 also repeats, Oh Chang Nhi Lang, but Wolf Ba can't repeat it. It bared its teeth and nipped at the hem of Trak Mok Kwong Ba's leather shirt, shook his head vigorously, telling him to change his name to another name so that he could pronounce it again. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought for a moment, then called it the Ut wolf. Only then was the youngest wolf satisfied. Baring his teeth, he let out a hi. Hey, Chang, Tu Lang. Next, Trak Mok Kwong Ba pointed at himself. Trak Mok Kwong Ba, me, Trak Mok Kwong Ba. This time it was the turn of the 3 grey wolf brothers to widen their eyes. They can't pronounce the name. Big Wolf opened his mouth, but making no sound, he turned to look at Second Wolf. Second Wolf was silent for a long time, and finally, still not knowing what to do, turned to Little Wolf. The youngest wolf rolled his eyes for a while, not understanding what he was thinking, only saw it snorting in his throat, then suddenly opened his mouth and let out a voice, Oh Chang. Big Wolf and Second Wolf seemed very satisfied with this pronunciation, shouting a few times, Oh Chang. Au Chang. So, since then, Trak Mok Kwong Ba has another name for the wolf, called Oh Chang. At the same time, for the study of the wolf's language, Trak Mok Kwong Ba has also gone beyond the knowledge of Professor Fung Tan. Basically, he can understand intonations with the simplest meanings such as, gather, hide, lie down, eat. In addition, he spends the most time with the youngest wolf. The youngest wolf has a childlike personality, saying the most sentences like, "Come over here, play with me, get away, no need you more." Only a few simple words, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba must both listen and guess, constantly groping and imitating to be able to grasp. I remember waking up one morning, Trak Mok Kwong Ba learned the wolf language and shouted a few times, "Eat." As a result, the three grey wolf brothers stared at him curiously, discovered that he had only 2 hands and stood there screaming, immediately leaping to knock him to the ground. Only then did Trak Mok Kwong Ba understand, "Well, so pronounced like that means, eat it, I thought it was just hunting." After that, it took him a while to distinguish the very small difference between the two sounds, "let's eat," and "let's hunt." Trak Mok Kwong Ba always intended to restore the broken leg for Big Wolf, but it had to be advised and comforted a few times before he agreed to let him see that leg. Trak Mok Kwong Ba touched the broken spot. Big Wolf was in pain. He turned his head and bared his teeth, growling a few times, "Be careful, it hurts." Only then did Trak Mok Kwong Ba discover that the leg had been broken for too long and could not be reattached, but fortunately it was not necrotic, only the Big Wolf would have to put his foot on and walk like this, forever. He said melancholy, "Sorry, I can't help you," he said, shaking his head slightly. There were heavy breathing sounds in Big Wolf's nose. He turned his head, then turned his gaze to the distant fog, almost saying, "It's okay, I'm used to it." Like this for about 7 or 8 days, after leading the group to patrol the territory for the last time of the day, Big Wolf cried out a series of sounds Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't understand, and then, Little Wolf ran away, "Go into the cave with the goatskin it likes best and come out." Trak Mok Kwong Ba followed the 3 grey wolf brothers, discovering that they were getting farther and farther away from the cave, and finally, out of the limits of the territory. The great wolf walked, leaving new signs by the roadside. Only then, Trak Mok Kwong Ba understood, and immediately turned to ask Wolf Ut, "Are we going to a new place?" Ut Wolf softly, "Grr." After a few hours, Trak Mok Kwong Ba probably heard and understood what he meant to say, the food was not enough anymore. That's right, the day's Trak Mok Kwong Ba was with 3 grey wolf brothers, a total of 2 hunted, no, a total of 2 times discovered food. Fortunately, both times encountered large animals. In this cold weather, meat is not easily spoiled. However, Trak Mok Kwong Ba still could not help but try to change the eating habits of people, each time trying to eat as much meat as wolves, then fasting for a long time. For some reason, Trak Mok Kwong Ba joyfully discovered, more and more he was adapting to this irregular eating pattern. Later he speculated on his own, thinking that the cause was most likely due to his actions, strange action and that particular method of breathing. Because he thought about it, he saw that the fake tantrics challenged the hunger limit of the human body, apparently very similar to wolves or other wild animals that could not find food. According to the knowledge recorded in the books, every time the wolves patrol the territory or expand a new territory, the wolves in the pack follow closely behind the leader, but the 3 grey wolf brothers do not seem to be the same position. They split up, which one runs that path, only keeping a certain distance to be able to feel each other. Not knowing how long it took, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly heard the Ut wolf in front of him happily shouting, "Oh Chang, hurry up." At the same time, Big Wolf, Second Wolf also sensed something, soaring up like flying. Trak Mok Kwong Ba knew that the prey absolutely could not make the 3 grey wolf brothers this excited. He also ran fast, only to see his eyes light up. Even his eyes seemed to be soaked with water. An S-shaped river lies across, zigzagging, meandering, rolling waves splash up, at first glance like a harder scarf encrusted with gems. This is a meter-wide river. He recalled the past few days, when traveling with the shaman Ala and the others, everyone brought their own water. Later, he lived with 3 grey wolf brothers. When it snowed, he ate some snow, sometimes with the help of wolves to guide him. He could find a ditch or two as small as a knuckle, compared to a meter-wide river. This is really incomparable. Trak Mok Kwong Ba hurriedly ran to the riverbank, was preparing to drink his face down like the three Grey Wolf brothers, when suddenly he saw a scary monster shadow appearing in the riverbed. He was startled and looked up, head up, lost momentum, staggered back a few steps. The youngest wolf stood beside him and watched, his eyes narrowed like a new moon, clearly grinning. Looking at his appearance, it seemed that he was almost hugging his stomach and laughing. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought for a moment, immediately understood, couldn't help but laugh bitterly. If that beast wasn't him, who else could come here? It turned out that, after a long time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba gradually forgot all human habits, did not know how many days he had not washed his face and shaved, his beard and hair were intertwined, and he put on himself again a self-made goatskin coat, full of the smell of wolves. In his spare time, he also used a tree branch to braid himself a loose shirt, put it over the leather jacket. At first glance, he looked very much like a forest man. Picking up a handful of water in his hand, feeling warm, Trak Mok Kwong Ba splashed water on his face, then threw his head into the riverbed, not wanting to look up for a long time. The three brothers, the Grey Wolf, had finished their full life, and chased each other to play along the riverbank. Trak Mok Kwong Ba washed his face clean, if not still a bit afraid of the cold weather. He also wanted to jump down to take a shower. When Big Wolf was about to gather them all on the road, Trak Mok Kwong Ba noticed something floating in the water. He picked it up and took a look, and it turned out to be a plastic bag. Trak Mok Kwong Ba recognized this type of bag. This is a bag containing nutritious food in a compact form of the Merkin group. He immediately recalled what Lu Kan Nam once taught, because this is a plastic product, so he can't rely on the degree of water absorption to judge the time, but can only observe the degree of oxidation of the tear at the mouth of the bag to give a rough estimate. This thing was roughly torn off about 5 to 3 days ago. The body of the bag has small scratches. Sure, it was not thrown directly into the water, but somewhere near, the wind blew into the river bed. Which also means, about 3 to 5 days ago, Merkin's team or someone else who got lost in it appeared nearby. Because of being soaked for a long time, the water washed away all the smell, so the three Grey Wolf brothers couldn't find any more useful information, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba still tore a long streak on the bag. To the three werewolves, remember the smell of the chemical in that plastic bag. After discovering the river, the route of the three Grey Wolf brothers changed. They charted a new territory along the riverbank. Any creature cannot live far from the water source. With this river, it will be easier to find prey. This is common knowledge that everyone knows. However, since seeing that plastic bag, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's mind is always in a state of confusion. 10 days of living peacefully beside the three Grey Wolf brothers only made him temporarily forget the pain. He had not only once thought of continuing to search for the Temple of Silver and the Unicorn, but at the same time I also know that, once we continue, it will be inevitable to continue to suffer, to continue to have separations. The three Grey Wolf brothers would definitely not be indifferent, and besides, in this environment, he couldn't leave them to act alone. But even though the three Grey Wolf brothers were very strong, their enemy, not one or two, but an entire army armed to the teeth, no matter how Trak Mok Kwong Ba calculated, his side was also there is no chance to win. Big Wolf led them all along the river, charting a new territory. This river is very long, probably flowing from Shangri-La, or formed by melting snow at the foot of the mountain. The water flowed to the edge of the third platform, turning into a straight silver ribbon that poured down. Since the wolves could only travel a limited distance each day, their territory could not last forever, so this new territory only traced a circle around the end of the river. Stop. Later, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the wolves found within the new territory a cave where they could hide. Along the way, Wolf Yuti saw that Trak Mok Kwong Ba seemed to have the same feelings, and ran around him, making him happy. Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled apologetically at it, but his heart was still disturbed by countless tangled thoughts. Where did the Merkins end up? Ala Shaman, and also Min Min, how are they now? Musical Dwang. Music Dwang. After all, why did he do that? For the first few days after defining the new territory, they all patrolled the territory closely, examining the topography, routes, and monitoring and searching for potential habitats, object appears. In this respect, Trak Mok Kwong Ba could not help the three Grey Wolf brothers. He did not have a keen sense of smell like them. In the world of wolves, they can rely on their sense of smell to create a 3D model in their brains from different flavors. According to the results of many studies, the stereoscopic map by smell is more accurate and detailed than the map drawn by computer. Therefore, in these days, Trak Mok Kwong Ba spends time reminiscing the whole process of searching for Bak Bala Temple and 2 Unicorn, which has lasted for many years. He suddenly realized that there were many questionable points that he had never paid attention to, and at the same time, he also began to feel that maybe what Yuyang did was not like what he thought. One thing Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't know was that, at the same time, another large group of grumblings and complaints, circling behind him. Chapter 68, 1,000 Wolves. True. A few minutes later, the wind blowing in the air carried Trak Mok Kwong Ba's hull to a faraway place. At the top of a pyramid-like structure, the black shadow located at the highest position on the platform waved its ears slightly, opened its arrogant eyes to look at that life, threw itself up, and gently swayed, head. Beneath the pyramids, immediately countless ridiculous shadows stood up. Around the pyramid, unexpectedly there were thousands of wolves and mastiffs. It seems that the position of each one on the pyramid also symbolizes their status and status. They all looked up in surprise at the regal in the supreme throne, only to see their king staring to the south, slightly bowing his head, then raising his head again, letting out a terrifying roar. Land. Living with wolves. 3. It's her son, damn it. Unexpectedly, Merkin lost his usual form, angrily cursed, and almost picked up the laptop and threw it out. He maliciously pointed at the stereoscopic map on the computer screen and said, "We have already passed this place." Not just once. Saws also cried and laughed at the computer screen, matching 99%, if not in the same place. It really makes people hard to believe. He raised his head to look at the hazy fog that covered the whole sky and earth, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Since the 2 leading wolves disappeared for no reason, they have almost gone no further. Although it is said that it sometimes snows, and the food with high nutritional content in the backpack is enough for 3 years, both water and food are not lacking, but if you keep walking around in the fog, the blind can't find the way out, and we have so many people, it's hard to avoid emotional inhibition, which will eventually lead to mental breakdown. This entire team are mercenaries. Anyone who gets mad will affect the others. Fortunately, the mercenaries didn't know they were going around, and besides, Merkin had said, this place was still quite a distance from the temple of Bak Bala, at least 3 months to reach the temple. Apparently, Merkin foresaw this situation early on, which left himself with a setback. Merkin, burning with anger, stepped out of the tent, looked up at the overcast sky, and took several deep breaths. Fortunately, these days, along the way, I also found a few mercenaries who got lost while parachuting. The rest of the new guys were not suspicious, but it was only early for them to find out they were going around, only late. Max followed behind, guessing Merkin's mind, and said, "Master, I see that it's that guy Yuyang trying to play tricks. It's using some diabolical stereoscopic mapping technique to lead us around." Merkin glared at Max without saying anything. Max said again, "Also, how many good things did Mr. Cafu bring? Why did Yuyang refuse to wear it, but still wear his old shirt? I suspect, in that old suit, there is a tracker hidden, so that..." "Enough," Merkin snorted coldly, making Max startle, shivering. "Just saying this can't work, that's not enough. You're very good, aren't you? Telling you to follow Yuyang to learn how to manipulate the software. How far have you learned?" Merkin asked Max to learn how to manipulate the computer of Professor Feng Tan is also reluctant. Although Cafu did bring his computer, the system was mainly for use in combat. Unlike Professor Feng Tan's astronomy, meteorology, geophysics, chemical medicine, and agriculture, economy, weather and love, everything has it, let alone all of the electronic documents of the British Museum. Unfortunately, the useful software in Professor Feng Tan's computer is all in Chinese. In this team, only Y and Max know a few words. As for the other mercenaries, there's no need to expect anything. To put it like a mercenary, if they even know a difficult language like Chinese, there's no need to be a mercenary. He himself was not convenient to lower his status to ask Yang how the software was used, so he had to ask Max to study. Normally that computer was also worn by Max himself, who would have guessed him. We've been studying for almost a month and still don't know anything. Max was silent, not daring to say anything. Merkin hissed again. You see Yang, field reconnaissance, celestial observation, stereoscopic mapping, topographic analysis, coordinate marking. Out of all that, what did you learn? Other than gossip, what else do you know? I'd rather have talented and unpredictable subordinates than a bunch of loyal trash like you. With that, Merkin waved his hand and left. Max thought for a long time, suddenly beaming with joy, thinking to himself, hey, my boss says I'm a loyal trash, proving that my position in his heart is higher than some guys. Thinking of this, he smugly went into the tent again. Seeing Yang still sitting in front of a map and a bunch of data, he changed his voice to comfort. Don't force yourself to do anything, me and the boss believes in you. We can definitely get out of this foggy area, right? Yang glanced at Max, then sighed and said, the topography of this place, the topographical places, are many. The similarity of the mountains is also very high. Just a little bit of attention will turn into a detour. I did my best to avoid repeating the same old routes. It's just that the weather doesn't agree with people. Max thought for a moment, then asked, our equipment is like this and we still have to go around here, then those people, surely can't get out of this foggy area, right? I do not know, Yang honestly replied. In the past, I just followed the team. Although I don't know what method they used to distinguish directions in the fog, it interfered with this electronic signal. But I have a feeling, they didn't take a detour. However, it must be said again and again, you have wolves to guide you, can go from behind us to the front, proving that the wolves are really familiar with the situation here, if Mr. Saws. Yang intentionally only said half. Max indeed followed up immediately. The name Saws is dead. I think he is really a piece of food that doesn't sit still. I don't know what kind of mistake I ordered, lost 2 guide wolves, and then blamed it all on me. I'm not a Taoist beastmaster. You see, these days he burns incense to call a wolf or something, but he can't call a dead dog. I'm not good at anything, I can only blame others. Yang smiled and smiled. However, I feel that Saws is also very good. Was there some other reason why he couldn't summon the wolves? Max felt that there was something else in Yang's words, so he pointed it out for him. You mean? Did that guy do it on purpose? What's the use of doing that? Yang was about to say that he didn't mean it, when Max slapped his thigh and slapped him, as if he had just woken up from a coma. That's right. Surely he saw Kafu with so many people, his effect was not much anymore. In his heart he was upset, so he deliberately pretended that he couldn't find the wolves, in order to make us keep walking around in the fog. Then, when everyone was exhausted, there was no possibility, he called the wolves, then he showed his ability. Yang couldn't believe that just one of his random words made Max think of so many things, couldn't help but secretly say, this Max is not stupid either. Seeing that Max ran out excitedly again, without guessing, he knew that he was gossiping again. This, for Max, is bound to be a major discovery. Yang secretly said, this is what you came up with, it has nothing to do with me. Immediately afterwards, he thought again, perhaps, letting this news spread among the mercenaries will have an unexpected effect. Seeing that Max was far away, Yang focused his mind on the computer again, secretly calculating in his mind, The young masters of Ala and Kwangba magicians are probably not far from the temple of Bakbala by now. Maybe it's time to let these mercenaries go a few steps further, change places and let them roam around. With no one around, Yue Yang's fingers kept tapping on the keyboard, and in the blink of an eye, the stereoscopic map on the screen had completely changed, and a new terrain appeared. Since discovering that plastic bag, Trakmok Kwangba has been sad and unhappy. It seems that he is no longer interested in patrolling the territory, looking for prey like before, just staying in the cave. Newfound movement, refused to go out. When the UT wolf saw that he was heavy with a heart, he stayed in the cave with him, sometimes cooing, sometimes jumping up to play, after playing all the tricks, but still seeing that Trakmok Kwangba was not happy, it helplessly lay her head on his lap, letting out disgruntled wheezes. At that time, Trakmok Kwangba's turbulent mood calmed down somewhat. Big Wolf and Second Wolf returned from patrolling the territory, and outside the cave was whispering something. UT Wolf raised his ears to listen, rolled his eyes, and climbed down from Trakmok Kwangba, joining the discussion of the other two wolves. Trakmok Kwangba only faintly heard a few syllables meaning, prey, not far, but did not understand anything. The three Grey Wolf brothers discussed for a while, only to see the UT Wolf running up and down, pulling the trouser leg of Trakmok Kwangba, growling and shouting, "Go hunting, hunt." Trakmok Kwangba slowly stood up, followed the UT Wolf out. No matter how bad the mood was, he had to eat. However, he discovered, the youngest wolf said, "Hunt, hunt," but his eyes kept staring at his real leather jacket and turned around, momentarily did not understand what it meant. They followed the riverbank into the area near the foot of the mountain of the third stage. About 10 kilometers away, a lagoon appeared in front of them. There are a few small rivers flowing here. The four sides are sparse with a few species of plants that can withstand the cold. The piles of volcanic lava several times the height of a human body rise up like thorns. The fog is entangled, the vision is very narrow. Going a little further, the scene in front of eyes changed. On the edge of the lagoon appeared a huge herd of deer leisurely gnawing on the young leaves of an unknown plant species. This was obviously a very large herd, about 17 or 18 females, 23 dozen males. The leader of the herd was very tall, more than 2 meters from foot to shoulder, and great horns on its head. The other, the width alone must be at least 3 meters or more. Trakmok Kwangba couldn't help but secretly panic. It's terrible. At the same time, he also understood why Little Wolf kept looking at his leather jacket. If he could hunt another deer, he could make another leather suit. Seeing the three Grey Wolves infiltrating, the deer immediately became tense. The scattered large deer stood up one by one. The few that were butting each other with their horns also stopped the fight. The mother deer slowly gathered one at a time. In places, the stag slowly forms a half circle around the female deer in the middle. Only the other head deer was still standing from afar watching the three Grey Wolf brothers, showing no sign of panic. In contrast, the three Grey Wolf brothers were very leisurely, walking neither fast nor too slow, leisurely walking around the deer herd, or rushing through the gaps between them, stopping to look at a deer every now and again. Somehow, their heads were huddled together as if they were making comments, then they continued to walk around, looking very similar to those women who go to the market to choose vegetables. If they are too fat, they will not like them, but they are thin. I also can't stand it. I can't choose over and over again. Trakmok Kwangba knew that the three Grey Wolf brothers were choosing the weakest deer, which one in the herd had bad teeth and gums, which was not able to digest well, which one was injured and did not work properly. He couldn't discovered, but the three Grey Wolf brothers knew. Deer have bad teeth and gums. There will be a strange smell in their mouth. If they don't digest well, their feces is a sign. And if they've been injured before, the wolves' sharp noses can smell them even earlier. The only regret is, this large herd of deer recently has clearly not produced any baby deer, or also, the baby deer have already been eaten. Trakmok Kwangba saw that the youngest deer was also about 2 or 3 years old. The The height and body was close to that of the mother deer. Besides, the whole herd was very strong and healthy. Not in the period of childbirth. The mother deer did not appear weak, nor did any of the deer get injured. He had seen wolves rounding up bison, if there was a cub, or an injured one, just chased for a while. When calves or injured cows were not fit enough to fall behind the team, the whole pack of wolves will overflow. Many times, there will be strong bulls coming back to the rescue. The wolves will not chase to the end, but only bite the injured prey, then run away, then continue to chase. Wounded cows, of course, could not stand the rush to escape, and soon they would be lost again in the herd, and would end up being bitten by the throats of the wolves on their backs. The cows also knew that the cow could not be saved any more, so they swallowed their tears and left to let the wolves freely bite their own kind. Now, facing a huge herd of deer at the strongest age, the 3 grey wolf brothers seem much weaker. What will they do? Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly remembered the deer that he and the 3 grey wolf brothers hunted for the first time. I don't know if they were herded from this population or not. It's also a long way from here. How did they do it? The 3 grey wolves leisurely walked around a few times, finally choosing a stag that looked very strong and healthy. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was stunned, remembering the first time he and the 3 grey wolf brothers also hunted a stag. They did not attack directly, but let Big Wolf step forward, towards the deer baring its fangs and growling for a while. Second wolf and youngest wolf stood watching from a distance. Like this for a while, then the other 2 wolves unexpectedly turned and left, as if they were not hungry, but just hovered around, choosing the food in advance. Didn't come here to hunt. Why leave like that? Could it be, leaving only the big wolf to challenge the giant deer? Trak Mok Kwong Ba was still hesitating, only to see Wolf Yuti coming to his side. His appearance seemed arrogant and proud. Looking at its appearance, it was as if the other deer had become an object in the 3 brothers' pocket. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at the deer again, only to see that it was provoked by the big wolf, already very angry, with his head down, sharp horns like 2 blades stroking back and forth on the rock, making a sound, squish, like a sword drawn from its sheath. The great wolf cried out, growl, standing in the distance waving his claws, as if to rush, but as if to retreat. Surely, its expression must be very contempt for the other, because the stag's eyes flashed with anger, as if roaring in his heart, you lame wolf, dare to brag. In front of me, I thought these horns of mine were nothing. The other deer, seeing 3 grey wolves gone by 2, leaving only one with a crippled leg, dared to provoke one of the strongest deer in the herd, apparently eating their fill. Their vigilance was immediate, significantly reduced. The herd of deer slowly dispersed. The one that was eating the leaves continued to eat the leaves. The one who nodded and wanted to sleep, then lay down to sleep again. Not long after, the other stag could not contain his anger, lowered his head, raised his sharp horns, and rushed forward, with a terrifying reputation, like a horseman raising his spear at the enemy. At first it looked as if the great wolf had not had time to dodge, but it turned around gently, narrowly escaping the range of the deer's horns, circling to the side, staring at the deer. The deer also looked at it motionless. Big Wolf slightly stretched his head forward, then slowly sat down again, raising one of his front paws and waving it in the air, as if beckoning, come, come, come. The deer got mad, shook its head vigorously, turned around and then rushed straight at Big Wolf. Trak Mok Kwong Ba seemed to see those horns scraping against a lava rock that spewed fire. Big Wolf was also not eager to fight, immediately turned around and ran away. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was sweating profusely, worried that it would not be able to avoid the other deer antlers, when he saw his hind legs kick hard, his front legs pressed to the ground, upside down his body somersaulted in the air, and dodged the pair, horns come. Then, Big Wolf ran a few more steps, turned his head to look at the deer, as if provocative, what can you do to me? The deer's nostrils made wheezing snorts, as if saying, if you're good, don't run. Big Wolf also used a snort to reply with a sound, like, if you are good, then chase. The deer suddenly raised both front hooves, neighed a long time, then thrust its horns forward, and the momentum collapsed like a mountain. Big Wolf turned to run again. This time the deer seemed to have no intention of pardoning the man who had provoked him several times. Big Wolf turned around. He also turned to chase after. Big Wolf stopped quickly. He also immediately turned his head. A deer and a wolf kept running in an S-shaped line along the lagoon. One tried to chase, the other one is trying to run. In front of the deer's eyes, always a provocative, cocky face, it only wants to use its sharp horns to poke out the guts of that hateful wolf, without realizing it, every time. One away from the herd. Deer hunting. Big Wolf led the stag to run towards Trak Mokkwangba, each time narrowly dodging the ram of the sharp horns, then gently stopping within the enemy's visible range. Ut Wolf pulled the hem of Trak Mokkwangba's pants, telling him to hurry back. At this point, Trak Mokkwangba noticed that Wolf Hai had disappeared from an unknown time, must have circled behind the deer herd, attracting attention so that they would ignore the deer more and more, away from the other group. Trak Mokkwangba and Wolf Ut, one man and one wolf, took advantage of the cover of the mist, retreated a few hundred steps, only seeing a huge grey shadow in the distance, while Big Wolf was nowhere to be seen. Moments later, the deer was led by Big Wolf to come close to where Trak Mokkwangba and Ut Wolf were hiding. It suddenly realized that something was wrong, stopped pursuing, bewildered and looked around. It's just that, obviously, its eyesight is not very good. In the middle of this fog, it is like Trak Mokkwangba, and can't see the other deer anywhere anymore. The deer raised its head, tried to stretch out its neck, took a deep breath, as if preparing to shout loudly to call its fellows to help, only saw the Ut wolf that had rushed out from the side of Trak Mokkwangba like a grey lightning, aimed directly at the throat of the big deer. At the same time, the big wolf also turned his head, swooping down on the prey's front legs. If hit by these two bites, the other deer will not die and will also be seriously injured. It immediately takes a quick step back, at the same time jerking its horns out, pointing the point at the right place where the little wolf jumped. But little wolf's jump just now was just a trick, still not using all his strength. When he was still about a meter or two away from the deer, he landed on the ground, his 4 feet touched the ground, immediately rolled around, folded, body, turned, ran back in the blink of an eye, and Big Wolf only skimmed ahead of the deer, avoiding its sharp horns. Only, the sound of the deer, which had already taken its full breath, was caught in the throat, probably not pleasant at all. Only to see it stomped on its feet again, its breathing heavy, its appearance as if it was very angry. The deer seems to have sensed the danger. It was about to turn around and run away, looking for the pack, but now, how could Big Wolf and Little Wolf let it go so easily? 2 wolves in turn rush, one provokes the deer to chase him, one blocks the way back. If the deer turns around, it will immediately be attacked by the 2 front wolves. Besides, not long after, Wolf 2 also returned to participate in the battle. The 3 wolves formed a formation in the shape of the word, grade, 21, surrounding the deer in the middle, only allowing it to move forward, not to turn around and run back. The deer then understood, caught in the trap. It turned around, its big horns pointed forward, its head was hunched over its shoulders, its hind legs were slightly slack, its eyes were bright like 2 torches, its aura was as fierce as if it wanted to knock all 3 wolves into the air. Seeing that scene, for some reason, Trak Mokkwangba suddenly thought of the time when the 3 brothers fought Lu Bo in the 3 kingdoms. The position of the 3 grey wolf brothers had formed, the encirclement slowly narrowed, slowly driving the big deer towards their cave. The deer still struggled to resist, its huge horns swinging in the air, emitting a whispering sound. Trak Mokkwangba looks at the stag like a European swordsman in the Middle Ages, long sword in hand, reasonable defense, proper retreat. Each move is very standard, it can be said to be defensive. Even a drop of water can't get through. Unfortunately, its enemies are the 3 grey wolf brothers. They are like the mysterious Oriental knights in the swordplay novels. Their bodies are extremely magical. Back is never good. Was on the left, turned around and turned to the right. Besides, the body of the three Grey Wolf brothers kept knitting back and forth like a shuttle. Trak Mok Kwangba said that perhaps the deer could not distinguish the three brothers. In front of him were only the shadows of wolves. Otherwise, why does it have to go back and forth like that? The deer clearly defended very closely, like an iron barrel, but when it encountered three Grey Wolf brothers that joined forces to attack, it was full of loopholes. Blocking the front could not be behind. Just if you cover your butt, your throat will be exposed. After only a few attacks, it was driven more than 100 meters by three Grey Wolf brothers. Trak Mok Kwangba kept praising and praising. Thinking back to the old days, the three Grey Wolf brothers must have used this method to drive the other horse across Kar Te Lai. The three Grey Wolf brothers excitedly shooed their new prey near the cave. Along the way, the deer still did not obey, several times recklessly turned around and ran, but were forced by the wolves to return to the route they had chosen, a little careless, and immediately had a few more deep scratches on its body. After injuring the deer, Wolf Uti turned to look at Trak Mok Kwangba with apologetic eyes, as if to say, "Sorry, I've torn my new shirt." The grey wolves escorted the mighty spoils back to the cave. Seeing that he was about to return to the cave entrance, Trak Mok Kwangba could not help but doubt in his heart, "This deer seems to be still very strong. It is easy to drive it away, but when told to kill it, I am afraid that it is not a simple matter." What's more, these three Grey Wolf brothers wanted to keep him an intact skin as a costume, so they couldn't beat the wounded deer like it did when dealing with the bear in Kar Te Lai. This makes killing the prey even more difficult. Trak Mok Kwangba was thinking, when he saw three Grey Wolf brothers driving the deer into an area with the bottom of the well. Both sides are high lava pots. In the middle there is a very deep crack, forming a formation. A zigzag goat intestine runs in the middle, but it's a dead end. Both sides of the road are steep cliffs, let alone the deer. Even the three Grey Wolf brothers can't climb up, and inside the small road there is no wind blowing, stagnant air, no air. A blade of grass, a drop of water, clearly a dead land. As soon as he saw this terrain, Trak Mok Kwangba guessed what the three Grey Wolf brothers were going to do. Of course, after driving the deer into that small road, they didn't chase anymore but just kept watch, outside the only exit, gaping and yawning. That path stretched inwards to a depth of 100 or 200 meters. The other deer thought it could escape, saw that the three Grey Wolf brothers did not pursue him, so he put all his strength into his four hooves, and in a moment disappeared into the screen. Jew. The Ut wolf saw Trak Mok Kwangba staring in the direction of the deer, immediately ran over to play with him, telling him not to worry, the deer couldn't escape. Trak Mok Kwangba suddenly remembered the lesson that Professor Fung Tan taught him in the past. What the three Grey Wolf brothers had just done was one of the hunting techniques of wolves. When the prey is large, strong, and in large numbers, very united, the wolves have no way to defeat one of them from the first attack. They will think of a way to lure one out of the pack, the flock as far as possible, then find a way to attack, kill, or harass the prey so that it can't eat or drink, until the prey is extremely tired, revealing an opening. This is an extremely sublime strategy, paying the lowest price to win the final victory. Of course, this is also a battle of will and will. When the prey cannot eat or drink, the wolves can only open their hungry eyes to see the delicious food that has reached their mouths but cannot eat. However, the way of the three Grey Wolf brothers is obviously much smarter, putting their prey in the dead ground, without any disturbance at all. Let you run. The faster you run, the more your physical strength will be consumed. Many times, when you find out that your physical strength can't stand it anymore, your day will come. This method is a bit like the story of cooking frogs in a pot of cool water. Trak Mok Kwangba smiled, suddenly recalling the story of Bartang, when a group of special forces soldiers were chased by wolves and had to run around the clock, apparently also achieving this effect. Apparently, this method, seems to work for any running creature. Observing the fighting process of the three grey wolf brothers, Trakmok Kwangba suddenly felt that he was so incompetent. I shouldn't have to do logistics like this all the time. I also had to join the battle, fight them. However, if you encounter a large prey like the other deer, what will you do? Although Trakmok Kwangba has a weapon, a Swiss knife given by Professor Fung Tan, the blade is not as long as the index finger, and while in use, just a little careless will cause the blade to fold, right away. If not, you will also injure the knife handle. Trakmok Kwangba thought about it over and over again, and found himself unable to face the giant creature face to face, only considering that his shoulder was nearly 2 meters tall. He himself could not avoid those sharp horns, like the three grey wolf brothers. Afraid that one must have a body like the shaman Allah, to dare to approach this deer in close combat. Melee combat. A thought flashed in Trakmok Kwangba's mind. If you can't get close to the opponent to conduct close combat, what about attacking from a distance? The ancient human ancestors were weak, the speed of action and reaction was very slow. What did they rely on to defeat the strong beasts? How could they survive and proliferate in the environment? That harsh school. First, solidarity. Second, thanks to long-range assault weapons. Human ancestors invented the stone toss very early, but it is not far away. The damage is not great, can only make the prey startle in terror. In the Paleolithic period, people invented the throwing javelin, but it is also limited by arm strength and technological level. When using throwing javelin for hunting, it is necessary to have the determination to exchange lives. However, as soon as he thought of throwing javelins, Trakmok Kwangba's mind immediately appeared the image of a bow and arrow. Yes, he could make a bow and arrow. He turned his gaze to the fog. That big deer was so strong and tough. Its tendons must have been stronger than the tendons of cows. Just didn't know if the trees here were both strong and resilient, only back or not. The deer ran for a while in a dead end, seemed to have discovered that it was impossible to escape that way, turned back again, intending to escape the danger, rushed 3 times 4 times, but the only way out was already blocked by 3 grey wolf brothers. Both sides attacked, one defended, fighting all day long. The new deer was both tired and unwilling to run inside, hiding in the mist. At nightfall, Ut Wolf called Trakmok Kwangba home, leaving only Wolf Hai to watch the exit. Trakmok Kwangba once again praised the 3 grey wolf brothers who were good at psychological warfare. At dusk, the other deer also had to rest, and it was even harder to see when it was dark. Even if it wanted to take advantage of the darkness to escape, just seeing Wolf 2 or hearing howling wolves would make it think that the 3 grey wolf brothers were still guarding the outside but dared not make a mess. Early the next morning, Big Wolf still took Wolf Ut and Trakmok Kwangba to patrol the territory as usual, only to return at noon so that Wolf Ut changed shifts with Wolf 2, and in the evening changed again. Like this for 3 days, the other deer must have lost a lot of strength. Until now, Trakmok Kwangba also understood why the first day he met the 3 grey wolf brothers, they could easily hunt such a large deer. At the same time, during these days, while patrolling the territory, Trakmok Kwangba also collected several different tree branches, tested the elasticity and bearing capacity, finally chose one, took a knife, carefully sharpened, then heat on fire to bend. After that, he picked up quite a lot of relatively straight branches, sharpened them with a knife to make them straighter, more regular, then cut grooves, using the oldest technology to create sharp pieces of stone tied up, and finally, using bark and leaves to make arrow tails. After that, just waiting for the deer tendon to finish. The rest went very smoothly. Trakmok Kwangba got a new leather jacket. Although he had been scratched and torn off a few small pieces, after a while of stitching and cutting, he was able to make a tight waistcoat, wearing it even more quickly than before, no need to pull, followed by a long, flowing tail like a penguin. Before the 3 grey wolf brothers had a meal, Trakmok Kwangba asked Big Wolf for deer tendon. He took the deer tendons to air dry and smoked over the fire, and then tried to pull, feeling very strong, his hand's strength could not be pulled. Finally, he chose the appropriate length, cut it with a folding knife, and made 2 bows. Right after that, Trak Mok Kwong Ba tried to shoot a few arrows, realized that, only more than a dozen steps away, the arrow could not be firmly pinned to the tree trunk. It is not clear whether the arrowhead was not sharp enough or the force of the arrow was not strong enough. Bow is not strong enough. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought for a moment, then decisively tied the 2 bowstrings into one, trying his best to twist it. Try it again, and see that at a distance of 70 steps, the stone arrow can still be pinned to the tree trunk and not fall. Although he was still not very satisfied, at least he could use it for the time being. Wolf Yuji has never seen this kind of bow and arrow before, curious, and insisted on giving it to Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Unexpectedly, Trak Mok Kwong Ba just gave it immediately gnawed it, almost ate the bowstring, causing him to hastily regain it. Wolf Yuji curiously looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba holding a bow, as if he wanted to ask how the toy was used. Just listen to Trak Mok Kwong Ba laughing and saying, "Next time you go hunting, you will know." For the next few days, he worked hard to sharpen branches and make stone arrowheads. During this time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba still performed inhaling respiration and did strange movements that Lu Kan Nam taught, feeling the flow of air in the body getting stronger and stronger, the invisible material moving throughout the meridians seemed to grow denser and denser. That airflow gathers to a certain point on the body, then accumulates. That feeling of accumulation gradually became clearer, and at the same time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba always felt that something was wrong with his body, not because he was tired and moody, but on the contrary, he was always seeing excess energy. He often couldn't help it, clenched his fists, or wanted to go to an empty place where no one could vent, but no one could tell him how to vent. There are times when he rushes to punch and kick trees, or lava. After venting, he only feels a little tired, but that accumulated feeling still shows no sign of abating. Only the youngest wolf saw that he was strong. The wind whistled, and immediately ran to learn with joy. After a few days, that big deer has been digested by Trak Mok Kwong Ba and 3 Grey Wolf brothers. It's time to go hunting. 3 Grey Wolf brothers lead the way. Trak Mok Kwong Ba wears a homemade bow, carries a leather bag containing arrows, strode behind. The lagoon has shrunk compared to the last time. It hasn't snowed for a few days, but on the edge of the water there is still young grass, leaves, and deer walking leisurely. The deer seem to have forgotten the stag that was invited a few days ago. The 3 Grey Wolf brothers went back to their old scheme, and it didn't take much effort to lure a big and strong stag. Perhaps this deer is not as daring as the one from the day before, or it still vaguely remembers what happened a few days ago. This time Big Wolf and Youngest Wolf have not closed the encirclement. Second Wolf has not had time to turn back. The deer realized the situation was not right, immediately turned around and ran away. But Big Wolf and Youngest Wolf didn't seem to have any regrets either, because this trick of luring and besieging is like people going fishing. Succeeding 10 times 2 or 3 times is not bad, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba feels a bit sorry. It's almost like that, only a few more steps to be successful, so. He immediately pulled the bowstring, focused his mind, aimed at the other running deer. Only heard a pop sound. The stone arrowhead whistled in the wind, and Trak Mok Kwong Ba's hand did not stop, and the second arrow was installed. Before officially hunting, Trak Mok Kwong Ba had practiced shooting arrows. Now his technique has reached the point where within 50 steps he can hit a 1-meter diameter target. The other deer was tall and tall. The target was clear. The arrow flew away, hitting its butt. The deer immediately staggered a few steps, slowing down. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not have time to shoot the second arrow. The Grey Wolf brothers caught up, blocking the retreat of the prey. The first time Trak Mok Kwong Ba participated in the hunt, he scored, and the Big Wolf also used his head to lightly butt him, showing that he recognized his fighting ability. The Ut Wolf was even more excited. While catching the deer, he still had the opportunity to jump up, pull the arrow back, excitedly hand it over to Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Moments later, second wolf also returned, obviously not expecting to succeed again, so he was also very excited. The deer was hit by an arrow in the butt, and then pulled out by the UT wolf. The blood flowed non-stop, limping, so it was even more difficult to escape. Unexpectedly, on the way back, suddenly there was a change. It was still the big wolf that first noticed the danger. His ears pricked up and twitched a few times, his nose snorted repeatedly, then it hissed softly, leading Wolf 2 to run forward, not paying attention to anything. Another deer. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was dumbfounded. It was very difficult to surround this prey. He was about to return halfway. Why did he say go? The deer saw an opportunity, immediately turned and ran in another direction. Little Wolf, who had been following Big Wolf for a while, looked back and saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba still standing there, and quickly ran to pull the hem of his ao dai, looking very worried. Add another arrow, or give up. Trak Mok Kwong Ba still hesitated, but seeing Little Wolf frantic as if he was about to cry, he had to let out a sigh, then ran after Big Wolf and Second Wolf. Just raised his leg a few steps, heard the deer behind him let out a startled cry, then turned and ran back to him. The wound on its leg seemed to be painless, its forehooves even raised, faster than Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Wolf UT. Immediately after, Trak Mok Kwong Ba heard a roar like thunder in the clear sky. UT Wolf startled, four legs folded and prostrated on the ground, body trembled, then immediately rushed forward, speed increased significantly. Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned his head to look, only to see behind the foggy mist appeared a giant black shadow rushing towards this direction, extremely fast speed. As the outline of that monster gradually revealed itself in the mist, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly froze. Giant lizard. The super predator on the second stage, unexpectedly appeared here. However, this monster also seems to have escaped here somewhere. The whole left arm is severed. The leg also has wounds. It seems that it is so hungry that it is dizzy. From afar, it can smell the blood. The deer immediately rushed here despite everything. Although this giant lizard has been seriously injured, its terrible physique and fighting power is not the third thing that the Grey Wolf brothers can deal with. There was a large herd of wolves working together. Big Wolf immediately made the most rational judgment, giving up his prey, taking advantage of time to escape. Unfortunately, Trak Mok Kwong Ba had never heard it make such a sound, of course, did not know it was a signal to withdraw, so it was a beat late. So the situation has completely changed. Wolf howl. The other deer ran past in front of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, making him the only prey to face the giant lizard. He did not understand how the shaman Allah could challenge such a monster alone. He just knew that he absolutely did not have that ability. Just now, he was startled by that roar, stunned for a moment, then saw the giant lizard, and was surprised for a moment, so by the time he had time to react, his mind was already something almost certain. I can't get rid of this beast. The giant lizard didn't give him time to think. Its legs spread out each step to tens of meters. The distance of 100 meters with it was only a few steps. Besides, it had smelled the scent of deer all over Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Eyes as big as bronze bells kept rolling and staring at him. UT Wolf guessed that he did not run away. While running away, he turned his head to look, and immediately saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba facing the giant lizard that was rushing towards him but still froze, did not retreat, it did not dodge. He stopped abruptly, let out a dreary howl, turned and charged back, barking like a wild dog. When Trak Mok Kwong Ba understood that he could not escape, he immediately made a judgment that he could not escape anyway, so he risked his life, no matter what. He had to take advantage of the three Grey Wolf brothers. A little more time to run away. In that moment of life and death, he suddenly became unusually calm. The aura that had accumulated in his body in an instant spread throughout his body, circulating non-stop. He seemed to clearly see the giant lizard's running route and every smallest movement, and at the same time heard sounds he had never heard before. His pores closed, even his breath, breathing also stopped. the heart rate stabilized, unusually strong. Fitting arrows, bowing, stretching strings, Trak Mok Kwong Ba himself did not know when his movements became so rhythmic and agile. He held his breath, but there was no feeling of discomfort. His hand was steady, pulling the bowstring, making creaking sounds. Trak Mok Kwong Ba intends to wait for the giant lizard to enter within 50 steps before releasing the arrow. The target is the monster's right eye. He heard the youngest wolf bark, but it seemed so far away, all his vision was left, only the giant lizard. Right when the lizard entered the range of 50 feet around him, suddenly heard a crack sound. The bowstring was not broken, but the bow body could not withstand the terrible pulling force of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Broke, pair. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was dumbfounded, but he didn't have time to think anymore. He cursed silently, then threw the bow at the lizard, then did not back down, but rushed forward, straight in front of the lizard. Right now, the distance between him and it was only about 30 meters. Trak Mok Kwong Ba escaped from the spiritual realm of silence, not paying attention to the outside world just now, hearing the cry of the UT wolf, only to know that the wolf was so close to him, but he did not have time to catch up. What the UT wolf said, just took a deep breath, accelerated and continued to rush. The giant lizard also didn't expect it. The small prey in front of him dared to rush towards him, intending to pin his steps, but the momentum did not decrease, and ran another 2 or 3 steps. Trak Mok Kwong Ba aimed at that opportunity, leaning back and sliding forward. At the same time, Little Wolf also jumped up from behind him, bending his body and leaping into the air. The lizard wanted to open its mouth to bite Trak Mok Kwong Ba, but glanced at the UT wolf jumping high, a posture like wanting to put his head into his own mouth, so it just wanted to bend down and swallow Trak Mok Kwong Ba, just wanted to look up to meet the youngest wolf, hesitated for a moment. Taking that opportunity, Trak Mok Kwong Ba slid his body under the beast's chin, slipped between its legs, and could only smell the strong stench in its mouth. At the same time, the youngest wolf also leapt over the lizard's head, using his body to stab the opponent in the eye. One man and one wolf, the coordination is extremely good, as if they have practiced countless times. The lizard in pain raised a voice, raised its head, was preparing to kill the precepts, suddenly felt a strange feeling from a certain part of the body spreading throughout the whole body. The focus began, tilted to the left. It still didn't understand what it was, staggered a few steps, then, its legs fell, its body fell to the ground and hit, bang. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stood up at the lizard's tail, quickly took a few steps back, avoiding the big tail sweeping right, and at the same time, the special breathing method also made him quickly get rid of the tension, straight up suspense. The lizard's right leg couldn't stand up anymore. That knife was the work of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. When he started running forward, he already had a knife in his hand. He didn't expect the lizard to almost bite him, intending to swing a knife into its throat, but he couldn't react in time. Just then, he slipped between the lizard's legs again, then stretched out his arm, clutching the Swiss knife. The skin of the lizard is inherently very thick. With the strength Trak Mok Kwong Ba is afraid that it will be difficult to cut, but the momentum of the beast is very large. He just needs to hold the knife firmly, wait for it to put its foot through. Swiss knives are world famous because of their steel and sharpness. This knife has undergone 3 owners, used for decades, but still retains the same sharpness as a razor. The hamstring of this lizard is similar to that of a human's hamstring, only skin and bone, no muscle. The knife cuts through the outer skin, cuts the tendons of the legs, and even goes through the joints. If it wasn't for Trak Mok Kwong Ba holding his hand firmly, the lizard's momentum would have broken his wrist bone. Broken hamstring, one leg of the giant lizard is considered to be disabled. The unlucky monster still does not understand what happened. Seeing that the delicious prey is about to come to the mouth, suddenly it was gored by the ugly wolf. I blew up my eyes, and after that I couldn't stand up anymore. The lizard frantically wagged its tail, swung its claws, rolled on the ground, making dust fly, but just like a catfish leaving the lagoon, struggling very hard but could not stand up. Trak Mok Kwong Ba ran away from the lizard, looked for the Ut wolf, hugged it in his arms, and asked softly, "Hey, are you okay?" He clearly understood, without the support of the youngest wolf, he himself could not put all his strength into the attack, maybe he would have been bitten by the other lizard. Recalling the situation of Triu Trang Shine before, he suddenly felt cold all over. This time it could be considered that Professor Fung Tan and Ut Wolf had joined forces to save his life. Ut Wolf kept snorting repeatedly. When Trak Mok Kwong Ba bent down to look at it, suddenly discovered that the eyes of Ut Wolf looking at him had completely changed. The remaining half of the tail kept wagging wildly, his mouth kept growing, making the short sounds, when. Trak Mok Kwong Ba let go of Wolf Ut. He immediately ran to the side of the giant lizard, circled around a few times, then returned again, jumping on his shoulder. Trak Mok Kwong Ba felt Ut Wolf's joy, hugged it tightly and spun it twice, happily saying, that's right, we've defeated that monster." Wolf Ut ran from Trak Mok Kwong Ba's lap, went to the giant lizard to examine it, turned back and forth a few times, as if not believing they really had made the terrifying monster unable to stand up. The hand holding the knife of Trak Mok Kwong Ba was still trembling slightly. He did not dare to believe that the knife could make the other lizard unable to stand up. At this moment, he heard the howl of the little wolf, the collective howl of the wolves, the furthest, sharpest, most unique cry of wolves, the great majority of people, though not yet. If you've ever met a wolf, you know it's a wolf howl. Not only that, Europeans also directly used this cry to name this creature, wolf. In the language of wolves, this is also the most familiar way of expressing Trak Mok Kwong Ba. He immediately gathered his breath into his abdomen, his chest vibrated, mixed with the howl of Wolf Ut, two tones, one high and one low, spread far away. It's been a long time since Trak Mok Kwong Ba has not satisfied with howling like that, just spoke, and immediately felt the uncomfortable feeling of sluggishness accumulating in the body was released to a significant extent, the hidden power flow. The body began to move again. His howl was getting higher and higher. Each time he howled, it seemed that the strength inside the body increased a bit more, and finally, unexpectedly, the howling of the youngest wolf was completely drowned out, inaudible, again. By the time Trak Mok Kwong Ba had stopped howling, the entire third floor of the platform seemed to still vibrate. The echoes resounded in the air for a long time before it stopped completely. Big Wolf and Second Wolf didn't run very far, heard the first howl and stopped, but what happened after that incessant howl? Big Wolf bowed his head in contemplation, hearing the voice seemed to be O Chang, but the howl shook the whole forest, making the mountains tremble. So heroic, so majestic, O Chang, can you make that noise? In another corner of the third platform, a group of mercenaries in identical clothing was snooping through the mist, when suddenly, a wave of cold air ran through each mercenary's body. 1. These people who had experienced countless battles felt something strange more or less. Kafu paused, a look of terror on his face, looked at Merkin and Saws and asked, "Hear anything?" Then, the three of them nodded slightly, and Merkin called out loudly, "Yue Yang, analyze the sound waves." Yue Yang pulled a button on Max's backpack, who was walking in front of him, and the computer came out, ready to use. He quickly plugged in the recording jack, and the screen immediately appeared, a waveform chart and amplified sample sound, only to hear that howl like thunder in the nine heavens. This sound has not stopped. The next lifted up, faintly exuding an atmosphere like moving mountains to fill the sea. Merkin said cheerfully, "Wolf, good this time, Khan, it's a wolf." Saws only smiled wryly and shook his head. "We're still far away, we can't call it from here." He said that with his mouth, but in his heart he said, "Is it really a wolf?" The howling lasted this long, so how big must that wolf be? Why is Lang Buong, with such a loud howl gathering? It doesn't want to summon all the wolves on this third platform, right? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel cold all over. Merkin immediately ordered, "Hurry, follow the direction of the sound wave." He can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Having a wolf is good. Having a wolf is good. Recalling a few days ago, Kafu angrily came to him, saying that the mercenaries were whispering and talking, saying that they had not taken any further steps, but had just walked around in the fog. At that time, Merkin was really scared. It was very difficult to calm the incident. Thinking of this, he unconsciously glanced at Yue Yang, but didn't say anything, just urged them all to hurry up and hurry up. Some distance behind the Merkins, Lu Kan Nam, leaning on a wooden stick, suddenly stopped, the air bringing in very small, almost inaudible sounds, but her keen hearing still detected the momentum. The heroism that lies within it. She listened to the surging vitality in that howl, silently making the initial judgment. This is absolutely not the howl of a wolf. This sound spreads farther, erupts stronger, and lasts as long as the wolf howl. So, a wolf's chest can't accumulate that much air. Thinking of this, she suddenly remembered, a tantric master once said, at a certain critical turning point, the internal qi inside the body accumulates to the point of obstruction, the cultivator will raise his head and howl. But this phenomenon only occurs among inner qi cultivators, and her background is focused on physical strength training, and it is a long way from that breakthrough point, so she is not allowed to continue, very much in touch with the contents of that practice. Lu Kan Nam thought to himself, did the shaman Allah make a breakthrough? But immediately after shaking his head again, even if the shaman Allah broke through the cultivation gate, he never learned to follow the howling of wolves. Could it be that this is the spirit beast that person has always been searching for? Find Death Unicorn in Legend. In front of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, the shaman Allah stopped thinking, frowned slightly, and there was a terrifying aura in the air. The wolves absolutely could not do this. However, for the shaman Allah, such an atmosphere is still not worth worrying about. He thought to himself, is it a person from Thuong Kwei Ba? Ever since then, why haven't you felt this aura? He tilted his head and glanced at Min Min, who was sullenly picking up a branch, saw that she also seemed to sense something, looked up at him in surprise, smiled and said, it's nothing, the wolves are hunting. Stop. Seeing Man seem sulky, the magician's heart fluttered again. This girl can persevere to go to Bakbala temple, it shouldn't be a problem, but can she persevere until she meets Kwong Ba again? Young master or not, it's hard to say. A few minutes later, the wind blowing in the air carried Trak Mok Kwong Ba's hull to a faraway place. At the top of a pyramid-like structure, the black shadow located at the highest position on the platform waved its ears slightly, opened its arrogant eyes to look at that life, threw itself up, and gently swayed, head. Beneath the pyramids, immediately countless ridiculous shadows stood up. Around that pyramid, unexpectedly there were thousands of wolves and mastiffs. It seems that the position of each one on the pyramid also symbolizes their status and status. They all looked up in surprise at the regal in the supreme throne, only to see their king staring to the south, slightly bowing his head, then raising his head again, letting out a terrifying roar. Land. The atmosphere like a king descends with a roar that shakes the whole space, spreading and suppressing all around. All the wolves and mastiffs bowed their heads slightly, showing their humility before the majesty of the regal. But the wolves or mastiffs that got their place in this pyramid seemed to be no ordinary people. They quickly recognized the provocation and fighting intent in the king's roar, immediately racing to raise their heads, up, howling in unison in support of their leader. It was the sound of thousands of wolves howling together that really shook the mountains. That terrifying aura was like making even the clouds in the sky retreat, but they still didn't understand why the king suddenly, to the south, let out such a roar. You seem to be responding to something. Dai Chico Mei Con Oingay Ben Duo E Vuong Toa Noi Din Kim Tu Tharp La Kong Tru Len Theo Duke Vua. Mok Con Choing Gao Koi Long Trang New to it. Nukan Hin Duke Vua Oingoi Kao Kia Mok Koi. Tua New Dang Noi. She La Mei Con Soi Vat Van Bai Shua Duo E Hon Ho Ki Vei Bat Duk Con Wa. Nila bak vuong jia, ha tat phi chapan hat bon chung lam gi. Bong den kia nye rang ra, tua nu koi koi, roi nam shuang vuong toa, chung nu rat hai long voi tien gam vua roi kua min, noi den gan hon nua, she fa hin ra, bo long den kua no thuk ra kong phi mao den, ma la. Mao tin du, koang muoi fut sao, sak mat fap su all the tu kin nak chuyen sang kin hai. Tu noi exa fia truok, vang lai tieng hoi dark voi tieng hu vua roi, am than a. That dong so, la now, kong the teep tuk tien len nua hei sao. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not expect that his hull would cause such a big reaction. He only knew that in his body there was an abundant flow of air flowing back and forth. He could not help but release it, frustrating part. At this time, Big Wolf and Second Wolf had returned to Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Little Wolf was extremely excited, constantly chirping with Big Wolf, "Oh Chang this, oh Chang that." Wolf 2 walked around the giant lizard, then came in front of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, rammed him hard, then took a few steps back, front legs apart, tail horizontal. This pose Trak Mok Kwong Ba is very familiar. The meaning of Wolf 2 is, come on, challenge, one-on-one. Trak Mok Kwong Ba laughed, then leaned back. This is a posture to show concessions, which means, I don't fight you, consider that I lose. At this moment, it is true that he no longer has the ability to fight with Second Wolf. The knife hand is still trembling and numb, and he howled a few times just now, although it also makes his body and mood extremely comfortable. But it also took a lot of effort. Now he just wanted to lie down and rest. Wolf 2 jumped on top of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, licked his face, rubbed his head against his ear, and then pressed his face to his face again, as if to encourage him. Not long after, the big wolf suddenly trembled, obviously even more scared when he discovered the giant lizard just now. The 3 Grey Wolf brothers all turned their heads in horror, staring at the screen. The fog was far away, as if something had happened that made them not know how to react. After listening for a long time, the 3 wolves calmed down a bit, looking at each other as if they were still afraid. And Trak Mok Kwong Ba was still lying on the ground, unable to feel anything. The giant lizard fell to the ground and couldn't get up, but it was still extremely aggressive. Its mouth as big as a blood pot full of sharp teeth was not a silly thing, but was swept away by its big tail. Then Trak Mok Kwong Ba and 3 Grey Wolf brothers could not stand it. But no matter how strong it was, it couldn't change the situation. The 3 Grey Wolf brothers carefully guarded outside the range of the lizard's attack. They were waiting for this wounded giant to be too hungry to move. Patience is one of the characteristics of wolves that mankind has admired since ancient times. Perhaps it is difficult for the ancients to understand why this creature has such a terrifying patience, can persist without eating for so many days and still maintain such health and fighting ability. Wolves always perfectly execute the most efficient method of hunting, paying the lowest price for the greatest benefit, so while the other lizard is still capable of causing them harm, unintentional injury, they will absolutely not get too close to the opponent. Trak Mok Kwong Ba discovered that the 3 Grey Wolf brothers, as agreed before, quietly approached the lizard's head, either sitting or lying down. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was going to sit next to Wolf Ut, but he waved his front leg, telling him to stay away for a bit. In that moment of contact with the youngest wolf's eyes, Trak Mok Kwong Ba seemed to have noticed the change in his eyes. When the youngest wolf looked at him, his eyes were warm but friendly, but when he turned to the child lizard, that gaze suddenly turned cold and icy. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought for a long time, then realized that now the host has changed roles. The hunter has become the prey. The position of the 3 Grey Wolf brothers is guaranteed so that the prey opens its eyes immediately. Seeing the wild wolf's eyes burning with murderous intent made people shiver. And the prey that is unable to move, knowing that they are about to be eaten, and being stared at by assassins who are about to eat them, will definitely be extremely frightened. Their hearts are as tangled as silk, can't be calm. But because of its survival instinct, it couldn't help but focus on facing those terrible hunters, not daring to ignore even for a moment. As long as this lasts, the the spirit of the prey will definitely collapse, which also means that the three Grey Wolf brothers just need to sit there, watching the other unmoving prey. They can quickly push its dead. Could it be that this is the legendary technique of killing enemies with eyes? Trak Mok Kwong Ba followed the three Grey Wolf brothers, put murderous intent into his eyes. At first he glared, but after a while, he saw that his eyes were both painful and uncomfortable, and then he changed to just looking normally. The murderous aura buried deep in his eyes, the power doubled. In front of the murderous eyes of the man and the three Grey Wolf brothers, the giant lizard became impatient and worried, and occasionally bared his fangs and claws, like Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others, close to it, but in reality, he and the three wolves didn't move at all. Weapons. Just like that overnight, while Trak Mok Kwong Ba still endured hunger and thirst, the giant lizard died. When it was no longer able to function, but still not completely dead, the three Grey Wolf brothers dealt a fatal blow. Finally, the giant beast also became the meal of Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the three wolves. Lizard meat did not taste very good, but with a lot of it, the three Grey Wolf brothers could not eat all the most nutritious internal organs, leaving a part for Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Through this war, he won the same treatment as Wolf 2. But looking at that green, red, and green viscera, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was really hard to swallow, and in the end, he still cut a piece of thigh meat and ate it. Trak Mok Kwong Ba just ate and reminisced about that terrifying moment that had passed, this time being able to knock down the lizard. Actually more than half of it was thanks to luck. Although Big Wolf let him be treated on par with Wolf 2, Trak Mok Kwong Ba himself also knew that his fighting strength was not strong. In fact, whether he was bare-handed or wielding a Swiss knife, he could not gain the upper hand in the battle with these large creatures, and the sharpness of the stone arrows was difficult to overcome, sure, and the quality of his homemade bow isn't very high. We need to find a more powerful weapon. Thinking of this, Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned his gaze to the lizard carcass on the ground. He walked around to observe. Those sharp claws are extremely hard horny substances, probably useful. The tendons of this lizard's legs are much bigger than the tendons of deer. If good wood can be found, then it's not impossible to make a strong bow. Then, he saw a mouth as big as a lizard's blood pot. Those sharp teeth, maybe, can still be used. After being approved by Big Wolf, Trak Mok Kwong Ba spent a lot of effort to cut the lizard's claws, tendons and skull down. The tendons, he had thought of a place to use. The claws and teeth were temporarily not thought of, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba believes that these are already powerful weapons for the lizard to hunt, then, can definitely become a tool for me to fight. By chance, he saw the lizard's arched jawbone, and immediately remembered the boomerang the Kukua people in the Amazon gave them. That boomerang was also made from animal bones, just to increase the sharpness of the body. The Kukua had iron on both ends. That's right, he can also use this jawbone to make a boomerang. Without the iron sheath, it's like a dull knife, but can use the weight to compensate, plus the remaining teeth on the other jawbone. Doesn't it just become serrated? Said to do is to do. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately burned a tree branch into charcoal and drew a sketch design on the ground. The knowledge of the art of design agency Lu Can Nam taught before all appeared in his mind. All useful information was drawn by him. Wolves never waste food arbitrarily, plus the cold temperature has formed a natural frozen storage. Corpses do not rot, so they do not attract scavengers to come, so we didn't go back to the cave, but stayed there to eat for a few days. Trak Mok Kwong Ba used bark and branches to build a small hut, reluctantly able to sleep through the night. During the day, he spends his time designing and crafting the boomerang. Initially, Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought that just finishing the design drawing, he could quickly process the finished product. Unexpectedly, the hardness of the lizard bone was far beyond what he imagined. He used a Swiss knife to cut for several days, and finally cut the lower jaw bone in half. After that, he drilled a mortise, drilled a fixed hole. After a lot of effort, finally, two pieces of the lower jaw bone were put together into a V shape with a relatively wide opening angle. Inside the V shape is filled with sharp teeth. To make it easier to hold, Trak Mok Kwangba had to remove a few teeth on the outer edge, and the two V-shaped ends were cut with a knife, so even without the outer armor, it was very sharp. On the day of completion of the new weapon, Trak Mok Kwangba joyfully looked at the boomerang with two ends separated by more than a meter, tested the weight, saw that it must be at least over 10 kilograms. He thought to himself, finally, it's okay. There are heavy weapons. Thinking for a moment, he gave his heavy weapon a very loud name, Flying Bone. But after that experiment, Trak Mok Kwangba thought hard. The volume of Phi Lai bone was too large, the weight was too heavy, the usual ways of throwing boomerangs were not suitable for it. Trak Mok Kwangba tried several times, let alone fly back. Even turning in the air was a big problem for him. Every time he threw it, Phi Lai bone was like a big knife slashing straight to the side. Before, the furthest was only 20 meters and then fell to the ground. Whether it was thrown horizontally or vertically, it could not fly far, nor did it return. Trak Mok Kwangba stroked the polished outer edge of Phi Lai bone, thinking to himself, according to the aerodynamic principles taught by Lu Kannam, it should be able to fly, but when I held it on the hand also doesn't feel very heavy, can't throw it far, obviously because it's not right. Trak Mok Kwangba tried again and again, finally found an effective way. First need to run, then stop, taking advantage of Phi Lai's inertia, taking the body as the center. The flying dragon hissed with a shrill sound, and finally whirled around in the air like a bamboo pinwheel, flying further and further, unexpectedly crossing a distance of 100 meters. Trak Mok Kwangba practiced over and over again, and finally trained to the point where he didn't need to run, just need to turn on the spot like a discus thrower or throw weights to be able to swing Phi Lai bones out more than 100 meters. Only thing, he still couldn't catch the Phi Lai bone when it flew back, because he really wasn't able to catch the huge falling object weighing more than 10 pounds from a distance of more than 100 meters. If it weren't for the 2 layers of genuine leather, plus the reinforced bark, along with a quick evasive body, I wonder how many bones he would have broken. If he couldn't catch it, there was no way. Then he switched to practicing using the flying bone to hit the target accurately. Because Trak Mok Kwangba's design was not perfect, when turning Phi Lai Company, it was impossible to keep a straight flight path, drawing a very strange curve in the air. Depending on the wind direction and rotation force, it will deviate to the left or up. The locus when flying back is also extremely unpredictable, so Trak Mok Kwangba can avoid it is already quite good. Bump. After a lot of practice, Trak Mok Kwangba finally hit a dry tree about 50 meters away from him. It was just that he couldn't believe that Phi Lai's power was so terrible. Only the inside edge of the giant lizard was jagged with sharp teeth, biting into the tree trunk, like the beast opened its bloody mouth and took a bite. Trak Mok Kwangba had to spend a lot of effort to pull Phi Lai bone out of the tree, looking at the traces of animal teeth left on it, reaching in with his fingers could not reach the bottom. He couldn't help but shudder, full of confidence with this new weapon of mine. Taking advantage of the break between practice hours, Trak Mok Kwangba also completed 2 other weapons, a bow and arrow and a claw. Bows and arrows, he has experience of many failures, so the crafting is also quite proficient. This time he used the tendons of the lizard's legs, so he could use coarser, stronger wood to make the bow body. The pulling force was also great, the range was much farther than the previous bow. However, Trak Mok Kwangba feels that the weapon that suits him best is animal claws. He took the lizard's claw, did not at first think about how to use it. Suddenly one day he saw the youngest wolf using his claws to pull up a small tree to play, and a flash of lightning flashed in his mind. If you can use the lizard claws as a weapon, even though you can't cut it like a knife, but it must be at least stronger than a wooden stick, right? At first, Trak Mok Kwangba just wanted to design a weapon like a cane, punch holes in the handle of the cane to attach its claws to, so that it can both knock like a hammer and pounce on its prey like a table, bare hand. But he still could not find a suitable log. if not hard enough, it would be impossible to fasten his claws on it. Later he discovered that the bones of the giant lizard were very stiff, then turned to think of ways to take advantage of this thing. However, when choosing bones, Trak Mok Kwangba could only find a few bones as long as his arm, suitable for attaching claws, unfortunately a bit short, and other bones, if not too big, then too long. He used those bones to make two weapons like a back scratcher, tried to dance a few times in his hand, but it didn't feel very good. These weapons say long is not long, say short is not short, but also a bit light. He is not a martial arts practitioner. Holding these two itch scratches in his hand, the feeling is not as strong as a fist. Fist. If I fixed this back scratcher on my arm, so that I could stroke the animal and show it on the outside of my fist, instead of my nails that weren't sharp enough, wouldn't it be more flexible? So he changed the design again, choosing a large bone, making a pair of bone arm guards, attaching animal claws to the outside. At first, the animal claws protruded exactly as long as a finger, so just making a fist, the claws would replace the fingers, but later he discovered that it was very inconvenient to remove and install. Besides, if you attach it and don't use it, it will affect the flexibility of your fingers. So, he thought of a normal thing that didn't affect his activities, but when he needed to use it, he could quickly attach it. Thinking over and over, he suddenly remembered the Czechoslovak assassin technique by Merkin. The device that only needed a finger movement to make the weapon appear on the palm seemed like a good choice. Liu Kan Nam had also explained its principle to him before. In the end, after countless failures, Trak Mok Kwangba used the remaining tendons and bones of the lizard, creating a completely new set of animal claws, which were attached to the arm. When not in use, animal claws are hidden inside the sleeve. His hands are still very flexible and skillful, but just clenched his fists, the animal claws will shoot out to hit, smack, just a little longer than his fists. It can stab like a knife, it can also scratch like a claw, and the two bones above it can also be used as an arm guard. Trak Mok Kwangba stood in front of a tree, suddenly waved his fist hard, then clenched his fist to force down. The wood chips immediately shot up. He looked at the finger-deep mark left on the trunk of the tree, then again at the animal claws sticking out of his fist. The palm of his hand loosened a little, the claws immediately went into the sleeve. Trak Mok Kwangba couldn't help but look up and laugh for a long time. He finally felt that he was no longer naked, he had his own weapon. Trak Mok Kwangba felt for the first time that he didn't need the three Grey Wolf brothers to protect him. He could also survive here. On the contrary, maybe he could still protect those three wolves. At that moment, he felt that he was very strong. Even when Little Wolf wanted to try to challenge him, he just smiled and patted his head, then said, "You are not my opponent." The time before the giant lizard was eaten, Trak Mok Kwangba used the remaining bones to make thin slabs. He planned to use these bones to make a set of armor for himself. The method of making armor was also very simple. He made a lot of small holes in the leather jacket, like opening many pockets, and then stuffed the bones into it. When doing these things, Trak Mok Kwangba did not realize why he did it after all. He didn't even think about it. Why does hunting here need to make a boomerang as big as Phi Lai bones? Why even make a skeleton armor like a bulletproof vest? But deep inside his subconscious, there is always that idea, and one day, he will come back to challenge the enemies that seem impossible to win. When the giant lizard, once fierce, was completely turned into a pile of bones, unable to recognize its original form anymore, the great wolf was satisfied with squinting his eyes, sticking his tongue out, licking his teeth, and deciding, return to the lair. Trak Mok Kwangba nostalgically looks at his masterpiece now. Most of the remaining bones are his masterpiece, thinking to himself, the parts one can take advantage of are really too few. Quote, he remembers, Sean used to find a lot of useful things from the lizard carcass last time, and I didn't know anything at all, just finding something was good. Wolf Yuji stood up straight on his hind legs, leaning on Trakmok Kwongba to pretend like a cat is catching butterflies. This is one of his favorite games. It was saying to the tall man, "Hey, bones are all scum, what's the point? Let's just go back." Trakmok Kwongba turned his head, saw Uchi Wolf laughing, constantly nodding his head into the distance. He knew that was where the deer herd was. Little Wolf was telling him, "This lizard has eaten it all, but there's still a stockpile of food, nothing to worry about." Trakmok Kwongba understood that this time the big wolf gave him a lot of favors, just letting the Uchi Wolf stay, while he and the second wolf still perfunctorily patrolled the territory as usual. They need to know exactly what happens every day in their territory, what their prey is like now. Only then can they ensure that when their prey is old and sick, which means it's time to harvest, they can immediately go there. Trakmok Kwongba pulled the bow and the heavy thigh lie on his back, rubbed his arms together, felt the animal claws hidden inside the mantle, then nodded to the Uchi Wolf, "You're right. It's time to go. People have to know what is enough, right?" Little Wolf nodded, half understanding, half not understanding. His throat let out a small, sound. Those enemies, still behind Trakmok Kwongba, but Merkin was very happy. Since hearing the howl of the wolf, they didn't seem to go around the same place many times. The computer software also shows, where we have just arrived, not in the data warehouse. But why can't the Merkins move forward? This answer is only known to Yang. He took advantage of the software to take Merkin and his accomplices along a very strange route. In fact, they were crossing the third platform, advancing along the wave-shaped route. Every time they were about to reach the foot of the mountain or the edge of the platform, Yang led them forward about 100 or 200 meters, then cut across the entire floor of the platform, gradually advancing in a zigzag pattern. Therefore, the path they passed would not be repeated again, but in fact, for a few days, the Merkins had only advanced a few kilometers, but in the fog no one could distinguish the direction, so both sides are happy. Source called the wolf every day, but to no avail. As for Max, he was still bragging about the mercenaries. Merkin and Kafu commanded the whole army. The atmosphere was fierce, very good style of the field marshal. Yang is always very careful doing what he needs to do. Occasionally, he also went out with Max or chatted with the mercenaries. In the eyes of the mercenaries who exchanged lives for money, this young man who reacted quickly, talked or laughed was a man, very gentle and approachable. Source also liked Yang's studious attitude, just shy of Merkin, so it was not convenient to teach him too much. However, he did not mind letting Yang watch by his side when he performed the wolf summoning trick. However, he seemed to have underestimated Yang's observational ability. Yang soon noticed that, although the jars Merkin took out were identical in appearance and size, the liquid inside was clearly different. He speculated, maybe Source took these when the wolves were still with them. In the jars were wolf urine, wolf drool, and other such things, but Source added a few cities, part more. There was a light red vial, which must be blood molecules dissolved in the vaporizer, because Source had never used this before, and Yang had seen Source call a mercenary into the tent to draw blood. I thought, he must have been afraid to call the wolves and be bitten by them again, so he did not dare to use his own blood. Yang also saw the jars up close. In addition to the different contents inside, Source also marked them with symbols, based on the number of times and the order in which the symbols appeared. Yang. Preliminary guesswork, some of those symbols, respectively, represent information such as, eat, attack, retreat. Source always combines, eat, and, attack, in different proportions to summon the wolves. If he can't call, he will definitely take out the vial containing the, retreat, signal. He worked with extreme caution, lest they all call out something else in the unlikely event they all had time to take precautions. Besides, what the remaining jars and jars mean, Yang doesn't quite understand. In fact, what excites Yang most is the way Source places the information materials in his hand where he wants in battle. After all, while fighting, Source could not make the liquid, and then spread it on a high place to let it diffuse in the wind like he usually did. Yu Yang still vaguely remembers, when they faced him, they hadn't even seen Saw's attack, they had already hit his move. The whole process was as mysterious as performing a magic trick. He had hinted to ask a few times, but Saw's was still very tight-lipped, so he did not dare to ask much, just humbly self-study, self-search, understand in his heart, these things will surely be used later. Adjusting a few more figures on the stereoscopic map, Yu Yang secretly calculated, advancing another 500 meters, it should be about 10 kilometers to the place where the wolves' signal was received that day, according to the words. Saw's, at this distance the wolves are very likely to pick up a signal from his messenger. Well, it's time to lead him around to the foot of the mountain. I wonder if there are other wolves there. If Saw's can really summon the wolf, then depending on the situation then adjust again. Yu Yang turned off the computer with satisfaction. At this time Max must be chatting with a few mercenaries, thinking that, he stood up and walked out of the tent. Yu Yang really hates being with Max. Every time he sees his smiling face, he feels like he wants to rush over to crush his face. But the more he understood his identity and duties, so he always had to pretend to be comfortable laughing with him and the other mercenaries. Yu Yang has grasped Max's personality. This guy likes to flatter and flatter in front of others, and immediately turns his back and immediately criticizes and slanders, except for Merkin. It seems that no one is not dissatisfied with him, Chief. Besides, this guy is also very hostile, once because of a small matter that cannot be smaller, but he was angry for several days. Yu Yang decided to take advantage of this trait of Max, so in chats, under his skillful guidance, Max occasionally vented his displeasure with Saw's, which at first was just nonsense, vaguely. Later he discovered that the mercenaries did not dare to report to Merkin, and gradually revealed the true nature. After Saw's wolf friends went missing, for a long time Saw's looked at Max with an annoyed look. Merkin also berated him many times in front of all the mercenaries. This guy must have held back, so much so, sometimes they were talking about unrelated things, which made him think of Saw's and gritted his teeth. Under Max's constant suggestion, the mercenaries also began to grow dissatisfied with the old man with a strange face, mysterious behavior, all day wearing black, messing around with messy bottles. Wolf Mark. Under the influence of public opinion, not only were the mercenaries secretly disgruntled with Saw's also began to have problems with Max. Merkin and Saw's increasingly felt that Max was incompetent. Max saw that Saw's was useless, and Cafu was not as good as him. Those mercenaries should have given him the top, but besides that Yu Yang kid, he knew how to look at people a bit. The other boss doesn't respect him very much. The gap between the two sides gradually deepened, but the most amazing thing was, neither of them had discovered it, or had already discovered it, but did not understand what was happening. As for Yu Yang, from beginning to end, he never said anything detrimental to either side by himself. He just made the other party realize some things that were previously overlooked. Yu Yang does these things very well. After all, he used to be a professional spy, but at the same time, great pressure often torments him. Since the young master Kwangba left in a state of almost nakedness, every night Yu Yang had nightmares, sometimes even dreaming that the official was seriously injured, sometimes dreaming that the shaman Ala and Man were being played, besieged by wolves, but most still dreamed of young Master Kwangba falling into an extremely tragic situation. Trong Lap and Ba Tang came to find him. To prevent talking nonsense, before sleeping, Yu Yang would hold a tongue presser in his mouth. It can be anything with a relatively large volume, but in the mouth of others it cannot be seen. Before going to bed, put it under your tongue. It will prevent you from making clear, pleasant sounds, without blocking the airway. Every time he woke up in the middle of the night, his whole body was drenched in cold sweat, but he did not dare to move, but only carefully watched to see if the mercenaries lying around had any reaction. As for what he meets in his dreams, Yu Yang cannot make judgments. In the immediate future, he can only try to do as well as he can. Yue Yang shook his head, pushed all those chaotic thoughts out of his mind, and a warm, radiant smile appeared on his face, making everyone who saw him feel like being bathed in the spring breeze. He tilted his head to look at the sky. Today's fog is quite thin, the weather outside must be very nice. Along the way, Yu Yang always greeted the mercenaries, from tent to tent. He couldn't help but admire Merken's organizational ability. He divided the 267 mercenaries into 20 nests, each of about 13 people, living in a large tent. Then the tent was the center. Within a radius of 20 meters around is the range of activities of the people inside the tent. Without permission, people in different tents are not allowed to cross the border by themselves, and it is strictly forbidden to gamble, fight, of course, can't bring in alcoholic things. In addition, it is strictly forbidden, even telling jokes about sex. In short, anything that can provoke male lust is strictly prohibited. In these days of monotonous marching, the mercenaries all lived like monks, so many violent and tyrannical temperaments were suppressed by force of Merken and Kafu, but secretly accumulated. Yu Yang knew that as long as Merken lifted the ban, or when they attacked the enemy, these mercenaries would be like a tiger out of its cage, destroying everything that stood in their way. The reason why the mercenaries were divided into such small groups was because when the men gathered in one place, being suppressed for a long time, it would cause their temper to become irritable, just for a little while. Even small things can turn into a bloody battle. The euphoria and excitement brought about by profit will gradually wear off over time. The long march will turn the men who lived on the tip of that gun into wild beasts. Now, their 12 tents, which are 12 barrels of dynamite, just need to be lit and can explode at any time. In fact, these mercenaries have gone through countless campaigns. There are also many who have come back from despair. They are not afraid of the enemy. The pleasure of bullets leaving the barrel can fade away the fear and oppressive feelings in their hearts. But what they fear the most is the current situation, with no enemies. Not even living things around. There are no enemies, which also means no scenes of splattered flowers, broken limbs, bullets flying in the sky to stimulate their nerves, nor the pleasure of walking on the line of life and death. There are no enemies, all of them are themselves. The feeling of wanting to use the fist to gradually break the bones of the opponent's lungs, the feeling of wanting to use the blade to pierce the opponent's body, can't find a place to vent. It's very easy. People can't control their emotions. Just need a mouse to appear, so they can shoot it through the hole, then crush it with the heel of their shoe into a meat sauce, at least release some of the frustration in their hearts. But here, there is nothing, only red-brown lava blocks, sometimes a dead tree, and the thick fog that refuses to clear. Every day repeats itself, marching through the fog, traversing swathes of accumulated lava, traversing crevices, choosing a campsite, pitching a tent, unloading a tent, and setting out again. The mercenaries didn't know what they really needed, just felt strangely frustrated. Even if it was a bird flying through the air, making a little strange sound would be fine, but nothing. Or, for more than a month, there were only cold swaths of ice in the mist, dry tree trunks swaying. Although there is enough food in the backpack for 3 years, including all the vitamins the body needs, in addition to the snow to replenish the fresh water, not to worry about hunger, but they clearly need what they need. Much more important than food. The mercenaries didn't know what they needed themselves, but Merken did. That's why he forbade them from any venting behavior, because that was the flaw that could cause a great flood to sweep the dike away, solid. Once it has happened, it cannot be undone. Yu Yang also knew, so he was about to lead the mercenaries around in this land where there was nothing but the fog for a few more days, making their spirits even more tense. Initially, Merken had 21 nests in 21 tents, but a week ago, 2 nests collided, leading to a fight, killing 7 or 8. Merken asked Kafu to execute 3 of them on the spot, and at the same time let the severely wounded ones enjoy a quick death, so now there is 1 tent less. However, that incident also made the rest of the guys much more sensible. Everything is operating according to Yu Yang's plan. But in the end, there was a time when suddenly, a high-pitched wolf howl came from the opposite direction of the route Yu Yang outlined, still the same never-ending ardor, still the same resounding melody, although the atmosphere was still there. It wasn't as eloquent as the first time, but it was clearer and clearer, because the sound was coming from a much closer distance than the last time. Yu Yang looked into the mist, frowning slightly, although it was only a hidden sound when it appeared, but last time, the howling was even smaller that the merkins could still detect. He knew this time could not be lucky. Merkin barely overheard. Sure enough, the communication device immediately sounded Merkin's command, telling Yu Yang to come to the meeting. In the air, the sound of wolves howling as thin as silk. Yu Yang sighed and said to himself, "Isn't this leading the way for the merkins? I wonder what stupid wolf would love to perform." Merkin, Saws, Kafu were all waiting in the tent. As soon as he saw Yu Yang, Merkin pointed and said, "The wolf is this way." Yu Yang nodded. "But we are looking for Bo Bala Temple. We have to go around in that direction." "What you say is the truth, just don't say it. If you let me lead the way, it will only get more roundabout."